Ling's life experience is actually not tragic. In this primitive era, he was expelled from the tribe after adulthood and began to wander alone, and he also had the initial capital given by his mother. He wanted to feed himself. Although hard, it was not very difficult. However, after understanding the situation of Ling, the wandering began to move. Ling was an authentic grassland native and traveled through many places in the grassland. It was not only good at grazing, but also many grassland tribe languages, good riding, and arrows. For the Han tribe, it is really a difficult and valuable talent. There is no reason not to fight for it. After figuring out the key, Lam Fu immediately began to attract Ling Ling. Ling, your woman has another child in her stomach, and her stomach will get bigger and bigger in a few months. There will be no way to ride a horse by then. What are you going to do? Are you ready for winter? Where to spend the winter? There is one, a small wood. I don't have a cow, so there is no cow dung to burn. There are many trees in that place. I can cut wood and burn there. There are many bushes in that wood. The flock can also eat bushes there. After the winter, I can pull a sheepfold in the woods. I still have dogs to watch sheep, so don't worry about it. Ling apparently had a plan for a long time. The small wood, he said, may be where he spends the winter every year. Listening to the well he arranged, it means he is familiar with it. This answer makes Yufu feel a little bit powerless. If Ling hadn't been in the winter, he could still invite him back for this reason. As a result, others were ready. After thinking a little bit, the wandering said again, your child is still so young, it should be born this spring. They haven't had a cold winter, you have to cut wood and burn fire every day. If it's too big, the child may not be able to survive this winter. You might as well go to our tribe. Our tribe has a strong house to live, can burn fire directly in the house, has enough food to spend the winter, and has a stable water source. There is too much firewood to burn. It is safer to go to us than to spend the winter alone. Go to your tribe? Do you want my sheep and dogs? Ling immediately showed a vigilant look. Wandering and listening, smiling, nodded first, and then shook his head again. I do want more sheep, and I need your dog very much, but it has nothing to do with my invitation to you. You also saw that we have white salt and pottery. These things are made by our tribe, and the tribes on the grassland need these things very much. The cows and sheep brought by our team are exchanged for these things. I want sheep. As long as I am looking for a bigger tribe, I can get more flocks. Do you think I am rare with your 100 sheep? Also, our tribe also has dogs, but not as much as you, nor as well trained as you. Although this is uncomfortable, it is directly looked down upon by lurking, but it is a very real truth. Think about it. This group of people has so many good things, how can they covet their meager assets? Thinking of this, Ling was also curious about the tribe mentioned by Yufu. Where is your tribe? How many people are there? How many horses, flocks? Our Han tribe is in the mountains to the north. It takes more than a month to go back on horseback. The population is nearly 3,000. In addition to these, there are hundreds of cattle and horses in the tribe. Laming is like saying, in the mountain to the north, it takes more than a month. Oh my god, how could you run so far to the grassland? Also, you said that you have a population of nearly 3,000, but why are there only a few hundred cattle and sheep? So what do you eat so many people? Don't you have to go hungry in winter? I have seen thousands of big tribes. Their cattle and sheep require tens of thousands of heads. They can't finish eating meat and milk every day. Ling was very surprised by what Yufu said. Similarly, he was a native prairie who had never been to the mountains, and he did not understand the lifestyle of the mountain people. In his impression, all people should eat meat and drink milk. Without a life of meat and milk, he could not imagine. There are few cows and horses in our tribe, and they are reluctant to eat them. Those horses are used for work, such as pulling cars, or for cultivating grain. Food is something to eat. It is a seed that grows from the grass. It can be eaten when it is cooked, and it is very delicious. As long as there is land, it can grow food that cannot be eaten. We will also fish, and there are other animals that are farmed, and there is no shortage of meat. And our leader is a very powerful person. Although he is not old, he is the most intelligent person in our tribe. He will make a lot of things, and there is a variety of food and farmed animals, which he taught us to do. Half knowing, he didn't understand many things about nomadic depressions. He knew how to cultivate, just like the grazing of their grasslands, but he had never heard of growing food, and he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he could not understand it. People eat grass seeds? Is that hungry? Is that thing eaten by people? Isn't that the same as the animals? Ling's heart is crazy. Ling didn't understand it, and Lamo also felt the same way. He was also surprised when he first heard about growing food. After all, this way of obtaining food is very strange for primitives. Fortunately, there is food in the caravan. Although there is not much food, they cannot be allowed to eat dry rice every day, but it is still enough to drink porridge every day. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. You see, this is what we eat. This thing is called rice. There is a layer of skin on it. Peeling off is white rice. It is very delicious to cook with water. Tomorrow morning I can make a pot of rice for you to taste. Yufu grabbed a rice in Ling's hand and asked him to take a closer look. These rices were packed in the dry as soon as they were harvested because of the urgency of swimming. Even rice bran has not been smashed. You can only use pottery can to pound it yourself, so you can discern this as a plant seed at a glance. Ling put down the old duck soup in his hand, took over the rice with both hands, and carefully observed the fire of the bonfire. This is the seed of the plant, and it looks very familiar. It seems like I have seen it before, but this thing is really for people. Eat? Isn't this all cows and horses? You said it grew from the grass? Ling vs. Lu confirmed that. Yeah, it's the seed of a grass. I should have seen this thing. There is also this grass on the grassland, but no one will eat its seeds, and all cattle and sheep love those things. Ling returned the rice to Lushu and said, have you seen it? Is it grass growing in the water? The grassland also has the kind of muddy land that is all water? Wandering suddenly questioned. It's not muddy land, it grows on the grassland, there is no water around it, and the grass can grow to the waist of the person, and then a few ears will grow on it. After the plants are all yellow, the ears will be there are many such seeds, and there are many small spines on the ears. Cows and sheep are particularly eager to eat. Ling described in detail the plant he had seen. You are surprised to listen. President ears can bear many seeds, isn't that just rice? But what happened to the spurs with long thorns on the ears? But the rice ears of the Han tribe were not stabbed, and the rice of the Han tribe could only be planted in the water field. The plant said by Ling said did not need it. There was no water source around it, only by natural rainfall. Can survive. Will this be a rice-like food crop? After all, they are all plants with long ears and seeds, but the plants that Ling said can be planted directly on dry land. If this is really a kind of food, wouldn't it say that the Han tribe can grow food without digging a river? The significance of this discovery is absolutely significant. In case it is true, as long as the seeds are brought back, it can greatly affect the development of the Han tribe. Even those tribes around the Han tribe have no ability to transform the water field. It is definitely a great artifact. After swimming, he grabbed Ling's arm excitedly and asked him urgently, Ling, can you still find the plant? It's the long ear you said, the seeds, and the thorny grass on it. Can you take me there? If I find it, I can give you a lot of white salt and pottery, you can just pick it. Ling was caught in the arm and felt that the wandering hands were shaking, a grass that would only be eaten for cattle and sheep, so excited. However, the remuneration promised by UFO is indeed very rich, which makes Ling very excited. Just take them to find grass, and find pottery and white salt. This is a good deal. That kind of grass is very common on the grassland. Just pay attention to it. It is not particularly difficult to find, it is almost a stable and profitable transaction, and Ling Dang immediately agreed. At the end of dinner, although it was impossible to pull Ling into the Han tribe, the discovery of the new food made the longevity very excited, lying on the ground and turning around, unable to sleep, and wishing that the sky would light up immediately. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the night gradually deepened. There were more than 30 shepherds guarding around the camp, which really made people feel at ease. Throughout the night, there were 2 jackals in the camp, but they were immediately discovered by the shepherds, and then there was loud barking, and members of the Han tribe immediately got up to expel. Such a thing happened twice a night, but fortunately there was a shepherd, and the Han tribe caravan only lost 1 sheep here, which was barely acceptable. Thanks to these dogs, the loss this night did not know how big. Early the next morning, the wandering was early to prepare breakfast. The breakfast prepared white rice porridge, but specially cooked a pot of dry rice, which was intended to be used by the Ling family to let them know what food is. Ling also got up very early, sitting on the ground grinding wolf teeth with stones, preparing to make a few more macious arrows. Several wild ducks shot yesterday, and the first-class flying feathers on his wings were also pulled down by him, ready to make arrows tail. When you saw him doing this, you took out a bronze arrow made by the Han tribe. Ling took the exquisite arrow, stroked in his hands, seemed to be indifferent, and was also very surprised by the material of the arrow, from the sharp bronze arrow to the smooth wooden arrow, all he had never seen. Something. The arrows of Ling are all made of branches of shrubs. They must be dried first, then roasted straight with fire, and then polished with sands. The tips are mostly made of bones. All the arrows are placed together. None of them are exactly the same. Even the thickness of the arrow shaver is different. You can imagine how poor the quality of such arrows is. That is, he uses more himself, is familiar with each arrow, and can shoot 100 rounds. If you change people casually, there will be a big error every time an arrow is shot. Your arrow is so good. What is this made of? The arrow maker must be very powerful? Inspiringly asked, and then reluctantly returned the arrow to the wandering. He saw that he liked it. This was invented by our leader. The arrow was made of bronze. It is a metal that can be made of any shape. It is very sharp. Our tribe uses such weapons. The leader teaches us to do it. Instead of recovering the arrow, the wandering ambush poured out dozens of arrows in the arrow pot and showed it to Ling. Even his long bow was taken out and put in his hand. Come and try our bow and arrow. Looking at a large number of arrows produced by UFO, Ling was stunned. These arrows are all exactly the same, like they are copied by a mold, and they are actually copied from the mold. The quality of each piece is so good. Even the weight is almost the same, and it can be called the best arrow, making the eyes of Ling look greedy. After receiving the long bow from UFO, the bow body is very smooth and symmetrical, and there is a layer of gloss in secret. That is because the bow arm has been beaten with insect wax, and the bowstrings compiled by the sisal fiber are also very strong. The bow is too big. It is almost as tall as a person and is not suitable for use on horseback. Then compare the bow made by Ling himself, the bow arm made of wood, a thick bullpen glued inside, and the bowstring rubbed in the wool, although also very strong, but often replaced, because the bowstring of the wool is often grinding to the hair, affecting the play of archery and shooting accuracy. Ling's bow is not a curved bow. From the perspective of material and shape, it should be called a composite straight bow, because the bow body is made of two materials bonded together, so it is called a composite bow, and the shape of the bow body is not inverted. There is only one arc, which looks like a shorter long bow, so when combined, it is called a compound straight bow. Ling loves things like bows and arrows very much. With the consent of the wandering, he quickly tested it. Raise a long bow on one arm, pull the string with an arrow, the bow tightly stretched into a larger arc, and then aim at the target to spread. Zheng had a bow torch vibrato, and the arrow flew straight out. The smooth arrow pole made the arrow target unobstructed, and soon flew out of Ling's sight. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. Ling was very surprised that the range of this long bow is obviously farther than that of his own bow. Although it cannot be used on horseback, it is definitely a weapon that kills his life. He quickly picked up his bow again, and shot another arrow with a looming arrow. The same arrow, Ling's bow had a range of half shorter than the long bow, so the long range, if the tribes fought, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. How about, do you like our bow and arrow? This is all made by our leader. Wandering temptation question. Well, I like it. Your leader is so powerful that he can make such a good bow and arrow. It is too long. If it is shorter, he can use it on a horse. Ling said a little regret. I heard people say that the leader is collecting materials and making new bows and arrows, which will be shorter and more powerful than this, as if it will be done soon. If you are willing to join our tribe, you can get a bow made by our leader. What you said is true. Ling asked some surprises. Of course it's true. Join our tribe. Our tribe does not exclude foreigners. On the contrary, our Han tribe was originally composed of many tribes. In fact, I was also the leader of a small tribe. I joined the Han tribe with the whole family. It's only a few months. The Han tribe is very powerful, and the leader is also a very intelligent person. With us, we have made many good things, such as big cars, and medals. By the way, you haven't read our stirrup carefully. Let's go. Let's go to dinner for a while. I will show you our stirrup. The wandering talked and gathered the arrows scattered on the ground with Ling. The 2 arrows that were far away were also brought back by Ling's shepherd. Speaking of which, the purpose of human beings to domesticate dogs initially seems to be to assist hunting. In the primitive era, human productivity was low. It was not easy to make a few high-quality arrows, but when you hunted, you often couldn't pick them up. After having a dog, he became a good helper in picking up prey and arrows. Even now, dog trainers often lose something for dogs to pick up, such as small balls, frisbee, branches, etc., most likely the customs left over from the original era. The 2 went to breakfast together. Ling and his 3 women each had a bowl of white rice, as well as duck meat that had not been eaten yesterday. The rest of the Han tribe had white porridge. This thing is the seed you showed me yesterday? Why is it so delicious? Is this really knotted from the grass? After tasting a few bites of rice, I couldn't help but praise. Yufu hasn't answered yet. Ling's woman nodded first and affirmed it. When cooking just now, his woman watched the whole process with her own eyes. How is it delicious? Although this is not meat, it is easier to obtain, and a knot of seeds can be used for a meal. Of course, it is exaggerated to say that. My bowl of porridge is almost a knot. Your bowl of dry rice may require 2. Laming is like saying. The whole person was stunned. Is there a difference between 1 and 2? Not all of them are knots. If you want to feed a person, wouldn't it be enough to grow thousands of 800, 1 person for a year? If calculated in this way, the Han tribe can indeed feed everyone. And all we eat is seeds, and those grass leaves and straws that can be used to feed cattle and sheep will not be wasted at all. Lamo continued. Nodding, this is indeed the best way to get food. Not only can people get food, but the remaining grass can also be used to feed livestock. When the livestock are raised, they can also provide meat for people. After breakfast, a group of people set off again, preparing to find the next nomadic tribe to trade, and searching for rice-like plants that Ling set on the way. Ling's woman and child were invited to sit in a cart. Both of his children were under the age of 4. One of the women was pregnant for another 4 months. It was inconvenient to ride a horse, which seriously slowed down the team's travel. So they were all put on the bullpen. Ling himself also changed the horses and rode on a zebra with a saddle and stirrup in a Han tribe. He stepped on the stirrup with his feet and waved the horse to rush. Ling's riding is very good. Although this is a wild horse that has just been caught for a few months, he was tamed to be honest. The zebra carried him to Mercedes. The speed is unprecedented. Fast. One is because the zebra has a stronger explosive force, and the other is because when there is a stirrup, when there is no stirrup in the past, if you want to let the horse run fast, you must use your legs to clamp the belly, and you are afraid of accidentally falling from the horse. But with stirrup, it's different. Not only are the legs more labor-saving, but the power of the whole person can be mobilized is also greater. People can even stand up on the stirrup during the run and make more stunts. I dare not think about it before. These stunt moves can also be called tactical moves, such as hanging sideways on the side of the horseback, or standing upright, whether it is used to avoid enemy arrows during the battle or close-up fighting when rushing against each other, can play a better role. Effect, occupying an absolute advantage on the battlefield. If the leader of the Han tribe studies a better short bow, with such a complete set of harness, the Han tribe will be able to create an ace cavalry, and dominate the entire grassland. On the bumpy horseback, the autumn breeze in the ears is roaring, and Ling seems to see the future of the Han tribe and the future of the entire grassland in this rush. The Han tribe now has only a few hundred horses and has not really formed a combat power. If you join at this time, it will definitely play a decisive role in the strategy of the Han tribe against the grassland. Then join it. If you can witness the rise of a powerful tribe and your own participation, it must be the favorite thing for every man. Once a tribe, you see me as unknown, but I can lead another tribe to rise, and I don't know what expression you will make when you see me again in the future. After a storm, he thought a lot and wanted to understand a lot. He turned around and walked next to the cart to see his women and children. They were all smiling and lenient cows. The car was covered with thick animal skin. It was all exchanged for a deal. For the first time, such a comfortable transportation made them feel very new and happy. Ling told his 3 women his decision to join the Han tribe with a family. His women also nodded and agreed. These people in the Han tribe are really good and have many good things. They can join such a tribe. It is much better for their family to continue to wander. After telling his family, Lingzima came to the side of the wandering and told him that he was willing to join the Han tribe. He only hoped that the Han tribe would be as good as the wandering. It would be troublesome for the leader not to accept him. No, our leader will not drive you away. He is the best leader in the world and the most qualified leader, none of them. If he has anything most worthy of my admiration, in addition to his wisdom like God, he can make a lot of good things, and he is good at hiring people. He can discover everyone's specialties and assign everyone the most suitable for them. Work. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. People like you who know a lot of skills will definitely be reused by the leader. Maybe they can be captains or something like us, and lead a group of people alone. The status of the tribe must not be low. If you wonder, Ling is very excited. Ling has only one of his own families, not a leader. He has never managed so many people. If he can get such a high status in the Han tribe, it is for the tribe to die. No regrets. Riding quickly on the grassland of Yima Pingshuan, it took dozens of kilometers in one morning. This time, it was the road brought by the indigenous people of Ling, the grassland, to a tribe he was more familiar with, ready to trade with that tribe. Wave. But the team only came to noon and stopped, because they had found the food seeds wheat that were eager to get on the vast grassland. Wild wheat is actually not uncommon in nature, but it needs to be found in a specific place. Just like rice cannot grow in dry land, it must be found in swamps or ponds, and wheat is the same. There are many pastures on the grassland suitable for cattle and horses, such as alfalfa, as well as ryegrass, barley grass, or barley, which is barley. This McCormick plant is actually the most common on the grassland. What kind of specialty does it make? These sporadic yellow ear plants in front of you must be wheat. After all, it can be judged from the thin and pointed wheat maniac on the ear of wheat, but the specific barley or wheat does not know. This is even Luo Chong do not know. There is no difference between barley and wheat length. Luo Chong only knows that barley is called a barley, and it can be ground into flour like wheat, but barley powder is not suitable for fermentation. It can only make some dead food, such as dead bread, noodles, dumplings. Things like wheat can be steamed buns and steamed buns. I don't know, it's okay, wait for a stubble to be planted, and it's okay to grind it into flour test at that time. It's wheat that can't be sent. It's the simplest and stupidest method, but it's very practical. In the Mid-Autumn Festival, the wheat is already ripe. Maybe this is the second stroke of this year. The wandering and careful removal of a wheat ear, and the seeds above have been carefully observed and pinched. It is so soft and more powerful that you can pinch it directly. I dialed a few more pieces and chewed them in my mouth. Naturally it is not delicious, but the poison must be absent, and the cattle and horses and sheep often eat things, and I have never seen those animals poisoned. There are not many wild wheat, and you can't cook a pot to taste it. You can only light a fire to roast a wheat ear. It's really delicious to burn the wheat directly. You can just make sure that this thing can be eaten. He is I believe that as long as you get Luo Chong's hand, Luo Chong will be able to develop more ways to eat. A group of people stayed here for 2 hours, collected a lot of wheat ears, and finally installed 2 sacks, about a few dozen pounds, because there had been experience in sending plants to the Han tribe, and the wandering also deliberately dug a few whole plants were planted in the pot, ready to take it back and let Luo Chong take a good look. After finishing these wild wheat, the team continued to march and finally met a well-known nomadic tribe, the Bone tribe, in the evening. The leader is a middle-aged man named Altai, who is very familiar with Ling, but because of his red pupil, Altai did not suck him into his tribe, but Altai still appreciates this young and capable guy. The transaction began under the recommendation of Ling. At the same time, the Ajika giant eagle, who had flown for 2 days, finally returned to the Han tribe. Just when the people closed in the evening, Eagle saw the giant eagle that came back and recruited it. A roll of animal skin was tied to the leg of the giant eagle. After opening, there was a Chinese character. Eagle Rui knew that this was a letter. Chief, Chief, lodging them to write. You can see what is written on it. I don't understand. Eagle Rui yelled at Luo while running, and immediately attracted Luo Chong's attention. What? Yufu they wrote? Bring it to me quickly. Hearing the letter from Yufu, Luo Chong was giggling in his heart. There is an old saying that no news is the best news. They have been away for more than a month. This is something they have to tell themselves. Don't ask for help. Luo Chong took the animal skin nervously, and hadn't read the content of the words. First, he was attracted by the animal skin. This is a sheep's skin. Luo Chang has never seen a sheep here. Now he came by an amniotic fluid. Does that mean they have found the sheep and got some through the transaction? Sure enough, after opening the animal skin, a line of scribbled large characters came to the eyes. Although there were many different words in it, it did not affect Luo Chang's understanding, and it was still possible to write. The content of the letter is roughly as follows. Chief, we, traveling south for more than a month, to the Great Plains, there are mountains everywhere, there are freshwater lakes, there is a lot of water, and there is no side, there are many fish in the lake, many birds and beasts on the lake, long teeth, and wolves. The flat land is bigger than the lake, I don't know the margins, I live in the land, I can ride horses, I have bows and arrows, I raise more cattle and sheep, we trade, I donate cattle and sheep, I get 50 cattle, and 550 sheep. Half of the horses, I want to go to the tribe to trade and change back. The chief was specially informed that more winter grass, barn, lush. Luo Chang looked at a lot of incorrect letters, the language was not smooth, and the writing was not as good as the bad words of the elementary school students, but he couldn't stop the trembling with the hands of the animal skin. He was so excited that he didn't expect them to find the grassland. I also met nomadic tribes and successfully traded so many animals. This was unexpected to Luo Changguan. Fortunately, he released the wandering one who likes to run around, otherwise there will be no such huge gains, and some pottery made of mud can be used in exchange for the much-needed livestock of the Han tribe. This is definitely a great effort. With these cattle and horses, the Han tribe has the ability to reclaim more fields. With the fields, there will be more food. Only with a large amount of grain can the Han tribe continue to expand its scale and have the capital to build more cities. Many high-level executives who stayed in the tribe just heard Eagles yelling, knowing that he was out of the letter of wandering, and all ran over to join the excitement. This is the first time they have passed the message with Chinese characters at a long distance. One of the key ways of using it was also discovered by them. It turns out that learning Chinese characters is also useful. Rat witch, rat big, elder, eagle sharp, woven, all surrounded by Luo Chang, watching Luo Chang open his mouth, dazed at the Chinese characters above, both hands were shaking, and my heart was bad. I think, this is not the first time to send a letter, is it bad news? Chief, what does this say? Are they in danger? Would you like to send someone to help? I am willing to lead someone to pass. Who dares to beat our Han tribe team, I will take someone to destroy him. The rat said fiercely. No, it's good news, the good news of Tienda. They found a very large grassland, where tribes are good at raising cattle and horses, and the looming goods have changed a lot of livestock with the tribes there. There are almost 1,000 heads together, and our tribe will never lack work bulls and horses in the future, and sheep used to eat meat. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. Luo Chang happily pointed to the words above and said loudly to the people of the clan that this is very exciting good news. Really, that's really great. The leader will show us quickly and read the words above for us. Several people surrounded Luo Chang and put their heads on the letter, hoping to make sure that what Luo Chang said just now is true. The Han tribe got so many cattle and horses. It's really like Luo Chang said. Good news. Ha 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 ha, I'm happy today, come here, hang this animal skin under the flagpole, let all the people know the news, make everyone happy together, pass me the order, and at a meal tonight Luo Chang is happy shouting. The Han tribe is celebrating here. Although many people do not understand the Chinese characters on the animal skin letter, they still know the news soon. At dinner, Luo Chang personally explained the next task. It is unrealistic for the construction team to build all the farms before winter, but it has to receive a large number of livestock immediately, so Luo Chang directly decided to put the entire breeding area is first circled with a fence and then continue to build a house. In addition, more people have also been assigned to participate in the collection team. In fact, there are still many things that the Han tribe needs to collect. 1,000 acres of Matyan, who previously edited the tribe's residence, should also be fully mature at this time. These rammy grasses must be collected. Only then. Then there is the Tong woods, chestnut forests, chestnuts, and oil torpedo seeds of the former chestnut tribe. One is paint, one is food, and in fact, the chestnut shell is also useful. It is a black plant dye that can be used to dye black sackcloth and is also a very important resource. In the end, there are more feed problems. This is actually easy to solve. Before the Han tribe's autumn straw was fully stored as feed, but the other rice-growing tribes, their straws were useless at all, only as firewood. Use. This is a waste. Luo Chong directly made an acquisition with them, bought it with pottery or white salt, and the price was very low, but it was necessary for the Han tribe to send the wagon to transport it back by itself, but this is also acceptable. There are about 300 cattle and horses, all used to transport straw on a trip, which is much more convenient than letting people harvest grass everywhere. It's okay if the car is not enough, you can use 2 pairs of wheels directly, install a simple frame on it, not even the board, so you can get dozens of cars, and finally even the spare wheels are not enough, then simply use the thin branches, plow it out, and drag the straw all back. Although the workload is heavy and the people are very hard, they are very happy because they know that these are prepared for livestock. They used to work hard because they couldn't eat enough food, and now they have enough food, and no hard work. It's hard. Luo Chong is here at the Han tribe base camp, and the arrangements for grain and grass reserves are well organized. The transaction over there is also very smooth. With the Ling, the grassland indigenous people from the middle, the two sides are very happy to cooperate. Yubi once again traded 1,000 livestock from Altai. However, the proportion of sheep required for this transaction is not large. Compared to sheep that can only be used to eat meat and wool, the Han tribe already has a more perverted saiga antelope. In this transaction, the unit of dynamic output of cattle and horses is very lacking, so in this transaction, only 200 cattle, 400 horses, and only 400 sheep. In addition, considering that such a large-scale herd is not easy to care for, the nomadic also bought 10 newly grown girls from the Altai tribe at a high price. These girls will also ride on horses and graze without losing a few points of the man. It's not enough for them to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Everything has been rectified, and the merchant's goods have been sold for almost a barrel of white salt and 100 pottery. These are kept on the way back, and are used in transactions with the small tribes in the mountains. The grassland transaction is over. A group of people also embarked on a journey home. 2 days later, the caravan who had just arrived at the junction of the grassland and the mountains received a reply from Luo Kongfei Eagle's book. The content is also very simple. They can't understand it if they write too much. Probably the content is, the letter has been received. You have traded so many livestock, and the whole family is very happy. Don't be greedy, pay attention to safety, and sell back quickly. I was very happy to watch it. He had been traveling all year round, knowing the importance of rapid information transmission. He was very interested in the magical usage of this Chinese character and flying eagle to convey the message. When it's okay, you must learn more Chinese characters with the leader. Thinking of the letter, the wandering machine moved, and once again gave Luo Kongfei a book, but this time there was no word, only a whole bunch of wheat was curled with animal skin, which was tightly wrapped and placed on the eagle leg. The team continued to open, and the original 40-person business team had become 56 when I went back, plus 2,000 cattle and horses. The herds were walking on the mountain road, and the sound of running was like thunder and rolling. Wherever they passed, all the grass and trees were eaten by the herd. With 2,000 animals, the merchants naturally cannot prepare grain for them, so along the way back, weeds, shrubs, and even bark, like a big girl without clothes, let the cattle and horses go all round, and the mess is messy. But it also left a lot of feces, believing that these places will grow stronger next year. It was another 2 days. Luo Chong received the Flying Eagle biography again, thinking about whether it was a wandering request for help, and it was necessary to reinforce themselves in the past. After all, it was not easy for them to rush back, but when Luo Chong opened it, I was shocked at once. The animal skin actually contains a bunch of dry wheat, which is simply a big pie that fell from the sky. Yes, with wheat is equal to flour, and with flour can naturally make pies, ha ha ha, so to speak it can really be seen as a pie. A few high-level tribes surrounded by a circle watched this bunch of wheat and looked at rice ears similar to rice, but there was a big difference. The layer of wheat like a needle on the ears was not rice. Chief, what kind of plant is this and food you can eat? Why does it look as long as rice? The first breathless rat asked. Well, this is indeed another food crop called wheat, which can be cooked into porridge like rice, but it cannot be cooked because it is not as hard as rice. Rice shelling can become white rice, Wheat also needs to be processed, and wheat shelling can become white flour after drying and grinding powder. There are more ways to eat flour. Compared with rice, flour can play with flours, dry flour with water and dough. You can make noodles, you can make dumplings, you can make pies, big cakes, and scones. After the dough is fermented, other foods can be made. Putting the hair dough in the pot can be turned into buns. Toasting in the stove is bread. The meat pie is then steamed, and the meat bake is the biscuits. Oops, there are too many ways to eat. I'm greedy. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that wheat cannot be planted in the water field. If we grow wheat, we don't have to dig artificial rivers. As long as there are a few channels, it is enough to irrigate. It's just that the output of wheat is not comparable to rice. If large-scale cultivation is not cost-effective, let's grow less next year and slowly promote it. Luo Chong pointed at the wheat and introduced it to several high-level officials. The surrounding high-rise looked at Luo Chong like a monster, listening to Luo Chong's endless introduction of wheat, and a lot of strange nouns coming out of his mouth, noodles and burrito buns. And the saliva must flow down when talking, as if he had eaten it before. As the person most familiar with Luo Chong, the elder can be said to have watched Luo Chong grow up. He never believed Luo Chong had eaten those things, but Luo Chong could say so many things when he saw the wheat for the first time, and they had to let them produce strange ideas. Is the leader really God? I still got the guidance of God, or I ate it in a dream. In short, the changes in Luo Chong this year have been too great. However, everyone knows the extraordinariness of the leader. Even though there are many questions in my heart, no one dares to ask anything. It is still the old concept that things that cannot be understood are automatically attributed to theology. It is good to just be a god. They only need to obey the arrangement of the leader. It is enough to make the tribe construction better and better. Others are not important. Luo Chong carefully collected the wheat, waited for replanting next year, and then wrote back to Yufu to let him collect more seeds of this plant, and then came back as soon as possible. Don't delay it for too long. Come back before winter, otherwise it will be troublesome. Yufu also received a reply after another 2 days, and was confirmed by Luo Chong. He has determined that the plant he is looking for is correct, and he is also very happy. The lush did not reply again, and began to speed up the road. A few days later, they again. Near the Guru tribe, there are 60 flower pigs waiting to receive it. It has been almost a month since the Lusha tribe left, to enter the grassland, and then to come back. The original leader Toro thought they might have encountered any danger, or they lost their way. They may not come back, but did not expect at noon. There were people who came to report anxiously. Chief, that, the white salted Han tribe team, came back. They also brought thousands of four-legged beasts, the kind of car, the kind they ride, and the kind they ride, and there is a white, hairy animal now coming towards us. The torch of the leader was reported to a clan who ran out of breath. After listening to the report of the clan, the torch stood up in shock. He was born and raised in this place of residence. The thing about the Great Lakes in the south was also heard from the mouth of the dead old man, but he had never been there. I don't know there will be so many livestock there. The Guru tribe is a tribe that can breed flower pigs, so after hearing the news, the torch can directly judge that these thousands of animals must have been raised by other tribes, and then they were exchanged with white salt by the guy who was in the voltage. It's like changing pigs from their tribe. The torch is very jealous and envious, and there is panic in my heart. Now the Han tribe has found more sources of livestock. Will they not deal with them in the future? So where will they get white salt? This is not a guess. After all, compared with the pigs raised by their tribe, pigs can only be used to eat, but those horses can pull cars and ride them. How to change the horses is more cost-effective. The flower pig that was once regarded as a baby is optional for the Han tribe. Even if the Han tribe will still trade flower pigs with them, it will definitely bargain in the future, because their grunt tribe is no longer the only source of livestock, which is a fatal problem for the grunt tribe who can no longer leave the white salt. However, the wandering did not give the Guru tribe time to think about the solution to the problem. The huge herd passed by the Guru tribe and looked at the silly Guru tribe owners. The herd did not stop even when the 2 cows passed by. Remove half a barrel of white salt and some pottery from above, and then accept the 60 pigs that have been prepared and leave. The reality is so cruel. Now that the Han tribe has a big vision, They can't look down on this thing of their grunt tribe. The 60 pigs were wrapped in a huge herd, like a bowl of water in the torrent, so inconspicuous, and there were no more tribes to trade with them. When they came, which tribes needed anything, it was already booked. On the way back now, some tribes that do not need to trade will not stop at all, and they will go directly by the way. The speed of going back is much faster than when I came. Even on the way back, those small tribes with a small number of people also proposed whether they could trade some livestock or animal skin. The livestock would naturally not be sold, but the animal skin Han tribe was not very scarce. They had been acquired at the market a lot before, so there is a small amount of food sold out. Time has passed by in a hurry, and it is the end of autumn. They are coming back after the time. This trip is about 3 months. With a large herd, it makes like animal migration. The construction of the Han tribe is also very rapid. The planned 2 farms have been built, and a second warehouse has been built to store the recovered grass, as well as the salted fish dried throughout the fall. The food reserve is completed. There is also feed specifically for pig reserves. Pigs are not cattle and sheep. They only need to eat hay. They need food specially prepared for pigs. That is, foods such as green vegetables, tender vines. Of course, nuts are also possible. After all, those wild boars eat nuts or berries that fall on the ground, or plant roots buried deep underground. These things are not so well preserved, so Luo Chong made people dig a cellar in the warehouse to store these green feeds. Fortunately, there are not many pigs in the Han tribe, and most of them are piglets. They can't eat much food in a winter, so they quickly save enough reserves for winter. Although there are currently only 2 farms in the breeding area, the fence of that large circle has been pulled up. In addition, a lot of simple barns have been built. Fortunately, those camels or sheep, as well as animals such as cattle and horses, they are not as cold as people, and they all have thick long hair. Now with sufficient food, it should not be a problem to survive the winter safely. In addition, after several months of construction, the star blast furnace in the smelting area has also been built. One is used for copper smelting and the other is used for iron smelting. Refining tin does not require such an advanced stove. After all, the melting point of tin is only over 200 degrees, which can be easily achieved. Blast furnace, heavy crane, which is a wooden device similar to dragon door hanging, also called bridge hanging equipment. Below are 2 very strong wooden orbits, with sturdy beams on it, and many ropes and pulleys for lifting. All things are ready, only the materials are owed. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. However, after several months of preparation, the materials have been fully prepared, a large amount of charcoal, and iron or bricks large and small in cigarette cases. That is charcoal powder, lime powder, iron ore powder, and 3 materials are mixed and dried with water in proportion. It has also accumulated like a mountain. Luo Chong is not idle. He is working with the carpentry group to develop new mold casting equipment. Winter is coming soon. A large number of iron pots that the Han tribe is in desperate need of have not yet landed. The mold is used to cast iron pots in batches. One can meet the needs of the Han tribe, and can also be used as a reserve, and be used as a trading commodity next year. The winter is coming, the Han tribe is fully prepared, firewood is full, and the grain and grass are returned to the warehouse, but no one knows when the first snow will fall, so some necessary outing activities have not stopped, such as the city. The construction of the wall continues, as well as cleaning the grass in the east of the river, digging or blowing up the roots of those trees, and preparing to transform all the fields to grow rice in the next year. Just 1 week before winter, the lodging-led business team finally came back, and 2,000 cattle and horses were driven into the already prepared fence. Both the bullpen and the oresht were built on the side of the windshield. Most of the tribes who did nothing came to watch, like visiting a zoo. The wandering also took Luo Chong and a group of high-level tribes to visit this harvest. The main thing I saw was the breed of livestock. The sheep I got back this time are not particularly large, and look similar in size to modern family sheep. On the whole, there are all white sheep, each long like cotton candy, a bunch of gray ones, because the wool is not clean, and there is a lot of gray soil. There are 2 kinds of subdivisions, one is white all over the body, the other is black-headed black tail. The body is white, and it seems that there are many varieties. These sheep only have rams with curly horns, and the ewe is not, and the wool on them is not as rock solid as Luo Chong thought, but is very fluffy. Luo Chong of the previous life once heard a sheep that broke the world record. The sheep fled the farm and lived alone in the mountains for 6 years. Because the sheep's wool had not been cut for 6 years, the sheep's wool was all balls. Together, the rock is like wearing an armor, and the hair on the naked body weighs a few hundred pounds. However, these sheep are not like that. They are all artificially raised, and nomadic tribes also make felt. They also take a lot of wool every year, and they don't accumulate a lot. There are not so many bark and numb grass on the grassland. Most of the ropes are made of wool, so there is no stock left for Luo Chong. Cows are also different from those of the Han tribe. The cows before the Han tribe were forest cows, which were black and brown overall. The two horns were facing forward and looked like Spanish bullfighting. And these grassland cattle are shallow, most of them are cows, and yellow-bottomed white-spotted cattle. The two horns are also upward. After a little deviation, the size also looks one smaller than the forest cow. The forest cow has a maximum body shoulder height of 2 meters. These grassland cattle are as long as 1 meter 8, and the average line is around 1 meter 7. The rest are the horses that Luo Chong cares about the most. The grassland horses are larger than zebras, with an average shoulder height of about 1 meter 6, and from the body shape, zebras appear to be stout, with short heads and thick necks, and thick limbs. Short. Looking back at these grassland horses, the head is longer, the nostrils are thick, and the neck is long, but it is not slender. It looks powerful, the limbs are strong, the shoulders are wide and the back is wider, and the corresponding chest cavity is also bigger. This is very important, indicating that their cardiopulmonary function is more developed. They can breathe more oxygen in a rapid run, and a larger heart can deliver more blood to the limbs. Just looking at the body shape, these horses are very good at running. And not only fast, but also more durable. This transaction made Luo Chong very satisfied, and he couldn't help but appreciate the ambush. The most important thing is that the lurking is very smart. The vast majority of these 2,000 livestock are mothers, which is conducive to the expansion of the Han tribe, and the breeding will be faster. After reading the livestock, Lushu also recommended Ling for Luo Chong and his family, as well as 10 girls from the Altai tribe. Lushu also focused on introducing Luo Chong to Ling's specialty. Chief, this is Ling, a savage we met on the grassland. He was expelled from the tribe because of his natural red eyes. However, he is very capable. Not only is the horse riding good, but the riding is also first class. We have seen him ride a horse. There is one wild duck in the sky, no empty hand. He is also very good at training dogs. Domesticated dogs can not only help graze, but also help pick up prey and arrow targets. I think he is a very useful person. The soldiers of our tribe will not ride arrows on the horse. If only he can teach us the soldiers, I hope the leader will leave him. Of course, Luo Chong understands that Luo Chong arrow method is good, and it is also limited to foot shooting. In fact, the difference between equestrian and riding is a group. After all, he has not practiced this skill at all. If it is better than driving a tank, it will definitely be. But riding, forget it. Now that there is such a ready-made riding coach, there is naturally no reason not to stay. Even if you don't say anything, Luo Chong will stay. He won't believe anything unknown. Very good. In the future, you will be a member of our Han tribe. You will also have things from other people. No one will discriminate against you again. I hope you can also contribute to the tribe and teach you what you will. To other people. Your name is Ling, right? Since you joined the Han tribe, you must have the name of the Han tribe. From now on, Ling is your last name. I will give you a style name. In the future, you will be called Ling Feng. Luo Chong took a photo of Ling Feng's shoulder to show affirmation. After a simple translation of Lingfu, Ling Feng knew what Luo Chong meant. The leader had agreed to join the Han tribe, and gave him a name in person, enjoying equal treatment of the Han tribe, and he would have everything others had. This made Ling Feng very happy. After all, he was kicked out of the tribe before, and later he has been wandering. Some other nomadic tribes he contacted are not willing to let him join, but Luo Chong did not look down on him, nor did he discriminate against him, and gave him a name. Treat him as his own race. Ling Feng was very excited, immediately kneeling on one knee in front of Luo Chong and swearing, alleging that he must live up to the hope of the leader, and strive to contribute to the Han tribe in the future. After receiving Ling Feng and his family, the grassland girls passed by. 10 of them were assigned to a house to take care of the farm's livestock. In a book of 6 to 19, look at the correct version. Arranged big trees to take them to see the house, and distributed live items, animal skins, pottery, and how to use the house, how to burn kongs, how to cook. This they have learned, and they have been taught on the way back. Ling Feng took a family on the brick road in the city, looked at the tall warehouses, and a row of neat houses, and felt like he had entered the fairy city. This is what civilization should look like. Compared with nomadic tribes are barbarians. After listening to Deshu's introduction, all the things here are taught by the leader. Ling Feng can't help but rush into Luo's fanatical worship. Although the leader is not as old as himself, he is very wise and can manage thousands of people. So good, and if he is rich in life, he can definitely not do it. The Ling Feng family was soon taken to an empty house. The passionate people came and helped me, and some helped bring the water tank and bucket, pottery, and animal skin. The woman in the neighbor's house helped to pave the kong with the animal skin, and the man brought 2 bags of rice from the warehouse with a trolley, and also pulled the cricket to deliver the firewood. The necessary tools were also delivered. At least the axe is required. There is also a flat burden for carrying water. The women and children of the big kong Ling Feng are sitting on the kong. The enthusiastic neighbors teach them how to live on the stove. The flint used for flaming is also brought in 2 pieces, but at all it is useless. The firewood that came from his home was ignited, and the kong quickly became hot, which made the Ling Feng family feel amazing. The men pulled the blizzard to the well at the intersection to fetch water and told him to take the water from here in the future. The water tank at home is full of water every day. When it's okay, it will split more firewood in case of unexpected needs. After Luo rushed back, he asked Xiaodai to send some sackcloth and woolen to their home. They were prepared for their children. Now they have insufficient cloths and can only supply children and high-rise first. New life brings benefits, and naturally has disadvantages. For example, the blizzard flock, horses, and shepherds are all confiscated. This is a problem. There is nothing to say about flock confiscation, but horses and typhoons are already very familiar. It is often seen that Ling Feng's heart is like a cat. Luo Chong also took this into consideration, but there is no way to raise horses in the house. Luo Chong is temporarily unable to delegate horses to private individuals. He can only promise to go to the corral to see his horses when Ling Feng is fine every day. In addition, the trouble is the shepherds. These dogs are all recognized by the Lord. They ran to the Ling Feng family in a happy way. Luo Chong couldn't help him. He could only take care of him. Don't bite people. It's better to find a way to get these dogs to the farm. However, it takes time to become familiar with the new environment. Anyway, winter time is long. Luo Chong has no time to stare at these little things every day. He has more important things to do. The iron pot casting mold developed by the carpentry group has been completed. It is a frame structure made of wood as a whole. There is a wooden box at the bottom. The shape of the pot is made with refractory soil. The above is a wooden frame. The rattan is meat and the clay is a leather pressure mold. It is connected to a wooden pole and can be pressed manually. In fact, it is to use wood to make a skeleton, and then install a pot woven with rattan on it, and then paste a thick layer of refractory soil outside the rattan, and finally polish it smooth, as the inner wall mold of the pot. When casting, pour the iron water directly into the pot below, that is, the outer wall model of the pot, then press down the lever, press down the inner wall mold, merge up and down, and leave a pot of flat tablets in the middle. It's good to wait for the iron water to cool naturally. In addition to this compression molding mold in the iron pot, there are some pointed anvil molds made by the wax loss method, and finally a large number of iron ingot molds. The crucibles used to hold iron water are also very particular. It is a large bucket cast with bronze. The inner wall is covered with a layer of refractory soil, and then burned together in the kiln. The capacity inside is enough to squat next. 1 person. Crucibles are equipped with dedicated small scooters. The solid oak wheels installed below have strong load capacity. On the side of the crucible are bronze-bearing rings, and on the other is the extended gap for casting, like a teapot mouth. Convenient to cast. On the side of the ring, there is a lever copper pipe, and the crucible is full of iron water, and it can be transported to the position where the mold is cast. You can insert a long wooden bar in the copper pipe to extend the lever arm. The person behind can press the lever. tilt the crucible and dumped the iron water inside. Everything is ready, with sufficient manpower. When the first day of winter comes, no one has come to the market. Luo Chang also began to lead the people to make iron on this day. In front of the huge star-shaped blast furnace, the big mouth climbed to the shelf next to the blast furnace, threw a bunch of lit firewood into it, and then threw a lot of dry firewood into it. First, the fire of the main furnace was ignited, and the 4 surrounding the side furnace also started to fire at the same time. After the fire was lit, Luo Chang began to command the clan to use the dragon gate to hang wood carbon, a rattan chip bucket like a hot air balloon hanging basket, with 4 pulley ropes hanging on it, and more than a dozen people pulled the rope together. Raise the height above the top of the stove, and then pull the entire door hanging along the wooden track to the stove. After that, the 2 ropes near the stove of the crane did not move, and then continued to raise the 2 behind, tilting the entire crane, pouring all the charcoal in the main stove, and the 4 weak side stove because the horizontal position was lower than the ground. Just use a trolley to add carbon to it, and finally cover the lid of the stove, and direct all the hot air inside to the storage room. The flames of the side furnace are burning, and the temperature of the hot chamber is also rising. The main furnace is also feeding under Luo Chang's command. After adding a few baskets of charcoal, it is probably filled with most of the stove, and then began to add ore bricks, a basket of ore, and then pour a basket of limestone as a reaction accelerator to help build slag. The main furnace is finished. At this time, the deputy furnace has been burning for a while, and the temperature in the storage room is also very high. Luo Chang began to order the 4 blowers to start. The position of the blower is between the storage room and the main furnace. It is a closed brick pipe with a 6-leaf fan in it. The fan is made of a bronze sheet with a wooden axis. The wooden axis extends to both sides of the pipeline. The final power output is the wooden machinery of the 2 feet. It looks like a fitness treadmill in the park, with a handheld bar in front and 2 pedals below. As long as people stand up and step on 2 pedals back and forth, they can drive the fan to turn, and the fan of each blower is 2 people manipulate them, on both sides of the pipeline. Just step on the pedal face to face. The thumb-powered blower is better and more labor-saving than the hand-pulled bellows. Standing there on the pedal is regarded as a park fitness, and it can also be replaced when it is tired. The amount of wind provided is not only sufficient, but also not interrupted. Even when it is a change, each blower will leave a person, and the person can rest, but the blower will not stop. The 4 boilers were burning charcoal, and the outer walls of the hot chamber began to iron their hands. 8 people manipulated 4 blowers to continuously promote high-temperature air in the main furnace, increase the oxygen content in the main furnace, and promote temperature improvement and reaction speed. After about half an hour, Luo Chang looked at the situation in the furnace from the observation point, and then let people continue to add carbon to it. At the 4 blowers in the main furnace, the high-temperature air ejected caused the temperature in the furnace to rise, and soon reached the melting point of iron. The charcoal burned, encountered oxygen in the air to form carbon monoxide, and then passed through the iron ore above, and sucked out the oxygen molecules in the iron oxide, which turned into carbon dioxide and continued to rise until it was discharged from the stove and turned into black smoke. The oxygen molecule of iron oxide was taken away by carbon monoxide, and it became a single iron. Because of the high temperature of the melting point, the single iron melted into iron water. Due to the influence of its own gravity, it slowly settled to the bottom cylinder. The limestone and impurities inside were mixed with sintering, melted, and finally turned into liquid alkaline slag, floating above the iron water, sinking into the furnace tank together, and waiting for the furnace tank to be full is the time to open the furnace and release the iron. A few hours after the furnace was opened, after continuous carbonization and high-temperature air blowing, the iron ore in the furnace finally completely melted into iron water, and the slag gradually became liquid, floating in the upper layer of the iron water. The entire stove was almost empty. All the materials were refined and sunk into the tank. Holding a copper hook in his mouth, he pulled away a protruding fire-resistant brick on the stove wall. The stove wall suddenly showed an observation point, then looked inside carefully and immediately reported to Luo Chang. "Chief, the stove is empty, do you want to continue feeding?" Luo Chang heard the words and took a look. "I felt that the stove below should be full, so I started to direct again. No need to add it, start the iron, connect the pipe first, and release the above slag first." "Yes, leader." After listening to the arrangement, I immediately took a few people to live. Although the Han tribe is the first iron smelting, the Big Mouth has personally participated in the construction of the blast furnace. The usage and principles of various aspects are also in my heart. It's just lack of practical operational experience, not to mention that large equipment mobilizes so many people's work at a time, and has been practiced many times before. Everyone knows their tasks clearly and is busy in an orderly manner. The blower is still blowing, and the slag on the side has not been opened, but someone immediately pushed a bunch of bricks with a car, and then built a temporary slope bracket under the slag opening, and another group of people also moved 3.5 barrels of clay pipe, mounted on a temporary slope. One end of the pipeline was right at the slag entrance, but the other end was introduced into a pit a few meters away, which was used to hold liquid slag. Although these slags are waste, they are suitable as the basis for paving roads after cooling, and can even be used to make bricks. It is considered waste utilization. After the pipeline was erected, the Big Mouth and another person, each of whom took a copper hook, pulled out a taller brick on the side, and the bright red sticky liquid slag rushed out of the gap. The slags were red and took a lot of heat. After the pipeline flowed 1 or 2 meters, the floating on the top layer began to cool down, slowly showing black, just like the gravel floating on the magma. When it finally flows into the earth in the pit, it basically solidifies immediately. After putting the slag for a while, there was not much left, and Luo Chong began to order iron again. Immediately, someone dragged the bronze crucible with a crane, stopped steadily at the position of the iron outlet, and then stuck the wheel with broken bricks to prevent the car from moving, causing iron water to splash. The Big Mouth once again hooked out the refractory bricks on the other side of the iron mouth. A small square gap immediately revealed that no doubt, the orange-yellow iron water ran out, just in the crucible parked below, and several people stood a few meters outside. I am afraid of being burned by this high-temperature iron water. Luo Chong also stood next to his Big Mouth and gave him all the processes with heart, so he deliberately pointed out, Big Mouth, the most important thing for iron smelting is the control of temperature and timing, but we can't measure the temperature yet. We can only judge how high the temperature is by observing the color of the iron water, so you have to observe carefully and remember what changes have taken place in the color of iron water. The next time you refine iron, you know what to do in every step. Yes, leader, I remember. He nodded in his mouth and knew that the leader's skills were definitely the most powerful and guaranteed, but Luo Chong said solemnly. He also stared at the iron water intently, trying to remember the color of the iron water. Well, don't stare at it all the time, it will blind your eyes when the time is long, just remember the color. Luo Chong looked at him silly, he kept staring, and even reminded that there are no goggles at this time, and staring at the iron water must hurt his eyes. After a while, the iron water was finally drained, the stove was completely empty, and the bronze crucibles were filled with iron water, not many, just a tank. After all, the size of the stove and the total amount of feed are all calculated. The orange-yellow iron water began to drop without the addition of new iron water, and the temperature was slightly converted to orange reduced, but it was not very obvious. The characteristics of the metal iron, such as iron, were hot and scattered, but slow. After melting into liquid, it will not freeze quickly. At this time, Luo Chong brought another car of prepared fine iron ore powder. Someone immediately took a wooden shovel and added it, 1 shovel, 2 shovels. The Big Mouth also took out an iron rod with wooden handle and put it in the crucible to start stirring. This step is to stir steel, but Luo Chong doesn't know what color it becomes is steel. He only needs to be cooked iron, so he had to the extent permitted, add iron ore powder to it as much as possible. Add a shovel once and wait for the bright yellow iron water to become red. Although it can continue to be added, Luo Chong is worried that the temperature drops too low will affect the casting, so he immediately stopped and began to direct them to pull the crucible over cast. The first to cast is 2 croissants. This is a necessary tool for ironing. Nothing must be cast out of the anvil first. After the 2 anvil molds were filled, they were dragged to the side to cool down, and then someone immediately moved the scrap molding mold in the iron pot, and the Big Mouth also brought 2 large spoons made of crucibles, used to scoop iron water. The 2 tall and powerful clan took the spoon and scooped out a spoon from the iron water. A spoon weighed more than a dozen pounds. The work of serving the iron spoon is still very physical. Most people cannot do it. A scoop of red iron water was poured into the mold, and the color quickly dimmed down. The person next to the control mold also pressed down the upper half of the mold. The iron water was squeezed by a dent and convex mold. It became the shape of the pot. Moreover, after the iron water squeezed, the heat dissipation area also increased dozens of times, and the temperature quickly dropped, and began to solidify into dark red solids. At this time, the pot was formed, and the long-awaited clan immediately turned the mold over, buckled the solid iron pot in a soft sand and let it cool naturally. After that, the process was repeated constantly. A row of iron pot presses kept working. The two big men were holding iron spoons back and forth to pour iron water on each mold. The iron water in the crucible was also rapidly consuming. Soon there will be not much left. There are two models in the iron pot, one size and one small, which are specially made for the stove platform of the Han tribe. The hemisphere shape and the pot are turned out to form a 3 cm wide horizontal pot edge, which can be directly sitting on the stove's reserved hole. The thickness of the entire pot wall is about 45 mm. The weight of a pot is about 10 pounds, and the pot is less than 10 pounds. After these pots are completely cooled, they will pour sand into the crucible, and then use a shovel to fry the sand back and forth, polishing the inner wall of the pot. When the stove is large, the amount of iron produced is naturally high. There are dozens of people directly involved in iron smelting. There are hundreds of people who assist in the work. This stove will have about 2 tons of output, except for the casting. A major anvil of hundreds of pounds, the rest is made into an iron pot. In the last count, the total number of large and small together is less than 200, which is not enough for the Han tribe to use. But everyone is tired of today's day's work and can only do it temporarily. Luo Chong told the clan to continue to polish the iron pot, and then explained the big mouth. After the blast furnace is completely cooled, check if there are any damages to the various parts. If there are bad places, it should be repaired in time to avoid the next accident. The big mouth also readily agreed. After practicing the iron for a day, Luo Chong stared and felt tired, so he went out and walked slowly to the edge of the diversion river. In the early winter season, the water level of the river dropped a lot, but the water mill on the shore of the diversion river, the mill is still turning, just because the water volume has decreased, not as fast as before. Luo rushed into the mill and asked the people of several jobs about the output of iron ore powder. When he learned that the storage in these months should be enough for 2 ovens, he let go of his heart. Several working people don't often see Luo Chong. When they see the leader, they can't help but say a few more words. They and Luo Chong boast about how good and magical the water wheel is. Luo Chong also smiled. Water wheels are very easy to use, especially in the south, where the water is large and will not freeze. It can run endlessly throughout the year, but it will not work here in the Han tribe. At most 1 month later, the river will start to freeze. At that time, it is impossible to use a mill again. Luo rushed out of the mill, and the cold north wind rose, making him unable to beat a lot of verbose, hurriedly tightening the animal skin clothes on his body. But when he remembered the wind, Luo conflict came again with inspiration, and the water in winter would freeze. But the wind is very big. If you build a windmill, won't you be able to work in winter? Moreover, the natural power of wind is available all year round, more convenient than water wheels. At least there is no need to consider the issue of site selection. Water wheels can't be built away from the river, but windmills can be built everywhere. As long as there is wind, it will work, especially in winter. After thinking of the countermeasures, Luo Chong immediately ran back to the carpentry team, found 2 long wooden stick crosses, and then tied them together with rope. Then used the rattan into a 4-square frame, and asked someone to go to the warehouse to get 4. The sack was wrapped in the rattan frame and made into 4 fan leaves. The wooden barrels and stakes of the carpentry group looked at Luo Chong's strange move, knowing that the leader must be doing something new again, but they still didn't see the use of this strange thing until Luo Chong put this cross-shaped fan blade in after the horizontal wooden shelf. The fan blades are facing the north, affected by the wind, and quickly turned, but fell to the ground without turning a few laps. Luo Chong put the fan bladder up again, and then found a rope to tie the fan blades to the shelf. The fan blade turned again. Although the twisted, it still turned, which made the entire carpentry team stared. The leader wants to put this thing on the machine, drive the gear to turn, and make something like a water wheel mill? The wooden barrel first realized Luo Chang's intentions. Others hadn't thought about it yet, but after such a reminder, such a device was quickly simulated in their heads. They couldn't help but cast the ground into the head's brain. They were also blown by the wind every day. Can't think of it. Yeah, our water wheels will stop in a month, the river will freeze in winter, and the mill will have no way to work, but the wind in winter is very strong. If we can use these winds, we can continue to do many things, so I came up with such a thing. This thing is for you. You have participated in the construction of a water wheel and you know the usage of the gear. Now when you say this thing, you should understand what I mean. Luo Chang explained to them. The wisdom of the leader is really unparalleled, and such things can be imagined. In the future, not only can we use natural water for power, but now we can use even the invisible wind. It is called a water wheel pushed by water. Should this kind of wind blowing be called a windmill? The wooden barrel admired. That's right, it's a windmill. You can understand the principle of this. I will quickly think of a detailed production method. You will build it by then. I will learn it by then. I think if this windmill is built well, it must be better to use than a water wheel and more widely used. After all, as long as there is wind, this thing will not be built on the shore. Luo Chang said. Well, this is indeed the case. Regardless of the weather impact, windmills have advantages over water wheels. Water wheels can only be built according to water, but most natural rivers are not suitable for the construction of water wheels. If you dig artificial rivers, it will take time. It is more cost-effective to build windmills. The stake was also analyzed aside. Well, that's it. All right, what should you do? I'll go back and think about what to do with this thing, and I'll tell you when I think about it. Luo Chang went home after he finished speaking. Lying on a warm kong, the room was very dim, the windows and doors were temporarily added, the wooden boards for the gate, the vines for the windows, and the strictness of the outdoor light blocking. Now the Han tribe has no paper, and it is difficult to make a light-transmitting window. Thinking of this, Luo Chang sighed deeply, and the days will grow in the future. He has a long way to go. There are a lot of things waiting to be done by himself. These are too eager to come slowly. In the following days, Luo Chang led the metallurgical team to refine 2 furnaces of iron, and consumed the materials stored in the previous months, but also got a lot of iron ingots, and a small amount of steel ingots made by steel filling. The number of iron pots is also enough. After meeting the needs of the Han tribe, there are dozens of iron pots left as reserves, or they can also be used as goods, and more iron is stored as iron ingots. Without continuing to study the iron problem for the time being, Luo Chang quickly plunged into the carpentry group and spent a few days with a group of carpenters to make a windmill model that is as high as humans. Although this model is small, it should be there are all the power axes, transmission axes, and wooden gears inside, which are carefully calculated and reduced in proportion. The new project started, but the manpower of the Han tribe carpentry group was not enough. Because there was nothing to do in winter, a large number of people were idle. Luo Chang began to recruit a second batch of carpenters in the tribe to produce more wooden products. In addition, with iron, professional blacksmiths have also been selected, and the technical talent training of the Han tribe has gradually opened the curtain. The windmill was invented to have a revolutionary significance for the Han tribe. It is very useful, not only for polishing flour. In fact, it is only a way to provide power. It depends on the specific situation. To determine, such as ironing. Ironing is a very tiring job. The sledgehammer keeps knocking. When it is smashed, it is endless. It is very physical, but it is much better to have an automatic forging hammer. For example, the West Han period has been invented with a hydraulic hammer. Now Luo Chang just wants to change the hydraulic force to wind. However, this is not a device that can be built in a day or two. At present, if you want to hit iron, you can only knock with a hammer, and the Han tribe does not yet have a blacksmith, so the first group of people can only teach themselves. Carpenters don't have to worry about Luo Chang. The Han tribe already has a lot of carpenters. Newcomers must start with apprentices and only be responsible for sawing wood. The iron drilling project started, and the blacksmith shop was quickly built next to the blast furnace. It was a shed built with bricks and logs. It was temporary and had to be relocated after the wind forging hammer was built. However, although the sparrow is small and full of wounds, some guys are not short of it. Brick stoves, wooden bellows, an anvil made of cylinders, with a focus on hundreds of pounds of anvil, plus 2A hammer, a sink used to quench, and several copper tongs are basically these. The Iron Apprentice is also in place. It is a few savages who joined the Han tribe before. There is also a guy called Game who was rushing to his right bone. This guy later followed his big mouth to learn copper smelting. Now he started to play iron with Luo Chong. Since there is now ripe iron and steel, Luo Chong is ready to build his own weapon, the sword. Swords are inherent in ancient times. The peak era is the Han dynasty. That is the most brilliant era of swords and the era of the decline of swords. This is not to say that the performance of swords is not good, but because the cost is too expensive and not suitable for a large amount of equipment. So it was quickly replaced by a knife. After all, it is also a straightforward one-sided blade that saves more effort. The sword that Luo Chong wants to make is the most typical 8-faced Chinese sword of Han Dai. This name is taken from the cross-section of the sword. The cross-section is a flat octagon, which means that there are 8 sides in the sword body. The biggest feature of this sword is relatively thick, just right, or wrong. It can be used for stabbing and friction, and it is also very resilient and not easy to break. This is also a feature of the Han sword. However, these characteristics must also be determined according to the materials. If you want to make the sword body resilient, you must build the sword tire with ripe iron, and finally wrap the edge with steel to make the long sword sharp and unyielding. Luo Chong personally selected a piece of cooked iron and heated it in the stove. The apprentice next to it immediately pulled up the bellows to soften the iron ingot. After burning for a while, I used the pliers to clamp the iron ingots, knocked on the anvil, Luo Zhuang hammer, and the game was next to the sledgehammer, and each hammer followed Luo Chong's landing point. He smashed a hammer, slowly stretched the iron ingot, and then folded it. In order to maintain the toughness of the sword tire, it is not necessary to fold too many times, only 3 times repeatedly. It can be used 2 layers at a time, 4 layers at a time, and 3 8 layers. This folding layer is very suitable for the ferocity. Too much is easy to break. The last knocked sword tire is 1 foot long and thick. This is not the final form. It is just a prototype. After the sword tire is ready, it is necessary to wrap steel at the edge of the blade. Because the sword is a double-sided blade, it is necessary to wrap a piece. When a piece of steel ingot was red, it was smashed into a slender strip, then on the edge of the anvil, and then folded and forged, and finally made into 2-corner steel, and then placed in the stove with the sword tire. Heat. When packing steel, you must first sprinkle some boron sands at the glued position to eliminate the oxides and impurities on the metal surface, so that the metals can be better connected together, and then wrap the 2-corner steel on both sides of the sword tire to form a 1 shape. After repeated beatings, stretching, and finally smashing the sword body into a long strip shape with a blade length of 108 centimeters, the thickness of the sword ridge is about 1 cm, the width is about 3.5 centimeters, the front and back width is about 3 centimeters wide, and the handle is slender. The flat iron opened 3 holes above and finally fixed with copper rivets. The handrail of the sword is also called the jianquo, which is the boundary between the blade and the handle. The handguard of the sword is called jiantan. The name is different, but the function is the same. The sword pavilion of this long sword is made of alloy of copper and tin. It is wax-lost method. It is engraved with a dragon pattern and can be directly placed on the handle of the sword. It needs to be installed when it is finally assembled. After the long sword is formed, it is not immediately quenched. It is necessary to grind the sword body to the desired shape while the sword body is not particularly hard. After finalizing, it will be quenched to increase its hardness, and then it will be fine. Blade. This cannot be done in 2 days a day. Since the sword was formed, Luo Kongfu spent 5 or 6 days at home. For this reason, he also cast a beacon ruler with bronze to measure the data of various parts. A long sword with symmetry up and down. After the sword was first grounded, it was quenching, but it should be noted that the quenching here does not require earth-burning blade technology. The purpose of the earth-burning blade is to achieve a difference in the blade and the blade body hardness by cooling time. However, this was originally a long sword made with a steel-coated process, and this goal has been achieved, so it is no problem to directly clean the sword. After quenching, I grind out the blade, and finally assemble it. The sword handle is put on the sword pavilion, and then the sword handle is put on. The material of the sword handle is extremely luxurious. It is the only ivory of the Han tribe that is currently used, or the cannibal ape breaks from the mouth of Ash Mountain, and was later picked up by Luo Chong and stayed until now, just to make weapons. Sword handle. The shape of the sword's handle is an oval cylinder, which is hollow inside and carved with pattern on the outside. It also drilled 3 holes in the corresponding part, plugged them together, and then took the copper rivet to pull the 3 holes together. The production of the sword is completed. This sword is very long, and the handle is relatively long. It is suitable for holding hands, which is easy to cut the hair, and the center has a wide position in front of the sword cabinet. One-handed sword is also more flexible, and it is very easy to pick up. As a sword symbolizing the status of leader, this sword also has a loud name, Tianzi Fury. Heaven was angry, ambushed by millions, and bleeding thousands of miles, symbolizing absolute kingship and dominating the life and death of the world. The name of the sword is engraved on the sword in front of the sword cabinet with a letter embellishment, and it is made into 3 gold words. Although it is troublesome and luxurious, it is not too luxurious because it is Luo Chong's sword. After all, it is a symbol of status. Certainly not the same as big road goods. The scabbard of Tianzi's angry is made of black iron wood in the original settlement of the tree tribe. The wood is hard and the color is dark. The 2 long wood chips are stuck together and fixed with a copper ring. It is worth noting that the scabbard of this Han sword has a waist hang. This is not available to Han Dai. The waist hanging thing was invented from the Tang dynasty. Before the Tang dynasty, all swords could only be held by hand, or directly plugged into the belt. It is inconvenient to carry. Later in the Tang dynasty, the swordsman began to put a waist hang on the sheath, so that the sword could hang on the waist side, greatly liberating his hands. Now the TV series is very inexplicable, and the props are not paying attention to these. Something came out and misled a large number of people. Although Luo Chong made the Han sword, he was not a fool. He clearly had more advanced technology instead of using it, so he had to abuse himself, so all the swords produced by the Hohan tribe would be loaded with wastes. The people of the clan have no concept of iron weapons, but they have heard Luo Chong say that iron weapons are better than bronze, but they have never seen it. Luo Chong had to show them with Tianzi's anger. The first and most important point is resilience, which is not available in bronze. Luo Chong deliberately asked people to move 2 city bricks, put the sword rack on it, and then stood on the flying sword by themselves. Bent into a large arc, but after Luo rushes to lift his feet, the sword body will bounce straight in an instant, stunned by a group of onlookers. Next is the sharpness test. This experiment cannot directly cut people. Luo Chong had to bring a sheep over and then wield a sword to cut the sheep's head. The sword shadow flashed, the sheep's head flew up, and the blood in the cavity splashed 5 steps away. Once again, the onlookers were shocked. The sheep had such thick fur and were all led by a sword lord. If they were replaced by a bare human neck, I was afraid it would be worse than the death of the sheep. Chief, this iron-made sword, why is it so powerful? If all of our soldiers have one, it is estimated that one person can hit 10. The rat said in surprise. Yeah, leader, can we also have such a sword? The big tree also asked very greedily. He was the first leader to follow Luo Chong, and he was the most qualified to ask this. Similarly, this is also the most concerned issue for everyone. Such a good weapon can be called a peerless soldier. No one wants to get a hand. It shouldn't work. I think the leader took a few people to make this sword. It took a month. If our tribe uses this sword, when should we go? The elders looked at Luo Chong's sword-making process and knew more about it, pouring cold water directly on everyone. Yes, the sword is indeed more difficult to do, but you former leaders will also have it. For the rest of the ordinary fighters, we can only equip them with easy-to-made knives, that is, only one blade weapon. The rest of the people, who want the sword, must do a great job for the tribe before I can reward anyone with a sword. But you don't have to dislike the single-edged knife. I've made a sample of the ring-head knife. You can also see that the overall performance is no worse than the long sword, but there is only one missing blade. But this is not people who use swords are safer because double-edged swords can easily hurt themselves. Game, show us the ring-head knife we made. Luo Chong wiped the blood stains of the sword body, and explained to everyone the problem of the distribution of the sword. Finally, he called the game to show the cordon knife. Although this straight knife is called the ring-head knife, In addition to the iron ring with the handle, the ring-head knife with Han Dynasty is not a thing at all. Instead, it looks like a Tangyan knife. In fact, Luo Chong is indeed in accordance with Tangyan knife's process. Some people say that the ring-head knife is very powerful. Why do you want to make a Tangyan knife? It depends on how you compare. The ring-head knife was indeed excellent during the West Han period. It was made with a folding of bane steel. The blade has a small angle and an unusually sharp point. It was indeed a priest who was proud of the world at that time, but the ring-head knife also had many shortcomings that needed improvement. Before the Han Dai, there was no one to use a knife. Only in the West Han period began to make single-edged knives. Therefore, the ring-head knife was the originator of the future sword, but it was very primitive and rudimentary. The ring-head knife is actually a bare, bladed iron strip. There is no knife on it. It is rudimentary and outrageous. It is easy to attack the hand holding the knife by the enemy in the hack. This is a fatal problem. Major shortcomings. In addition, it is the raw material of the ring-head knife. In history, the ring-head knife is made of 100 smelted steel, but that is only a single material. The performance is completely impossible to compare with the composite sandwich steel process of the Tangyan knife. It is all not available in the ring-head knife. It really means that the peak of the knife can only be the Tangyan Jiao. This ring-head knife is made of a steel clamp process, 2 pieces of ripe iron used in the blade body, and then a steel strip is pinched at the edge position. The blade is also a geometric knife head unique to the Tangyan Bao. When quenching, it is made with a sharp edge of the finished product. It is easier to make than a sword, and it is most suitable for a lot of equipment. The whole blade is 85 centimeters long, and it is a relatively long short weapon. The handle is slightly longer. It can be mastered by one hand and both hands. The weight is also moderate. The center of gravity is relatively high, which is very conducive to hacking. The back of the knife is also very thick, and it is a centimeter of thickness. The angle of the blade is also very unique. Without Han Dai's ring head, the angle of the blade is small, but it is thinner than the blade of the Tang crossblade. There are also 2 blood tanks depressed inward on both sides of the knife ridge. When it comes to this, the function of the blood tank should be emphasized. This is not for bleeding or transporting air into the wound. Those are rumors. In fact, the real use of the blood tank is to strengthen the blade body and play a role in strengthening the tendons, making the knife less likely to break. The material of the knife handle is an oval made of cork. There is no carving on it, but it is covered with a layer of pearlfish and fish skin bought from the Fork tribe. This kind of fish skin is very frictional, flexible, and very suitable for covering the handle of the knife. Increase the comfort of the palm. Knife and tan are also cast with bronze. This is the ring-head knife that doesn't have at all. It was intentionally made by Luo Chong. It can make the hand holding the knife safer and not easily cut by the other party. The clan quickly took the ring-head knife again and tested it one by one according to Luo Chong's test method. It was found that, as the leader said, the ring-head knife was not weaker than the Han sword, but more prominent in the chopping ability. Some people even prefer this ring-head knife a little more. When the first month of winter passed, the Han tribe made only one sword, but other construction was quite rapid, such as ramming the earth's walls. The process of ramming soil is simple and practical. The earliest urban wall construction in my country is all made of rammed soil. It only takes 80 people to ram out of the 6-meter-high and 800-meter-long city in 7 days. The walls are so ridiculous to build fast, but the walls are different from the Han tribe, and the walls are only 1 meter thick. The gap between the amount of engineering and the Han tribe is very large, so the Han tribe is not as fast as they are. The city side of the Han tribe is 400 meters long, which contains the thickness of the wall. The original plan was 4 meters wide and 2 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The soil used was all soil dug from the moat. However, after rushing calculations, the soil is still a bit useless, and then the bottom width of the wall is doubled, making the wall's angle too slow. Not very good for defense. In order to take these issues into account, Luo Chong finally changed the wall to a 3-meter wide area, a 2-meter-5 wide width, and a 7-meter-5 high city wall during construction. This is done to reduce the amount of soil. The second is to increase the verticality of the wall. It is more difficult for the enemy to climb the wall when it sieges the city. It also indirectly increases the height of the wall and the area of the wall. Many people, or placing some large defensive equipment, such as heavy weapons such as bed crossbows. There are only more than 200 slaves involved in the construction of the Han tribe, and some fighters are responsible for supervision, and this is the first time they have built a building like a city wall. It is not very skilled. Fortunately, with the ramming car invented by Luo Wen, the construction speed is only a little faster. Now, after months of hard work, the city wall has finally reached the stage of capping. The wall is said to be 7 meters high, but the actual height of the rammed is only 6 meters high, and the remaining 1 meter 5 will be covered with a layer of 20 centimeters thick urban bricks, and there will be 1 meter 3. Add the arrow stack to go. From the outside, the highest point is 7 meters and 5, in fact, there are only more than 6 meters. That was to protect the soldiers on the city wall. The current construction progress is enough to ram the earth. The tiles on the top of the wall are being laid, and the battles. There is a city gate in the middle of the 4 walls. The city gate is 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. It is a vertical rectangle. There are 3 doors inside and outside. 2 solid woods with 10 centimeters thick doors open. There is a 30 centimeters thick solid wood hanging bridge. After it is put away, it will stick to the outer city wall, and it can also be used as a door. There is also an urban building above the city gate, which is the castle. This castle is not big, only 5 meters long, and the width is 2 meters and 5. It is the same as the width of the top of the wall. It is only 1 floor with 2 winches installed. Used to hold the suspension bridge, the height of the entire city building plus the castle is a total of 10 meters high. On both sides of the city gate, there is also a staircase close to the city wall. The staircase is 1 meter wide and 2 meters wide. It can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In this way, if someone is up and down at the same time, it will not be blocked because it is not wide enough. It is convenient for soldiers to quickly go up and down the city wall. The cap of the city wall makes Luo Chong very happy. The tall city wall can bring a sense of security to the people. The people are also cheering and living in such an indestructible city, making them feel extremely proud and happy. Eat and wear without fear of foreign enemies. In this era, it is undoubtedly a life like a fairy. With the gradual formation of the city wall, most of the people who have nothing to do have joined the construction team. They look forward to the early completion of the city wall, except for some pregnant women, and women who stay at home to watch children. The rest of the tribe A brain joins the final cover job, moves bricks, and builds the arrows of the arrows. The newly added apprentices of the carpentry group are also looking for suitable wood production gates and suspension bridges in the wood storage area. The enthusiasm for work is very high. They are personally involved in the construction of the city, which also gives them a sense of accomplishment. Luo Chong was not idle. He found the lame, and customized 8 oversized bricks with him, with the sculpture of the script fonts, Hanyang, which were placed directly above the 4 gates. That is the name of the first city of the Han tribe, Hanyang City. This name represents the city of the Han tribe, and the second is taken from the sun, representing the supremacy of the Han tribe, and the rise of the sun. The fast-growing Han tribe is like the rising sun. Will get higher and higher. More than a dozen days later, and by mid-February of winter, all the construction of the city wall was completed, including stairs and castles, as well as suspension bridges and wooden doors on all sides. In a month and a half, there was a heavy snowfall, and the thickness of the snow in the city square was only 10 centimeters. Compared with the 2 snows last year, it was not very large and did not affect the process of building the Han tribe. After the city wall was completely completed, Luo Chong arranged new tasks for more than 200 slaves and continued to build warehouses and farms. Although the sky was relatively cold, Luo Kong did not have a kind heart for these heterogeneous people. It is also a slave. It's too wasteful to raise. And although Luo Chong forced them to work hard, the benefits they deserve were not deducted. Each of these slaves had enough animal skin to cover the whole body. They could eat 3 meals a day, and the white salt was even more abundant. They eat it, but the broth is still enough. In the cold winter, it is also a matter of happiness to drink a bowl of hot broth, which has not been eaten in their original cannibal tribe. Therefore, these slaves are more obedient and honest. Anyway, they have food to work, and they will be beaten if they don't work. It's impossible to escape, especially after they have built the city walls in person. Every city gate is guarded. Even if they don't have shackles, it's impossible to rush out of the city gate. This tall city wall is a haven for the Han tribe, but for these slaves, it is an insurmountable cage. In a month and a half, the carpentry group's windmill was almost prepared. A total of 2 groups were made and could be installed on a building as large as a warehouse. There are 4 fan blades in the windmill. Each fan leaf is 1 meter wide and 5 meters high. When sackcloth is not installed, it looks like a huge ladder. In fact, it is similar to a ladder. People can indeed follow the skeleton of the fan blade. Climb up. The leaf will be covered with a linen with a meter wide, with pulleys and ropes to control the rise and fall of the linen. Just like the sails, when the windmill needs to turn, the linen is raised for a ride, and when it is not needed, it will come down. The empty fan skeleton cannot go for a ride, and it will stop turning. The first windmill room was built next to the blast room. 2 windmills were installed on it, one to power the forging hammer and the other to power the stone mill, which allowed the Han tribe to continue grinding ore powder in winter. The cold wind is raging on the earth, but many people of the Han tribe are swinging in the cold wind, deliberately running around to watch these 2 windmills. The windmill, the turn of yo-yo, the scenery here is so beautiful, the sky is beautiful, the ground is beautiful, and there are a group of happy friends coughing. Wow, mother, look at it. The windmill is turning fast. The leader is so powerful that he can make this kind of thing. Wrapped up like a plush toy, he jumped his feet in front of the windmill and shouted to his mother. Yeah, you're still young, you can learn more from the leader in the future, and you will be able to help the leader by then. Maybe you can study something yourself, but the mother knows that the leader's reward for the people who invented things is particularly high. If you can make something powerful in the future, you may be able to wear that tin crown, and be a captain or something. The sick mother also rubbed his head to encourage. Well, I know that the leader taught us to learn Chinese characters. I learned it seriously. The leaders praised me for being smart. I will definitely be as powerful as the leader in the future. Go seriously and say that the little eyes are full of confidence and fighting spirit. The windmill ran for 2 days, was very stable, and there were no failures. The people of the clan gradually calmed down from the beginning of interest, leaving only some children who had nothing to do, and occasionally ran out to watch. At the end of the trial operation, Luo Chong immediately issued an order to continue the construction of the windmill. This time it was still the same 2 groups of windmills, but it was built for the carpentry group. It was also a wood processing plant of the Han tribe. With the power of the windmill, several wind sonnets can be greatly accelerated, and more bottom manpower can be saved from the carpentry group. Liberate apprentices who only saw wood to do other things. The structure of the sawmill is not very complicated. It is only through the crank, the circular motion of the windmill is transformed into a reciprocal movement, and the saw bar is pulled back and forth to achieve the purpose of sawing wood. It is necessary to mention here that the sawn strips of the sawmill are all made of steel, all of which are long sawed strips with the same specifications, not round saws, because the speed of the round saw is to reach the speed of sawing wood. Relying on the windmill and gear to change the crane is more strenuous than teaching, and the magnitude of shaking will certainly be great. So Luo Chong finally decided to use a saw bar for upper and lower exercise. There are 4 sawmills, and each windmill drives 2 of which are dedicated to sawing wooden boards. A vertical blade is installed on both sides of the main axis of the windmill. The blade is a frame type and can be installed vertically. A large row of saw strips can be adjusted to adjust the distance between the saws according to the thickness of the required board. The chain of sawn strips divides all the sawn strips into 2 groups, and the 2 groups of saw strips are installed alternately. When working, one group is under one group. As long as the log is pushed into the blade, the board comes out from the other side. Very labor-saving, as long as 2 or 3 people are responsible for looking at the machine and sending wood inside. The other windmill is connected to 2 single sawing platforms, divided into 2 layers up and down. The lower layer can be used to cut off large logs. The upper layer can be used as a platform saw to make some special wooden strips or wooden squares. You can also use a ruler to saw a shape that meets a specific angle. Of course, there is also a reason for building this windwood processing plant first. The residential houses of the Han tribe have no doors and windows until now, because no one has time to saw so many wooden strips. But after the completion of this processing plant, with the rapid output of basic wood, the Han tribe can quickly process it, whether it is making furniture decorations, ship vehicles, or wooden machinery. A group of blacksmiths were instructed to build sonnets, and the carpenter group was instructed how to make sawmills. Luo Chang was also busy with other things soon. That is to make oil extraction equipment. The Han tribe currently stores so many oil fruits. But now there is no crushing equipment to produce, and there are more and more wood products, but the longan used as paint has not yet landed. Therefore, the development of squeezing equipment is also on the agenda. The process of vegetable oil squeezing is basically the same. First, the fruits containing vegetable oil are ground into powder, then they are cooked in the crucifixion. In the process, the fried powder is wrapped in cloth or grass, and finally after physical squeezing, the oil contained in it is squeezed out, and the most important thing in this process is squeezing. If you want to get a high oil rate, you need to be strong enough, and if you want to increase the pressure, there are only two ways. One is to increase the weighting to increase the pressure, and the other is to reduce the area of stress and make the pressure on the same weight. Under the conditions of enlargement, such simple physical knowledge has been learned in junior high school, and there is no problem with the use of Luo Chang. The squeezing equipment was built in a new warehouse built by the slaves, named Luo Chang as the oil workshop. The oil workshop was divided into 3 areas, which were processed into 3 different vegetable oils. One was peanut oil, the other was taurin oil, and the other was paint oil. Similarly, each area also has independent stone mills, stoves, fried pots, and oil presses. Although this looks wasteful, it is very safe. After all, tangian is poisonous and cannot be used with peanut oil. The same set of equipment. Although other painted fruit oils can be eaten, after all, its seeds are grown from the grass, so there are other uses of paint fruit oil, such as the use of oil as ink, supplemented with other ingredients. It is possible to make ink specifically for printing books, which is more important than turtle oil and peanut oil. The structure of the crushing device is also very simple. First, a bronze vertical barrel with a hole in the bottom and a diameter of 40 centimeters is cast with bronze, and then a brick is used to make a lever-style sledgehammer on it. You can also hang bricks on the giant wood to increase the weight of the pressure arm and allow the oil squeezing workers to flexibly control the pressure. In late February of winter, just as the Luo Chang guided the people to build the oil tower equipment, the gloomy sky again snowed. This time the snow was all day long, and the thickness of the snow in the city square also reached a foot thick. Such heavy snow is nothing to the well-prepared Han tribe, but for those small tribes with only dozens of people, it is extremely difficult. Lack of food, and shortage of fuel, forcing them to go out. When they encountered such a situation in previous years, they generally went out to hunt, but this winter they had a new choice, that is, the market of the Han tribe. Although I don't know if the winter can't open, I only have to see it in person. Do you know if there is any, maybe it is hope of living? Speaking of the market of the Han tribe, since Luo Chang decided to use animal skin as a general transaction, the current reserves of the Han tribe are very rich. With the satisfaction of all ethnic groups, the Han tribe can also use idle animal skin to make some luxury goods. That is the cowhide drum. There was only one cowhide drum during the sacrifice last spring. Now there are 8 of the same specifications, which are placed on both sides of the 4 castles, which are used as warning tools for urban defense. A total of more than a dozen soldiers were assigned to the 4 gates. Guards, 4 at each gate. 2 people burned fire in the castle to keep warm, and the other 2 patrolled the wall. It will rotate once in a while. It is impossible to fight. Such a tall city wall means that there are enemies to attack, and they will not come up unless the other party has a ladder, but Luo Chang has not heard of any tribe who has built a ladder, so these city defense fighters say it is just a decoration. It just keeps the door open. On the 7th day after the second heavy snow in winter, Luo Chang was pouring a large iron pot for the foundry with a big mouth, and the drums at the south gate of the Han tribe suddenly sounded, and the drums of the dong 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 spread throughout the city of Hanyang. When Luo was shocked and he was wondering what was going on in his heart, he listened to the drums, and only knocked. There are 2 drums on each gate of Seoul City. When encountering an enemy attack, it is necessary to knock on both sides. If only a small number of people come to the city and judge that the other party is not an enemy, then they can only knock on one side. This is Luo Chang the rules set before, so through the drums, Luo Chang can judge the situation outside the city. You continue to cast pots, not enemies coming outside. Don't worry, I will go to the south gate to see. Yes, we know, the leader is careful. Luo Chang told his big mouth to take up his sword and go straight to the south gate. He climbed to the city building. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the leader coming, they stopped drumming. What's wrong? Why drumming? What are the few people in the city doing? Luo rushed up the city wall, and looked down from the arrow stack, and found 8 strangers wandering outside the south gate, looking up at the city upstairs with their heads. Chief, those few people have just arrived. Just turned around and saw someone on the city wall. They were competing with us. It seemed that they were going to trade. I heard them shouting at the market. A soldier explained to Luo Chong. Trading? Big Winter still comes to trade? I don't think they brought anything. What did they trade? Luo Chong took a look at his head again and said in doubt. We don't know, so I don't know if I want to open the door. The soldier answered. Open the door and put the suspension bridge down. For these people, there is no big wave. Luo Chong thought about it and said to several soldiers. Yes, leader. Several soldiers heard the order, hurriedly turned the winch to put the suspension bridge down, and then followed Luo Chong down the city wall, preparing to open the door and ask about the situation. The 8 people outside the city are soldiers sent by a small tribe of less than 100 people. They have also been to the market of the Han tribe before. Because the price of the Han tribe is too expensive, they can't get much animal skin. There is no specialty that Luo Chong can see, so there is no deal, come here to see and leave. But now there is a serious shortage of food reserves in their tribe, they can only stick to the moon at most. They originally wanted to go hunting and dig out some hibernating animals to fill the hunger. But suddenly a heavy snow covered the entire earth. There is no way, and finally I want to think about it, so I have to come to the Han tribe to try my luck and seek some help. But they were a bit dumbfounded when they first arrived at the Han tribe. They had been to the market once in autumn. At that time, the city wall had just started construction. Only one circle of moat was more striking. Now, the moat was already frozen. But a tall city wall pulled up. If it was not found that there was a hanging bridge in front of the city wall protruding outside the city wall, they almost did not find the gate. After careful observation, I saw that there was someone on this tall building, and it was still a hairdresser. Only then did they determine that there was no wrong place. After the exchanges between the two sides, the drums of dong 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 dang dong quickly remembered, and almost did not scare these people away. If it was not for the tribe to continue to survive, maybe they really ran directly. This Han tribe was too scary. Strange things everywhere. Several people waited for a while and found that the drums stopped, and the suspension bridge was slowly put down. The part blocked by the suspension bridge exposed a jugged gate. They only gathered in front of the suspension bridge after a while of surprise. Dare not pass. Inside the city wall, Luo Chong brought 4 warriors with copper spears into the door hole, unloaded the latch of the solid wooden door with thick legs, and squeaked half of the door. Only then carefully saw the 8 people outside. They were wearing leaking animal skin clothes, their nose and ears were frozen red, their hands and feet were covered with frostbite, and they were tremblingly standing at the other end of the suspension bridge with a stone spearbone gun, watching the rush and several soldiers at the gate of the city in fear. Luo Zhuang helped the long sword in his waist, beckoning them, signaling them in. A few people tempted to step on the suspension bridge, then came to the door, and handed over the weapon at Luo Chong's request before being brought into the city. Here, a group of people entered an empty house where no one lived, and everyone brought a bowl of broth for the slaves. Luo Chong began to ask them questions. Are you here to trade? What to trade? Didn't you bring anything worth exchanging? The leader of the Han tribe, this, is like this. Our tribe has little food. This year's snow is big and prey is not easy to find. So we want to borrow some food from the Han tribe. Although we have nothing to exchange now, with prey next year, it will definitely be returned to the Han tribe. You see if this works. A leading man rushed to Luo for tentative questioning. Haha, Luo Chong laughed directly. Did he even borrow food this year? When I was a kid, I only heard that the village borrowed salt to borrow soy sauce. Now I came across to borrow food. Is this thing borrowed? None of their tribes can support them, and expect them to have the remaining food next year? Joke. Borrowing is impossible. Although our Han tribe has enough food, it will not lend food to others, but I can understand your difficulties, let alone I will not help you. Well, don't you talk about trading? Then let's trade some food. It's okay to have no animal skin or specialty. Don't you still have people? Since your tribe can't support itself, then give these people to our Han tribe, and we will also give you some food. This not only reduces your burden, but also allows more reserves. Isn't it a double benefit? How about you think about it? The leader of the other party hesitated at once. He never thought that the Han tribe would propose such a solution. In this case, they had not studied it in the tribe beforehand, so they didn't know what to say. Of course, if the people of your tribe do not want to separate, I have a better way, that is, let you all join the Han tribe together. As long as you become a tribe of our Han tribe, a sturdy and warm house, inexhaustible food, and inexhaustible animal skins, all of you can have. How can you go back and discuss with the clan? If you agree, you can move immediately. Come. Luo Chong said to them again. We can't make a decision, but we will go back and tell the leader. I don't know if I disagree. Although I really want to stay with the Han tribe, you are so good here, I will definitely take the Han tribe. Tell the people that they believe they will like it too. The man led by the other party said. Well, it's good, then I won't keep you anymore. I hope you can make the right choice. If you want to come, the Han tribe will always welcome. After the conversation, Luo Chong stood up to deliver the guests, and the soldiers who guarded the city quickly released a few more people. One of the soldiers who did not leave stood beside Luo Chong and suddenly asked Luo, Chief, do you say they will agree to join the Han tribe? So they will come over? How do I know if they will come? But there must be someone among them who wants to come, and who doesn't want to live a better life. As for how they decide in the end, it has nothing to do with us. It doesn't matter if we come or not, we don't lack those people. Luo shook his head, leaving the soldier, turning around and returning to his big mouth, watching them cast iron pot. As for those people just now, Luo Chong didn't care at all, as he just said, it doesn't matter if you come to the Han tribe. It's not a Han tribe with only dozens of people. In the next days, the Han tribe was still undergoing rapid construction, and the equipment of the oil workshop was quickly completed. Luo Chong had already begun to squeeze tong oil with the people. The drying tong oil's heads were first ground into powder, and after being cooked in a large iron pan, they were wrapped in sack cakes one by one, and then put the wooden hammer hanging on it slowly down. Many large bricks on both sides of the hammer increase weight. The oil-laden wooden barrels are also placed at the oil outlet of the oil squeezing tank to receive the crushed tong oil. The newly squeezed tong oil actually looks no different from the color of soybean oil. The smell is unique to tongyu oil, otherwise it really cannot be separated. This kind of tongjian is called tong oil, and it is not the best to use it as varnishes. To say that it is the best effect, it must be said to be ripe tong oil. It is made by adding pine oil to the pine fat. The finished product is more sticky and the color has become deeper amber, which is used to make the best natural paint for furniture. However, pyrotechnic oil is not useless. Although it is not the best varnish material, it is no problem to use it as lamp oil. The emergence of tong yi immediately solved the illumination problem of the Han tribe. Although the oil lamp is not very bright, it has never been available. This is a good start. Before the Han tribe has a light transmitting window, the house can be put. A oil lamp has definitely brought great convenience to life. Now at night, the Han tribe is no longer dark, and can't see 5 fingers. Just when Luo Chong took the oil lamp and swiped his prestige in the tribe again, several people who came to borrow food also returned to the tribe. The eager people saw them return empty-handed, and they all showed disappointment. They are already on a diet. The days when there is only one meal every day are very difficult. Many people are trying to reduce consumption. Nestled in the earth house, like animal hibernation, looking forward to the early end of the cold winter. Why, did you not borrow food? Is the Han tribe unwilling to give it, or have you not found the Han tribe? The leader asked several people who came back. Chief, we have found the Han tribe, but there has been a change there. We have also seen the leader of the Han tribe, but he does not agree to lend us food, but he also said a way to let all our tribes join the Han tribe, so that you can get food that you can't finish. Next, the team leader said what he saw and heard about the Han tribe, but he concealed another option that Luo Chong said, that is, the trade of food with the population. This is the 8 people who went out to discuss on the way back. These adult men, they are the main force in the tribe who cannot be separated. Then if they really want to trade people with the Han tribe, they are most likely to be traded. Their women and children, this is what several people do not want to see. Rather than using their loved ones to exchange food, it is better for everyone to join the Han tribe directly. In order to avoid the tragedy of separation of wives, They simply concealed this matter and only told the leaders to join the Han tribe. One option. The leader was very surprised to hear the news. Later, he felt that the Han tribe was not a good tribe. He clearly had food that could not be eaten, but he was reluctant to lend them some, and threatened them to join the Han tribe. Such people are disgusting. Even if there are still many modern people, they feel that others are better than themselves. They should help themselves as if others helped themselves. It is just right, and once the request for help is rejected, he will scold you. Not a good person, there are too many such people. The final result is naturally conceivable. The leader did not agree to the unreasonable conditions of the Han tribe. He felt that his tribe is a big deal. No matter how difficult it is, he will be able to survive the winter and be firmly free from the threat of the Han tribe. The leader's decision was immediately spread in the tribe, and it turned out to have been reduced to 1 meal a day, and suddenly turned into 2 days before there was 1 meal, and he went out to find food every day in cold weather. The people of this lower family stopped. The life was hard enough, and now it is even more poor. Although the people of the ethnic group dare not speak out against the opinion of the leader, it is not very tasteful in their hearts. The leader originally thought that things had passed, but what he did not expect was that there was a collective defection in the tribe. It turned out that the 8 men who went to the Han tribe promoted what they saw and heard in the Han tribe among the people, as well as the benefits of joining the Han tribe, so that the people of the Dry tribe would always be happy. So under the planning of several people, they quickly attracted a group of people who were willing to follow them to the Han tribe. After everyone fell asleep one night, nearly half of the people in the entire tribe got up quietly, follow 8 people to escape at night, all the way to the Han tribe. In the 2 months, the bright moonlight shone on the snow covered the ground, making the whole world look less dark. The men and women of 42 people walked hard on the snow. There were several ignorant children in this group. They were all given up by the tribe, but now they have hope of living. They dare not set torches, afraid of being discovered by tribesmen, and in the cold wind, torches without grease are easily extinguished. They do not have much food, and the small amount of food they carry must be supplied to the children first. They are a group of people who do not want to give up children. The tribe's food is supervised by the leader and his cronies. This group of people can't steal it. They have to go out to find food every day. After they find it, they don't bring it back to the tribe. They just hid outside the tribe for a few days. Only then did they gather a small amount of capital to escape. A group of people walked the middle of the night with the wind and snow. Until the morning of the next day, they could not eat enough and their mobility fell. They packed up the food and ate a little for the children, and then continued on the road to escape. Taking half of the tribe, I believe the leader will be angry, and I don't know if the leader will make people chase. Fortunately, the ruthless wind, although blocking their way forward, also buried their footprints. Let them relax a little bit. In this way, after another day, no clan chased over. This is not because the leader did not find that the natural person who can become the leader is not a fool. He can easily guess that this group of people chose to join the Han tribe, but these people there is not much food to be taken away, and the remaining food is enough to allow the rest of the people to spend the winter safely. This is why the leader has no choice to pursue. Besides, even if you really chase and catch up, it's not necessary who wins or loses. There are no fewer people running away than the leader. Even if you can really chase them back, can you kill them all? Of course impossible, but leave them not only to consume food, but also to beware of running away again. Once this person's heart is wild, as long as he is not dead, there will be another day to escape, so the leader simply stopped chasing. There was no pursuit behind, but these people who escaped couldn't hold on. There was no campfire to heat, there was no hot food to eat, and they couldn't hold on for long. The last group of people decided to send 2 people to the Han tribe for rescue. Others stood in place, looking for some firewood to heat, and looking for some food to be hungry, must live strong. This is a week. 5 days later, 2 people seeking rescue arrived in the city of the Han tribe, frozen all night at the gate of the city, and was discovered by the soldiers in the city the next morning. When people opened the city gate to get the 2 into it, one of them was frozen and comatose, and the other person spent a lot of effort to explain the situation. Knowing that there are 40 people who are willing to join the Han tribe outside, Luo Chong immediately issued a rescue order. 5 temporary simple snow climbs, 20 cavalry, carrying animal skin food and iron pot firewood. He pulled the sober man to lead the way, led by the voltage, and a group of people quickly returned home. The rescue team took 2 days to the place where they insisted on help, but it was still a step late. Of the 40 people left, 5 were frozen to death, and the rest were in life and death. A group of people were mentally depressed and dizzy. They even ate the animal skin that was used to keep warm. After all, they burned their hair, and those skins could be eaten. The breastfeeding children survived by drinking their mother's blood, and the long-term lack of food left their mothers without the ability to breastfeed. The cruel scene made the Han tribes who came to rescue can't help sighing. UFO immediately ordered an iron pot to cook some corned meat porridge for these people. The large amount of animal skin on the plow was also sent to them. After a day of rescue, these talents slowly improved back. In the early morning of the next day, many people who regained their spirits, holding porcelain bowls full of meat, couldn't help crying. They were wronged, they were fortunate to be saved, and they were also saddened by those who failed to stick to the present. After crying, the pain passed, and they became strong again, buried the dead body on the spot with the help of the rescue team, and then all sat on the plow, wrapped in thick animal skin, and dragged back by the rescue team. Dozens of people came to the Han tribe, and their encounters quickly spread from the rescue team to the Han tribe. The Han tribe people expressed sympathy for them, and they were also very fortunate that they were part of the Han tribe. Live in a better life brought by the leader. In a few days, many people came to comfort these newly joined people in addition to work, teach them to use various things of the Han tribe, teach them to speak Chinese, and allow them to quickly adapt to the lives of the Han tribe. The new people are very moved in the face of the enthusiasm of the elderly. At the same time, after enjoying the life of the Han tribe, they also feel how wise their original decision was. They are also working hard to learn Chinese and hope that they can integrate into the Han tribe as soon as possible. Big family. It was a few days later, and the time turned to the end of the second month of winter. The Han tribe's windmill wood processing plant was also built. Many people freed up their hands again, and Luo Chang also arranged new things for them again. In the 4 months of winter, it is only halfway through now, and the food stored by the tribes is almost consumed. Some tribes with little food reserves have reached the most difficult time. There must be a lot of people. This is definitely a disaster for other small tribes. In Luo Chang's eyes, this is definitely a good time to absorb the population. The current population of the Han tribe, plus slaves, can make up almost 3,000, but the population of Hanyang City can accommodate the upper limit. At least it can absorb 2,000 people. Luo Chang can absorb the fantasy of 2,000 people in 2 months. His requirements are not high. It can be increased by 1,000 people before spring. So Luo Chang immediately dispatched a 100-person cavalry team, divided into 10 teams, and scattered in all directions towards the Han tribe. Each team was 10 people, 2 horses each, and each team was also equipped with an Ashika giant eagle, used to detect and transmit messages, to reach small tribes with fewer than 100 people. These tribes have a small population and are most likely to be short of food. Maybe some people can be fooled, or some people can be traded with food and animal skin. It should not be difficult. Just like last winter, Luo Chang also did this with the Black Rat tribe and Chestnut tribe. Traded. 10 teams explored in different directions. 6 teams went to Hedong, 2 went to the west, and 2 went to the north. These are places where the Han tribe has less contact, and according to the information provided by the lots. In the east of Haidong, there are the most small tribes, so it is also the most focused direction. At the same time, in order to gain as soon as possible, Luo Chang also focused on the staffing of the 10 teams. For example, the team to Hedong, the members are mostly the elderly of the Black Rat tribe, Chestnut tribe, and Tree tribe. There are many elderly people from the tourist and editorial tribes, and the north is the old people of the Paint tribe and the Eagle tribe. These people used to be local indigenous people, knowing the situation around them best, and knowing the tribes around them, let them go to negotiate, and the possibility of success will be even greater. With these people sent, Luo Chang was waiting for the harvest of the teams in Hanyang City, but the construction of the Han tribe is still proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction of wind forging hammers and wind automatic sawing machines has greatly strengthened the production capacity of the Han tribe manufacturing industry, especially wood processing plants, and now can produce hundreds of stools every day. That thing is the simplest to make, a long board, and insertion. Even if the 4 stool legs are finished, This most basic furniture will soon reach every family in the Han tribe. As for the matter of Shangtong oil, it is left to each family to complete it in order to shorten the processing time. Stools, square tables, plaid windows, wooden doors, the much-needed furniture and decorations of these Han tribes have also been manufactured in wood processing plants, and then divided into each family, changing the living standards and living habits of the clan. The blacksmith shop is also constantly creating more tools, iron spoons, kitchen knives, scissors, and steel needles. When it comes to the thing of steel needle, it doesn't actually take much, but the technology of making steel needles is something that the Han tribe must master. That is the metal wire process. As for the absurd thing of the iron pestle grinding into a needle, it is pure nonsense. There are many places where the Han tribe needs wires. In addition to sewing needles, the most important thing is the spring. The Han tribe needs the spring. With the spring, it can make more excellent equipment, such as improving the loom machine, or making clips, weapons parts, and the like. When the Han tribe did not find the iron ore, Luo Chong thought about making the spring, but at that time there was only bronze in his hand. Of course, it was not bronze that could not make the spring, but it was too troublesome to make it, and the effect of the bronze spring was not good. So it was dragged all the time. Bronze is alloy with copper as the main material. By adding different materials to fuse, you can obtain bronze with different properties, such as phosphorus bronze, which is the material for making the spring. The spring of phosphorus bronze is not only moderate in hardness and good elasticity, but also does not produce static electricity. Even modern, phosphorus bronze spring is used in many precisions. But if you want to make phosphorus bronze, you must first have phosphorus. Although this material is not easy to store and is very dangerous, Luo Chong still has a way to obtain it, but the method is more disgusting, so he has never done it. When phosphorus was first discovered and confirmed, it was in medieval Europe. At that time, the people in Europe were very poor, but they all dreamed of becoming rich overnight, so alchemy is very popular in the local area. Those alchemists are constantly doing various chemical experiments, dreaming of turning stones into gold one day. It was in that historical context that a German businessman, who did not do business in alchemy, opened up in his small black house brain, and did an experiment with high-temperature evaporating human urine. As a result, gold did not practice, but instead produced a white solid substance. This substance will spontaneously ignite at normal temperature, and it will emit green or blue firelight, which is the white phosphorus we often say. The reserves of phosphorus in nature are very large, but they will not appear in a monotonous situation. Most of them are contained in organisms. Even the most common vegetation ash contains a large amount of phosphorus, which is the most natural nitrogen. Potassium compound fertilizer, but that refining is very complicated, far from the convenience of directly evaporating human urine. But now that the Han tribe has steel, Luo Chong has no plans to continue cooking urine. Although white phosphorus has many other uses, such as making matches or pulling fire fuses for grenades, the Han tribe still does not use these. Luo Chong just wanted to make some spring. Steel is the best material for making strong springs, but the premise is to pull the steel into silk first, and then the most primitive wire should be in the country of spring and autumn. At that time, people will first melt the metal into a thin plate, and then thump and put it in the roller to crush it into 0.5 mm thick gold foil, and then cut the gold foil into silk with a knife. The craftsman of the most fork can cut the golden thread with a diameter below 0.5 mm, and then wrap it around the wire to embroider the pattern on the clothing. However, this is not a wire. The real name is wire, or metal plate wire. Simply put, a steel ingot is hammered into a thin stick, then burned red, and pulled in a round steel plate. In the past, the steel stick became thinner and more round. This requires making a punching steel plate as a tool, drilling a row of round holes with various specifications on it, and then you can burn the steel strips to thin, because the holes of the wire are smaller than one, so the last pulled out the wire will also become thinner and longer. This method has been used to this day. Although Lace's machine is becoming more and more advanced, the principle is still that principle, like a generator, which is becoming more powerful. It is also doing cutting magnetic wire movement in a magnetic field. This principle is never will change. Luo Chong currently does not have a tool to punch holes in the steel plate, so in the end he directly chose to cast a wire plate with the wax loss method. The Rus steel plate was installed next to the windmill forging hammer, using the windmill to drive the gear, and eventually conveyed the winch for the wire. The original process of metal wire is not complicated, and the Han tribe soon made the wire under Luo Chang's guidance. After having the wire, you only need to make the spring according to the required specifications, and then quench it to make the wire harder. Using the same method, you can also make more detailed sewing needles. Just when Luo Chang stayed in Hanyang City and engaged in spring, the cavalry team that went out to seek the joining of the small tribe finally brought in gains. 10 teams, successively traded people, or some small tribes with small numbers, all turned back directly, and the Han tribe's population increased rapidly. In less than half a month, the population of the Han tribe increased by 200 or 300. But this is not the most critical thing, but these teams that were originally sent to find people actually discovered unexpectedly on the way, making Luo Chang very interested. Luo Chang sat at home and listened to the report of the cavalry squad that sent people back. This squad was led by Feathers. The area responsible for the search was in the east direction of the east of the river, which was an area that the Han tribe had never been involved in. In the past, Luo Chang personally went to the northeast to explore Baobao Mountain, and the wandering took people to the southeast again, and then went straight south to the grassland again and again. Instead, he never set foot in the east direction, so this time it was normal to find an accident. Chief, there is no one from us to the previous Black Rat tribe, but we have been walking east for 5 days from the place of the Black Rat tribe. We found a big river there, with 7 or 8 houses so wide. And there is also a large flat land in the west bank of the river, which feels bigger than our current Seoul, and I won't count it. Anyway, it's very big. There are no tribes on that flat ground. There are several tribes within the distance of the surrounding 2 days, all in the mountains. Feathers held a scribbled topographic map to explain to Luo Chang. Oh, so wide river? Luo Chang Rao looked at the topographic map with interest. Although the map is scribbled, it can be understood according to Luo Chang's personal exploration of the place, combined with imagination. For the big river with 7 or 8 houses wide, the Han tribe is 10 meters long and wide, and the 7 or 8 households are 70 or 80 meters. Such a wide river can indeed be regarded as a big river, and the upper reaches of this river, according to Luo Chang's geographic information, is likely to be the convergence of the swamp water system on the east side of Baobao Mountain. After all, the location there is very close. People can survive where there is water, and that place is close to Baobao Mountain. If it can be occupied to build a city defense, whether it is to refine copper nearby, or to engage in shipping, or the rich freshwater fish resources in the river, it is very attractive. The current first city of the Han tribe will soon reach the upper population limit. Therefore, the site selection for the next city must be carried out in advance. You cannot wait until you can't live to think about the second city. There is a large area of flat land and rich water resources in that place, which is also very beneficial to the development of farming by the Han tribe. From Hanyang City, to the place where the former Black Rat tribe lived, it took a day to walk, but to the big river that Feathers said, it took another 5 days to ride, but because the ground is full of snow, and they have to search along the road, and riding is not very fast, so this distance is converted into a walk, and it takes about 7 or 8 days to walk, calculated at a walking speed of 20 kilometers a day, then it should be a distance of about 150 kilometers. If this distance can repair a straight road, another post will be set up in the middle to change horses. You can reach it at full speed by riding for up to 5 or 6 hours. With the current strength of the Han tribe, you can control it as a Han tribe. In the next city, the middle post can also set up a small village. It's actually easy to understand why there are no tribes living there. After all, it's just water, there are definitely many beasts, and there are large flats around them, and there is no danger to keep. Tribes who don't build walls dare not settle there, which is understandable. Since it is a land of no ownership, and it is in line with the needs of the Han tribe, of course, the Han tribe has occupied it by itself, but it is not in a hurry now. This is not something that can be done immediately, and it will take a step. First of all, the biggest problem with the establishment of the new city is that the Han tribe currently does not have so many people, and the construction of the city also requires manpower. These are not available to the Han tribe. If you send troops directly to catch them, it can only be used as slaves. It is too bad for the Han tribe to find a way to attract some talents without blood. This is not impossible. Luo Chong quickly came up with an idea to set up a fixed market there and send hundreds of people to station there, as long as it is enough to defend the surrounding tribes. Then through a fixed market, recruit labor from the surrounding tribes to build the city, to work for the Han tribes. The Han tribes provide them with food, and in exchange for some daily necessities through labor, there must be no problem. For example, if you want white salt, no problem, help the Han tribe build a house, give a few pounds of white salt, or a few pottery, or it can be a cloth. Anyway, as long as the Han tribe has goods, it can be used for trading. The Han tribe does not change things, only laborers. These laborers are from tribes within 2 or 3 days. They come to work for the Han tribe. It is impossible to go back every day. Then they can only live in the new city and contact the Han tribe every day, eat and sleep together and work together. When the new city is built, if Luo Chong allows them to live at the cost of joining the Han tribe, and then looks at the city they built by themselves, they will not believe that they are unwilling to live. In this way, Luo Chong only spent some commodities and sold them to these laborers. After the city was built, these laborers all dragged their families to join the Han tribe. By then, Luo Chong sold them to something. The Han tribe, and the consumed materials, anyway, are used on their own people, is not at all a loss. This is equivalent to not spending a penny on myself, building a city in vain, and turning a large group of people. I am a genius. Luo Chong thought of it. There is a plan in my heart. Luo Congton put it down. This method is very feasible, and it does not use much of the manpower of his tribe. The laborers are all recruited externally, and the new city is all built by laborers. Their labor results will definitely be more passionate. The advantage of this plan is that in the process of building the city, these laborers can be subtly assimilated to make them part of the Han tribe, and this method is very suitable for rapid development, whether it is to build a city or absorb the population. Can allow the Han tribe to grow quickly in a very short time. Waiting for the population base of the Han tribe to be a little more, when this method is used, several teams can be divided, and at the same time, new cities will be built in various places, and the population growth rate will be very rapid. After the development strategy for next year is determined, it is necessary to take advantage of the rest of the winter to start preparing. People are indispensable. Now the most lacking is various materials. Cows and carriages used to transport goods, more pottery and white salt, wooden buckets, and a lot of tools, such as axes and iron saws for logging, shovel for excavation, and human trolleys for brick-making molds and machinery, rammed cars, and more farm tools for reclaiming fields, all of which must be prepared in advance. Determined the direction of development, Luo Chong sent out the feathers again, let him lead his team to scout that place again carefully, and then find a suitable place to live in the middle of this journey to build villages, and the post must at least meet the living conditions of thousands of people. At the same time, new manufacturing tasks have been issued to various manufacturing departments of the Han tribe, and a large number of various commodities have been produced. After all, these commodities must not only meet the needs of the Han tribe, but also meet the monthly market of Hanyang City, and next year. And the trading of grassland tribes, the remaining materials can be used to invest in the new city. In this way, the current business focus of the Han tribe should still be on the grassland. After all, the benefits that other places can bring to the Han tribe are too small. Only the grassland tribe can provide a lot of resources to the Han tribe. As a result, Luo Chong also prepared richer commodities for the big customers of the Han tribe. At the same time, there were new requirements for the recycled materials. Before, the lurking only acquired cattle, horses, and animal skins, but starting next year, the Han tribe also needs to buy a lot of wool. On the scale of Hanyang City, the number of sheep that can be farmed is destined to be limited, and the Han tribe urgently needs wool fibers. Hanyang City simply cannot meet its own needs, so it has to buy it from outside. The Han tribe is still very primitive in terms of clothing, covered with animal skins, and wearing animal skins. Most of the linen produced this year has been made into robes and sacks. The sacks produced are extremely scarce and can only be supplied high level and children. This situation will get better next year. The Han tribe will be able to produce more sackcloth in the coming year, but the sackcloth cannot be made of quilt. This statement is not very accurate. It should be said that there is no quilt filler. The Han tribe has not found cotton so far, so it can only find a way to replace it with something else, that is, wool. which can be laid into fluffy wool fibers after being cleaned and softly popped, made into wool quilts, or cotton jackets. Wool is also available in modern times, and the price is extremely high. It is similar to the price of silk and down flow. However, in the absence of cotton, wool can only be developed as a substitute. Facing the large number of textile tasks in the coming year, Luo Chang also continued to return to the metallurgical area to step up the development of spring, which is an important technology that determines the output of cloth. The previous metal canvas equipment has been made. Luo Chang personally supervised the production, first the wire, then the red one wrapped around the copper stick, and then the spring embryo was heated and quenched. It took 2 days to put the Han tribes. The first spring came out. With the spring, the evolution of the loom can begin. This time the new generation of loom is a shuttle loom. Don't underestimate this small shuttle. With it, the capacity of the loom can be doubled. It can be tripled, at least tripled, or even 6 times. In the past, the first generation cloth machine of the Han tribe, with a width of only 1 meter, was still a two-handed shuttle. This is because due to the limitation of the human structure, the distance between the two hands of the person is limited, and the width of 1 meter is almost the limit of the shuttle is too wide to pass, which is also one of the important reasons for limiting production. Using a shuttle loom to work, the most skilled weaver can weave 4 meters of cloth per day, an average of more than 3 meters per day, but if at the same speed, the width of the loom can become 2 meters, it is not equal to the output. Has it doubled directly, the length is equal, and the width has doubled, which is equal to doubling the area of the loom. The core of solving this width problem is to change the manual shuttle to the spring shuttle. The principle of the shuttle is to make a long wooden slot under the latitude knife, which is used to place the orbit of the shuttle, and then install 2 springs at both ends of the orbit, release the spring by pulling the rope, and bounce the shuttle to the other side of the orbit. In this way, a shuttle latitude was completed. Transform the original manual shuttle into a semi-automatic slide shuttle. After completing the shuttle, pull the latitude knife, pull the rope again, and then bounce the shuttle back along the orbit through the spring. After that, it is a repeated action, swing the latitude knife, pull the shuttle control rope, and so on. As the most complex shuttle steps are directly simplified, the speed of weaving will also increase exponentially. From more than 3 meters per day to 10 meters per day, the width will double, and the length will triple, which is equal to the daily weaving area, increased by 6 times. And after transforming into a shuttle loom, the requirements for weavers will also be reduced. Before the manual shuttle, it was too difficult to find a skilled weaver, but the operation of the shuttle loom turned into a pole. The rope does not need to practice accurate shuttle, it is a rookie, and it is easy to get started quickly. The transformation of the shuttle loom is not too complicated. The core technology is on the shuttle. The other is only to double the machine. The part of the latitude knife is removed, and then a long wooden track is added below. The spring is stuck at both ends of the track, and the most critical shuttle is also cast with bronze. The copper shuttle is much smaller than the previous wooden shuttle, and it looks more slender, so the latitude line that can be stored once in it is reduced accordingly. In order to solve this problem, Luo Chang stipulates that each shuttle weaving machine should be equipped with 2 copper shuttles. Used for rapid replacement, one is missing, and the other is immediately replaced. The entire renovation plan took a week, and the Han tribe finally had the first loom that could weave 2 meters wide. The shuttle was still semi-automatic and could weave 10 meters long a day. As soon as the artifact came out, it immediately attracted the people to watch quickly. The clothes of the tribe also ran to Luo Chang's house, personally trying to operate the new type of shuttle loom, the magical shuttle technology, and the women of the tribe kept boasting. But Luo Chang ignored it, and as soon as the shuttle loom came out, Luo Chang knew what the chain reaction would be next, as history repeated, because the improvement of weaving capacity would immediately lead to an in short supply of yarn for weaving. Then there was the revolution of the spinning machine. A jenny spinner that could spin many yarns at the same time came out. Since Luo Chang knew the consequences, he would naturally not wait until the problem arises, so he took advantage of this transformation of the shuttle loom and simply changed the spinning machine. This is not difficult. In the history textbook of the previous life, the record of the jenny spinner is a large part, and there are detailed illustrations and functional principles. Luo Chang was impressed with these things. After all, it was the first industrial revolution. The cause is also very detailed in the textbook. Luo Chong took a group of carpenters and spent a few more days to get the Jenny machine out. It was a version that could spin 10 yarns at the same time. It was driven by a stepping flywheel and the production capacity increased tenfold. The construction of the wood processing plant has greatly increased the speed of the Han tribe's production of wood products. Various furniture has also been quickly distributed to every household. Seeing this effect, the forest barrel as the leader of the carpentry team immediately proposed to Luo Chong to build a windmill processing plant. Luo Chong took into account the future development needs of the new city and nodded to agree. Anyway, there is room in winter. Idle is also idle. Busy. Another month passed, and by the end of the third month of winter, the cavalry squad that went out to search for the trading population also brought back many poor people who could not eat, although each time they brought back there are not many people, and there are a lot of them together. There are more than 480 people, which also makes the population of the Han tribe rise to a class again. During this month, the feather team responsible for searching the east and east also gradually sorted out the east terrain, and finally drew a detailed sketch in front of Luo Chong, allowing Luo Chong to have an intuitive understanding of the terrain there. However, this is not enough. The construction of the city is a big deal. At present, Luo Chong must take care of it himself. At the beginning of the fourth month of winter, Luo Chong explained that the big tree and the eldest mouse witch were watching their homes in Hanyang City, and they led the cavalry squad with rat, blood slaughter, lie, beast teeth, and feathers. 15 people in a row went to the preparation site to investigate the environment. All pedestrians ride, others are 2 horses, only Luo Chong rides the object, and the 2 little guys, Meat and Ash Mountain, have also held back in Hanyang City for a long time. This time they just took them out to release the wind. Looking at the growing size of the 2 guys, Luo Chong is worried that in 2 years, these 2 goods will not even pass through the gate of Hanyang City. It seems that when the new city is built, the gate will be made bigger. Only then. The 2 rides rotated and ran quickly on the snow. It took only 2 days for a group of people to reach the river that Feathers said. The big river is frozen, but not all frozen. About 80 meters wide river surface, there are almost 10 meters wide in the middle of the river to see water. The east bank of the big river cannot see the rare woods and shrubs on the side. The west bank is large-scale shrubs and wild grasses, as the Feathers say, are a large flat land. Luo Chong also brought a soft ruler to measure the land this time. It was a chopstick thick and a hemp rope with 1,000 meters long. Every meter had a knot, and the knot was painted with different colors. Easy to observe length. A group of people quickly measured here. 1 person pulled the rope, 1 person rode the rope, and repeated it several times back and forth. It took a morning time to measure it. This small plain is east of the river and 18 kilometers west. There are almost 30 kilometers of flat land in the east and west direction. Exploring to both ends is the mountain road that is gradually elevated. According to Feathers, the surrounding tribes are in these mountains. The terrain here is indeed very suitable for the construction of urban ponds, and the flat land can also be used for farming. It is 30 kilometers long from north to south and 18 kilometers wide from east to west. It is considered to be 800,000 acres, and the plains around Hanyang City are only a few thousand acres. It's very far apart. If such a large area is used to grow crops, how many people must be able to feed? So the new city here must also be huge, enough to be built as a landmark city, as the center of a province, that is, a provincial capital city. If 1 person is fed on 2 acres of land, the output of this place is enough to feed 400,000 people and a population of 400,000. It is estimated that Luo Chong will catch all the people in the radius of thousands of miles, and may not necessarily make up so many people. Therefore, the construction of this city must also be carried out in stages. First, an inner city is built, and then enough space is set aside from the outside, and then it is built in a circle and a circle. At that time, it is also divided into a ring and a huge city. It is not possible to think about such a huge city in a day or 2, so Luo Chong intends to go back and plan well. So a group of people turned around in the nearby mountain to explore the resources in the nearby mountain. This is very necessary, such as forest resources, or resources, animal resources, but Luo Chong turned in the mountains in the north and found no special resources in the afternoon. Except for the common trees, it was some messy shrubs, but just when a group of people was about to leave, An unexpected discovery of Ling Feng caught Luo's attention. It turned out that the horses of the wind were eating the grass, but they accidentally scratched the body of the horse by the surrounding plants. As a grassland man, the blizzard attached great importance to the horses, and couldn't help but deplore it, complaining while walking, saying that the grass in this mountain is like a knife, not as good as the grassland of the grassland. Luo Chang also looked at the wound of the horse, not a big wound, but only a few blood mouths. The wound is not deep, just scratched the skin, but the position of the wound is really special, all on the shoulder of the horse, and it's still a few mouths, which surprised Luo Chang. What kind of grass can make such a wound? So let Ling Feng lead himself to see. Luo Chang was quickly taken over. The eye was a series of tall weeds, long like reeds, very tall, with a bush of more than 2 meters high, grass leaves similar to sword type, and one with almost 2 centimeters wide. The yellow grass leaves are very hard and stand upright on the ground, but they are very much like orchids. But when Luo Chang touched these grass leaves, he discovered its difference. The middle of the grass of this sword grass is very thick, about 4 millimeters, but the edge is extremely thin, like the blade of the sword, like a blow from the ground. A long sword. The grass leaves of the sword grass are hard, difficult to break, and have resilience, which makes Luo Chang quickly think of the usefulness of this plant, that is, it can replace bamboo, many things that can be made of bamboo, and the characteristics of the sword grass can also be achieved. And the grass is long enough, more than 2 meters high, it is very suitable for the preparation of the mat. As long as the edge of the grass leaves is cut off, the thick part in the middle is split along the leaf vein, 2 long bamboo-like strips can be made, and then sacked together with sack cuts to form a cool seat. Of course, there will certainly not be only this kind of use. Since you can make a cool mat, the curtains can also be made, and it is not a problem to weave into utensils, such as baskets, fish baskets, gully, or steamed cages. It can be used to pierce lancers. Most of the bamboo can be made of sword grass. It is a good bamboo substitute. Luo Chang immediately recorded this plant as a key observation object in the future. Maybe it will be planted in a large area in the future. Not only will food crops be planted, but this material crop is also an indispensable resource for development. A group of people turned in the northern mountainous area for an afternoon and found a local camp to prepare to go to the southern mountainous area the next day to see if there are any special resources. That night, there was another snowfall. Fortunately, there were enough animal skins for everyone. The camp was also a shelter from the wind. There was also a lot of firewood to burn, but it was not very cold. Early the next morning, the snow passed through the sky, and everyone ate a bowl of hot corned porridge, and quickly ran to the southern mountains. After about an hour, more than a dozen people entered the mountains. Compared with the north, the mountainous area in the south is steeper and more stones, but Luo Chang did not find any useful mineral resources. Instead, the forest resources are more abundant. There are many trees in vain, and there are several kinds of Luo Chang. A tree that has never been seen, one of which is the most special, has made Luo Chang very interested. It's a long, extremely sturdy tree, each one is a dozen meters high, the canopy is very dense, like an umbrella cover with a diameter of more than a dozen meters, and the diameter of the trunk is about half a meter, but this is not the most important. The most attractive place is its bark. The bark of this tree is gray and very thin in texture, but it is really rough and sera, and it is very unreliable. It can be easily pulled by hand, rubbed in the hand, and rubbed in the hand. A large ball of furry fiber, the fiber is thin and long, and it is very resilient, not easy to pull off, and is very suitable for use as a flush of fire. However, this is just one of its usages. Soon Luo Chang discovered a more peculiar place for this tree. The tree is empty and contains a lot of pulp liquid. In winter, the water will freeze, and the freezing time will be long. Not only will it not expand and contract, but it will also expand. This is common sense that we all know. It is like putting a bowl of water outside in winter. After freezing overnight, a drum bag will protrude on the plane of the ice, and there is naturally no exception here. Such a tree with a lot of water in its body has not escaped this law. Luo Chang found a frozen tree in the same tree around it. The slurry contained in that tree expanded after freezing, and the bark of the tree cracked and exposed the contents, so Luo Chang knew that the tree was actually hollow. The slurry that expands inside is milky and frozen very hard, but it is easy to find with a sword that contains a lot of fibers like the material of the bark. This major discovery simply made Luo Zuxi look out. I have seen dragon blood trees flow out of red juice before, and I have seen trees containing a lot of clear water, but I don't want there are trees containing fiber slurry in this world. If it is diluted, isn't it natural pulp? If it is used to make paper, even the steps of pulp are saved directly. There is sword grass in Baishan to make a cool mat, and there are pulp trees in Nanshan to provide pulp. The raw materials for paper and paper copying tools are all together. It seems that the paper industry of the Han tribe must grow in the new city. This is simply God's will. Thanks to Luo Chong coming to investigate in person, otherwise these primitive indigenous people are in front of them. They don't know how to use these resources, so it is important to say that the modern people's vision is important. It seems that every new area developed in the future, you must also rush to investigate in person. This major discovery made Luo Chong very happy, and let everyone search around to see how many such pulp trees are. In the future, the raw material production of paper is not large, and everyone is seriously told that this kind of tree is very important. Be very caring, and you can't cut a pulp tree in the future by cutting wood. Everyone wandered in the mountains of the south for another day and found that the number of pulp trees is still quite large, accounting for as much as 30% of the entire mountain forest, which is very good news. There are also many other tree species. Luo Chong also found a spice-producing tree in a valley, that is, the big one, which is our common octagon. Many people actually don't know that the octagon grows on the tree, like maoli, wrapped in the fruit of the tree, peeling off the outer skin is the octagon. After the octagonal harvest is blue, it should be boiled in the pot for more than 10 minutes, and then fished out to dry it. After a few days of natural drying, it can become the octagon for us to cook. There are also some fruit trees. Although there are no fruits on it, according to the shape of the tree, it is very much like a pear tree, but I don't know what pear is on it. These tall pear trees can not only be used to harvest fruits, but also be regarded as high-end. The wood of the furniture is placed in modern times, and the pears are very valuable, especially yellow pears. There are other tree species, namely locust tree, willow tree, poplar tree, and pine tree living in many places, but they are all useful wood. After surveying the mountainous areas in both the small plain and the north and south, a group of people returned to the west, passing by the feathers to choose the place where the village was built. Luo Chong again asked to stop and observe. This is a valley, and the bottom of the valley is a road that can connect the east and west. The mountains on both sides of the valley are not steep. The slopes are very slow. A large number of trees and bushes grow. There are mountain streams and streams around them as water sources, which solves the problem of eating water. Luo Chong observed it at the bottom of the valley. It is indeed appropriate to draw a slope here as a village. Cleaning up the surrounding hillside can also be transformed into terraces. Planting rice or wheat is not a problem. It can also provide food for about 1,000 people. Farming some livestock can meet the needs. Here you can rely on the terrain to build a mountain, mainly acting as a transit point between Seoul and Xinkan. You can build a supply center for passersby, and you can also get a small race course as a post to change the passersby. There are also hotels to be built in the villa to provide accommodation services. Although there are not many good fields here, the main development of the aquaculture industry is not a problem. It is very suitable for the construction of a large chicken farm. The scattered Han tribe currently mainly breeds red-tailed black feathers. Coupled with the important transportation line here, the trade and turnover of goods will definitely promote the economic development of the mountains vigorously. Even if the people here do not grow food, they can earn a lot of money by developing the service industry. But this will not wait until the new city is built. The initial development of the mountain village must still grow food. After development, it is possible to replant grain fields into large-scale cash crops, such as painted grass, or rami, which are very good development directions. It is also possible to add some crops such as melon pears to the hotel. The hotel provides some fresh fruits. After 7 days, the outgoing reconnaissance team returned to the Han tribe, and Luo Chong also got the most detailed survey information, preparing to plan the construction of the new city in Hanyang City. But this is not a very urgent matter, because as soon as spring arrives, the Han tribe will mobilize the labor and spring cultivation of the whole family. Even if there is any plan, it will have to wait for the end of spring cultivation to act. Time passed in a hurry. In the last month of winter, the cavalry teams of the traveling population got 300 more people, plus the more than 30 people who took the initiative to go to the Han tribe, and the 2 months before the population returned, a total of 817 people were added in winter, and the total population of the Han tribe was able to reach 4,000. This is still a slave. Spring returned to the earth, and it was a new year. Luo Chang finally reached the standard of adulthood. He was 12 years old. However, because there are 14 months in a year, Luo Chang should be 14 years old. The 8th grade of junior high school, and because of the improvement in living standards last year, there was no shortage of meat rice, and his height also jumped to 1. This age is a period when boys are running around. With Luo Chang's adulthood, the Han tribe has also risen another group of adults, but not many, only 100 people. These are the teenagers of the former Black Rat tribe, Tourist tribe, Chestnut tribe, and the remaining people it was absorbed last year. Either it was an adult, or it was too big or too small. The background of the Han tribe is still too short. Most people are new. There is no way. When spring comes, the annual high priest is held again routinely, but this time the sacrifice is a bit special. Not only the Han tribe's own people, because of the reason for the spring, the market at the beginning of each month is also held again, but this at the beginning of the year. The first market was not to trade goods, but those tribes who had learned to grow rice to learn spring cultivation with the Han tribe. In addition to learning the time and experience of spring farming, large blind date associations in spring come to the Han tribe market every year. Each spring meeting takes many days, and spring farming this year. If you go to Mengshui Valley as usual, then it's too wasteful to do it together when everyone comes to the market. As a result of the blind date meeting this time, there are many people from various tribes. The leaders of each tribe or witches and elders personally lead the team, plus about 10 strong year warriors. They also lead 20 or 30 newly adult young boys. There are about 40 people in a single tribe. Dozens of tribes add up to a group of thousands of people. All are stationed on the ranch west of Hanyang City, densely packed. Most of these people came to the Han tribe for the first time, especially those newly grown boys and girls, who had never left the tribe too far before they were minors, although in the tribe people heard about the Han tribe's market. What happened, but did not see the shock once. In 3 days, almost all the tribes that should come arrived. On the morning of the 4th day, the Han tribe held a grand sacrifice ceremony and allowed these tribes to watch the ceremony. Luo Chang also deliberately demonstrated the strength of the Han tribe through the sacrifice. On the morning of the 4th day, all the cowhide drums on the 4 walls of Hanyang City moved to the head of Ximen. A high flagpole was erected on the west tower, but there was no flag on it. Boom, 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 boom. When the sun was about to rise to the side of the western wall, the 8 drums of the western wall of Shenyang City suddenly sounded, and more than 1,000 people gathered in the city's foreign exchange were also startled by this thunderous drum, and they came together to look at the city's head. Along with the slow and very rhythmic drums, the solid wooden suspension bridge at the west gate also slowly fell down. Finally, the sound of the boom was placed on the opposite bank of the moat, and a huge scarlet wooden gate was immediately exposed on the city wall. After a squeaky noise, 2 gates inside and outside opened. The clan who had already prepared in the city lined up from the west gate, and quickly set up the square array in front of the west gate, except that the slave was locked in a warehouse. All the other people came out. The team was vast and endless, and those foreigners who saw it could not help but stick their tongues. Oh my God, how many people are there in the Han tribe? And the 1,000 people I saw in the past few days, I already felt a lot, several times more than the people in our tribe. I didn't expect the Han tribe. People are more than a few times more than the population of the blind date. The Han tribe is really too big. A teenager who first came to the market said in shock. Yeah, there are so many people in the Han tribe. I seem to have seen my brother. He will join the Han tribe last spring. I really want to join the Han tribe. The Han tribe is so powerful. A newly grown girl next to her also jumped her feet, pointing at relatives in the crowd to introduce to the people next to it. It seemed very excited and proud. It seemed that being able to join the Han tribe was the most show-off. The twittering of the crowd kept loud, and they marveled at the strength of the Han tribe, but this did not affect the sacrifice of the Han tribe. The clan quickly stepped out of the west gate lineup and formed a square line outside the west gate. The child stood at the forefront, with the woman holding the young child in the middle, and the young man in the Han tribe at the outskirts. When the square line was finished, the drums on the city wall finally came down. Then I saw a few people on the city wall holding something and walked to the arrow of the wall. They tied a few 2-meter wide yellow burlap scrolls to the city wall, and then suddenly put it down. The scroll fell down automatically. Finally, it spread completely and hung on the outer wall of the city wall. 4 black large words filial ancestor are written on the middle scroll, and Fengdan 6 livestock breeding Ting Xingen. Each word has nearly 2 square meters in size, and it is very conspicuous to hang on the city wall. The emergence of the scroll quickly caused a commotion among the audience, and many young girls shouted loudly at the 5 scrolls. Quick look, I have seen those few Chinese characters, and I have these words on the porcelain bowl I eat. I will read them all. The 5-grain Fengdan is praying for a harvest of rice. I can harvest more food. I like that rice the most now. The teenagers in the crowd pointed loudly at the scroll. I also know those Chinese characters. The prosperity of that person is to pray for more children in the clan. There are more and more people in the tribe, and there are also in my bowl. I also know that the 6 animals breed. Listening to our leader, it is the beasts raised by the Han tribe, which makes the beasts have more cubs, but I don't know what the 6 animals are. A teenager also said the Chinese characters on the scroll, but he didn't know what it meant, but this doubt was accompanied by the sacrifice, and they were quickly unlocked. The bookmate group has released a new map. Look at with interest. After the scroll was lowered, the thunderous drums sounded again, and a team quickly came out of the city gate, namely the 6 animals of the Han tribe, the 3 bison mother, the horses are also 6 horses, and the 3 sheep are black and white. There are 6 pigs, 6 hynastilope, and 6 alpaca. A team of people took it to the front. As for the others, such as gladiators, zebras, rabbits, black feathers, fears, and thunder beasts, all did not appear because it was not the main livestock raised by the Han tribe. They were all about to be eliminated species, or special pets are not within the scope of the 6 animals. The team of the 6 beasts listed the scene, which soon caused the movement of the audience. Many people ran to both sides of the square array, trying to get to the front row and watching the 6 beasts of the Han tribe. Wow! Not only do they have many people, they also grow food, and they also have so many beasts. This is all meat. Is the Han tribe useless for hunting? They must have many such beasts. The crowd sounded again. It's not just for eating meat. I saw the 2 tallest cows and horses that grow. The kind of beasts are for people to pull the car. Before last winter, the cows and carriages of the Han tribe went to our tribe. After pulling the straw, I heard that the straw was used to eat these 6 animals. I have also seen it, and I have seen it. The cattle car of the Han tribe also went to our tribe to pull the straw. The original straw was used to feed these 6 animals, and the Han tribe is too powerful. The planted rice nots food for people to eat, and the remaining straw can also be used to feed 6 animals. This is not even food. There is no waste at all. Not only that, I have been to the market before. I heard people from the Han tribe say that the feces and urine of those animals fell in the pit and then buried in the field, which can make the food grow more. No, it's not even a waste of shit urine. It turns out that shit urine has such uses. The people on the side were stunned. The noise of the crowd under the city wall continues, and the drums on the city wall are getting more and more anxious. With the acceleration of the rhythm of the drums, a team quickly appeared on the city wall. The 4-headed Tin Crown executives, rats, eagles, big trees, blood slaughter. The 4 people held a bright red flag together and stepped on the drum to the flag. Behind the leaders of various departments, they followed them with copper spears, and Luo Chong was the leader of the waist and shoulder sword. When a group of people escorted the flag to the flagpole, as the sword sounded out of the sword in conflict, the 8 faced drums quietly and the 4 people raising the flag began to tie the flagpole. After the flag was tied up, Luo Chong took the long sword and faced the people in the city, suddenly raised the long sword Tianzi to the sky, yelling at the people in the city, raising the national flag, and paying attention. Boom, 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 boom. The drum sounded again. The big tree heard the drum sound, and the hand holding the flag was thrown hard towards the sky above the slant. The red flag was instantly unfolded in the morning breeze, 2 meters wide and nearly 4 meters long. There is a bright yellow center with a large Han word printed with black dye. As the rhythm of the drumming point slowly rises to the sky, The crowd watching the ceremony under the city wall also watched the Chinese flag slowly rise. Although they were still discussing twitterly, they saw a lot of solemn moments when they spoke. I know the word, that is, the Han tribe's Han, and there is a particularly large one on the sack for food. I have also seen it, and there are also buckets bought by our tribe. Hush! Don't talk, don't people who look at their tribe look at that word, this should be the god of their tribe. Now they are offering sacrifices, don't talk nonsense, be careful of their gods to punish you. People around shut up when they heard this, and they all watched the flag silently. After the flag was raised, the drums were silent again. According to last year's practice, Luo Chong once again said a prayer to pray to his ancestors and encouraged the clan to work hard, and then all the clan people worshipped the clan flag and scroll. 3 times, the process of sacrifice is over. After the sacrifice is completed, the scroll will hang for a while. Today, it will be suspended for a day, and wait until the evening to put it away. The people of the ethnic group also lined up again to enter the city, send the children to their homes, and what should they do? The crowd dispersed, and quickly drove out a few more cattle cars from Simon, pulled various goods out of the city again, and then put out a lot of new goods for sale. This time there are very few pottery, but there are new goods such as iron pots and iron spoons, as well as delicate things such as steel needles, wools, and scissors, as well as some wooden square tables, and wooden stools. There are so many sets, and iron agricultural tools are not uncommon. Hoe, sickle, and human plow all appear on the market. These things are expensive to dye. All the Han tribes who are bound to metal are required to exchange for population, but this time those tribes have nothing else to bring, but they have more people to bring, so they have also made transactions with the Han tribe and changed a few urgently needed commodities, such as iron pots and hoe. The Han tribe has also absorbed about 300 people again because of these transactions. In the following time, the east gate of Hanyang city opened, and a lot of cattle and horses came out of it, pulled the plow to start spring cultivation. The previously prepared corrosive fertilizer was also added to the mud, and then turned to the ground by the iron plow, buried directly under the mud. Seeing that the Han tribe is farming in spring, the tribes who came to study are also busy keeping up, and they are constantly praising the Han tribe for being more convenient, and they are still struggling to cultivate fire. The human plows in the tribe are all wood and stone. The quality is also far from that of the Han tribe. The Han tribe cultivated a large area this year. In addition to the nearly 1,000 acres of water fields last year, the fields on the east bank of the small river were also cleaned in a winter time, the bushes were cut as firewood, and the trees were cut off and turned into wood. The reserves, even those trees and hills deeply stuck in the soil, were completely cleared. The field opened across the river is a square with a length of 1 kilometer and an area of 1,500 acres. Luo Chong planned the newly added wheat this year to the planting area on the east bank. How about the effect? The test field of wheat has also been divided into several areas, which are planted at different intervals to see which method has the highest yield. This is also a matter of no way. After all, Luo Chong hadn't planted land in his previous life. He has never studied planting, so now he can only rely on himself to explore more. Although I don't know much about the method of wheat cultivation, it's still known that wheat is spreading directly. After all, although it hasn't been planted, Luo Chong has seen the wheat field. The wheat platoons in that line are neat and tidy. Can be seen. Not all of these wild wheat seeds were planted, but only a few experimental fields were created. Because of the fear that there were not enough seeds, it would be troublesome to grow up, so Luo Chong left a third this time. Only 5 acres of land. Watching the people of the clan work hard to cultivate the fields, Luo Chong, the leader, is naturally idle, and took the lead to cultivate 5 acres of land, so he did other things, that is, to prepare for the development of the new city. The development of the new city is definitely to send out a group of people, preferably all soldiers. Their task is to eliminate the beasts around the new city, and then establish a station to lay the foundation for the later market entry. And the Han tribe currently there are no professional soldiers, so there is no decent weapon equipment, so Luo Chong intends to make some weapon equipment first to use them. As a professional soldier who is out of production, the first thing to consider is unity, and unity should first be reflected in military uniforms. Thanks to the development of the shuttle loom, the Han tribe currently has some sackcloth. Although it cannot meet the needs of the whole family, there is no problem with equipping more than 100 people. Luo Chong immediately ordered the people to start dyeing cloth. The color is directly determined to be iron red, and the dye directly uses the juice of red grass. The tribe in this respect is an expert. Luo Chong also specially assigned a person to be responsible for the future management of dyeing workshops. The military uniform is divided into 2 layers inside and outside. It is a pure white long-sleeved shirt. Below are white 4-corner shorts. The coat is a red collar short robe. The length of the pendulum can cover the hips. It is as long as the thigh root. Below are red trousers. The military boots are all cowhide, and the material comes from the transaction in the grassland last year, but this time it was not made of adhesion, but sewed. In the past, the Han tribe did not have iron, so there was no such tool as a cone. Now the Han tribe steel cones are available, and it is okay to sew leather. The style of the boots is black short boots. The height of the boots is right under the fibula muscle of the calf, but unlike ancient boots, these boots have shoelaces. As we all know, if you want to wear boots, you can either have elastic boots or the boots are large enough to directly extend your feet, or you have to keep the exit. Modern is generally equipped with zippers, but the stuff can't be made. You can only use the shoelace to open your mouth. The shoelaces are all made into 3 pieces of twine braids. That is flat, and it is not very difficult to compile. The material on the sole of the shoe is not pure cowhide, but is based on 2 layers of cowhide. 3 pieces of wood made of black iron wood are sewn in the front palm and rear heels. The first 2 pieces, the heel, are engraved with anti-skid lines, and there will be holes in the gap of the lines, so that they can be sewed together with the cowhide. Make it stronger. The boots make several model wood templates according to different sizes, and then divide them into different departments for processing, and finally get an assembly together. With military boots, armor protection is naturally indispensable, but considering the production cycle of armor, it cannot meet the needs of rapid equipment, so Luo Chong decided to make the simpler armor, benefiting from the large amount of animal skin traded in the grassland last year. There is still no shortage of material. Cut the raw cowhide without nitrification into small squares with a guillotine, then punch holes in 4 corners, and apply 6 layers of black paint on it. These small pieces of armor will be hard and abnormal, and the hardness will even exceed the wood, but it is better than the wood. There is toughness. This is only the first step in making armor. It is regarded as the material preparation stage, after which different armor is compiled according to different arms. The armor of ordinary infantry is similar to modern bulletproof vests, round collars, wide shoulders, and no sleeves, but the swing is relatively long and grows to the knee. The bottom of the hips is divided into 4 pieces to facilitate leg and foot activities. The method of wearing is to put the cover open, which may be more difficult to understand. In fact, it is similar to the method of wearing the bulletproof vest. The front is divided into 2 layers. The outer layer is the entire thoracic armor. The width is the same as the human body. The position is connected to the back body. The lower pendulum is slightly shorter than the whole body armor, which can protect the crotch. Behind is the whole body armor, then the front and center lines are opened, tied with rope, the head is drilled in when wearing, and then the chest armor is lifted up, and then the tar on both sides is pulled from the armpit to the body. The center is tied with 4 ropes, then the entire chest armor is covered, and finally tied with a wide belt. In this way, from the appearance, there is no gap at all, and the position of the open flap is blocked by the front pectoral armor, and in this way, the positive protection will be doubled. There are 2 layers of nails, 1 layer of armor, and 1 layer of cortex, and the side is a layer of armor. This not only increases the positive protection capability, but also implies that the soldiers face their enemies head-on, and the chance of survival is still greater. If they turn around and escape, the defense on the back is directly halved and the probability of death is greater. At the same time, in order to increase majesty and aesthetics, and to increase stronger protection, the position of the entire plateau chest in front was also embedded with a large bronze sheet as a heart goggles. In addition to these, there are 2 leather arm, cylindrical, which can cover the entire arm, and there is an extra half-circular in front that can cover the back of the hand. The armor of the Bao soldiers is relatively simple. They don't need to rush to the front to kill the enemy. Just put the arrow in the back, and the excessive armor will affect them to pull the bow and arrow. Therefore, the armor of the archer is a single layer of cortex. 1 piece, open the mouth on both sides, and the swing is not divided into 4 pieces. Not as long as infantry. The style of cavalry armor is basically the same as that of infantry. The only difference is that the swing is slightly longer and there are only 2 pieces, but this one is not 2 pieces before and after, but is divided into 2 pieces, so that it is easy to sit on the horseback. When the cavalry sits on the horse's back in armor, because the legs are bent, the left and right 2 slices of pendulum can cover the entire leg, basically not showing a little body. In addition to these different armor, there are all the same leather helmets. The helmet is a spire with a spire top. It is relatively high and can accommodate the bun on the top of the head. It is sewn directly on the leather helmet like the shadow protection amount. There is also a short stick in the shape of an arrow on the top of the helmet, and a bunch of red helmet tassels hanging downward, dyed with a ponytail. After the design of the armor is completed, the weapons of the system will also be replaced. Most of the Han tribe used copper spears before, but they are also very simple and not suitable for military equipment. The military's spear has one of the biggest features, that is, to add a tassel, which is the red tassel we often say, and the patch of hair added to the gun head. Don't think that it's just as simple as decoration. The role of red tassel is actually very large. First, when waving a spear, the tassel will swing with the wind, and the gunman can judge by observing the swing range of the tassel, the size of the force. Second, when you shake the enemy with a spear, the tassel will attract the attention of the enemy. At this time, you can punch out with one shot and kill with one blow. The third and most important point is that it is used to suck blood. As we all know, guns and weapons are used to kill the enemy by assassination. They poke the enemy into a hole with one shot, but when you pull the gun, the enemy's wound will splash blood. If there is no gun tassel, it is easy to be sprayed on the body. But when there is a gun tassel, most of the blood will be blocked, then absorbed by the gun, and the blood will also converge on the gun tassel, and finally shed from the gun tassel. Otherwise, the gunman will be sprayed by the enemy first. Blood on the gun head will flow down, making the whole gun blood, and the gunman will slip. Sliding on the battlefield is a taboo, and it is impossible to catch your own weapons to kill people. This shows how huge the actual use of the gun is. The new formula spear is made of steel. The head of the gun is a quaternary flat cone with a blade length of 30 centimeters, and then a 10 centimeters long casing at the end is used to install the gun. The material of the gun bar is still the seedlings of the cannibal tree, but it is a little longer and 3 meters and 2 long. After plugging in the gun head, the net length is 3 meters and 5, but this can only be regarded as a short gun in the cold weapon. The real spear is 5 meters bottomed, and it is not uncommon for 6 or 7 meters long, such as a Macedonian spear lights. For example, Zhang Fei's 8-snake spear, and European riding guns are all long weapons that hate heaven. The gunman still uses the ponytail, which is stuck to the head of the gun handle after dying, and then put on the gun head. The gunmen are also the largest proportion of soldiers. At the same time, the gunmen are also equipped with a second equipment, which is a steel multi-function weapon shovel. The wooden handle, the shovel head is a flat arc made of steel. The arc is very small. The shovel head is round and straight on both sides. It can be used to dig soil, but also to cut trees as an axe. Of course, it makes up for the shortcomings that gunmen cannot cut people. It can also be used to fry food, or cut vegetables as a kitchen knife. The function is very powerful. It usually hangs directly on the back waist and can be copied as soon as you reach out. The weapon of the sword shield also has its own characteristics. The shield is a rectangular shape made of wooden boards. The surface is shallow and slightly outward. The shield is composed of hard oak boards with a thickness of 2 centimeters. There are 2 horizontal bronze bars outside, fixed as reinforced tendons. The shield is 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. It is one size from the current military explosion-proof shield, and it is also something Luo Chong has seen with his own eyes, so it is more familiar, but the most characteristic of this shield is on both sides of the shield. There is a semicircular gap in the middle of the side. The advantage of this design is that when the sword shields form a shield wall, the gap between the 2 shields will form a round hole, and the shield soldiers can stand on their own to resist the enemy's attack, and the other hand will stab the knife from the round gap to kill the enemy. At the same time, the shield also has some humanized designs. For example, the inside of the shield is also equipped with 2 shoulder straps. When marching, you can directly carry the shield behind you, liberate your hands, and save your arms. After all, such a large solid wood shield. It's still tiring to hold it in your hand. Luo Chang's knife. Luo Chang thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to equip the Yanling knife with an arc, not very long, only 70 centimeters. This kind of knife is the main equipment of the Mingxing era. From the Han Dynasty, the first authoritarian ring-head knife was used as a standard weapon, and it developed to the later straight-edged Tang Dynasty, to the Song Dynasty, and finally to Mingqing. The style of the knife has been evolving. There is no reason to evolve into a Yanling knife. The Yanling knife has a radius. Compared with the straight blade knife, the arc blade is longer in the same length, so the killing area is also larger. Secondly, because the blade body bends upwards, the resistance will also be reduced. Much more in line with artificial effects, it is more smooth to cut people. At the same time, because the sword shield is one-handed and one-handed, the blade should not be too long, otherwise it is not easy to operate with one hand. As a single-handed knife, the 70 cm blade is already very long. In addition, the sword shields are also equipped with weapon-made shovels as a pair of weapons. This shovel is simple to make and powerful, at least more saving time than making a knife. Then there is the equipment of the cavalry. The current main weapon of the cavalry is a 4-meter-long cavalry. The style is the same as that of the gunman, but it needs to grow half a meter. The deputy weapon is also a weapon shovel. It should have been equipped with a saber, but Luo Chang was prepared to equip the cavalry with a larger size slimmer. Because it was not easy to make, it could not meet the equipment needs in a short time, and could only wait for it to be saved in the future. Miao Dao is a collective term of a knife, and it has no fixed shape, and it has nothing to do with the Miao people. This name is entirely because the knife is shaped like a seedling, so it is called Miao Dao. To be precise, any long knife with a blade length of 1 meter 2 to 1 meter 6 can be called a slim knife. The braching knife of Luo Chang equipment is 1 meter 25, the blade is slender and slightly curved up, there is a less obvious arc, plus a 35 centimeters handle. The length of the whole knife reaches 1 meter 6, very similar to the Ming Dynasty sword. When this kind of knife is equipped with cavalry as a horse knife and hedges with cavalry, as long as the knife body is flat, and only by the speed of the horse's sprint, the enemy can be divided into corpses, which can be called a head harvester. Moreover, the power used for horses and strides is equally good. The long blade, coupled with the long handle, can use the strength of the whole body when waving. Regardless of the knife method, as long as it rushes into the enemy line and splits, the absolute lethality report no one can get close, and the fight with the European Scottish sword, you can die in a lot of people. In the end, the archer's weapon is still dominated by a long bow, because the production is simple, the power is considerable, and it is easy to equip quickly. As for the crossbow, it must be developed, but it will not work in a short time, because the crossbow structure is complex. And the bow body above must also be composite material, which is quite troublesome to make. In addition, in order to enhance the viability of the archers in the chaos, they are also uniformly equipped with weapon shovels, which are used to cut people at critical moments. The first month of spring was spent in a busy schedule. Since Luo Chang appeared here, the Han tribe seems to have been doing unfinished work, but as long as they are willing to work, there must be gains. In the past month, the fields on both sides of the river have been cultivated, and the newly grown seedlings have also been inserted into the field. Nearly 2,500 acres of rice fields can complete spring cultivation within a month, thanks to the hundreds of cattle and horses. The Han tribe has broken through 4,000 people. In this month, the armament manufacturing of the Han tribe has almost been completed. The first batch of regular military establishments equipped with a unit is about to be completed. Thanks to the invention of the windmill automatic forging hammer, iron drilling is no longer manual labor, but turned to technical work, mass processing of exactly the same thing. The workers' proficiency can be improved quickly. After the preparations were completed, the spring farming was over, and most of the people of the ethnic group had freed up their hands. Luo Chang also began to screen soldiers in the young and middle of the whole ethnic group to form the first professional army of the Han tribe to leave production. With a population of more than 4,000, children under the age of 10 are almost 1,500, adult women are about 1,780, and adult men have only 7,800. With such a population base, to form a completely discontinued army, Luo Chang can only get it out first. There are 155 people in shares, and other men have to do other work. This is almost the limit of the Han tribe. The market in the second month of spring has just ended. This morning, all the people received a notice that the leader summoned adult men of all ethnic groups to gather in the city square. The people of the clan were not surprised. Most of them guessed what the leader was doing. After all, the leader has been letting the clan make some strange things since this month. This is not a secret. Various rumors and speculations have long been spread throughout the city. The clan heard the call and rushed to the central square from their homes. More than adult men came. Women who had not yet assigned work and children who had nothing to do also came to watch, preparing to see what was going to happen in the clan. Big event. On the banner of the square, Luo Chong was wearing a coffee-colored burlap robe with a long sword in his waist, and 4 models were standing behind him. They were Ling Feng, Orthodan, Rat, Blood Butcher, and 4 people were wearing white linen underwear. With a pair of grass shoes on his feet, he stood in front of the clan with Luo Chong. Seeing that the people under the banner have arrived, they have looked at themselves on the stage, and Luo rushed down and shouted, "It's all quiet, and everyone is called together today because our tribe wants to choose a group of the best fighters. This time we will choose 155 people, this 100 people, and will become professional soldiers in the future. They are also called soldiers. They only obey the orders of the chiefs and are responsible for protecting our tribes and ethnic groups, as well as the responsibility of opening territory for the tribe. In addition to fulfilling the orders of the leader, these soldiers cannot do other work, but they will also have generous treatment, wear the best clothes, and use the best weapons, but when it is really dangerous, you must also be worthy of the clan. The support given to you by the people of the clan, you also have to serve the people of the clan and the tribe. This time, the selection of soldiers is divided into 4 categories: guns, archers, cavalry, knives, and shields, each of whom has its own clothes and armor, and unified weapons and equipment. Now let's take a look at these equipment, and then start selecting soldiers. Well, get started. Luo Chong finished speaking, and when he waved his hand behind him, the 4 models behind him began to dress and wear armor on his body, hang equipment, and show it to the people below. Iron red burlap trousers, iron red linen robes, dark and shiny armor, white linen socks, dark cowhide war boots, worn one by 4 people. Looking at the people underneath can't help but open your mouth. Both eyes are full of stars. Ling Feng was dressed as a cavalry. On the top of the black helmet, a ray of red helmets fluttered with the wind. The extended black armor on the body hanged all the way to the ankles, seamless on both sides, and the plateau in front of him was a little shorter. It is easy to sit on the back of the horse with a rifle of 4 meters in the hand. The mouse was dressed up by a gunman, the same red robe and black armor, but the armor of the armor was slightly shorter. The knee was just covered with the knee. The plate armor in front of him was longer than the cavalry. It could protect the crotch and have a 3.5 red tassel in his hand. There is also a weapon shovel hanging behind his waist. The blood slaughter is the same as the rat, and it is the same infantry sequence, but he is the shape of a knife shield. The weapon is a Yanling short knife hanging on the waist. The other hand holds a solid wood shield. There is also a barrel shovel hanging behind the waist. The veterinary teeth are also red robes, but there are very few armor on the body. There is only 1 plate can protect the upper body. The long bow in his hand is a long bow. There is a cowhide jug hanging behind his waist, and there is a shovel of soldiers. In addition to these, there is a lambskin follicle between each person's waist that can hold a liter of clean water, but it is not dyed, and is sewn with pure color nitrophy. As soon as the shape of these 4 arms was bright, they immediately blinded the eyes of the people underneath, causing a scream. Look at what is on the stage, what kind of weapons are in your hands, and then look at themselves, sticky leather boots, or straw shoes, wrapped in randomly sewn animal leather clothes, and the weapons you take are varied. The best copper spear is also a light bar. No one has a big gun, and there is no red tassel on it. Even the length is shorter. Not to mention those things, most people don't even wear whole cloth clothes, let alone look at the majestic armor. My God, this is the soldier's clothes. Does everyone have such good clothes? The black skin is so beautiful, and there is a round copper plate on my chest. The copper buttons I used to make are not so big. The shield made of wood is also very beautiful. I don't know if there is a turtle shell that we used to be strong, but it looks really good. I really want one. A man from the Ao tribe commented. The black one should be a leather armor. Our tribe used to have a red one. It's not beautiful to do this, and only the leader can wear it. I didn't expect the new leader to make one for each soldier. There are many animal skins in the Han tribe. The man from the paint tribe said emotionally. I don't want to know anything else. I just want to know how to choose a soldier. Is it to fight like a campaign leader? Anyway, I must be a soldier. This equipment is too powerful. I have never worn such good clothes. A teenager secretly clenched his fists and was ready to win a quota for a while. Luo Chong stood on the stage, scanning at the reactions of the people below, secretly nodding. It seems that the effect of his prediction has been achieved, and the people of the ethnic group have been very enthusiastic about joining the army. Well, everyone is quiet. What you see now is the standard equipment of the soldiers. As long as they can be selected, everyone has a set that is exactly the same as this one. Can you put on this dress and become an excellent? The soldiers depend on your own. Now the selection begins, and all the men gather outside the east gate. After hearing 3 drums in a while, they began to run around the city 4 times. They first returned to the top 300 people under the banner to advance, waiting for the next round of screening. Meet at the east gate now, and I will watch you in person at the head of the city. Don't think about speculation and cleverness, and dare to play tricks too fast today. Luo shouted at the people below. Ah, isn't it better than anyone who fights, nor is it more powerful than anyone? How can we compare to running? Some people were ignorant when they heard this selection method. Maybe, the leader is a fast warrior who wants to run? When a clan finished speaking, he felt that he didn't believe it. Isn't the soldier the most powerful fight? No matter how he chooses, isn't it just running? I will run very fast, this time I will definitely be able to choose. Okay, don't say it here. Everyone else has run to the gate of the city. What use do you run later than others? You know a fart, they run fast, they should have no energy in a while. I will keep my energy and wait for a while to run. The crowds of men yelled and screamed outside the east city gate. Luo Chong also took 4 models to the city wall. Each of the 4 people supervised a city wall. Luo Chong stayed in the east city building to pinch them. The clan quickly gathered outside the east gate. Luo Chong shouted at them in the city building, ran north from here, circled around the city wall in the direction of the counterclockwise, ran 4 laps, and advanced the first 300 of the most advanced city gate. When they were ready, they let the rats around them knock 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 drums, the 700th and 800 grandfathers ran around the city wall and raised a smoker in the dry land. Luo Chong uses long-distance running to select soldiers. These soldiers must be physically fit because they want to wear armor to fight. Although they are only nails, the whole armor also weighs nearly 30 pounds. If they are replaced with iron armor, the weight of the whole armor may be doubled. The requirements for physical fitness are even greater. Without good physical fitness, wanting to charge in armor, there is no door. A circle of 1,400 meters long in Shenyang City, plus a 4-meter wide moat, may be more long. It runs down 4 times, which is nearly 6 kilometers. This is the physical training of modern soldiers. For these primitive people, there should be no problem, nothing more than just slow down, but it can definitely run down. Luo Chong stood down and looked down at the city. In the past, the originally dense team became very rare, but no one got down and let Luo Chong couldn't help but feel. If you put it in modern society, you let junior high school students running a 1500 can make them run out is normal. Compared with these primitive people's physical fitness is better. Another lap passed, and finally someone got tired, and some people had vomited on their knees. The witches and elders who had prepared in advance under the city wall immediately took a few women to the street to rest. At the same time, these people were directly eliminated. In the 3rd lap, the speed of running has also slowed down, but basically no one has vomited again. After all, if you can continue to run for 3 kilometers, your physique will not be too bad, but the running team is getting bigger and bigger. The first and last place have pulled more than half a circle away. In the 4th lap, Luo Chong has come to the city and stood at the door of the east gate waiting for the top 300 people. This number is better to count by himself. He is afraid that other numbers will not come. Tired men like dead dogs finally came to the end. There were almost 20 people in the first echelon. They ran back and actually had physical strength. Luo Chong gave them a chopsticks at the gate of the city. As a mark, these are people who have the potential to be promoted to military officers. After all, they want to be military officers. The first requirement is to be able to convince the public. You can't even compare your own soldiers, who will listen to your orders. The second echelon was almost 2 minutes late, and slowly ran back. This echelon had almost 80 people. Luo Chong sent each of them a shorter wooden stick. These are the ones with better physical fitness. The batch is suitable for use as a knife shield. After all, the sword shield not only wears heavy armor, but also has a solid shield more than others. It's also very physical. The third echelon was about 5 minutes late. This time there were almost 120 people. Luo Chong once again distributed them shorter wooden sticks to prepare them as candidates for gunmen. After that, the people were not echelons, but the rare and unpluggable team. For a while, it was endless, until enough 300 people. Luo Chong signaled the rats on the city wall, and the drums of the boom sounded. The men who had not yet returned sat down on the ground, rested in place, and even had no physical strength to sigh. The 300 people who entered the city returned to the square to meet again, waiting for the second round of screening. This time half of the number was eliminated. The establishment of a unit was 155. Among them, the 3 top officers were personally appointed by Luo Chong. The remaining 152 people all must be selected from these 300 people. After the 300 people rested for half an hour, drank water once, and went to the toilet again, their physical strength gradually recovered, but the sore muscles will definitely not be so fast. After running a few laps every day, they will get used to it slowly. Watching the people below stand up again, Luo Chong came to the banner again to yell at them. The second round of selection is a contest. You will draw lots to decide your opponents. After drawing lots for a while, a group of 30 people will come to the front. Both parties are not allowed to use weapons. If you knock down the opponent first, you will be directly selected. Join the army, but you should not be severely injured when competing. Do you understand? I see. 300 young and middle-aged people heard Luo Chong's request, and this time it was finally time to fight, and as long as they won again, they could put on that domineering military uniform and couldn't help cheering. Okay, now everyone goes to the front table to get a sign with the numbers written on the opposite side of the sign. The person who gets the same number is your opponent. Find your opponent, and then line up. Now start. Luo Chong shouted to everyone again. The men below also lined up to the banner to draw wooden cards from a long table. The wooden cards were all deducted from the desktop. The numbers were written on the other side. These numbers are all Arabic, but when Luo Chong taught them, they said that this is a lowercase of Chinese numbers. There are 10 numbers in total. The people of the ethnic group have long known each other. Although they will not add or subtract multipliers, the numbers will still be. 33 men stepped forward to extract their wooden cards, then shouted loudly to find their opponents, and finally divided into 2 camps to start lining up in the square. A dozen minutes later, Luo Chong saw the ranks below and began to name the contest. The wooden sign obtained, which says the column from 1 to 15, stands in the middle, and listens to my orders for a while. Yes. Hearing Luo Chong's shouting, each of the camps on both sides walked out of 15 people. Luo Chong swing his hand, signifying the beast teeth behind to check the wooden cards, and then accept the wooden cards after confirmation. The 30 men standing face to face in the middle of the venue below seemed to be accumulating strength, waiting for Luo Chong's order to turn their opponents to the ground. Beast Teeth also quickly returned with a stack of wooden cards, nodded at Luokan, and then heard Luo Kongda drink. Start. The following 30 people collided instantly with wailing. Some just put their opponents on the ground in one face, and some fought with each other. They were fighting one after another. They were fighting without rules. They each relied on brute force to determine the outcome. 30 people each won and soon decided on the outcome. At this time, there were only 2 groups left in the venue to decide the outcome. The headache that made Luo Guan watching was endless. In the center of the venue, a group of number 6 brands was circling around. The 2 kept competing for various actions, and occasionally tried each other, but they haven't played seriously until now. Luo Chong walked directly. The 2 scolded. If you 2 don't do it again, you will be eliminated together. I don't think some of those who just won are dissatisfied with the loss. There is really no shortage of you 2 here. When the 2 were heard to be eliminated directly, they were scared at once, and they stopped tempting. Wow, they yelled for a while and quickly wrestled together. The other group got the number 12 card, and the two were fat and thin, but it was more interesting that the thin man had a strong explosive force and a fast speed, and he took the initiative to attack each time, and the slightly fatter did not appear bloated. The figure is very flexible, and I have been swimming with the thin man. Every time I get twice, I have the same ability to fight. Both men's skills are pretty good. It seems that they should be practiced through frequent hunting. Luo Chong secretly wrote down the numbers of the two people and gave them priority when preparing to select the last two places in a while. Don't turn around, you two must decide the outcome within 3 strokes, otherwise. Luo Chong's words haven't finished yet. The thin man and the fat man rushed together in an instant. The fat man stretched out his hands to grab the thin shoulders. The thin man was sprinting quickly, jumping one leg and kicking the fat man's chest. The fat man was kicked, and his mouth was sullen. The staggering posture was about to fall backwards. But at this moment, the fat man's hands instantly caught the thin man's own ankle, and then pulled hard. At one turn, the two fell to the ground together at the same time. There were so many cries around. Luo Chong looked at the two people very well. The thin man was so fierce, and the fat man was beating, but he was not stupid, and he pulled the thin man as the back when he was about to fall to the ground. If he went to the battlefield, he must have pulled the back. The two fell to the ground at the same time, stood helplessly, clapping the dust on their bodies and standing in front of Luo Chong, not knowing what to judge in this game. Luo Chong smiled and looked at the two. His eyes were full of appreciation, and he said to the two, "What are you both called? Did you take the name?" Back to the leader, "My name is Hu Man Kang, and the name is obtained according to the words on the bowl. They say that the full warehouse means more food. I usually eat more. I hope our tribe is always full." Hey! Fat man scratched his head, a laughter. "Well, Hu Man Kang, good name, can eat well, and eat more energy." Luo rushed and nodded. It turned out that this was a tribe bought from the tiger tribe. Back to the leader, "My name is Chai Duo Duo Duo." The thin man also answered seriously, but there was no nonsense. "Well, how good is firewood? It won't be cold in winter. Are you from the Fork tribe?" Luo Chong nodded and laughed at him. Head back, yes. Chai Duo is a simple answer, and it seems very bad at communication. Hu Man Kang, a lot of firewood. Now you two are tied. It's really difficult for you to say who should I choose not to choose. Otherwise, you two will fight me. How about choosing him at the end? Luo Chong played up and laughed at the two. Fight with the leader? Are the two together? The two of Huchai questioned at the same time. Why, dare not? Luo deludedly asked. No dare, just. Then it's okay. The two of you beat me one. In the end, it's not fair to choose whoever doesn't fall. Come on, I don't think the two of you are like grinds. Luo Chong said this, so he picked up the sword in his waist and put it on the table, and then pulled the short robe in front and back into the belt. The two of Chehu glanced at each other and looked at the leader as if he was not kidding. They nodded to each other. They are people who later joined the Han tribe. They usually only know that the leader is wise and admire the leader, but the leader's force is very good. How about it? The two have never seen it. At this time, I actually heard that the leader wanted a dozen or two, and it was also involuntarily good. They were all flesh and blood teenagers. Although they had never killed anyone in their hands, there were many prey slaughtered. In terms of the value of force, they really disagree. Luo Chong is also ready to stand in the center of the venue, beckoning to the two, and the two glanced at each other and began to look around Luo Chong to find their own station. The alternative fighters on both sides of the venue also stared at them, and they were also very curious. Since they came to the Han tribe, they have never seen Luo rush out, and they have no knowledge of Luo Chong's force value. Watching the battle with one eye, there is no interest, and the discussion is quietly underneath. Today's soldiers, women, and children in the tribe who have nothing to do have come to watch. 1,000 people are here, and they are all staring at the center of the venue. On the field of contest, Luo Chong stood in place, and the two of Chehu were still in a circle around Luo. The positions of the two were very interesting. Chai Duo always faced Luo Chong, but Hu Man Kang had been standing behind Luo Chong. Even the light of the sight could not be seen. As long as Luo Chong turned around, the two turned around and seemed to have reached a combat alliance. Just when Luo Chong turned his head again and wanted to observe behind him, Chai Duo caught the opportunity and rushed towards Luo violently. Luo Kongyuan saw the scene. In order to prevent being attacked by Hu Mankang behind him, he also run over with Chai Duo. With more firewood, the explosive power is strong, and the elastic ability is good. When the two are about to enter the attack distance, Chai Duo is another single-legged jump, flat feet, and rushed towards Luo in the air. Luo rushed to see Chai Duo is still the same move. He did not hesitate at all. He pushed the ground with one foot and jumped into the air at the same time, and made a turning movement in the air. The legs swept across the air, kicking a lot of firewood's legs to the side, and the body continued to turn at the moment of his imbalance in the air. The other foot kicked a serial kick, and the toes slammed a lot of firewood on the back, kicking him directly in the air. It was only a moment for the two to fight. Luo rushed to the ground, and Chai Duo yelled out a few meters away and rolled to the ground horizontally. On the other side, Luo Chong had just landed and had not stood firm. Hu Mankang behind him had rushed over with a slam, and a pair of Kongguyu powerful arms went from behind to Luo Chong's shoulders. Feeling the bad wind behind him, Luo rushed to the toes, and when his body turned backwards, he squatted down, and was able to escape Hu Mankang's arms, and then while the two were close, Luo rushed in his arms. He rushed forward and slammed to the ground under his feet, and his head leaned to the left side, directly making a mountain bike, hit the chest of Hu Mankang with his right shoulder. Hu Mankang was hit by a stagger by this hitting mountain, and his feet were unstable. He suddenly fell backwards, but this kid had to pull the back of his back when he fell to the ground last time. Luo Jing naturally would not give him a chance. After the shoulder hit his chest, it did not separate, as if the two were stuck together. Then Luo rushed back and grabbed his arm in front of Hu Mankang, grabbed his armpit on his right shoulder, tripped under his foot, stretched his waist instantly, and threw Hu Mankang out after a shoulder fall. There was just a lot of firewood over there, and he rolled a few laps on the ground. Before he slowed down from the serial kick just now, he saw a black shadow flying directly at him, scaring him to roll aside, and then I heard a puff, and Hu Mankang fell to the position he just lay. When the two suddenly cried, they didn't expect the leader to be so powerful. They flew far away without a trick. This time, they fell to the ground together, or no one stood, and finally who should choose? Good. Thousands of people around them also made a burst of exclaims, and were surprised by the force value of the leader. My God, the leader is too powerful. Just flew up and kicked 2 feet, and kicked people out directly. There was also the one that hit and fell just now, which made the force even greater. The style of play has never been seen before. It would be nice if the leader could teach us. Yeah, it looks so powerful. The vigor in the crowd did not speak, but subconsciously covered his fist, as if to recall the pain of the original finger robbing. For the strange tricks of the leader, it has long been strange, and it seems that Luo Zhuang is powerful. It should be. The girls who joined the Han tribe in the early spring of this year seem to have countless asteroids overflowing in Luo Chang's eyes. The original admiration for the leader is even worse now. Luo Chang stood in place, sorted out his clothes, put the clothes back, and then took back his sword and walked towards Chehe. At this time, the two have helped each other to stand up, watching Luo Chang overwhelmed. What next? Is it another fight? It still hurts. Chief. Chehe called. Well, you two don't have to compare and advance at the same time. The qualifications of both of you are very good. Don't be discouraged when you lose this time. In the future, I will teach you some tricks, and it will definitely become more powerful. Go to the flag platform to stand on the side. Luo Chang patted the shoulders of the two to show encouragement. When the two heard the pause, they were happy and broke down. I didn't expect to be promoted at the same time after being beaten, and the leader also said to teach them a few tricks. Where to find this good thing? So even busy Shane, even the other alternatives around him, the soldiers also cast envious eyes on the two. Thank you, leader, we will learn well. Hu Mankang shouted with a smile. Thank you, leader. Chai Duo still didn't talk much, but the eyes that looked at Luo Chang were full of worship and clothing. Luo rushed to nod, and then shouted at others to continue the game. The game continued because the outstanding performance of the two Chehe was valued by the leader just now, so he was promised by the leader to personally teach the tricks. Other people no longer speculate and tricks this time. They have contested their skills and hope to get the leader favor. However, the establishment is fixed. In addition to the last 150 people who won, there were only 2 places left. Luo Chang naturally will not choose a few more. Just now, Luo Chang acted like this. In addition to really paying attention to the two, he also intends to show them in front of them. While prestige, it is also to lead this army in the future. After all, others know how to govern the army. This first step requires him to guide himself. The next comparison is loud and colorful, but most of them are clumsy skills. They don't have any moves. In Luo Chang's eyes, it's like a piece of wood. How to sculpt in the future depends on how he teaches himself. In the past round by round, Luo Chang also chose a young man named Shi Lu to advance. This guy has no characteristics. It feels very stable to fight. In the end, he also played with his opponent. A tie, no one can help each other, but Luo Chang remembers that this Shi Lu is one of the fastest 6-kilometer runs, so he was promoted. The game ended soon, and the establishment of a unit was completed. Other unrelated ethnic groups also dispersed, leaving only some children watching. Luo Chang let the 152 people disband on the spot, take a break, then go home to boil water and take a bath, and then come here to get clothes. In the afternoon, these people came to the square again to gather, and they all received military uniforms and boots. The shoes were easy to handle. They were collected according to the size. If the clothes were not suitable, they had to be changed specifically. However, these linen clothes had no elastic power, so they were more relaxed and fat. It's not much worse. Anyway, fat and thin can be worn. As for the armor, it was not released immediately. These soldiers had just joined the army. What kind of arms they participated in had not yet been decided. Next, Luo Chang will use other methods to allocate arms to these people. A unit with a strength of 155 people and a total flag of 438 people. It happens that cavalry, gunmen, shield soldiers, and bow soldiers each occupy a general flag. Although this ratio is very unreasonable, this is the first regular army of the Han tribe. Naturally, it is necessary to develop in an all-round way, laying a good foundation for the expansion of the army in the future. The recruitment process came to an end, and the Han tribe also entered normal work. Luo Chang once again issued an order to the people. The original team of the tribe formed a team of 100 people, pulled the grain grass and tools to rush to the original place of the tribe. Plant this year's rami grass. The big tree also once again took people to Baobao Mountain to mine copper mines. As for the mining of iron ore, Luo rushed down and no one was allowed to go. Due to the sum of 155 people to form an army, the Han tribe is really unable to win so many people. The current iron consumption of the Han tribe is not large, and there is no need to be so anxious. In addition to these, Luo Chang also sent a caravan again. This time, there were 40 people, the leader of the ranch, Ling Feng as the deputy leader, all of whom had 2 horses each, and 8 cattle cars full of cargo, and 30 shepherds. Go to the grassland to trade again. The content of this transaction is to buy animal skins and horns as much as possible. These are munitions, and they are cattle and horses. They are used to provide animal power. Sheep don't want it this time. They can't do any work. They just consume green grass. It's not a grassland. There are so many vegetables that you can eat. There are conditions to raise 10 sheep. It's better to raise 2 more horses. Besides, animals like sheep breed fast, and there is no need to buy so many back. But then again, the sheep are okay, but the wool is still needed. Luo Chang let them bring 8 cars this time. That's what it means. Collect more wool and come back. That thing is very large. How much can't be brought back? For this guy can't stay in sex. When he heard Luo Chang's order, he was happy to leave the leader, but this time there was a special case where Luo Chang left his brother in the wild, so a lot of supplies. Take it out. Who knows if you have any ideas about swimming this guy, which also means a little precautionary. But if it's useful, I don't know. Anyway, the women and children who are swimming are still in the tribe. Can he really not come back? If he really has this heart, it is useless to be afraid to leave his brother. But Luo Chang naturally couldn't say that. The reason he gave was to stay in the field and prepare to let Yuno lead another team to form a market in Xingken district, Hedong. In fact, this is also Luo Chang's real use. Compared with this, the hostages can only be regarded as incidental purposes. The 2 brothers listened to Luo Chang saying this, and there was no doubt that he was very happy. On the contrary, both of them were very happy, especially Yuno, who had followed his elder brother for so many years, and now finally want to lead his own team. After hearing this arrangement, this guy began to run around in a hurry to see the progress of the goods in various workshops. The slaves of the Han tribe are still in construction. It is expected that the construction project of the entire Hanyang city will be completed in another year, but they will be transferred to the new city at that time, without worrying that they will not work. After arranging the work of the outgoing teams, Luo Chong was stuck in the military construction again. What the Han tribe's army will look at now, how he is playing this foundation. Speaking of Luo Ji's previous life is a soldier. I still miss it. If the entire Han tribe wanted him to manage, he really wanted to get stuck in the military camp to relieve the feeling of the year. When it comes to military construction, the first one is independence. It must be distinguished from ordinary people. Since it is a soldier, it is naturally impossible to continue to live at home. It is impossible to go back to the wife and children to Warmkong every day. This is too scattered. Therefore, the first order issued by Luo Chong was to move, and there was nothing to move. It was nothing more than that these soldiers could no longer go home casually. Luo Chong allocated a new warehouse to use them as barracks. From now on, these soldiers will live together in this large warehouse. The empty warehouse was covered with a layer of brick floors. Luo Chong also let the carpentry team begin to build a double bed furniture. The 4 wooden pillars with thick arms are used as bed legs, inserted with 2 layers of beams, and then laid. It is not difficult to make it. In addition, several long tables have been created, one for group meals, and the second is for learning. There are not many people with culture in the Han tribe, and there are few people who can write 100 or 200 words, and only 20 people have died. This is why, is it not because there is no time to study uniformly, too much live, and there are many people. Luo Chong can't call thousands of people to go to class together, it can't live a life, and it's unrealistic to say. But now is a good opportunity. There are not many soldiers in 155 soldiers, and there is no work to do. It is no problem to form a slightly larger class to study together. This is a good teaching pilot unit. Besides, it is impossible for these soldiers to take classes all the time. Luo Chong still organizes a group of students to study here during this time period, and cultivates some teachers for future schools. So many children in the school let Luo Chong teach himself. How can he have that time and energy? At most, it is to bring a group of teachers out, and then write some teaching materials by yourself. When you are free, you can only give lectures to these teachers. If you have a goal, you must put it into action. In the second month of spring, Luo Chong took these soldiers for simple Q training and physical training, while proposing various regulations to regulate them, letting them have a soldier. Look. I had to get up in the morning when I heard the drums, then I ran around Hanyang City 4 times a morning, and after I came back to cook, organize my house, eat breakfast, then line up exercises, familiarize myself with equipment, and start doing various physical fitness in the afternoon training, and then learning various regulations. On the other side, Luo Chong is also urging the carpentry group and the kill group to make teaching aids, table stools, blackboards with black paint on wood, chalk made of lime, and hundreds of small blackboards. Big blackboards are used for teaching, and small blackboards are used for students. After all, you can't look at the words. After all, you still have to let them practice it themselves, but the paper is too cumbersome, and the conditions are not met. The effect of using sand trays is much better. Black and white words are clearly defined and can be wiped out after writing. It only consumes some lime. The production of chalk is also not complicated, that is, the ashes are cooked with water, then they are made into mud ointment, and then pressed into thin strips with molds, and finally dried up. It becomes a pure physical change. The production is simple and convenient for mass production. In this way, until the beginning of March in the spring, the construction of the military camp and classrooms finally had an eyebrow. In the large warehouse, it was divided into 2 from the middle, half of which was all the living area of the bed, and the other half was renovated into a large classroom. A large blackboard with a circle, with some slogans written on it, also wrote a lot of military discipline, allowing soldiers to learn while recognizing words. For a month, through non-stop training and competitions, and according to the characteristics of each fighter, the 4 arms have been divided, and 4 general flags have been formed. The chief of the unit is the rat. The deputy chief is the blood slaughter. The stock horse is served by the beast teeth. The chief flag of the sword shield is Human Kang. The chief flag of the cavalry is Chai Duo Duo, and the position of the other chief of the gunmen is handed over to Shi Lu. The general flag of the bowl is held by a guy named Tan Jian. He is the champion of many archery competitions, and the other soldiers are also very convinced. There is no objection to Luo Chang's appointment arrangement. There are 3 small flags under a general banner. Running modernity is 1 row. Although the number of people is small, they are all essences. Now the population base is small, aren't it expensive? These are the seeds of the big Chinese army. One morning in March, all the soldiers sorted out their housekeeping, had breakfast, and then ran in line to the western pasture outside Hanyang. Now every day of training is also conducted here. Luo Chang has been waiting for them here early, watching more than 100 people yelling at 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4, running together, still proud in his heart. After all, they are all trained by themselves. From a distance and near, the team arrived here and waited for Luo Chang to speak, and the rat shouted first. 121, 121, set up, turn right, look right, each flag. Then I heard 4 neat squads start one by one report, and finally check it out. All the personnel are neat. The rat shouted a little bit, and then came to report to Luo Chang. Reporting leader, 1 unit should reach 155 people, actually 155 people, fully equipped, please instruct. Set up. Luo Chang's simple command exit. No. The rat's body was straightened, his right hand was fisted, his fist was facing up, and his mouth was close to his left chest, and he respected a military salute, and then turned to shout at the 4 flags to make a decision. Finally, he stood with the blood butcher and the tooth. On the side of the team, a definite action was also made. Luo Chang also walked to the front of the team at this time, shouting a little bit, and began to make arrangements for today's training. Chai Duoduo's order. 2. How old Chai shouted, and then stood up. Lead cavalry training. The first subject is rapid loading and unloading of horses, the second subject is the cavalry practice, the third subject is riding and changing horses, and I have to evaluate these 3 subjects in the afternoon. Pay attention to safety, but don't be timid. This is the equestrian action that cavalry must master. Maybe it's your way to save your life on the battlefield. Now you have suffered the most injuries, but when you are on the battlefield, you lose your life. When training, take it seriously. Luo Chang sternly said to the cavalry flag. The final order. Chai Duo also respected a military salute, and then left with his flag. Tan Jian hearing order. Luo Chang continued to arrange. 2. Your department conducts arrow formation practice, and the assessment in the afternoon is correct. Luo Chang ordered again. The final order. Tan Jian, the guy also left for a gift. Soon, he launched a formation with the general banner of the arch, and then practiced arrows. After a while, Luo Chang heard the voice of Tan Jian's guy who gave orders. Under his command, all the archers shot together for several rounds, and then how many arrows were fired, and then they were jumped. Shooting. 50-step projectile forward, 200-step projectile forward. It is indeed free to shoot and so on. A series of passwords are constantly issued from Tan Jian's Wei. The general banner of Bao soldiers is also various trainings for hard work. On the other side of the 2 flags, Luo Chang personally took the array exercises, the assassination training of the gunmen, the array training of the gunmen, the shield training of the sword shield soldiers, and the actual combat exercises with armor. Each shield soldier was wearing fully armed armor, then holding a shield in one hand and a short stick in the other, and was divided into 2 camps standing face to face. Finally, under Luo Chang's order, he immediately rushed together. The shield collided with each other, making a loud noise, and the other hand also copied a short stick, used as a knife to greet the other, while training how to attack the opponent, and training how to use the shield to defend itself from attack. The same is true of the gun array on the other side. It has completed the evolution of various arrays several times, and then 2 or 2 groups have done confrontation training. Their spears have also been replaced with sticks wrapped in soft cloth and hay. The stick pierced each other and was also training some defensive moves. At noon, the ministries collected troops and returned to the camp, rested, cooked, and finally lined up to cook, then lined up to serve on the table. After the chief shouted for dinner, these talents moved chopsticks, and when they were eating, no one spoke, finished eating quickly, lined up to brush the bowl, and finally put his own rice bowl in place, so that he finally had time to rest. chatting, sleeping, and being injured to find herbs to treat dark injuries. Some people gathered behind Luo Chang and watched Luo Chang take a chalk to write Chinese characters on the blackboard on the wall. In the afternoon there is a cultural class. Luo Chang is preparing teaching materials, and what he is writing now is a military song written specifically for the Han army. Big Han Erlang. The long knife pointed directly at the jackal in the north. The crippled sun is like blood, flowing on the road south and down. Banner hunting, leading the eastward soldiers. The drums of war are rumbling, and they are in the battlefield of Zizu. Qin family, heading far away to the ocean. The Han family has been good since ancient times, and they have returned to the intestines. Zhongxiao has been difficult since ancient times, and his father and mother have tears. The door is full of loyalty, and it is well reported to the people of the country. So, towards, no, enemy, Chinese, army, prestige, Wu, bloodstained shirt is the most beautiful clothes for men. Magus shroud is the yearning of thousands of heroes. Sword and gun, Mori, erecting the high walls of the country. The iron-hoofed clashes, stepping on the backbone of the barbarism. What Jianfang pointed out is both the frontier of my hero. The men have been self-improved since ancient times and are loyal and famous. Who has died since ancient times, would rather enter the British Hall. Thousands of miles away from the river, and the 5 oceans of the sailing earthquake. Commit, strong, Chinese, by, although, far, must, chew. A big man was written neatly on the blackboard of the side wall. The warrior with the word of knowledge whispered behind him. If he didn't, he asked Luo Chang. Luo Chang also explained to them patiently, but these soldiers did not understand. What they mean, they will have their own experience when they understand nature. This military song contains Luo Chang's longing for the Han tribe army, as well as his yearning for the Han army, and even his request for the Han army. It also contains a lot of ideas for defending the country, so that they can understand their purpose and role as soldiers. Responsibilities, more military style and a spirit of courage, are also thinking about what has been achieved for several days, cultivate the military brigade culture unique to the military. In the afternoon, the cultural class in the military camp began, but although Luo Chang intended to teach them Chinese characters, he did not directly teach the content of the text, but integrated Chinese characters into the military array to let them learn while teaching various types of the method of placing troops, while writing down some array terms in Chinese, then let them learn Chinese characters. This is actually the same as teaching elementary school students to learn Chinese characters. It has never been incorporated into the text alone, but is integrated into the text. While learning the text, while learning the strange Chinese characters in it, Luo Chang also means this. He rubbed the Chinese characters on the military array that made these people more interested. The effect of teaching Chinese characters is not much better. First, the names of various weapons and equipment, then teach the Chinese characters in the regulations, and finally talk about some formation. For example, in the face of what kind of enemies to put on, how to defend, how to charge, what to do when breaking through, and even specifically talked about how to deal with the city's defense, and the students also learned. After these people finished the class, Luo Chang went to specifically to evaluate the items that were to be checked in the morning, and finally commented a few words, and then explained the deficiencies to them, so that they would work harder and the like in the future. Let them continue their physical training. After all 4 flags have left, Luo Chang returned to the barracks and called again a group of students, most of whom were women who were pregnant last winter, and some half-year-old children around 10 years old. There are almost 200 people in total. The nature of Luo Chang handing over to these people will no longer be the art of warfare, but a large collection of nouns mainly based on daily necessities, mostly the production methods of various things, and then write down the entire production process in the form of words. While teaching them how to make things, they are allowed to learn Chinese characters at the same time. This actually has an advantage, that is, it is difficult to write down all Chinese characters silently by your brain, but if you write an article, you will use a lot of Chinese characters, even if you don't know how many words you can write. This is much simpler than thinking about a word. In addition, there is a very strange place in Chinese characters, that is, if you read more, you will forget what the word is called. The more awkward it looks, the more the word will be separated in your eyes, and it will become an irrelevant stroke. It's amazing to remember more and more in the end. Even adults from elementary school to big can't avoid it. In the 3rd month of the spring, the days of teaching on the side of the whole army passed by day, and Yuno was also urging the production of commodities. He was actually very caring about the establishment of the fixed market in Hedong. I wish I could leave my brother early and lead my team to fly alone. Luo Chang is also very concerned about this matter. The area of the new town under exploration is much larger than that in Shenyang City, and there are big rivers next to it, and there are paper-making materials on both sides of the north and south. There is no reason for him to be careless. At the end of March, Luo Chang finally ordered to let the advance team for the preparation of this new city set off. The size of the team is quite large. All the troops of one unit are dispatched, plus the 20-man business team led by Yano, and 7 large cars, and 100 sheep. In addition to 2 of them are pottery and white salt, the other 3 vehicles are all built-in tools, hoe, pickaxe, shovel, axe, saw and the like, filled with everything, and the last 2 vehicles it is completely loaded with food. The other 100 sheep are the bait that Luo Chang deliberately brought them. The first purpose of their trip was to build a military camp-like garrison base and then graze sheep around them, using these sheep as bait to attract the river. The beasts near the initiative attacked, and then used the combat power of the army to annihilate the beasts, in order to achieve the purpose of clearing the surrounding beasts, create a safe and good environment for the upcoming wild city. In this advance team, the army is led by rats, with 4 purposes. One is to eliminate the beasts, and the other is to provide protection for the merchants, and is responsible for the material escort between the new city and Hanyang City, as well as to provide initial labor. Just when the team set off with the rat on the side of the wild, his brother had been out for 2 months. A team of 40 people had come to the grassland again, but this time their line was not near. The edge of the mountain area was discovered last year's Qianyang tribe and Altai's tribe. When a group of people walked for 10 days, no living person encountered it. This made Lush Hearts whisper, so he began to ask Ling Feng what was going on. Captain, here is the grassland. The grassland tribe is different from our Han tribe. The Han tribe relies on fixed land to grow food, while the grassland tribe is based on cattle and sheep. They raise a lot of livestock and naturally need a lot of grass. Oh, by the way, our Han tribe calls it for feed, so after the grass in one place is eaten, they will naturally move to another place where the water grass is abundant. This is normal, and grassland tribes are like this. Ling Feng carefully explained the swimming. Oh, it turns out that, what should we do now? Can you find the place where they migrated, or else other tribes will do, or we will not be able to complete the task of the leader. Yufu is also a bit uncertain, and now he has arrived at the prairie site, so he is still used to soliciting opinions from the indigenous people of Ling Feng. I know some places where the water and grass are more abundant this season. Let's go there and see. I guess even if Qianyang and Altai are not there, there will be other tribes there. Ling Feng suggested. Okay, let's go, but the grasslands here are endless and look the same everywhere. As long as you can find your way back, don't let us find the tribe, change things, and finally go home. Lamo said his concerns. His worries did not come out of thin air. The vastness of the grassland is like the sea, the desert, and the endlessness. Seeing where there is grass all over the place, there is nothing at all that can be used as a landmark. No wonder he thinks so. Captain, what's so difficult? Let alone my horse can find the way back. Isn't this the 2 giant eagles flying with us? They can even send the letter back. It shouldn't be difficult for us to take a road? Ling Feng reminded. Oops, look at my brain, this anxiety is confused. If you didn't mention it to me, I almost forgot that we still have 2 eagles. After listening to the Ling Feng, Maserton immediately opened, and the sadness on his face disappeared, and the team quickly moved again. When the time entered April, just at the end of the early market on the side of Hanyang City, the advance team of the new city prepared by the group members also reached their destination. There is Luo Chang's position in winter, which is 2 kilometers away from the river. The north-south direction is in the middle of the 2 mountains. Immediately after the team arrived here, they started camping. More than 100 people were all mobilized to cut down shrubs and small trees. Here, they first trapped the land, and then fetched the materials on the spot to build a hut. It looks like they want to make this place of residence. Naturally, some people will notice that the tribes in the mountains on the north and south sides discovered this situation when they were hunting by the river. To say that there are more beasts near the river. Although the safety factor is very low and unsuitable for living, it is still good to take this place as a hunting ground, so the hunting teams of the surrounding tribes often go here to hunt, so they find someone moving here by the river, and it's not difficult to settle here. It's just that they are a little puzzled. This new tribe is very weird and powerful. There is no woman among 175 people. Is this still a tribe? It looks like the hunting team of a super tribe. And a large number of people in this team are wearing exactly the same red clothes and black armor, which looks like guardians of fairies. These people behave strangely and line up every day. The team does some strange things. The serious atmosphere doesn't look like normal people. The weapons they take are even more never seen before. Therefore, the hunting teams of the surrounding tribes did not rush to contact, who knows whether these people are good or bad. Until one day they met by the river, when these hunting teams were hunting a deer by the river, and the bone spear had been inserted into the deer. Seeing that the deer was about to die, at this time, a 12-person small flag gunman it happened to rush the cow car to fetch water by the river, and scared the tribe's hunting team away. Even the prey forgot to bring it. But they just gave up their prey and they were not reconciled. The women and children in the tribe were still waiting for food, so they didn't run far, wondering if these people would snatch their deer. If they didn't snatch, if they wait for these people to go, they will pick them up in the past, so they will observe in the distance. The small flag of the Han tribe naturally found them, but they didn't go to grab each other's prey. When they left, Luo Chong explained to them, "Don't easily clash with the surrounding tribes, or they will be detrimental to future market development. As long as other tribes do not actively attack them, they cannot offend others first. What's more, the snatching of prey between the tribes is a taboo, and it is the easiest to cause contradiction. After all, it is something to eat." So the soldier of this small flag did not care about the dead deer, and did not even get close, just far away. The hunting team over there swayed his hand, and then a group of people hit the water and washed their faces. But when they washed their faces, a group of people took off their helmets and exposed the buns inside the top of their heads, so that the hunting team in the distance was watching. "Chief, look at it quickly. The hair of the group of people looks so familiar, as if they have seen it before." One of the hunting team reminded his leader. "Well, it's really familiar. Where have you seen it?" The leader can't remember it. I remember, last winter, a group of tribes riding beasts came to our tribe to replace a few people with white salt and pots. At that time, their hair was tied to the top of their heads, but those people were wearing its animal skin." A person next to the leader suddenly recalled. You say it really like this, otherwise you have picked up the deer in the past too. And by the way, asked their identity?" The leader asked for half an order. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, all the other people immediately took a step back, and the angry leader wanted to scold. "A group of courageous mice, let's go and ask together." This time there was a leader, and so many people followed, and they finally dared to come forward and contact them. More than a dozen people came to the 10 meters away from the water flag, and several of them picked up dead deer on the ground. And the other were vigilant watching the small flag soldiers of the Han tribe, fearing that they would suddenly attack. And the little banner saw that they just smiled, and then gave the spear in his hand to his teammates, and walked away with the soldiers in his waist. "Friends, do you want to come to our tribe to buy things? Our tribe has now moved here and will live here in the future." The small flag leader walked over and crossed the line with each other. "That, are you?" the chief asked in doubt. "Why, did you forget? Last winter, people from our tribe also changed pots and white salts for you," the small flag chief reminded. "Oh, it turned out to be you, so what did you mean by shopping?" the leader continued to ask. "This is the case. Last winter, our leader asked us to sell things here and found that there are many tribes here. In order to make it more convenient for you to eat white salt, we are sent here to build a market, to do with various tribes. If you need white salt and pottery, or other tools, or even cloth, you can come to us to change. We will live here all the time and will not leave," the small flag chief explained to the other party. This passage is very complicated, but the leader also almost understood the meaning. This tribe with white salt and pottery will be stationed here, and a long-term party for trading goods will be held, called a market. It seems to be a good thing. It really facilitates them to eat salt in the future. It's just that the white salt of the Han tribe is too expensive. The white powdered crystal is addictive to eating. If you don't eat for 2 days, you will have no energy to mix. It's really evil. It's so expensive. However, we don't have so many people to change your things. The leader said something difficult. You don't have to worry about this. Our trading population is nothing more than looking for some people to help us work, so if you are willing to go out to work for us, you can also trade goods with labor like this. For example, if you come out a few people to help us build a house after the house is built, we exchange it with white salt or other things, and these people who come to work are also yours. What do you think of this idea? The small flag chief introduced according to Luo Chang's statement. Oh, it can be done like this, as long as you do some work for you, you can change the goods, and people are still ours. The leader asked in surprise, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned again. The little banner took a look at the leader, as if he could read the mind, and hurriedly added another sentence. Oh, I forgot to tell you that if you come to help us work for something, in addition to the last rewards we can get, we will manage 3 meals a day, and white salt will be added to the meal, so that you can not only finally, you can get white salt. If you come here to work every day, you can save a lot of white salt for your tribe. The leader listened to the great joy. He had thought that if people were to work for the Han tribe, the food supply of his own tribe would be difficult to guarantee. Now the Han tribe is willing to provide food and give white salt every day, even if they solve their worries. It's actually very cost-effective to calculate this, so the leader continued to inquire about the specific situation of the small flag leader. Well, what do your tribes do? Just build a house, and how much can you change to build a house? Also, where do you want to build your house? If it is too far away, we can't go. In addition, how many houses do you want to build? Can't you change things after you build the house? The leader held the small banner and kept asking for details. As soon as the small flag chief listened to these questions, he was the first to. The specific details of the market were not under his control. Where did he know to go? The specific things are not under my control. If you want to know these, I can take you to our camp. A captain who is responsible for the market will tell you that it is over there, not far away. The small banner stretched out his hand and said at the military camp to the west. The leader glanced west on tiptoe and said a little hesitantly, oh, and ask in the past, then, okay, can my people go together? Yes, this is no problem. In this way, when the soldiers of this small flag were filled with water, they drove the cow's car back to the military camp with more than a dozen foreigners. When a group of people arrived at the gate of the military camp, the small flag of the gunmen walked in first, and they reported to their heads with the general flag. Then Shi Lu came to the camp and took this group of people to find specific information about the Yamo negotiation market. The Yano business team all wore a dark blue burlap gown, blue pants, military boots, and the style looked the same as military uniforms, but with different colors, and they had no armor and no exclusive weapons. The two sides met in the camp, and the leader and his people were all curious to look around until Shi Li introduced him to the identities of both parties. This is our captain in charge of the market. If you have any questions, just ask him. Oh, good. The leader nodded at the field and looked at their dress. They felt a little shorter. These people were just the captains and soldiers of the Han tribe. How many people were in their tribe, and they were wearing so good, he can't see what to do with the clothes on his body, and this Han tribe is too strong. The mind was regained, and the leader said the question just now again, and then waited for Yunya to answer him. There is nothing wrong with what you said. The place where we built the house is here, and it will not occupy your territory. Anyway, no one lives here, and it is not very far from your tribe. Since you can come here come hunting, I believe it's okay to work here. Yui first talked about the workplace. Build a house here? Oh, that's fine, no problem, we can come over. The little leader nodded and said, if you have anything to do, you need to clean the ground here, cut the trees, cut the bushes, clean the weeds, and wait for these to finish. You will dig the soil, build the kiln, burn the bricks, and then you will not stop building a house. You don't have to worry about not working, because we have to build a lot of houses. Maybe you can't finish it in your life. Yui continued to say, can't finish until death? How many houses are you going to build? The little leader grew his mouth in surprise. I don't know how much to build. Our leader just said that he would build hundreds of households first, and then there are many, but this year it must be impossible to build, so you don't have to worry. Yui scratched his head, and his plan for Luochang was not very clear. He only knew that this new city would be many times larger than Hanyang City. How big is it? He would not count. Oh, so, How much can we change to work? The little leader asked again what he cared about most. The work is paid on a daily basis. Each person has 3 meals a day. Like we eat, we can change a porcelain bowl in 1 day, change a small bucket in 5 days, change a pottery in 7 days, and change in 10 days. A large bucket can be replaced with an iron pot in 3 months. If you change salt, half a cup a day, 1 full cup in 2 days, now, this cup, 1 full cup. When Yuno talked, he took out a bronze cast cup, which looks very similar to the modern ceramic cup with ears on the side. It can hold 250 ml of water. If it is used to hold salt, it should be heavier. A pound. The little leader looked at the cup and calculated it silently. When he remembered the winter, the population replaced with a large bowl of fake white salt still felt that it was cost-effective to work, although the big bowl of white salt there are many, almost 5 or 6 times, but their people are gone, and now they want to change so much white salt. Just give the Han tribe more than 10 days of work, and the people are still theirs. This is almost unnecessary to consider. It must be to work. Oh, it would be great if that were the case. I have one last question. How many people do you want to use? Is it just for men to work, women? The little leader asked again. The question of the number of people, how much we want, even if you all fall, you have to work hard. After you go back, you can contact the tribes around you and tell them what I just said. As for women, as long as we can work, even if the children come, there is work to do, that is, the remuneration is lower, of course it is too small. Yui thought about it. Children need it? What can children do? The little leader was surprised again. Sheep, if you see the sheep over there, they are all raised by our tribe. Children just watch the sheep go out to eat grass every day, and then rush back a lot at night, even a day of work. Yui pointed at 100 sheep not far away and said. This time the little leader was even more surprised. I didn't expect the Han tribe to actually breed beasts. No wonder they have so many people and they don't have to go hunting. That, don't you bite that thing? I have never seen such a beast. Can't bite. Sheep are very obedient, and they are all grass eating. They also like to gather together. When you let the sheep go, just watch, and don't run. Oh, then I'm fine. Let's go back to discuss today. If we want to work, I'll bring someone over. When the little leader knows the information he wants, he plans to go back to the tribe first. This matter still needs to be discussed with the elders. After all, elders are wise men of the tribe. They are smarter and more able to analyze the pros and cons. Well, this is no problem. You should also tell the news to other tribes when you go back. We have some work here, not only to get something, but also to eat. The little leader went back with the hunting team and prey, thinking about it along the way. The people behind him were also discussing. There are too many good things in the Han tribe, and now they can be exchanged for work. They are still willing to go. The field on the other side is also preparing. He first wrote a letter with the animal skin, reported the current progress and Luo Chong, and then applied with Luo Chong to bring more tools and food, and asked Luo Chong to come in person. Planning the specific city building address of the new city, and finally sent back to Hanyang City with Flying Eagle biography. More than 100 kilometers away, you can get to Luo Chong in more than an hour, and the news is still delivered quickly. After writing the letter, Yano discussed with the rat again, sending a cavalry with a small flag, and the gunmen with 2 small flags to escort the convoy back. The car was loaded with sword grass from Baishan, ready to take it back to prepare the straw seat, and then when the convoy comes back, bring the new supplies back. The convoy left like this, and Luo Chong, who was far away from Hanyang City, soon received a letter, and saw what Yuno wrote on it. He hoped that he could plan the site of the new city in the past, and secretly nodded. Luo Chong personally planned it is still necessary, so he is ready to wait with the next batch of materials. The new city is located on a small plain with a radius of 800,000 acres. If only one small city at the same level as Seoul is built, it is too wasteful. There are not hundreds of thousands of people, and it is not enough to cultivate such a large area. So Luo Chong intends to build a huge city with a population of about 400,000. Yes, it is the city, not the city. The planning of the new city is a city with a length of 5 kilometers from north to south and a width of 4 kilometers from east to west. It is half as small as the Great Wall in Tangxi. It is about the size of the Bianliang in the Song dynasty. The layout of the city follows the plan of Chang'an City. The middle 100-meter wide road is the central axis, connecting the north and south gates, and the 4 districts on both sides of the central axis, so that the east and west directions are divided into 8 copies, each with a length of about 500 meters. Then it is divided into 12 parts from south to north, and the width of each part is removed from the road about 400 meters wide, so that the entire city is divided into neat grid shapes. Each grid is designated as a square, and the east and west are 500 meters long. It is 400 meters wide from north to south, and there are 96 such squares in the entire city. Of course, it can't be all used to live, otherwise 5.6 million people can easily pretend. In the 12 districts in the north-south direction, the 2 districts in the north can be divided into palaces and noble districts, and there are also eunuchs. The remaining 10 districts are 80 square cities, equivalent to 80 Hanyang cities, used to live civilians or build a factory. There are N schools, which are kindergarten, young school, and 2 high school, corresponding to modern elementary school. There is only one of the remaining eunuchs, which is built next to the palace, managed by Luo Chong himself, who is responsible for teaching those school bullies who have passed the exam from the bottom, and then selecting officials or martial arts from these school bullies, and also specializing in training some technology talents, plan for the future of the Han tribe. In addition, to talk about the cities where civilians live, due to the size of the city, the civilian houses are uniformly divided into 16.6 meters square area. Compared with the houses in Hanyang City, they have almost doubled and they can build more houses. If only a square house is built, 5 rooms can be built, so that the population can live more. The rest of the place can also be built with piglets, farmed livestock, and separate kitchens and toilets will also be available. You can even drill wells and dig cellars in your own homes. If these are not used, they can only be used for occupants. It is not a problem to build a southern room, an east-west compartment, and a house with 20 or 30 people. Of course, the Han tribe is only responsible for building 5 orthodox rooms and a kitchen for each household. The rest of what they want to build depends on themselves, and the tribe will not help. Such a dwelling will not be less than 500 households in a square city. Then the population capacity of this dwelling city will be at the bottom of 5,000 people, and it is possible to reach 78,000. There are 80 such workshops, and even if 30 are used to build schools and factories, the total population of this city can reach 250,000. With so many population bases and large areas of field supply of food, the number of people will definitely increase. Luo Chong will definitely encourage childbirth through policies. In a safe and stable living environment, if Luo rushes down the edict to reward children, for example, having a child rewards 2 pigs or sheep for private property, and 3 children rewards a cow or a horse, you see, the tribe is not crazy to have children. Not to mention 1 year or 3 years, the speed of hugging both is exaggerated, and the population growth rate is not yet wow. What is most important in this era is population. Population is the first productivity, and it is also a symbol of strength or not. After talking about the plan, and then the construction steps, it must be built in phases. First, build a city where ordinary residents live. After more people, build city walls and palaces. There is still too much learning. It will be more than 10 years from elementary school to university. If there are hundreds of thousands of people, what kind of palace wall will be completed in at most 1 year? Since the new city does not have urgent population living needs, the construction of the new city can first build a border wall, that is, the gate wall of the city, and the 108 workshops in the city of Tangchang'an are also equipped with walls and gates. According to the rules of Tangxi, there is a curfew system in Chang'an City, which will knock on the street drum every evening. Then Fangguan will close Fangmen, and then there will be several soldiers patrolling all night. During the curfew, if you see someone on the street, unless there is a tolerance, you will be punished lightly and you will be killed directly. However, the Han tribe's city will have a curfew. In fact, Luo Chong also hopes to have some entertainment activities. He can't do a day's work every day. Go home and cook. It's too boring. Let's talk about the construction of the new city. The first phase of the construction of a square city came out. The wall was built directly with a rem soil structure. The bottom width was 1.5 meters, and the top 1.2 meters, and the height was 5 meters. It's okay. If you build it with rammed soil, it's faster. 180 people can pull the wall up in a month. Then start building the house inside. Since this time it was necessary to build a rammed earth wall, Luo Chang also prepared a large number of wooden boards on the side of Hanyang City as a mold, and took them directly when preparing the transportation materials. After 3 days of driving, the convoy full of swords and grass finally reached the side of Hanyang City. Luo Chang also took the time to teach the clan how to prepare the straw mat while the team was preparing the material block again. The production of the straw mat is divided into 2 steps. One is material preparation, and the other is preparation. They are handed over to the carpentry group and the textile group to complete. Under the guidance of Luo Chang, the carpentry group and the metallurgical combination have created a tool specifically used to decompose the grass leaves of the sword. It is a kind of knife tool similar to the scraping knife used for modern soybeans. The top is composed of 3 side rows of iron blades. When plugging a wide finger sword grass leaf from the root into the mouth of the knife, and then coming out from the other end, it will be cut off with the blade on both sides at one time, and the centermost position of the grass leaf will also be divided into 2. The worker only needs to grab the tail of the sword grass with one hand and push the knife outward with the other hand to get 2 5 mm thin strips. These decomposed grass leaves will also be boiled and then dried. This step is to soften the grass leaves, and the second is to kill the fungus. After all, this is the mat used to lay the kong. It's not clean to contact the skin directly. In the end, the straw mat is compiled, with fine wool as a longitude, 1 for every 5 centimeters, and then the grass leaves as the latitude line. Through the up and down of the longitude, weave the grass leaves together, and after the final completion, it is fixed. You can use sackcloth to wrap it in a narrow strip, even if the whole process is completed. It is not difficult to compare this method with weave. Luo Chang only explained it to Xiaodai. She understood it, and also let Luo Chang rest assured that she finally taught this task to Xiaodai management. The work of the Han tribe is to let her mother take charge. The mother has a task and even has work. After arranging all kinds of work in Hanyang City, Luo Chang also set off with a convoy to the new city. The car is not only full of food, but also has a lot of tools and equipment for infrastructure. Even Niu Ma has brought a lot. It is used to transport the earth, and there are more than a dozen construction team foremen who have come there to lead the workers to work. This walk was a week. Just when Luo Chang had just arrived at the Xingken construction site, a crisis also quietly came to Hanyang. By the end of March, early summer is coming. When more than 2,000 acres of rice planted by the Han tribe can mature in at most half a month, a team of thousands of enemies has arrived from the north 3 days away from Seoul within the range of days. These people were covered with white grim totems, covered with various human bone ornaments, holding simple shields tied up with tree branch vines, as well as a large number of crude bows and arrows, and countless bone spears. The spear is the cannibal army from the north. For more than a year, 3 consecutive confrontations with the Han tribe all ended in defeat. The constant damage was also caused by this huge cannibal tribe. For the first time, it was just a battle between a 40-person team and the tree tribe. In the end, the cannibals were defeated, but they ran away from 3 injured enemies. The second encounter was also a team of dozens of people. As a result, they were directed to the Black Rat tribe by Luo Chang. When they were both defeated and wounded, Luo Chang appeared as the savior, not only completely annihilating the cannibals, but also gathering the remaining population of the Black Rat tribe was harvested in the end. That time was an annihilation war, but no enemy missed the net. The third time was an ambush battle in the northern valley. That time only used the power of the Han tribe to not only wipe out more than a dozen cannibal apes, but also captured more than 200 slaves. It was also a war of annihilation, no fish in the net. But without the fish that missed the net, the enemy really doesn't know who did it. How is it possible that the 3 teams also disappeared in one direction, and one of them escaped 3 people? According to the description of the 3, they defeated them. A tribe using bows and arrows and rattan shields has very sharp weapons on the other side, and they can't be defeated by just a few people. In this way, the answer is out. In the same direction, there is hatred against them, and there is the ability to defeat them. Tribes that use bows and arrows and shields as weapons, although they do not know the name of this tribe, how many people, but they don't care at all because they think they have more people. In fact, this is indeed the case. Although the Han tribe has a population of more than 4,000, it still cannot make up thousands of adult men. This is the gap. The cannibals knew the general direction, as well as the weapons and equipment of the Han tribe. They would naturally not be unprepared this time, and they ran over to deliver food as before. In a year, according to the descriptions of the 3 people who fled, and the 2 arrows with feathers they brought back, the cannibals also developed the same equipment. They used the branches to tie the wooden sign as a shield, and cut the saplings. The cords became a bow, and they made arrow vines with dry thin vines, and they went straight to the Han tribe in the south. The intention is to annihilate this tribe that has repeatedly opposed them. What they did not expect was that before they found the residence of the Han tribe, they had unexpected gains first. The market in early April is coming. Some tribes who are going to the Han tribe to trade goods have sent teams early, but they never expected to encounter such a powerful enemy halfway. The first to encounter this cannibal army was the trading team of the Pointed tribe. They had a total of 40 adult men and also drove 200 high-nose antelopes. They were preparing to exchange more white salt with the Han tribe this time. After all, their tribe was far away from Siang City. It will take almost a month in a time. So many people were sent to guard the flock this time. I thought it would be foolproof. Who thought that he would go to Shenyang City in a few days, and suddenly there were enemies in the mountains. The 2 sides did not even fight, and the number gap was wide. The leader of the Sharp-Angle tribe directly ordered to give up the flock to escape, in an attempt to use the flock to attract the attention of the enemy and let his team escape. Moreover, the captain of the team was very brainy, and the team was divided into 2 points to escape. One team went to the Han tribe to move the rescuers, and the other team fled to the residence of the Pointed Corner tribe. But there were too many enemy troops. In the end, under the siege, only a few of them escaped from the siege. The rest of the team were either captured alive or killed directly. As for the 200 antelopes, they all became cannibals. Grain. At the end of the fleeing to the Point Noir tribe, only 6 people were prominently surrounded, while there were only 3 people left on the side of the fugitive Han tribe, which was a heavy loss. The 3 did not dare to stay, and fled to the Han tribe desperately, fearing that they would be caught by the enemy. While they fled, they also led the enemy in the direction of Hanyang City. The 3 men took the road and ran, and the enemy was chasing behind. The cannibal army divided its troops and pursued them in 2 heads in an attempt to find their place of residence behind them. As a result, Hanyang City hasn't arrived yet, and the 3-person Serpentine tribe's residence was the first to suffer. After the cannibal army found a tribal residence, the team that had chased the deserters in the northwest did not chase. All rushed to the residence of the Snake tribe. The population of the Snake tribe is not small, there are more than 300 people, but it is still vulnerable in front of the powerful cannibal army. When the Snake leader heard 3 people shouting that there were a large number of enemies chasing behind, he immediately issued an evacuation order, leaving 78 men and women of old age blocked behind, and the remaining young and middle-aged people fled to Hanyang City with their children. The residence of the Snake tribe was quickly captured, and all the people who left the blockade died in battle. They had planned to continue to pursue it, but a large number of daily necessities found from the residents of the Snake tribe attracted them. That's all good things that the Snake tribe replaced from Hanyang City: buckets, pots, porcelain bowls, white salts, sacks, none of which are necessary for life, and these things are all branded by the Han tribe. The rich loot made the cannibals very happy, so they held carnivals and sacrifices directly in the place where the Snake tribe lived to celebrate the victory of this battle. The Snake leader led only 200 people left, and fled desperately in the direction of Hanyang City. Fortunately, the enemies behind were greedy for the loot of their place of residence. They did not immediately chase them and gave them a chance to breathe, but they still dare not stop the pace of escape. These more than 200 people quickly arrived at the place where the tribe once lived. At this time, there were 100 people stationed here. That was Luo Chong who sent them to care for Ma Tian. Unexpectedly, they were working in the field. I saw a large group of people running towards them, scaring them to think they had encountered an enemy attack. As a result, I took a closer look. Actually, it was the neighbor Snake tribe, and all the adults and children ran over. Even the children who were breastfeeding were crying in the arms of the adults. A group of people did not bring anything. It seemed extremely embarrassing. This abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of the Han tribe. When the 2 sides met to talk about the situation, the 100-person team on the side of the Han tribe also felt tricky. After a short thought, the leader of the team immediately sent a clan to ride back to the city and sent the enemy attack here to Hanyang. Let Luo Chong prepare early, but where did he know that Luo Chong had already taken people to the new city? It is time for troops to be empty in Hanyang City. The cavalry who sent the letter was alone to allow most of the people and the remains of the snake tribe to continue to flee to Hanyang City. He left 40 people behind the temple and loaded all the tools, food, and daily necessities in the camp. Then send it back to Hanyang City. They stay in the last evacuation and can pull things back to the best, if they are really caught up. Also find a way to get the bull horse pulling the car back. The tribe's place of residence is only 1 day's journey to Seoul, about 20 kilometers, and a maximum of 1 hour if riding a horse. The soldiers who sent the letter also knew the seriousness of the situation, constantly urging the horses under the crotch. It took only 40 minutes to reach Seoul. The supreme chief of Hanyang City, which is currently left behind, except for the witches and elders, is only the Eagle tribe leader Eagle Rui, who has just joined in the next year. The Lur team went to the grassland in the south. The big tree led the team to Baobao Mountain. Rat and Blood Butcher are currently in the new city of Luochong. The only one with a tin crown is left. This guy has been joining the Han tribe for a short time, and he is not particularly familiar with the entire Han tribe. After receiving this news, he dare not make his own claims. Even he took the letter sent to the elders and the witches to discuss. What? You said there was an enemy attack? The snake tribe has been defeated? Even the sharp-angled tribe that came to trade was caught? The elder questioned the soldier who sent the letter in surprise. Yes, there are not many enemies. We haven't seen them yet. The lone captain sent me back to report first, saying that the enemy may come over soon. Let us prepare early. The soldier replied. What kind of enemies is and how many are there, do you know? The mouse also asked nervously. I didn't see the enemy, but the people who escaped from the pointed tribes said that there were a lot of people, and almost so many people gathered in the spring. Those enemies have drawn a lot of white totems, and we caught the cannibal warriors are very similar, but the weapons and cannibals used by these enemies are not the same. It is said that they also have shields and bows, but none of ours. And they have no metal weapons. The soldiers continued to report on the situation. There are so many people, as well as bows and arrows and shields. How can this be good? The leader is not there, even if we haven't played, and so many people have been sent out by the leader. I think it's still time to get rid of the gate defense and wait for the leader to come back. When the elders listened to this situation, they panicked. Fortunately, the Han tribe also had a tall city wall to defend, otherwise it would be really over this time. What should we do now? Eagle Rui was also anxious to ask. I think the elders are right. Let's close the gates first to defend. Let the people around the tribe come back quickly. Those who work outside, let them enter the city immediately, and put pigs outside to feed the sheep. Hurry back to the tribe. Eagle Rui, you go to let the city wall start to drum, and after all the people come back, close the 3 city gates in the southeast and leave only the west gate open to allow the fleeing people to enter the city. Also, I immediately wrote a letter that you ask the giant eagle you raised to send it to the leader immediately. After finishing these, you are sending a group of horses to pick up the people who should escape and let them come back soon. At the critical moment, the witch decisively took the idea. Well, this method is good, then listen to the witch, and I will arrange it now. Ying Rui promised to turn around and leave immediately to prepare. After a while, the sound of drumming sounded on the 4 walls of Hanyang City. Each city gate was banging. People of all ethnic groups knew that it meant to be an enemy. They immediately picked up the tools. In a hurry, a brain got into Hanyang City. In addition to the west gate, the entire Sanyang City soon closed in a squeaky closing door, and then closed the suspension bridge. After the people of the clan entered the city, Eagle Rui also quickly dispatched 200 riders, one of whom hurried out of the city to pick up those who should escape. The slaves were all temporarily locked in a large warehouse, and all the children returned to their homes. The remaining adults were looking for weapons to board the wall, preparing to rely on the city wall to defend themselves. 200 riders ran on the mountain road. After about 40 minutes of running, they finally met the snake tribe who was fleeing in the direction of Hanyang City, and dozens of their own tribes. The 2 sides confirmed their identities, and the corresponding cavalry did not talk nonsense. They handed over their other horses to the fleeing people, and then each took a woman and child from a snake tribe. and returned to Hanyang City again on a 400 ride. The remaining adult men of the snake tribe continue to run and retreat under the leadership of the snake leader. They give women and children limited riding opportunities. Even if they cannot run away, they must leave the snake tribe with some blood. Fortunately, the enemy did not chase, stayed in the solitary ear of the tribe's residence to pack things, and quickly led a convoy full of things to catch up, and then returned to Hanyang City with the man of the snake tribe. This toss has arrived in the evening. Just as the sunset is about to sink into the sky, the one-eared and snake leader finally arrived in Hanyang City, and the left-behind eagle immediately ordered the closure of the West City Gate, ready to resist the enemy's attack. Waiting for Luo's reply. On the side of the new city more than 100 kilometers east of the river, Luo Chong was just busy with land survey for a day, planning the location of the first city, and the excavation direction of the artificial river. He was preparing to go back to the camp for dinner. Suddenly heard a resounding tweet. Luo Chongzhou looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that in the bloody setting sun on the west side, a snowy eagle was rushing towards his side. The huge figure was the bazooka eagle that the eagle had personally supported. The arrival of Zuka made Luo Chong's heart tight. What happened in Seoul, Eagle Rui will let Bazooka come over to deliver the message in person. Bazooka also found the Han tribe's camp in the sky, stretched a pair of giant wings, dived down, and finally flapped a few wings, and landed smoothly in front of Luo Chong. Poo. Bazooka, 2 meters tall, saw Luo Chong and shook his body awkwardly on the ground and rushed towards Luo. Luo Chong also walked to it, patted its wings to show encouragement, and then removed a letter from its leg. The rats, blood buttocks, and veterinary teeth also came around curiously, wanting to see what's going on in Hanyang. Opening the animal skin, the above is a row of neat fonts. Luo Chong recognized this as a handwriting of the witch. Now in addition to Luo Chong, the Han tribe needs to say that the oldest word recognition is the old guy. He does not need to work. He is also interested in Chinese characters and spends a lot of time studying Chinese characters every day. But when I read the contents inside, Luo Chong couldn't help but frown deeply. When the 3 rats looked at Luo Chong's expression, they knew it was not a good thing, and they rushed to Luo. Chief, what happened to Hanyang City? What's wrong? The beast teeth are puzzled. You can see for yourself, don't let others know. Luo Chong gave them the animal skin letter directly, and he walked aside with a deep face. The 3 also walked to the side with a heavy face, opened the animal book letter and read it, only to see what was written above. The cannibal army is a criminal, more than 1,000 people, holding bow and negative shields, now in the northwest, looting the caravan of the ministry in the jungle, more than 40 of them or catching or fleeing. 200 antelopes have fallen into the enemy, and the 3 have fled to Hanyang for help. After living in the snake tribe, the snake department was brutally slaughtered and the residence was lost. Its leader led more than 200 people to flee to Hanyang. At noon, he met a one-eared squad in Masada. The 2 teams joined together and withdrew from Hanyang City. I have ordered the people to return home, the 6 animals to return to the circle, and the 3 doors closed tightly, so that 200 people will ride 1 person and 2 horses to meet each other. There are not many words, but the ins and outs have made it clear that the 3 of the rats were also furious after watching. They were both surprised by the number of enemies and the enemy's weaponry. They actually had bows and arrows and shields. It was really incredible. Chief, what should we do now? Will we return to the rescue immediately? The rat came to Luo Chong with a letter. Luo rushed over, glanced at the rat, swept to the blood slaughter, and finally stopped his eyes on the face of the animal's teeth. Chief, I think it's inappropriate to go back now. Let's go back and talk less. It will take 2 days. When the local enemy has surrounded Hanyang City, our soldiers will be very tired and the number of people will be small. Not necessarily a win, maybe you will fall into passiveness. Beast Teeth saw Luo Chong looking at himself, knowing that this was asking his opinion, so he even analyzed it. People are afraid of a bird. We have excellent weapons. One can beat them several times. Besides, our soldiers can also run. It is not necessary to lose if we fight. The rat shouted bloody. Luo Chong stared at him directly, and scared the mouse to shut his mouth at once, and mumbled a few words. The high wall of the city of Hanyang is deep, there are a lot of grain grass and livestock in it, and there are many wells to provide water. Even if the enemy siege does not take the initiative to attack the city, it can persist for a long time. Starved to death, As for the enemy to break into the city, it is simply impossible. What I want you to think about now is another aspect. You have just read this letter. Apart from noticing that the enemy is attacking, have you seen anything else? Luo Chang reminded the three people that they would use their brains more. The rat scratched the back of his head and opened the letter in his hand again to see, and the beast teeth and blood slaughter also stood on both sides. The blood slaughter is very serious. The focus of attention is still on the enemy's strength and equipment. As for the others, it is a foggy look at. I don't understand what the leader said about this or something else. The monk of rats and Sheng Er couldn't touch his mind, and was so anxious that he shot the back of his head. Only the animal icon saw something. In the end, if he thought about it, he glanced at the mouse, and then seemed to be suddenly awakened, tempting to Luo Qing asked, "Chief, are you talking about the snake tribe that fled to our city of Hanyang, and the trading team of the scapegoat that was caught? The market in April is about to start these days. Many tribes who come to trade are not far from Hanyang City at this time. The teams of these tribes who come to trade do not yet know the situation in Hanyang City. After they come, it is very likely that they will hit the enemy's arms, so the leader is thinking?" Beast Teeth heard Luo Chang's tips, combined with the existing situation analysis, so that he immediately imagined the last design to conquer the Black Rat tribe. It seems that the leader still intends to do that this time, and seems to want to do something big. Yes, our tribe has a strong city to keep. As long as it is closed, no more enemies can take us, so I don't worry about Hanyang City at all. What we need to worry about now is that the tribes who come to the market to trade, they don't know the situation, they will rush into the net, and they will wait for them to be caught and run away. What do you say those tribes will do? Luo Chang reminded them again. The rat and the blood butcher listened to the conversation between Luo Chang and Beast Teeth, and it was also Mauser that opened, but they still didn't quite understand Luo Chang's meaning. What is the relationship between the arrest of these tribes and the siege of Hanyang City? It should be scared to escape. Maybe they will never dare to come to the market in Hanyang City in the future. Rat speculation. Well, this one you said is very likely. Do you two have any other views? Luo Chang looked at the blood slaughter and animal teeth, indicating that they also expressed their views. I think the chief of the rat makes sense, but of course, there are other possibilities. Not all of the letters of the rat witch said that the residents of the snake tribe was captured, and now the snake leader took the rest of the people escaped to our city of Hanyang. Their home is now gone, and they lived in Hanyang City, waiting for them to see the defense of Hanyang City. I think in the end they will definitely join our Han tribe and become our people. In this way, the population of our tribe will increase soon. The leader should mean that other tribes have been arrested for some people, but they have no city to block the enemy. The best way is to enter like a snake tribe. Hanyang City, finally join us. It's just that the city of Hanyang must have been surrounded by enemies, and the 4 doors are closed, even if those tribes want to enter the city. The blood slaughter also guessed Luo Chang's meaning, but he still didn't understand what Luo Chang wanted to do to achieve this goal and maximize the interests of the Han tribe. The rat listened to the analysis of the blood slaughter, just like the initiation of the top. The original purpose of Luo Chang turned out to be this. Using this crisis, the Han tribe grew rapidly. You are right. This time the enemy army attacked. It seems like a crisis, but if we operate properly, it is also likely to be an opportunity for the Han tribe, an opportunity for the Han tribe to grow quickly. To achieve this goal, it depends on how we manipulated it. Beast Teeth, let's talk about what you think. If you let you direct, what do you plan to do to achieve this strategic purpose? Luo Chang's guess on several people affirmed that he finally asked the 3-person brain's best animal teeth. Beast Teeth heard Luo Chang asking his opinion and said calmly, I think that if we want to achieve this goal, we can lead the soldiers back now, but not back to Hanyang City, but to the salt mine west of Hanyang City, or to the mountain south of Hanyang City, near the city of Hanyang, but we cannot return to the aid immediately. Then we can wait a few days. When we arrive at the market, the tribes who come to trade will definitely be caught, but they don't have many people. It is very likely that the whole army will be wiped out. So we should send some soldiers, mainly reconnaissance, guerrilla, and harassment. When the tribe's trading team is about to be caught, we rescue a few and then let these escaped fighters bring the situation back to their own tribe. Let them return to the tribe to call for reinforcements. In this way, we can slowly assemble the coalition forces of various tribes on the periphery of Hanyang City, and after waiting for others to surpass the enemy forces, we will lead the coalition forces and join the guards of Hanyang City to come together to make an anti-circlement, plus the center bloom, destroy the thousands of enemy forces. And we can also capture some of these enemies. By then, we will be degraded as slaves and sent to work here. I think that our new city construction also needs many people. I use these slaves as hard work. The beast teeth touched a not very long beard on the chin and said, "Yes, your idea is similar to what I thought, but there is still a lack. Our final purpose is not only to wipe out the enemy forces, the main purpose is to take the opportunity to absorb the strength of the surrounding tribes. So when gathering the coalition forces, you must talk to them about their interests first, and force them to join the Han tribe after the war." Luo Chang affirmed the strategy of animal teeth, and then added some supplements himself. "Yes, thank you leader for mentioning the point, which will be noted at the end." Beast Teeth hurriedly nodded and taught. "Well, Rat, Blood Slaughter, the two of you are also generals who lead the army. You will use your brain when you encounter things in the future. It is good for you to learn more from the Beast Teeth when it's okay. Although compassion is not a soldier, and it is not a wealth, but when the general can't just dare to fight and kill, so many soldiers' lives are in the hands of you generals. They also have wives and children. I don't want to be impulsive because of your impulse or wrong decision, just take them to death, so it's too unworthy to understand?" Luo Chang educated the two. "Yes, leader, we understand. We must think about the problem seriously in the future, and don't take the brethren to death." Rat and Blood Slaughter connected to the conversation. "Well, all right, just do what the animal teeth say. Let the soldiers pack things today. They will burn fire to cook tomorrow morning, and all the soldiers will finish their breakfast at dawn in the morning, and then take advantage of the morning. Marching towards Hanyang City, the goal, the small hillside under Toran Ridge, the coalition that will be received at that time, we will gather them there." Luo Chang issued the transfer order directly to the three. "Yes, leader, so look, how will the letter from the witch come back, so you don't have to tell the plan to several people in Hanyang City? Rat Avenue. This is not used first. Just write back to me and write it. You should be busy with whatever you want." After Luo Chang said these words, he took the letter from Ratta and wrote it directly below with black charcoal. "It has been read, standing by, and can't open the city gate to meet the enemy without order. In an emergency, it can kill pigs and sheep in the city as a hunger. I have other plans." After writing the reply, Luo Chang asked Bazooka to send the letter back again, and then turned around in the camp, looking for the figure of the field, intending to explain to him the work process after leaving. Luo Chang brought a large number of convoys and workers this time, not only to escort supplies, but also to let these construction-experienced craftsmen lead the hired workers to build here. This time because of the affairs of the Han tribe headquarters, the army here will be directly transferred. The 30 craftsmen left will be merged with the 20-person caravan in the field to form a 50-person new town preparatory group to continue to supervise and direct the work here. At dawn the next day, the soldiers who had finished their meals early began to assemble, and finally held the banner of the Han tribe. Under Luo Chang's personal leadership, he was ready to return to the camp to complete the plan. Just before Luo Chang led the team in person, Bazooka had sent back the letter overnight. The eagle, the witch, and the elders in the town city also received orders from Luo Chang to immediately close the 4 doors. Let all the male people who stay in the city gather on standby and prepare to organize defensive counterattacks at any time. On the other side, more than 200 survivors who came to the Snake tribe were also properly placed. After discussion by the elders, all these people were temporarily put in the warehouse used as a military camp. There were more than 100 people in the warehouse. The adult and the child squeezed out and could barely live. It was really not good. The other half of the warehouse's desks could be used as beds. As for food, it is now a state of vigilance in wartime. Every household has stopped the fire. Now, the big pot of rice is eaten uniformly, and the Han tribe, which has always been treated equally, can only give priority to food to adult men, followed by women, and finally children. Now there are only 2 meals a day. This is not because the Han tribe lacks food, but no one can predict when the enemy will retire. In this unknown situation, the food can still be saved, and if you save the next one, you can stick to 1 more day. just as the city of Hanyang had just prepared for combat, and when Luo Chang also took people back, the cannibal army of thousands of people finally arrived under the city of Hanyang before dawn. These people are all barehanded, surrounded by animal skirts, or green leaf suits, with white and strange totems painted on their bodies, a circle of vines around their heads, and their hair will not be fixed as an eye. Although they are not neatly lined up, they are not unorganized. A large number of teams can be seen vaguely, about 40 people in a team, led by a captain with a slap-bearing skull necklace hanging on his chest, and Luo Chang. The cannibals they met for the first time were dressed up. Not only are there people in the team, but there are also more cannibal giant apes mixed with red hair. This time there are more than 40 people, even in the ranks of more than 1,000 people. The captives previously caught from the snake tribe and the pointed angle tribe are also in the ranks. They are helped by a string of ropes, and they are not tied elsewhere. It is the head, one by one, half dead, with the neck lined up. A total of 30 people were guarded by several cannibals. One end of the rope was held in the hands of the giant ape, holding them like a dog. The 200 antelopes caught yesterday were among them, but there was only a lot less. It is estimated that they have been eaten, and less than 100 of the rest have also been tied into a series of straps. They made a big circle in the mountains and forests, and finally came around from the southwest, where the tribes used to live. These people must have chased along the footprints and rut. A group of people drilled out of the jungle, and suddenly appeared an open area of more than 3,000 acres in front of them. It was nothing to open the ground. It was just a mountain plain, but what shocked them was that there was a high-rise building in the center of this open space. Take a closer look. The building is surrounded by water on all sides. The city walls are unattainable. The surface is all made of bricks similar to mountain stones. There are no gaps in the smoothness and no focus. It is like a steep mountain that is naturally formed. There is a huge board covered outside the wall in the middle of the four walls. A group of people curiously came outside the gate of Zikan. The rut and horseshoe marks on the ground extended all the way to the moat outside the west gate, and then disappeared. Looking at the huge board with the right marks, these people seemed to understand what. At this moment, the noise under the city also attracted the attention of the army guards of the city walls. The sky was just blinded, and the sight was not very clear. Dozens of people looked down from the arrows of the city building or the city wall. Seeing it, I saw countless white totem fighters appearing under the city, and there was a giant ape that was twice as tall as possible, frightening the people who saw the giant apes for the first time. Is the enemy? The enemy came to the city, fast, and fast drumming. I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterwards, the drums on both sides of the west side building knocked. This shocking drum sound not only knocked on the people who were still sleeping in Hanyang City, but also the cannibal army and giant ape under the wall were startled. The enemies under the city looked at the city that made the sound. They saw the neatly arranged gap at the top of the city wall. Countless figures were running around there. Some people kept coming out of the gap. They were all tied with hair. There seems to be a weapon in his hand. Look carefully, it is either a sharp copper spear or a long bow and arrow. This model immediately attracted the attention of the enemy forces in the city. The hairstyle is not the key. The point is that those on the city wall have bows and arrows in their hands. Be aware that they are looking for tribes using bows and arrows this time. Is it just right? The red-haired giant ape outside Simon also found people on the city wall, roaring angrily, a short distance to run quickly, then jumped up high, crossed the 4-meter-wide moat, and lie directly to the smooth city on the wall. Unfortunately, the giant ape can only fly to a height of 5 meters, so it has no spare time to sprint up. The smooth walls are weak. In the end, they can only pull a few times on the walls, and then they hear the puff. He fell straight into the moat, and the huge water flower set off washed the wall and the land on the other side. The surrounding giant apes and totem fighters were all ground into chicken. There was a scold around, and there was an angry roar of the giant ape. The giant ape that fell into the water also struggled to climb from the moat to the shore, and then dumped the water on his body like a dog shaking hair. After that, he continued to growl at the top of the city wall. The eagle keen standing on the city building was afraid to pat the chest, and he couldn't stop talking about. It was so dangerous and dangerous. He was almost climbed up by the monster. Fortunately, the city wall was high enough. The moat has enough width. This is really not a joke. The moat is still very useful when facing the great apes. Although the moat cannot treat the giant apes, it limits the distance of the giant apes. This beast is huge and the bouncing force is super strong. If there is a moat, let it jump from a closer distance, maybe it is enough to reach the gap in the arrow. But the emergence of the moat now limits its starting distance, leaving the great apes just 2 meters away from climbing the city wall, and also reassuring the people in the city. As for the totem fighters, let alone climb the city wall, that is, let them run a few hundred meters, and they may not be able to cross the 4-meter-wide moat river. It is a problem to touch the wall. Chapter 300, Sprinkle Flowers / *O*/. If you can't touch the walls, it doesn't mean that they can't attack. You know that the bow and arrow spear in their hands is not a burning fire stick. Although there are not many bows and arrows, the team of more than 1,200 people probably has only half of the bows and arrows. The number is definitely more than that in Seoul. It's not accurate to say that. It should be that there are more bows than the first army in Hanyang City, but to talk about the amount of arrow-shaped reserves, it's not at all a magnitude. The archers of the cannibals have only about 2 or 30 arrows, and the quality is very low. The arrows have stuck feathers very little, and there are no arrows. Their arrows are all carbonized with fire. After that, they are directly grinded into the shape of a pointed head. As for the arrow, the straight ones that can be done are already considered powerful. To know whether the arrow target they imitated was the first generation of the arrow target invented by Luo Chong. At that time, Luo Chong himself had no metal available, and the arrow target used also had no arrows, but the arrow tail stuck the feathers of the fear bird. The pole is relatively straight, and the others are really the same as the current enemies. Besides, after returning to the great ape under the city, the great ape that failed to jump the wall fell into the water, and soon he was unwilling to try again. This time, he stepped back a long distance, and then jumped towards the city wall again. The difference is that the first army on the city wall is also ready this time. Just when the great ape jumped high and was about to fly over 5 meters, several warriors with bows and arrows suddenly appeared in the arrows of the city wall. Arrowing? Under the loud command of the one-eared, 5 arrows shot straight into the chest of the giant ape. The 5-puffed sound was muffled, and all hit the bullseye. Each arrow was deeply penetrated from a different angle. In the chest of the great ape, 2 even detected half of it directly from the back, and directly shot the giant ape into a cool heart. What distance is this? The highest position of the arrow stack is 7 meters high. The great apes have rushed up from below, and they have all flown to the height of 5 meters. Therefore, the actual shooting distance of them is 3 or 4 meters. The distance is still the great bow and arrow used for the long bow. The arrow is also a very sharp copper arrow. Even if the body of the giant ape is thicker, shooting a cool heart is not difficult. 2 of the 5 arrows penetrated the body, and the remaining 3 did not shoot through. That was because the angle was somewhat biased. They were all shot from the side. Although they failed to shoot through the torso, the arrow was not considered to be all in. The damage caused by the internal organs can be imagined. The giant ape that was fatally hit hadn't touched the city wall, so it fell down with a burst of howl, and thumped into the moat, struggling a few times in the water, as if it had broken an arrow from the back. He pushed his legs and slowly sank into the moat. After the water returned to calm, a bubble came out of the bottom and brought a lot of blood. The river was dyed red. The carnivorous fish in the river seems to have smelled bloody smells. It swarmed in a while and bit the body of the giant ape frantically. This sudden change stunned all the enemy forces below, and even the other red-haired great apes looked at the Red River for a while. When the first army on the city wall saw such a red-haired monster, they killed one by one. The morale was booming during the time, and they all cheered loudly. The mighty of the big man will win, the big man will win. The loud slogans sounded one after another in the city, and they were gradually neatly tied together. It was very exciting to listen. Several archers who had just successfully shot the giant apes were also crowded up, accepting the praise and admiration of the people. The cheers of the city had also frightened the enemy forces that had been in shock below. The 2 great apes jumped into the moat without knowing whether they were angry or sad. They jumped into the moat and then drove them together. The fish dragged the corpses of the same kind out of the water, and even wounded several big fish that were not dead. The 2 great apes threw their hands from the corpse and grabbed the big fish, throwing it hard into the city, but no one hit it, and they were hid by the soldiers. Other great apes also ran over, yelling around the corpse, and some pulled out the arrows of the Han tribe from the corpse. Looking at his own corpses, the other great apes seemed to be crazy, and they ran up under the city in an attempt to fly to the city wall and kill the ape killers with bows and arrows. When Eagle Reiki and Duo ER saw this situation, they also hurriedly queued their troops and put all the archers behind the arrows. Just when the swarms of great apes leaped again, the archers also released their lives. Arrow. Another sullen noise of poof. The 23 giant apes that attacked together this time all fell off the arrows. Some of them were killed on the spot with arrows, and some of the injuries were not too heavy. After falling into the water, they quickly climbed to the shore again, and then glanced at the white teeth, pulling out the arrows. Whenever the arrow is pulled out, it can always bring 2 pieces of meat, or it will expand the original wound several times and bleed more. Even if it is not killed immediately, I am afraid it will not live long. The bronze arrows of the Han tribe are all in a hook-backed shape. If they are pulled out after the arrow, it will definitely cause a second injury, but there is no way. The damn thing is not long to live. There is no need to sympathize with anyone in front of the enemy. If they didn't come to attack Hanyang City, they wouldn't end like this. If the wound of an arrow hurts, if it is a penetration wound, it is best not to pull out the arrow directly, but to break the arrow from the back, and then pull the remaining half from the back, so that the wound does not. It was damaged twice, and only a small hole was left, and finally the two were blocked. Those who have not been shot directly can only bear the pain and pull the arrow, but with such a serious injury, it is not necessary to be able to come over. This round of confrontation ended again with the failure of the great ape. The great ape that suffered huge losses also calmed down. The wall was not climbing desperately. The wall was too high to climb, and in the end it was unwilling to admit its fate. But this does not affect them to use other methods to attack. I don't know who ordered this group of totem fighters. More than 600 archers gathered 20 meters below the city wall, and then took out their own. The crude bow and arrow shot a wave at the first army on the wall. The whizzing arrows fly to the city of Hanyang like money, but how much power can these crudely made bows and arrows play? The thickness of both ends is uneven, and the arrows that are shot can fly right. Ding Ding's arrow hit the ears endlessly. Some didn't even fly over the city wall, directly hit the wall, and some flew directly over the city head and shot into the city wall, and the soldiers on the city wall hid early behind the arrow. Don't say sacrifice, there is no one injured. 600 cannibal archers fired 7 or 8 rounds, and as a result there was no result at all. The captains who led the soldiers below also shouted and stopped. After all, there were not many of their arrows. Everyone had 2 or 30. It can't be wasted like this. Knowing that the arrow is equivalent to modern ammunition, even more expensive than ammunition. It was placed in ancient times. Swords can be ignored, but bows, arrows, and spears are all under government control, enough to see their importance. Watching the enemy's arrow do nothing to his side, the city's soldiers cheered again, and morale rose again and again. Looking at the enemy forces below, they were either downcast or angry, but there were also smarter people. Knowing that their bow and arrow are of poor quality, they have adopted a more primitive attack strategy. Someone soon shouted loudly about something, and then saw a large part of the crowd below, running towards the river. They were not interested in the rice like wild grass, and saw the middle. There is a road along the road to the river, because the paddy fields are all muddy, and no one will walk the putty fields full of mud, weeds. Hundreds of people ran to the river and quickly ran back. Each man had a few pebbles in his hand, and finally piled them under the city wall. The red-haired giant apes saw the stone as bright as their eyes. Without saying a piece, they threw the figure on the city's head and threw it away. The eagle just looked out of his head and suddenly saw a black shadow rushing, crushed back to the neck, and then heard the sound of when a heavy object hit the wall. The fisted pebble hit the corner of the arrow, and finally bounced back into the moat below. With this inspiration, the other great apes and totem fighters were not idle, and they picked up stones and smashed them on the walls. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of pebbles fell like raindrops, squatting under the arrows. The soldiers huddled up and hugged their heads on the ground. Many people were beaten and screamed, and many people were directly injured. Quickly evacuate the city walls, all down the city walls, leaving some people into the castle, and everyone else hurried down. Eagle also held his head and plunged into the castle. The other soldiers heard the shouting and quickly withdrew from the city wall. Some were hit twice when they evacuated. They were all painful teeth. They all ran under the wall with stone rain to hide from the flying stone outside. The elders and witches standing in the city gate were also shocked to see such a situation, thinking a little bit, and the elders immediately said, "Go to the carpentry workshop and see, I should have a lot of spare shields for the leader to prepare for military expansion. It is for the leader to bring those shields over. It is really not good to get some wooden boards. Just block the stone." Standing alone on the side and listening to this, it was once bright in front of my eyes, and I ran to the wood processing plant without saying anything, and other soldiers followed. The stone rain did not last long, and it soon stopped. After all, the stones they ran to the river once were limited, and the ammunition was exhausted by throwing at most a few rounds. Just when they ran to the river to pick up stones again, they also took a lot of shields and wooden boards from the carpentry workshop. A group of people ran up the city under pressure, and some soldiers who had just been injured were arranged into the warehouse of the military camp for treatment. The leader of the snake tribe saw dozens of wounded people coming down, and hurried to ask the witches and elders for herbs and tools, preparing to let their people treat the wounded. The snake tribe was good at healing and curing diseases. It was also sold to the Han tribe for a lot of medicinal materials. At this time, it happened to come in handy. The elders were also very happy to hear it. Lead the snake leader to get things. A few minutes later, the second round of stone strikes began again, but the soldiers on the city walls were also prepared in advance. Some people held a shield alone, and some people held a board at the same time. The sound of flying stones falling on the board was endless, but no one was injured this time. The morale that fell just after being hit and injured rose again. Eagle Rui is even more arrogantly standing a huge board poked in the gap of the arrow, just to show with the enemies below that Laozi has a shield, and you still take Laozi to no avail. Such a provocation quickly came into play. Just now I heard someone screaming on the city wall. The totem fighters underneath were also excited. After trying so many methods, there were finally tricks to cure them, so the smashing was even more powerful. But this just smashed a few rounds. The guards with hair tied up again had a coping strategy, looking at the man wearing a silver tin crown on the wall, hiding behind the big board and watching them chirping. The totem warrior underneath lost the motivation to continue smashing. Only those unsatisfactory cannibal apes, picking up stones to smash the eagle's board. The great apes are powerful, the smashed wooden board bangs loudly, and even the eagles can't help but step back a few steps. After standing a dozen flying stones, he hid under the arrow again. After the flying stone attack, the cannibal Tutang fighters completely disappeared. A group of people turned around the city wall a few times, and no flaws were found to penetrate. Finally, they confronted the Hanyang city guards. The gates are blocked. What do? You can't help but eat or drink. If you don't come out to hunt, you can only starve to death. It's normal for them to have such ideas. They haven't entered Seoul again. Who knows what the city looks like, and they don't know what the people in the city eat, and they think they hunt every day like them. The battle was a little bit rested, and Eagle Rui also patrolled the four walls and saw that the four gates were blocked. They also shook their heads helplessly. Even if they were able to fight, Luo Chong had already given orders to not be allowed to go out of the city. If you really hit it, there will be casualties on the side of the Han tribe. Maybe the leader thinks so, otherwise why not let them fight back? So the two sides stalemate like this, and the witch also made people pick up the stones that flew in, and then sent them to the city walls. This time, they even saved themselves by picking up stones, just keeping the enemies that smashed down. The Battle of the Siege in Hanyang City stalemate, and Luo Chong's side is also marching. At the current speed, it will take another 2 days to reach the slope of Tululan. However, on the way to the march, Luo Chong was not affected to understand the situation in Hanyang City. As soon as the cannibal Tutang's attack ended, the witch immediately sent Bazooka to Luo to send a letter to simply saying the situation and the results. In the end, the leader is still asked to give instructions on how to deal with it next. Luo rushed away the letter of the animal skin, riding on the back of the ash mountain and froze, thinking about where to pay attention next. "Chief, what does the letter say? Are we all right in Hanyang City?" The rat drove the horses under the crotch to the edge of Luo Chong's elephant, looking up, and Luo Chong asked, "It's okay, our city's high pool is deep, how can those cannibals be our opponents? Don't say they, I'm giving you 1,000 fighters like us, and you may not be able to fight down Seoul." The enemy sent great apes to try to climb the city walls, but none of them could climb up, but they were killed by our soldiers. Later, they shot a few more rounds of arrows, but their arrows were not only of poor quality, but also of a small number. Poor, one can't shoot a few times. However, there are also smart people among them. They picked up stones from the river and threw them on the city wall. They hit many people. Fortunately, they didn't die directly. However, dozens of people were slightly injured. Now they are processed. Luo Chong briefly talked about the defensive situation. Oh, it's fine without dead people. Hey, as long as they don't leave, we can successfully wipe them out as soon as we successfully complete the plan. The rat listened to Luo Chong's introduction of the war, and the spectacular laughter. Well, it's good to have this confidence to win. It's almost noon now. Find a place to stop for a rest, eat and go. We don't have to hurry now. Luo Chong ordered again. Yes, leader, we'll obey. Rats shouted to Luo in the middle of the 10th year. A group of people quickly found a place to stop, cook, and let go of it. Luo Chong also took advantage of this time to start writing back to the witch. The letter knows that you are doing very well and must ensure the safety of the people and pay close attention to the treatment of injuries. In addition, try to attract the enemy to the gate of Zikan, and don't let them get too close to the rice field, so as to avoid the destruction of the rice and the reduction of production. Don't shoot the enemies easily, just hold them back. I already have a strategy to plan to catch these enemies. They will be our slaves in the future. If they can kill less, they will kill less, and they will keep them to work. Luo Chong arranged the next thing directly in the letter, and then asked Bazooka to send the reply back. Over the next 2 days, the cannibal army of Tutang is still insisting with Hanyang City. They sent most of their troops to stay at the 4 gates, let the rest go to the mountains to pick up firewood, and hunt around. At this time, Luo Chong has also smuggled the team from elsewhere to the west bank of the river. They did not dare to walk the bridge and were afraid to directly hit the face with the cannibal army of the cannibalist army. In this way, there was no tactical effect of the surprise soldiers, so they kept walk around the big circle and quietly approached the slope of Tululing Mountain. Just when Luo Chong led the team to march quietly, in the past few days, the tribes who came to the April market in Shanyang City also sent trading teams to Hanyang City to catch up, but before they reached the place, it was in the mountains that the cannibals were sent to hunt. In the mountains around Hanyang City, because of the rise of the Han tribe and the long-term siege, the surrounding beasts have long since dared to join here. The cannibal hunters are worried about finding their prey. These come to trade. The squad came to the door. They don't think there's anything abnormal, and the cannibal is what they are best at. It's counted as those people are unlucky. Fortunately, most of the people sent to trade in Hanyang City are the strongest fighters in their respective tribes, plus not many cannibals who come to hunt. Most of them are in the form of groups, so in this case, even if someone is caught or killed, there are always a few people who can escape. After all, they are people who often come to the Han tribe to trade. You can find your way back with your eyes closed. In this way, before Luo Chong went to rescue here, most of them had already freed themselves from the chasing soldiers behind, and they didn't know what to do in the mountains. After another day, Luo Chong's team finally came to Tululan, and at the first time he met several foreign fighters who were separated from each other because of escape. Great Han tribe leader, please help us. Several of our ethnic groups have been caught by those totem fighters. Now they may be alive. I hope the Han leader can lead the reinforcements and rescue us. Those people. A man who seemed very downcast pleaded to Luo Chong. This guy came from the Flying Stone tribe, and there were 15 people who came out together this time, but at most they ran out of 6 or 7, and they also separated from each other. Only 2 people met Luo Chong. Yeah, please ask the Han tribe leader to help us. Some of our fork tribes have been caught by the enemy. The Han tribe has strong implementation and excellent weapons. He urges the Han tribe leader to send troops to help us and recapture the captured. The clan may be late. A short man from a fork tribe knelt in front of Luo Chong and said, "You stand up and talk first. This matter is not that I don't help you, but that the number of enemies is too large. You may not have walked around Hanyang City. You don't understand the current situation there. The cannibal army is attacking. There are more than 1,000 men in the Tutang soldiers who have surrounded the 4 gates of Hanyang City, otherwise, we can't come here quietly to think about it." Luo Chong first rejected the pleading of the 2, and said that the current siege crisis in Seoul is very different in the number of enemies. Self-protection is difficult. How can I manage others? It turned out that even Hanyang City was surrounded by them? The Short Fork tribe man said in surprise. I don't know if the Han tribe leader came up with attention. Is there a way to rescue the people we were arrested? If there is a way, the sooner the better, otherwise it will not be alive if it is late. The desolate men of the Flying Stone tribe also asked nervously. After your clan was arrested, they must have been taken to the side of Hanyang City, but they are now crowded, and we can't save even if we are like this. Unless we have a little more people, enough people, or two, and then directly cover up and kill the past, and cooperate with the guards in the city, we will be able to defeat the enemy and save the people we were arrested. 1 or 2,000 people. Do your Han tribe have so many people outside of Hanyang City? The short man of the Fork tribe asked in surprise. Of course it is gone. Most of our people are now trapped in the city, and only us are outside. Looking at the disappointment of the two, Luo Kongtan continued to say. But it's not that there is no way. You want to rescue your own people. We also want to save our people. No, our purpose is the same. Besides, our Han tribe people are not also your relatives. Which of your tribes has no relatives in Hanyang City? So it's not just one of our tribes that is experiencing difficulties now, but everyone should face it together. If each of your tribes also sends 100 people, we will soon be able to make up 1,200 people. Is it good to fight? Are you right? Luo Chong flicked towards several people. This remark made several people very excited, even the soldiers around Luo Chong. They were originally the people bought from various tribes. Now they have been dying for more than a year. How could they forget so quickly? Where I grew up. It is also necessary to mention that the strategic purpose of this battle is that the soldiers below are not clear. The news they received knew that the city of Hanyang was surrounded by the cannibal army. The leader took them to rescue them. But now there are too many enemies, so the leader wants to raise some troops from the surrounding tribes, and then fight back together. And if they want to take the opportunity to annex the surrounding tribes, only their 3 supreme chiefs and Luo Chong know that no one else has thought of so much, but Luo Chong feels that even if they really tell these soldiers, they are in the Han tribe. After worry-free clothing, don't you want your people to live like this? Someone will definitely think so. The 2 men of the Fork tribe and Flying Stone tribe heard this and secretly nodded. Luo Chong was right. There are not enough people in a tribe. Then everyone can save together and surely make 1 or 2,000 people. The leader of the Han tribe, what you said makes sense, but even if the 2 of our tribes are out, at most, they can make up 200 or 300 people, so that we are not as many as the other party. The short man of the Fork tribe said. Well, of course it's not enough to have only 3 of our tribes, but I can still find ways to get other tribes out. The Tip tribes and Snake tribes have also been attacked. The rest of the Snake tribe has arrived in our city of Hanyang. Can't get out, but there are also 3 people in the Sharp Corner tribe in the city. I can find a way to get them out, then let them go back and call someone, and they should be able to make 100 or 200 people. As for other tribes, it should also come. Luo Chong analyzed several people. But our tribes are too far away, and this time must have been delayed a lot of time. The men of the Flying Stone tribe also raised difficulties. This is not a problem. We have horses and cavalry. I can send cavalry to send you back. In addition, if you are invited to send troops this time, our Han tribe will also give generous rewards. Although this time is a matter for all of us, after all, your tribe has fewer people. It is really difficult for you to come up with so many people. Accept. But you can go back and tell your leader like this, just say what I said, invite all the leaders to bring people to reinforce and jointly crush our enemies, and the Han tribe will also give generous rewards after the war. In this return, I can reveal to you in advance that our Han tribe has recently discovered a very good place, where the land is fertile, the terrain is flat, the water is abundant, and there are so many good places to grow food. As long as we start reclaiming, there is no problem in feeding 100 tribes like our Han tribe. As long as your leader can come with the soldiers, I am willing to share this place with you. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want this place. Our Han tribe also has other things in return. As long as they are willing to face our common enemy, the soldiers of our Han tribe are willing to take the lead and rush to the front of the team, so tell your leader. Luo Chong generously painted a big cake for them, saying that the thief was strong. Is there fertile land? Of course, in this era, it is very fertile to find a piece of land at all, but it has not been developed at all. But if you want, the land cannot be moved, then you can only move in. By the time the land is developed, it is not necessary to develop it by yourself. Is it true that the Chinese leader said that there are really good things you said? Several people were obviously excited by Luo Chang's generosity, and the ruthless speech was impressed. Of course it is true. I am a big tribe leader with thousands of people. I have countless good things. I can deceive you for these little things. You just say what I said just now. Luo Chang's face was full of care guarantees. Well, then we will go back and call someone, hoping that the Han leader will send someone to send us, otherwise I am afraid it will be too late. This is no problem. Luo rushed and nodded, turning around and shouting back. What is the total flag of cavalry? Quickly pick the cavalry under your hand, find 2 soldiers who came out of a tribe with them, and ride them back to the tribe to call people. Chai Dodo heard Luo Chang's shouting and ran from the side. He stunned his black armor in front of him, kneeling and holding his fists on one knee, will lead his life. Well, okay, pick someone, tell the soldiers, pay attention to safety, and go back quickly. Luo Zong swung his hand, signifying him to pick someone. Several men from the Fork tribe and Flying Stone tribe also followed up. Within a while, several people ran on horseback. They wanted to say that their tribe was not close to Hanyang City, but people measure more than 20 or 30 kilometers a day with their legs, but when they run on horses, the distance of the day is only an hour. Reaching the farthest tribe, it takes a day to die, so the speed of moving rescuers is still very fast, and it is estimated that a large number of soldiers will come soon. Arranged these, Luo Chang gave another copy of the Flying Eagle biography in Hanyang City, let them airlift the people of the 3-pointed angle tribes with a giant eagle, and then sent the cavalry to send them back to call people. They painted it again. Luo Chang here arranged to move rescuers to various tribes in full swing, and rats dispersed with swords, shields and archers, and wandered in the mountains in all directions in the northwest with a small flag of 12 as a combat unit. Those remnants who were defeated by cannibal totem soldiers. Then bring back Luo Chang here, make sense, move it, draw a big cake, and send cavalry to send them back to report. On April 1st, at the beginning of summer, today should have been the time for the Han tribe to hold a trading market, but because of the siege of the enemy, the market could not be opened, but the tribes who came to the market arrived as scheduled. The result is naturally the end of being killed by the enemy, but fortunately, elite warriors of the Han tribe responded in the jungle. Instead, each tribe rescued several people. Then these people were sent back to the tribe to move the rescuers. The speed of horseback riding was very fast, and they were not as good as the car. These cavalry who sent people back to report also picked some paths to go, so the speed was very fast. They returned to their tribe on the day of departure. The leaders of the tribes also received this not-so-good news for the first time. It's dark, 2 rounds of moon hanging in the sky. The residents of the Fork tribe, the nearly 30-year-old leader sitting in front of a pile of bonfires, holding a bowl of white rice in his hand, and looking at the 2 people in front of him in surprise. One he was sent to the market to buy goods, and the other was a Han tribe cavalry with a red robe and black armor, but it used to be a tribe of their Fork tribe. What do you say? Hanyang City is surrounded by more than 1,000 enemies, and those enemies have also caught our people? Yes, so the leader of the Han tribe asked us to come back to report. I want the leader to take our soldiers with the support of the past, and also promised us that as long as someone is sent, the generous reward. The short man will immediately say Luo Chang. The words are all repeated. The leader of the Fork frowned, and then looked at the cavalry of the Han tribe. Chief, what our Han leader said, I can testify. The cavalry immediately understood the meaning of the Fork leader, and the opening proved. You haven't even eaten yet, come here, give them some meals, you eat it first, let me think about it. The Fork leader frowned and said. This is not as simple as the mouths of the 2 small soldiers said. Their people were caught, but how many people? Not more than 10 people in total, for the Fork tribe with a total population of more than 400, but it is nothing. If it's a big deal, I'll treat these 10 people as if they're gone. Besides, the benefits that Luo Chang said, there is a good place to cultivate and feed hundreds of thousands of people, but how do they use it? If you want these places, you can only move the whole family. Open your mouth. But Luo rushed down also said that if they don't want to move in, they will give other things as compensation, but what to give, how much to give, but not to say, this is a short check. But what if you don't go? I heard that Hanyang City should not have been broken by the enemy, but it was blocked inside, and according to this cavalry account, there is still a lot of food and livestock in Hanyang City, which is not lacking in food at all. If it is consumed, it may be who consumes it. Then the question comes, if the Han tribe survived this disaster, will they come to retaliate against these tribes without help? Knowing that the population of the Han tribe is not as simple as 1,000 people, it is easy to eat them like small tribes. There is a more important question. If the Han tribe is defeated, it must be the end of the destruction. Where will they buy white salt in the future? To put it another way, if the Han tribe wins and does not come to beat them afterwards, but the relationship with them breaks and the deal with them is terminated in the future, then they still cannot eat white salt. This is very likely to happen. After all, when I need help here, you don't come to help if you are paid. Then why should I sell you something and think about it if I am a Han tribe? I'm afraid I will do the same. After thinking for a long time, the fork leader sighed, and if he didn't leave the army, he couldn't accept any final result. Then he had to send troops. He also had no way to be forced. After the two soldiers had finished the food in the bowl, they stared quietly at the fork leader, hoping to get his reply. After all, their people were still waiting for help. Our fork tribe and Han tribe are friends. Now that the enemy surrounds Hanyang City and also catches our people, it is our common enemy. Since it is an enemy, there is nothing to say. We will definitely come out. Call the clan immediately. I will order 120 people and set off tomorrow morning. The fork leader turned around and said loudly, looking at the eager eyes of the two and filled with righteous indignation. Anyway, I decided to go, just make the words more beautiful, and finally I can win more benefits. No, there is no need to put on a stinky face that is unwilling, and this is also a famous teacher. Let the clan understand why they went to war. In this way, the fork tribe chose soldiers that night, 100 men and 20 women, and 120 people together, ready to leave tomorrow morning. During this night, most other tribes that received the news were like this. Those who can become leaders, elders, or witches are not fools. They are all wise men in the tribe. Their ideas are actually similar to those of fork leaders. It also belongs to the kind of forced helplessness. On April 2nd, the second day of early summer, dozens of tribes who had traded with the Han tribe sent fighters, and many of them, like the Sharphorn tribe, had a total population of nearly 600 people. This time, 150 people were sent directly. Most of the combat power of the entire tribe. There are also many other tribesmen, 100 more, 40 or 50 fewer people, and some small tribes with a total population of less than 100, almost all ethnic groups, and some small tribes of 50 or 60 people. Even the children who are breastfeeding are hugged. The whole is the same as moving. For these small tribes, perhaps this time is an opportunity. The Han tribe found a good place and agreed to share with them. Sharing is definitely not dare, but maybe you can join the Han tribe directly, so that those good things are not equal to giving them for free. A large number of soldiers are gathering here towards Luochong, but some tribes are closer and the marching will arrive at the assembly point the following evening. However, looking at the totem fighters who were tightly blocked at the gate of the city, Luochong did not directly order the attack. In order to obtain food, the cannibal fighters often sent teams to hunt in the surrounding mountains. After seeing that there are not many soldiers, Luo Chongling immediately told them a rewarding task, capturing an enemy, and sending it to Luo Chong to give 2 large bowls of white salt. This early soldier was stunned, and I didn't expect such a good thing, so these people immediately went out separately, preparing to hunt these white salts that rashly entered the mountain forest. In the mountains around Hanyang City, a group of 40 cannibal totem fighters are quietly marching. They are chasing the footprints of a group of animals. The footprints of the cows are deeply depressed. It seems that the weight of these cows is definitely not low. If you can catch it, it is definitely enough for them to eat a big meal. On the other side, more than a dozen Han tribe fighters riding cattle are moving towards a valley. They deliberately turned around near the city of Hanyang in order to introduce these squads into the mountain hunting into the ambush circle. The two fighters went further and further, gradually deepening into the mountains, and at the same time getting closer and closer to the ambush circle. There are nearly 200 soldiers in the ambush circle in the mountains. Some are hiding in the trees, some are hiding in the bushes, and some voodoo, lying in the grass with the waist high without saying a word. The pattern is motionless. Among these 200 people, there are Han tribe fighters with red robes and black armor, and there are also other tribe reinforcements with leaf suits. Before these people were dispatched, Luo Kong told them to try to catch them, but the reason given by Luo Chong was not for catching slaves, but tell them to try to catch them as much as possible. Even if you can't win, maybe these captives can be exchanged for people arrested by other tribes. Those other tribal fighters don't doubt him. In fact, they don't care about it at all. They only know that Luo Chong said that everyone acts together, and one of the people who grabs it counts as one. In the end, all of them are given salt. One condition is enough. Nothing else is that the tribe can't change so much with the population for salt, let alone the people of its own tribe. The hostile parties soon reached the ambush circle one after the other. More than a dozen Han tribe fighters who rode the cattle fell into the cattle, and then hid the cattle. They also found their own hiding place and quietly lay on the ground, waiting for the enemy to cast on the net. A team of 40-person totem fighters followed the footprints of the herd and appeared in the mountains and plots shortly after. However, the original clean herd footprints suddenly messed up here. Around the footprints of the cattle, they suddenly appeared some people's footprints. This time, the lead captain was shocked. Has anyone else been in close contact with these cows? But this footprint does not want to be a human footprint, because the Han tribe fighters are wearing uniform military boots, and the soles of the shoes are hardwood carved anti-skid strippers. They all look the same except for their size. Such footprints are naturally unseen, so they are not sure whether they are humans, but when they want to understand, more than 100 people suddenly appear around, shouting and drinking around them. The cannibal warriors were frightened. The people in front of them were wearing weird red robes and red pants. They wrapped all important parts of their bodies in black armor. They only showed a face all over their bodies. The weapons in their hands were also very delicate. It is completely different from the bone gun in their hands, and it is not a level at all. However, they are also warriors who have gone through 100 battles. The on-site resilience is very good. 40 people quickly formed a circle with their backs. They stood with wooden shields in their hands and stood high with their hands. On the shield, other people without shields also raised their bone spears high and stretched to the top of the most peripheral shield. Han? Chinese? Han? The soldiers shouted neatly, approaching step by step, shrinking the encirclement. The sword shield of the Han tribe. The long knife came out of the sheath, holding the shield in one hand, and holding the snowy waist knife in one hand. Hitting the shield with a waist knife, the two sides have not yet dealt with it, but this neat military deterrent has scared the cannibal warriors. Some people smeared a handful of their bodies nervously, and wiped the white grim totals on their bodies. More than 100 swordsmen, gunmen, miscellaneous reinforcements, and archers all approached with their weapons, quickly narrowing the encirclement and surrounding these enemy groups. Most of the truncated wooden sticks used by the miscellaneous reinforcements this time as weapons. The archers did not take bows and arrows this time, but they shoveled with one hand and wooden sticks. They were not for killing the enemy, but for catching the captive. After the encirclement was narrowed, everyone stopped, and the number shouting in their mouths stopped for an instant. The scene became silent and depressed, stretching everyone's nerves. The cannibal Tutang fighters are also a bit confusing. They don't understand what these weirdly dressed soldiers are doing, why they suddenly surrounded them, and why they don't attack now. At this time, a loud sound of horseshoes suddenly sounded in the mountain depot, and a continuous echo came in the valley. Immediately, in the opposite direction of the cannibal warriors' arrival, there was a rumbling sound. It's like a thunder, from far to near, very fast. All the totem fighters looked at the past, and the next scene they saw made them unforgettable for life. I saw 38 red or black horses, soldiers carrying 38 red robes and black armor, rushing towards the side of the encirclement. They leaned in front of their bodies, pressed tightly on the back of the horse, holding the reins with one hand, and the other with a 4-meter rifle flat. The tail of the spear is clamped under the armpit, and the gun head flashes with cold white light. The rumbling rush towards this side has no intention of stopping. The two wings are scattered. Standing outside the encirclement, the rat holding the banner of the big man commanded loudly. The soldiers in the encirclement heard the order and quickly gave up a passage, and then the cavalry rushed towards the enemies of the encirclement. The original cannibal warriors were enemies back and forth, so they automatically formed a circle to form a circular array, hoping to resist attacks from all sides, but now it is not possible. Seeing the soldiers riding the four-legged beasts getting closer and closer, everyone has no guts to stand in front of Nathan's cold rifle. At this time, he can't take care of any formation anymore. The cavalry quickly roared into the encirclement, and some cannibal fighters could not escape, were directly penetrated by a gun, hung on the gun, and ran far away from the horse. The dead could not die. The effect of the cavalry rushing is still very good. The original enemy's unshaped circular defense broke through at once, and the soldiers in the peripheral circle also launched a fatal blow while the enemy was in chaos. Brothers, rush! Nearly 200 soldiers, one of the brains pounced on more than 30 scattered enemy soldiers. As soon as the two sides contacted, there were several tragic calls, and the fierce fighting was on the verge. In an instant, the shield and the shield collided, and the Han tribe soldiers stepped on the anti-skid cowhide military boots, and they were all elite people selected by more than 4,000 people. Whether it was endurance, speed, fight, strength was superior, just a photo. The enemy who wore the grass shoes knocked over the ground. The thick shield in his hand hit the enemy on the spot. Some enemies stretched out their bones and spears when they just hit them. Even if they can't rush out of the siege alive, they must pull on a back. As a result, the knife shields on the opposite side blocked the bone spear to the side with the shield in their hands, then twisted under the feet. The body turned to the side position, and the knife on the other hand suddenly split, and the wooden handle in the enemy's hand the spear was cut into two pieces, and then the next step was pedaling. He kicked out the enemy who was cut off by the spear in horror, and then came out with a handy card with a big stick to assist the soldiers. The gunmen of the Han tribe are not inferior at all. Not only are the arrays neatly aligned, but they are also deeply true in the actual combat of short soldiers. The Han tribe's gunmen and the enemy's spearmen rushed at the same time, but the Han tribe gunmen had longer spears, 3 meters and 5 meters longer than the enemy's bone spears. However, this time Luo Chong asked for a live mouth, so they did not use killing tricks. In terms of capturing prisoners, Luo Chong also arranged targeted training for them. At this time, the results of these trainings are being vividly displayed by robbers. Come out. I saw the gunman stabbing the spear. When the gun and the other party's spear were in contact, they held the gun with both hands and pushed under the foot. With a force on the waist, the gun shot the enemy's spear to the side. When the enemy empty door opened, the gunmen straightened their spears to the side of the enemy. The waist just twisted back again, and the body moved the gun. Fiercely pumped the enemy's head or neck, and only 2 actions pumped the enemy to the ground. Even if the person who fell to the ground did not faint, there would be no chance of resistance. A few miscellaneous reinforcements suddenly burst out next to it, and immediately rushed up, pressing the enemy firmly under him, and then tied up. Solid. The archers of the Han tribe are equally inferior without bows and arrows. Their weapon shovel is the second weapon. It is the only weapon of the archer's melee. The left-hand short stick and the right-hand weapon shovel are often the enemy stabbing over the spear. Block, and then the weapon shovel in the right hand is like an axe, and then the close attack, not the head with a shovel, it is to use a wooden stick to poke the neck, and the close combat power is called a burst watch. There are also people with physical fitness among the enemies. For example, the leaders of their 40 people are so powerful that their physical skills are also very flexible. The spear in their hands has been cut in 2 pieces, but I don't know who grabbed it from. A wooden stick, where the tiger and tiger have a strong wind, no one can get close for a while. The Blade Shield leader Hu Mankang saw such a situation. With a frown, he knew that it was not the soldiers under his hands that were useless, but the opponents, but the soldiers remembered the command of the leader and wanted to catch them alive, otherwise they would be alone. In front of the group of soldiers, they have long been dead. Hu Mankang stood in front of his shield with his hand and held a knife in the back. He came directly with a shield head in front. He flew out of the enemy's leader while the other party fell to the ground without standing. He split out with a knife. Then I heard, there was a scream, and I saw half of the arm holding the wooden stick flying high into the air, and a blood sword was sprayed from the wound of the broken arm. Hu Mankang stood aside with a bloody waist knife, and the long knife swept forward and drank loudly. This person is the enemy leader and hacked him to death. In the next second, a dozen swordsmen and shields saw that their master flag was so brave, and they split the enemy's arms with a knife. To know that they hadn't cut a living person from the time they received the knife to the present, they got the order at this time. It's like opening the sheepfold and inviting the wolf to open his belly to eat. Puffed a dozen knives flashed, and the brave and unusual leader of the cannibals split the corpses under the siege. The parts of the arms and legs fell to the ground. Those soldiers were stupid on the spot, and those miscellaneous reinforcements who had been invited, who had seen such a bloody scene and divided people alive, even though they dared to eat human flesh and eat human flesh, but they had never seen it directly unload people. 8 pieces, their weapons are too powerful. And the reinforcements of other tribes, don't say that they eat people, even the usual hunting is to use a spear to stab a few holes in a few holes to bleed. Where can they see such powerful weapons? They can be split in pieces with a knife. This bloody scene scared them all, and even forgot to resist, and was directly knocked to the ground by several Han tribe fighters around them, and tied up firmly. After a while, according to post-war statistics, 42 enemy teams were annihilated, 5 people were killed, and 37 people were caught alive. On his side, since all the Han tribe armored fighters rushed to the front, no one was killed or injured after the war. There was no minor injury, although it is more than 200 people, plus a general flag cavalry, who joined forces to bully 40 people. But this battle is also beautiful, playing the military power of the Han tribe, and making the pride of the Han tribe. The soldiers recognized the power of their weapons, which made them more confident, and at the same time gave them great morale. Even the miscellaneous reinforcements of other tribes realized that this battle did not seem to be so difficult to fight. They seemed to come here to pick up the benefits. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, the captives were all escorted and taken away, the body was dug and buried to prevent the weather from hot and rotting, and finally a plague occurred. But this battle is over, and the same scene is staged in other places. In 5 or 6 days, more and more reinforcements have come, all of which have been divided into many teams wandering in the mountains. Under the leadership of the elite soldiers of the Han tribe, they have repeatedly won and morale has risen. Even in the coalition forces, some people have shouted the slogan of the decisive Battle of Hanyang. However, Luo Chong knew that it was not the time to wait 2 days, wait a little more for the coalition, and wait for the enemy to respond correctly. The enemy soon realized that it was wrong. Some of the squads sent to hunt in the mountains haven't come back in a few days. Even if they chase a prey, they can go to the base camp of the enemy army outside Hanyang. Starved, what if you don't eat? So they immediately sent more people to the mountains. One was to hunt, the other was to find those who were missing. There were 100 people in a team, and there were 3 or 4 giant apes to follow, ready to explore the forest covert. After successive days of ambush battles, more than 1,200 enemy troops originally surrounded Hanyang city. At this time, more than 300 people have been captured by Luo Chong. During the period, dozens of people were killed directly. There are 800 people. Nowadays, these people are reduced again, because the enemy sent 200 teams into the mountains, ready to find their missing soldiers. In the early summer, early morning on April 8, Luo Chong was drinking porridge at the camp south of Tululan. This was the first battlefield to ambush the Fire tribe. At this time, a Chinese tribe cavalry in armor came and arrived. Luo Chong is here to salute. The newspaper leader, the enemy team of 200 people has been hooked, and we are searching along the bait we set up. It is expected that the encirclement will be reached before noon. Is there anything else to instruct the leader? The cavalry knelt on one knee and said with fists, "How many giant apes are there in these 2 teams?" Luo Chong put down the rice bowl in his hand and asked, "There are 6 teams to the south, and 5 teams to the southwest." Well, in this way, you go back and tell the head of the rat that this time the number of coalition forces is large, let them fight close to the war, let our bull flag not participate in close attacks, hang the enemy's great apes in the distance, and strive to take the lead, kill these monsters so as not to cause major casualties. In addition, the chief of the rat was told that there were great apes participating in the war. In order to avoid the loss of control of the battle, this time, you cannot capture the captives to ensure your own safety first. If it is not easy to catch, you will be killed directly. Luo Chong stood up and thought about it. Yes, the subordinates will pass the message. The cavalry also stood up and ran away. Luo Chong had a breakfast and turned around in the camp. Now more than 300 captives have been held. All of them have been tied up, and they have been hungry for several days. Now they are all half dead and do not give them food. This is the easiest way to control their resistance, so that they have no strength to resist, and even if Luo Chong is not too much food to eat, there is no need to waste on them, as long as you are hungry. There are also dozens of wounded people in the camp, most of them are reinforcements from other tribes, and there are 3 Han tribe fighters who have fought for several days. After all, it is impossible to fight with 0 casualties. Fortunately, Han tribe fighters have armor. The injuries are not very serious, and those from other tribes are a bit miserable. More than 20 people have died in the past few days, and there are more than a dozen injured. However, Luo Chong has taken medicine from Hanyang City with Flying Eagle biographies, and basically saved all the women and children. The rest are women and children of 3,400 people. Some are small tribes who went to Hanyang City with the whole family. There are female soldiers called by other tribes, but Luo Chong did not let these women go to the battlefield. The number of men is enough. There is no need to use so many people, so these women temporarily do some logistical affairs in the camp to watch the prisoners and the children cook. At noon, the 2 preset ambush positions were also connected to the fire. The battle was about to happen. The site selection of the ambush circle was very particular. Most of them were small open areas without trees to prevent those giant apes from going to the tree. Will double their attack power. The use of tactics has not changed much. After the enemy enters the circle, the mouth is sealed. However, this time it is slightly different. Before the cavalry rushes, there will be a wave of long-range cover strikes. First, the archer hangs the cannibal. Some giant apes, the 7 or 8 arrows died at the time, and some of them still broke through. When the great ape rushed to 60 meters away from the encirclement, the sword shield soldiers had already arranged the shield wall. It was said that the shield wall was not an exaggeration. The Han tribe did not have many sword shields, but this battle for several days also seized a lot of cannibals. Self-made shields. Although it's very rudimentary, the reinforcements of other tribes saw the Han tribe's sword shields so brave. They also liked the weapon of the shield, and they didn't dislike the shield of the cannibals. They all took their hands and learned to learn the Han tribe. The blade shields were charged with shields. Behind the shield wall are gunmen, and a row of pointed and long spears are placed on the shield to ensure that no one can rush out of the siege. Going back, there are countless other tribes to reinforce troops. Each of them holds a spear of 3 or 4, watching the giant apes rush straight towards themselves. Under the command of the Han tribe's young banner, they threw a few rounds of throwing spears. A piece of spear rain covered the past, and several cannibals were completely dead without touching the shield wall. Needless to say, so many spears were seized these days. After the extermination of the giant ape, it was almost the same as the previous day. The cavalry was responsible for the stormtrooping and disrupted the enemy's formation. The gunmen and shields took advantage of the chaos to kill the 2 battles. From the beginning to the end, the advantage was all on the side of the coalition. Basically, it is a situation of steady win. After the battle was over, the team began to clean up the battlefield. Some people escorted the captives back to the camp, while the other part was dispersed to investigate the enemy. By the time a group of people escorted the captives back to the camp, it was already in the evening of the day. There were not many captives in this war, but there were also more than 120 people. At this point, the only remaining strength of the enemy was only 600 people outside Seoul, and Luo Chong's coalition forces are in their early 2000. Each large tribe has an average of more than 178 tribes. Coupled with a few small tribes who have come to run, the number has exceeded 2,000. At night, Luo Chong looked at the moon and counted the days. For more than a week, the rice in the first season of Seoul this year should be harvested. Farmers are busy waiting for no one. Tomorrow is the time for a decisive battle. That night, Luo Kongfei Eagle passed the book to Hanyang City, informing the guards in the city to cooperate with themselves to launch a general attack tomorrow, completely eliminating the enemies of this group, and telling them the specific plan for the decisive battle tomorrow. Early the next morning, more than 300 people were left in the camp, and more than 430 captives were detained. Luo Chong took a team of more than 1,900 people to the direction of Hanyang City, where there were 1,800 coalition forces and more than 100 Han tribe elite warrior. A group of people shined from the sky and marched until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the moment when they were about to leave the forest, Luo Chong stopped the team to eat some dry food made in the morning, rice and barbecue, and rested for an hour. At 5 o'clock, the forest was killed from the southwest and southeast, with a semi-enclosed structure, blocking the enemy on the west side of Hanyang City. When the guards in Shenyang City saw the leader with a large group of people, they couldn't help cheering. For more than 10 days, the leader finally showed up with the coalition forces. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of early summer, at least 2 hours before dark, it won't take so long to fight a less big battle. When Luo Chong took nearly 2,000 people out of the woods, the enemies outside Shenyang City were ignorant. They may not have thought about it until now. Why did the soldiers who went hunting in the mountains never return? Even the 200 people they sent to look for yesterday did not come back. At this time, seeing so many people emerge from the forest, there is no need to think about it. It's just that they didn't understand why these people would be enemies with them until the army opposite gave up a road, walked out of the back with 2 fears, and a man sitting in the back of the image and wearing a golden crown. It's him, it's that person, that's our elephant, the 2 heads that were lost in the dark forest in the autumn of the previous year. At that time, our team was defeated. Only 3 of us fled back. The 2 elephants were also lost. I didn't expect to be caught by that person. A cannibal warrior who once attacked the tree tribe shouted loudly in the crowd, and there was a round scar on his shoulder. It was shot by Luo Chong's bow and arrow at the time, but Luo Zhou's arrow had arrows, so the injury was not serious. He escaped from his injuries, and even the arrows in his body were brought back to the tribe. His shouting did not cause much reaction. No matter who the person was in front of him, it was their enemy. Is it necessary to discuss Luo Chong's identity? The cannibals also reacted quickly. When they saw so many enemies appearing, there was a guy who seemed to be the leader, calling towards the east and north gates, and gathering all the soldiers who blocked the 4 gates. Rejecting the enemy outside the gate of Zikan, Luo Chong did not stop them. When the remaining more than 600 totem fighters and 156 giant apes all gathered at the gate of Zikan, on their backs, the gate of Dongcheng also opened quickly, killing about 1,500 people from the Han tribe. There are men and women, all with diverse weapons, early bronze spears of the Han tribe, copper shovels, and even a hoe. After more than 1,000 people rushed out of the east gate, they immediately divided into 2 ways, outflanked from the north and south sides, blocked all the enemies in front of the west gate, and scared the enemies to no one. Although they were surrounded by the city for several days, I still don't know how many people there are in the city. If you have so many people, why don't you hit them earlier? You have to shrink it out of the city. Now there are so many people. You ran out to join in the excitement again, really pushing them to the dead end. At this moment, those totem warriors have even crying hearts, and even the back road has been copied, completely dead. At this time, the coalition forces facing the sunset were directly in front of Luo Chong, and Comrade Stallion was riding on the horseback, waving a huge military flag in hand. The bright red flag stretched in the wind, sending a signal of general attack to the guards in Hanyang City. Boom, 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 boom. The drums of war loudly sounded in the city, and there was a burst of waves. A lot of figures suddenly appeared in the arrows of the western wall. There were early female archers from the Han tribe, and some archers who were later cultivated. The total number is not less than 100. There are a large number of ordinary people, even adults of the snake tribe, appearing on the city wall. Luo Chong ordered the animal teeth next to it to change a flag-shaking action. The drums of the western wall also stopped immediately. At the next moment, hundreds of arrows flew directly to the dozen giant apes under the city wall, preparing to kill these battles first. Strangling monsters, and for the sake of a blow, the arrows also fed anesthetic mushrooms collected from the mushroom tribe. The puffy arrow sounded into the flesh, and more than a dozen giant apes quickly fell by half. The remaining ones also rushed out. They couldn't attack the people on the city walls. I have tried it several times, so I can only escape, but the outside is the encirclement of 2,000 people. The cannibal apes were wiped out in a blink of an eye. The remaining totem fighters panicked even more and began to retreat frequently, and soon retreated to the moat outside the west gate. There was no escape route, but there were also some timid soldiers who jumped directly into the river and wanted to follow the moat, swim out of the siege. But at this time, the archers on the city walls once again showed their power, directly shooting the city river from top to bottom, shooting all the enemies who wanted to escape on the spot, and the other people who had no bows and arrows also left these days. The stone was thrown down and hit directly into the enemy group under the western wall. After being hit by the scattered flowers of this day, many of the enemies were instantly hit. It was not that they did not want to hide, but that they were all in front of them, and there was nowhere to escape. However, under the shoving of more people, the crowd was forced to move forward, away from the range of flying stones on the city wall, but in this way, it happened to follow Luo Chang's heart. The enemy moved forward to leave room for play at the door of Zikan Gate. The drums of war sounded again. In the excitement of the drums, the suspension bridge at Zikan Gate was quickly lowered, and the two red gates with scarlet paint were opened at the same time, exposing the cavalry that has been arranged neatly in it. Seeing the city gate open, to be honest, the original totem fighters still wanted to venture into the city, so there might be a way to live, but as a result, they saw that the city gate was blocked by many tall four-legged beasts, and then I saw Luo rushing there with a big flag, and someone seemed to shout. At the next moment, Luo Chang's general flag of cavalry rushed towards the enemy under the leadership of Che Duo. They each rode double, 38 soldiers, 76 horses, and bravely faced forward. At the same time, more than 100 riders rushed out of the door of Zikan Gate, and more than 200 unmanned cattle were also wrapped around, and they all rushed out with the team. The confrontation of hundreds of beasts immediately scared out the enemy's eyes, and desperately ran to both sides, hoping not to die tragically under the hoofs of the herd. Although the cavalry's method of rushing, the role is obvious. More than 600 enemies quickly ran to avoid the impact of the herd's desperation, and at the same time, the enemy's formation also made a mess. Luo Chang also pulled out the long sword in his waist at this time. Hao Mai pointed forward and drank in his mouth. Warriors, rush me up and wipe them all. Rush, roar, roar, roar. The successive battles have made the Han tribe coalition morale like a rainbow. At this time, it is still in a situation where more than 3,000 people beat 600 enemy troops. More than 100 cavalry troops have taken the lead in rushing the enemy troops. This is more conducive to the situation of the Han tribal coalition fighting more and less. With Luo Chang's longsword pointing, the strength of more than 3,000 people was instantly pressed up. The soldiers all shouted for morale, and even the actual combat in the past day gave them a lot of experience in the war. All the enemy troops were overwhelmed, and they were intertwined with short soldiers. This battle was directed to the battlefield in person. Naturally, there was no need for rats and blood slaughtered in the back to sit in the town. The only thing left beside Luo Chang was the beast teeth responsible for the flag order. Therefore, the rats were large, and the two pros and cons chiefs of the blood slaughter also took the lead in fighting, and rushed ahead first. The weapon used by the rat was the straight-edged cross knife with Luo Chang's wrath. He didn't have a shield, but the knife sheath with the black iron wood in his left hand was used as a stick to make a call. Occasionally, the spear of the other party was cut with all his strength, although it was not a hacker, but every time, the long soldiers in the other party's hands can be cut off, so that the other tribe's reinforcements around them are easier to shoot. The blood slaughter guy is not used to spears, nor is he used to using horizontal knives or geese knives. Since joining the Han tribe for a year, this guy has been planting his own black stick. The trick of fighting is still so big. If you don't move, you can knock a stick into the giant force of brain burst. Today, in order to catch more live mouths, it also seems a bit of water discharge, but this does not hinder his horrible output. A lacrosse dance is airtight, and there are always enemies who will be knocked to the ground or fainted directly, or despair to surrender. The strength from the city also has its own unique weapons. This is the earliest group of elderly people from the Han tribe. They are loyal to the Han tribe. Luo Chang also deliberately promoted it. Last year, he was led by the team responsible for the mining of iron ore. He is equipped with exclusive weapons. Hercules, like their name, are born with great strength. They used short sticks before, and later they had iron tools. Luo Chang also let the workshop specially made a pair of iron tools for him. They are similar to Sui Tang Qingsheng's weapons. The shape of the column is surrounded by a burst of flying eaves every 10 centimeters. The tip also has a short cone that can be used to stab. The whole iron is standing there like a pagoda. This weapon is a blunt instrument, not killing people with blades like a sword. It relies on whipping with brute force and rushing into the enemy group. Every time the iron is waved, the enemy's crude shield can be easily smashed, even if it is not smashed. Can also take a few steps back the enemy's shock and sit on the ground with one butt. The one-eared guy used a tube fork milled with an animal thigh bone. Now after changing the iron device, it turned into 2 half-meter-long 3-pointed bark, but this weapon is killing people and has too much lethality. In order to catch more live mouths, the two guns were hung in the waist and were not removed. Instead, a shovel for work was copied from the city and ran out, rushed into the enemy or photographed or cut, and no one could get close. The veterinary teeth are sitting on the side of Luo Chong. As the original old man of the Han tribe, he is now in the position of a company, in charge of military logistics and military discipline. Naturally, he also has his own exclusive weapon. This guy originally used 2 tiger teeth. Now it has been replaced with 2 double-edged short swords. In addition, due to the special position, there is a leather whip nearly 2 meters long in the waist. The whole body is made of antelope skin, which is thrown and snapped, and the scalp that can be beaten is blooming. It's just that this time I followed the flag around Luo Chong and looked at the battlefield in front of me. I was also a young man with a blood, but I couldn't rush to the front. I was quite helpless, but I didn't say anything. The older one of the Han tribe's original team is 21 years old this year. I'm common doing things. Otherwise, Luo Chong could not let him take up the position of Shima. Beast Teeth, what do you think of this battle? Neither of them went to the battlefield, but looked at the overall situation in the back. Luo Chong looked at him as bored, and chatted with him. He wanted to ask his opinion. After all, he was trained as a counselor. What did the leader ask? Beast Teeth heard Luo Chong's question, recovered his eyes from the battlefield, thought a little, and asked Luo Chong. This guy does look very good at thinking, and it is not difficult to see from his rhetorical question. There are many ideas, shallow and deep. Say whatever you want. Luo Chong said directly. Yes, the leader is well planned, the tactics are reasonable, and each step is well organized. We are crowded, with several times the strength of the enemy, and the weapons and equipment in our hands also have an advantage. This battle has no suspense and won steadily. However, the subordinates guessed that there were not so many people who wanted to win these 600 enemies. The leader let the whole family fight out. It also means deterrence, but not to deter the enemy, but to deter the coalition forces. Show the force of our Han tribe. Beast Teeth are like saying, oh, then you talk about it, what's the use of doing this? Luo rushed down without refuting, directly acquiesced, and then taught a deeper purpose. The leader summoned the coalition forces this time and exchanged white salt for captives, which has given the tribes many benefits. At the same time, these successive days of fighting have also made the coalition leaders realize the advantages of uniting troops. If some of them are ambitious, they may still do similar things and gather coalition forces to do bad things for us. However, in this battle, our own combat power is not less than the number of coalition forces. Weapon equipment is regarded as a magic weapon by them in private. Our soldiers are also fighting bravely on the battlefield. It is estimated that they will leave a deep impression. In this way, they are indirectly told that even if they are really united, they are not opponents of our Han tribe. After the animal teeth were finished, they looked at Luo Chong, and it seemed to wait for Luo Chong to comment on him to see if his ideas were correct. Well, what you said is also an aspect. I do mean to deter them, but our original purpose of gathering coalition forces this time was to annex them all. As you said, these enemies are indeed very powerful. But we are not unable to beat them, so what are the other tribes doing to join in this lively? It is to let them see the strength of the enemy and let them understand the terrible of the enemy, and now they are also involved in this war, but they do not have the strength of the Han tribe to resist the foreign enemy. They want to protect themselves. Attached to the asylum of the Han tribe, which laid the foundation for them to join the Han tribe. In addition, although our army has not been established for a long time, it should be available, and it can be called luxury. Even our own people are not fully equipped, so take what you just said. Many tribes the reinforcements privately talked about our weapons as magic weapons, all of which are bloody guys. If you are the reinforcements of those tribes, you see such artifacts, if you have a chance to get it, would you want it? Luo Chong laughed and looked at the Beast Teeth. Beast Teeth will laugh when they hear Luo Chong say this. Do you still need to ask? If you have the opportunity to get it, you will definitely squeeze your head to grab the opportunity, and the fool will give up. Just like mortals have a chance to go to the ferry in one step, who can withstand such temptations? As the animal teeth said, this is a battle without suspense. At the beginning of the war, the battle was over in an hour, and the 600 enemies all bowed down. While the sky was not dark, Everyone also entered the tense cleaning of the battlefield. The Battle of the Siege in Hanyang City has come to an end. The city is celebrating. Many residents of the city, after Luo Chang's instruction, also began to prepare for the feast, lamb, rice, tonight. The supply was opened, thousands of people had a meal, and the Han tribe still supplied it. Beast Teeth, as heads of stocks, are responsible for all matters of logistics. After cleaning the battlefield, they will soon report to Luo Chang. This war annihilated 621 enemy troops, 479 captives, and the rest were all killed on the spot. In fact, some of them were seriously injured. He could still live a cure, but they would definitely leave a disability, and the Han tribe caught these captives just to let them work. So these wounded people have no value in treatment, and they are directly killed on the spot. There were not many casualties on the side of the coalition. There were originally a few people who beat one, and the elite soldiers of the Han tribe rushed to the front. In the end, only 3 people died. They were all reinforcements of other tribes. The worst injury should be a fracture, but the Han tribe can also be cured, but it is hard to say if it leaves a disability, but it is always better than a direct loss. After dealing with these incidents, all the captives were detained in the newly built warehouse. The celebration feast must be without their share. They must first be hungry for a few days, kill their anger, and discipline in the future. The coalition forces of the tribes finally entered the city of Hanyang at the invitation of Luo Chang, and came to the city square for dinner to celebrate. By the way, it was Luo Chang to speak first. They must be counted at the same time, to attract them to join the Han tribe. Residents of various households in the Han tribe, under the organization of elders and witches, moved the long tables and benches in their homes to the square, and set up several rows of long dragons to ensure that these people can sit on the table and eat. It is not enough. The wooden cushion bricks are used directly. The stool is not enough to use the bucket to make up. The tribes of all tribes are also eye-opening. Although they come to the Han tribe market every month to make some transactions, it is really the first time they have entered Shanyang City. The previous life of the city residents was full of mysterious guesses and yearnings. Now I can see it with my own eyes. It's like Grandma Lu entering the Great View Park. He is interested in everything and feels magical. There are many and a half big children running in the streets. They are busy helping their adults to carry table benches, or pots and pans. These children are still following some furry puppies. They are all brought by the wind. Dozens of shepherds were born, and they are only a month or 2 old. They followed the child's butt and shook their little tail happily. Some older children also led those foreign fighters to come to the wells in various alleyways to wash and wash. Just after the battle, most people were disgraced and there was a lot of blood on their bodies. These foreign fighters are amazed by the way wells provide water. Unexpectedly, there will be water in a deep pit dug in the flat ground, but a lot of insight has grown. After washing, some foreign fighters visited everywhere within the allowable range. When they met the people of their tribe, they would also be invited to take a look at home. A warrior from the Tiger tribe was very happy to see that he was married to the sister of the Han tribe. After they met, they were invited to see at home. This is an ordinary family. The male host is a soldier in the military camp. There is only one woman, but it is a bit wasteful for 2 people to occupy a house, so there are 2 other women in this family who are rescued from the Fire tribe. One of the women already has a 4-year-old son, and she holds a teenage baby girl in her arms. This baby girl is white and fat. Adults are happy when they are teasing, but also because they were born in the Han tribe. If they are in the Fire tribe, I am afraid they will be killed as soon as they are born. Another woman was born for the first time. The born boy was also 8 or 9 months old at this time. He was able to sit on the kong and play with herself naked in a small belly pocket made of original sackcloth. Tiger tribe warriors entered the small courtyard under the leadership of their sister. The eye was a 4-year-old boy with a small pole on his head. He was wearing a linen open vest and had knee-tied linen underneath. Squatting in the yard is teasing a little tits dog. When the child saw a strange man come in, he was not afraid, but he didn't step forward to say hello and hug the puppy in his arms and stood there looking at strangers. The Tiger tribe warrior laughed at the child and curiously looked at the strange costume he wore and followed his sister into the house. In the living room and kitchen in the middle, a Fire tribe woman is burning under the stove, and the smell of rice fragrance is constantly coming out of the large iron pot above. There is a small pile of firewood next to the stove of the kitchen. On the other side, There are two large cylinders covered with wooden covers. One is filled with clear water, and the other is filled with some yellow rice. In the inner room on the east side, another fire tribe woman is looking after two babies under the age of 1. A man and a woman and two little guys are playing on the big Kong. The big boy keeps screaming. When it comes to dental school, these children are lucky. They grow up listening to Chinese as soon as they are born, and they naturally do not have to learn Chinese deliberately in the future. There was no one in his sister's room on the west side. The big Kong was now holding a small dwarf table with ceramic kettle on the table, a white porcelain tea bowl, and a small pyroidal oil lamp. Dim light was emitting. The wooden windows of the southern wall are now closed, but there is no difference between them. There is no window paper on it, and there is no animal skin. You can see the outside directly, and the evening wind outside can blow directly into the house. Inside the window is a shuttle loom 1 to 5 meters wide, and there is a roll of original sackcloth that has not been woven. This strange thing made the Tiger Tribe soldiers feel curious. After the sisters' demonstration and explanation, the man only then learned the usefulness of this thing. The woman also said that this thing was created by the leader, and even more surprised the man to heaven. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Han tribe not only fought badly, but also had so much talent to make this artifact out. A similar scene is happening in other parts of the Han tribe. Someone was allowed to visit the Han tribe's wood processing plant, watching the giant windmill that was popular with the wind, rotating automatically with complex wooden gears, and finally controlling a row of saws. Staggered up and down, and soon saw a log as a board, which was surprising. Others were invited to visit the farming plants of the Han tribe: sheep, antelopes, chicks, horses, and camels. Even the 100 high-nose antelopes bought last year. At this time 80 female also breed the first batch of offspring, each of which has 2 or 3 small antelopes. The size of the Han tribe antelopes has also changed from more than 300. In addition, Luo Chong was not idle. He summoned the leaders of various tribes and followed himself on the walls of Shenyang City. From the height, he saw all the scenes falling, and also envied the leaders of the tribes for a while. The leaders of all tribes followed Luo Chong to the city wall. At this time, it was getting late. There were already soldiers on the city head who set up torches to stand guard here. These are usually not available, but today are the exception. More than 20 leaders in a row, some who came to the Han tribe, some Snake tribe leaders who had fled before, and leaders of many coalition tribes. These people stretched out with amazes and did not count as majestic walls. After all, they were only 7 meters high. It is no comparable to many ancient customs. But this is just the case, and they have been amazed. The square city area is divided into a 9-gallus grid by 4 main streets arranged in well characters. Thousands of people are rolling and wandering on the street. They visit all over the street. The square in the center of the city is the most lively. With a lot of bonfires, countless people are preparing for a grand celebration feast there. Looking out of the city again, there is a neat rice field outside the east gate, which is divided by a small river in the distance. The dirt road in front of the door leads directly to the wooden bridge and extends straight to the distance. Under the city gate, the wandering moat sparkled in the moonlight, and a large area of grass in the west, where there was a battlefield shouting and killing a few hours ago, but now it seems very quiet, and the array sounds from time to time in the grass. The worms sounded, and it was impossible to make people think of the battle that happened just a while ago. Leaders, what do you think of the city of our Han tribe? Luo Chong looked at them for a while and began to ask them. I have only been to the market a few times before. I saw this city outside. I still don't understand why the Chinese leader let the people spend time and effort to build such a thing. I didn't think that the Chinese leader's eyes were long-term. With such a high wall deep pond, it can indeed block any enemy's attack. Although it takes a long time and consumes a lot of manpower, it can be passed down from generation. It is indeed worthwhile to keep the people of their own family safe and recuperate. The leader of the Point Noir tribe took the lead in speaking. Yes, when I was in the siege of the enemy, I was in this city of Hanyang, and I was also allowed to go to the city to watch the battle. The giant strange power among the enemies was so great that I jumped amazing. I was still worried that those monsters would jump into the city. I didn't expect those monsters to have even the shortest stacks, and finally I couldn't worry about it. And he was killed a lot by soldiers on the city wall. Ugh, now when I think about this, I have a regret in my heart. Our Snake tribe is so close to Hanyang City. If we can join the Han tribe earlier and live in such a strong city, we will not suffer the genocide. The enemy army suddenly arrived in our tribe, and we didn't even have the ability to resist. Fortunately, some people fought to resist, so that most women and children escaped. Otherwise, we may really die. I have lived in the city all these days, and I know more about the Han tribe. It turns out that the people we joined the Han tribe also have the same surname as the original tribe. They are in their own veins. Although everyone is from the same tribe, the ethnic line of the original tribe is retained, but it is not considered to disappear from this. It is actually better for everyone to live together. There are more things that can be done, and living conditions can be better. Therefore, I have decided that I will bring the remaining more than 200 people to the Han tribe and become the snake clan of the Han tribe, so that the people can live better. At least they don't have to be scared all day long. Fear of the enemy coming suddenly, I hope that the Han leader must agree to my request. The leader of the snake tribe pressed his hands along the wall, looking at the pedestrians coming and going in the city, and said to everyone with emotion, "Haha, you are willing to join the Han tribe, and of course I welcome it. As you said, the more powerful people and the more people, the more things you can do. I promise that under my leadership, I will definitely let my people live better. As the leader of the Han tribe, I now officially welcome you to join." Luo Chang solemnly agreed to the request of the leader of the snake tribe. "Thank you for the leader. In the future, my people will be your people. As long as we can do what the leader can arrange, since we have joined the Han tribe, we must make our own contribution to the Han tribe." The leader of the snake heard Luo Chang's solemn promise to come down and even busy said to Luo Chang's ceremony. This play code almost shocked the Qin leaders of various tribes. What happened? Isn't it good to study the distribution of remuneration? Do you mean this one's sudden allegiance and a safe acceptance? But just when they were puzzled, Luo clashed and spoke up. He looked at these leaders and said seriously, "Leaders, you have fought side by side with our Han tribe for so many days. I don't know if you have found any special features of these enemies? What's special? Are they crowded?" The leader of the Fork tribe said uncertainly. "Exactly, these enemies are more than 1,200 people, and they are all adult men. With so much combat power, even the Han tribe with a population of more than 4,000 cannot come out. Think about how powerful this enemy tribe is. And their current scope of activities has arrived here. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not come again in the future. Who knows how many people they have? All the tribes have lost money this time, and the snake tribe has suffered the most. They are now gone and can only join the Han tribe to seek asylum, but the enemy will come again next time? I don't know which tribe will suffer. I called everyone in this battle, and I said that I would pay you all, but I have also given you some parts of the captives for white salt. When you go back, I will give you some compensation as compensation, but in the future our Han tribe market may not be held again." Luo Chang slowly said that he had planned for a long time. The leaders began to hear that they were still paid, which was originally very happy, but Luo Chang's next sentence made them blow up. "Chief Han, if you don't hold a market in the future, where do we go to change white salts and other daily necessities?" "Yay, Leader Han, you must not stop the market. Everyone, all quietly, I said just now that the enemies we face are too powerful, and even our Han tribe is now unable to fight back the enemies alone. Fortunately, we still have a strong city. It's okay to ensure your own safety. But if we still host a market in the future, what if the enemy suddenly kills? Then if we let the enemy rush into the city, our Han tribe may also suffer, not to mention the tribes who trade here. There is no guarantee of safety. That's why I decided to stop the market in the future, and Hanyang City will stay in a short place. Only one city gate will be opened every day to ensure the safety of the tribe. Therefore, I may not be able to take care of you in the future. I can only find ways to protect our Han tribe people. I originally thought it was a generous remuneration, but I didn't want to be the last charity. This time it was a bargain. After all, in the long run, this is tantamount to their future. But the reason given by Luo Chang is also correct. For the safety of your tribe, what do you have to say? If you are in danger, you must protect your own people first, but do you expect to protect them first? Chief Han, your Han tribe can't repel the enemy by itself, but we can join forces. As long as the enemy comes again next time, we will send troops over again. There is no need to stop the market directly. What will we do in the future? The Tiger tribe's young leader said. You are talking about a way, but this is not possible every time. What if there are more enemies next time? What if our Han tribe was blocked in the city? How do we ask you to send troops to rescue? This time, our soldiers happened to be outside the city and did not hit directly with the enemy, so we can find a way to inform you to call people, but the next thing, who can guarantee that it will be the same as this time? Also, it's not easy for our Han tribe to make those commodities. It's better to exchange some materials that you can use with you, but please send a soldier once, and the reward is too great, and we can't ask you every time. Come here, so we can't stand it ourselves. Luo Chong quibbled. However, if the enemy comes again, your Han tribe has a city to block the enemy, but those enemies can't help you, and they will definitely run around and take our tribe to operate. The leader of the Pearl tribe said in fear. Luo Chong spread his hand and said helplessly, then I have no good idea. I can only take the lead in protecting my people. If your tribe is attacked, and you are willing to get paid, we the Han tribe can also send troops to help, and this condition must be based on the fact that our city of Hanyang is not surrounded and can send troops out. Some leaders rolled their eyes when they paused, or frowned directly. This is beautiful. Please ask the Han tribe to send troops. Don't say that they can't get any decent rewards, even if they can get it. Wait for them to send someone to the Han tribe to report, and the Han tribe will send troops to support. Those who haven't reported the letter have not yet walked to Hanyang City. Has it been destroyed 8 times? Isn't this a joke? They have no horses and flying eagles to quickly deliver the news, and no city like the Han tribe can stand by for help. What will they stick to when the reinforcements arrive? So what Luo Chong said is actually the same as not saying. The leaders around me suddenly fell into contemplation. What should I do? What if the enemy comes again? Do you wait to die with your eyes closed? Or move? But where can I move again? Did the fields that were easily reclaimed just give up? Did you give up the residence of your ancestors? Even if you moved to another place, there would be no enemies, and they would also lose white salt supply. Look at the solid walls at my feet. On this critical land, perhaps only the city is the safest. Reminiscent of the decision of the snake tribe leader just now, and the sentence repeatedly mentioned by Luo Chong, I can only take the lead in protecting my clan, so the next step is an obvious choice question. With a generous reward, from now on, self-dead life and death? Or join the Han tribe, get all kinds of materials for free, and get the right to stay in the city. Since then, as a tribe of the Han tribe, we'll always enjoy the refuge of the city? And just listening to the leader of the snake tribe, the Han tribe will also give a surname to the various tribes that joined. Although it is a tribe of the Han tribe, it is also self-contained. In fact, their inheritance has not disappeared, but only a method exists. The benefits obtained are indeed huge. In this comparison, some leaders immediately made a decision. Chief of Han, our Tooth tribe will not be paid this time. We have few tribes, and there is no way to build such a city to protect ourselves. It is even more impossible to move to a distant place without knowing the direction. Commodities, rather than waiting to be wiped out by the enemy next time, are better to join the Han tribe directly. I just saw the people who joined the Han tribe in the city. They all lived well and became the clan of the Han tribe. I now also hope to become the Tooth clan of the Han tribe. I am blessed by the Han tribe and do for the Han tribe. Contribute. As long as the leader of Han agrees, I will go back tomorrow to take all the people. After careful consideration, the Tooth leader made the first choice. Haha, willing to join the Han tribe, of course I welcome it, so that our strength can be stronger. The stronger the strength, the greater the grasp against the enemy. Welcome you to join the Han tribe. I will also send people and horses tomorrow. The vehicle helps you move and live in Hanyang City as soon as possible, so that you can also live a peace of mind earlier. Luo Chong nodded directly and agreed. Another tribe joined the Han tribe, and the other leaders began to look at each other. It was still a bit difficult to choose from. But then I looked at the pedestrians on the street in the I-City, and there was a row of houses that smoked, and some people quickly made up their minds. Seoul is so big that the people who can live are limited. Later, even if you want to join the Han tribe, I am afraid there is no chance. Chief Han, our vertical tribe. Chief Han, our cave. Han leader, our tribe. After figuring this out, 3 chiefs were born in an instant, and they all wanted to join the Han tribe in unison. The 3 leaders were all stunned at the same time. I didn't expect anyone to stand up with themselves. What to do now? Hanyang City is so big, but don't want its own tribe. The three thought so, and they strengthened their determination to join the Han tribe, and even asked Luo to agree to let them live in Seoul to accept asylum. Ha ha ha, thank you three leaders for their importance. Since you are all willing to join the Han tribe, I must be very welcome. You can rest assured that although there is not much space in Hanyang City, I must find a way to give you all a range. After all, your people are my people, and I should protect them with all my strength. Moreover, after this incident, in order to better protect the safety of the Han tribe, I decided to select a group of elite soldiers from the new people and expand the army of the Han tribe. Once selected, you can get the same as the Han tribe fighters. With powerful weapons, you former leaders can also get a custom weapon that is different. Luo Changchun laughed at the three, watching three more people make a decision, and there are places that are so big in Hanyang City, plus Luo Chang's promise to select soldiers, expand the army, and get the equipment that hangs the sky. The leader can also get customized weapons. This series of shocks came down, and more leaders began to hold back. Chief Han, our tiger tribe is also willing to join. Can you also make me a powerful weapon? The leader of the tiger tribe is also a young man. He is in his 20s and feels the same age as the veterinary teeth. This time he also saw the powerful weapons of the Han tribe soldiers in battle. Now let alone have private customized funds, even if he is allowed to enter the army, he will be satisfied. As soon as the tiger tribe leader said this, the neighbored Simcock tribe who had a good relationship with the tiger tribe also decided. Chief Han, our Sharp Angle tribe is also willing to join. The Han tribe is able to breed so many livestock, which is naturally much stronger than we only raise antelopes. We are willing to learn from the leader in the future and raise various livestock for the Han tribe. Well, welcome to join, you will love the life of the Han tribe, and I promise to let everyone have what they like to do. Luo Chang was happy to say three good words. The joining of the pointed tribes is too important, not only because they are crowded, but more importantly, they also have thousands of Saiga antelopes, which is Luo Chang's most important thing. Among the more than 20 leaders, it has now been shown that there are as many as 7 to join the Han tribe, and they are all large tribes with a minimum of about 300 people. Of course, it's still less to say that the population of far-angle antelopes like the pointed tribes is close to 600. Although the average is relatively low, the 7 tribes together also have a look of 2,560. Absolutely, the strength of the Han tribe can be brought to a new level. Moreover, of the more than 20 leaders, there are only about 17 with a population of about 300, and the others are all about 100 people. Among them, 4 small tribes with less than 100 people have shown their attitude of joining the Han tribe before the war. Coupled with the 7 that have just joined, the growing population has reached nearly 3,000. Luo Chang's heart is very excited. Shanyang City already has a population of more than 4,000. Coupled with these 3,000, the total population of the Han tribe has finally taken another step towards the 5-digit number. After stabilizing his emotions, Luo Chang once again looked at other leaders. Now he has pushed them to a dead end by stopping market transactions. Without joining the Han tribe, they will not eat white salt in the future. They will return to the previous state of life, and also face enemies that may appear at any time, so as long as they are not stupid, they will basically choose to join the Han tribe. After all, who doesn't want to live a good life, even if they don't agree? I'm afraid their people who visit the city can't leave? The remaining leaders who have not yet made a decision, looked at the tribal leaders who have just joined the Han tribe, and then looked at the well-established Hanyang City, and they have suffered in their hearts. Now they want to join the Han tribe. I am afraid that Hanyang City can't live with them anymore. Chief Han, our Pearl tribe is also willing to join the Han tribe, but I think it's so big in Hanyang City. I already lived a lot of people, and now so many people have joined. Will there not enough places to live? The leader of the Pearl tribe regretted his face. Why didn't he say it first? Now it's not possible for others to do it. Several other leaders also watched Luo Chang seriously. Obviously, this question is what they want to know. You are willing to bring the whole family into the Han tribe. I welcome it. In addition, you are worried about the problem of no place to live. I have thought about this matter long ago. Even without your joining, the Han tribe already has more than 4,000 people. In the past 2 years, Seoul may not be able to live anymore, so I have thought about the opening of a new city. Do you remember the words I asked the soldiers to convey before you came? In fact, as early as last winter, I had already let the people choose a new place of residence. Luo Chang said, raise his finger to the east bank of the river and continue to preach to them. Crossing the bridge from here and walking east for 7 days, there is the livable place I told you before. There is a lot of leveling land, and it is close to the big river. There is plenty of water, which is very suitable for us planting rice. There is also a large area of shrub grass, which is also suitable for raising livestock. Speaking of which, Luo Kong deliberately looked at the leader of the Tsimkok tribe and nodded at him, meaning that you will bring your thousands of antelopes over and breed in the new city in the future. This is also impossible. The environment around Hanyang City is so large, and the number of livestock that can be cultivated is also limited. Luo Chang turned his head and continued to talk to them. You may find it strange, why this time when the city of Hanyang was surrounded, I took so many soldiers outside the city. In fact, we were on the side of the new city at that time. It started to be built. We first sent soldiers to plunge down the camp and clean up the surrounding beasts. Now, after a month or two, it has almost been cleaned. After that, we recruited some working people with materials in the surrounding tribes. This recruitment means that we provide food and use commodities to exchange for their work for the Han tribe, such as helping us build a house, and giving us a day. How much white salt is probably like this. And it is precisely because the construction on the other side of the new city requires a large amount of white salt as compensation, so I decided to stop the market here. After all, the output of our Han tribe white salt is limited and can only be used where it is more needed. At the end of last month, some tribes had agreed to help us build a new city, so I took the soldiers to send some materials and tools, and stayed there for a few days to guide them on how to build a new city. The month has passed, they should be building a city wall, and this time it should be almost finished. There is no house in the new city for the time being, only an unfinished city wall, but it will be built soon. After all, we can use more manpower now, so you don't have to worry about the lack of residents. In addition, I know that you may not believe it, or you may not want to live so far away. You want to stay in Shanyang City, which is no problem. I will move a group of residents from Shanyang City to the side of the new city. The vacated house can also be used to house you. Luo Chang slowly told them his plan. Now the leaders of the tribes are even more surprised. It is enough to surprise them if there is a city. As a result, everyone is already building a second one. At this time, the leaders of several tribes immediately made up their minds to join the Han tribe, but some people have raised new questions. Chief Han, since you say there is a big river there, then our Fork tribe is also willing to join the Han tribe. Our people will all fish, and when we get there, we can also make some contributions to the food of the tribe. It's only 7 days between the residences. Is this a bit far away? Is it inconvenient for people on both sides to contact? The leader of the Fork tribe who lived on fishing also agreed to join the Han tribe. Haha, this is actually not a problem. You have been fighting with me these days, and some people may have noticed it. Our Han tribe has a giant eagle. Now, it is the kind of big bird over there. These big birds can quickly convey the news. The news is passed between the two cities. At most, it can be delivered at a meal, so it is very convenient to deliver the news. I also used this method, so I knew about the siege on the side of Hanyang City that day. In addition, I did just say that the distance between the two sides is 7 days, but this is the speed of walking with your legs. You also know that our Han tribe has riding horses that can ride. The speed of riding a horse passes, and the time can be reached in at most 1 morning. If the horse is not rested in the middle, it can run back and forth before dark, so if you say something inconvenient back and forth, you don't have to worry at all. Luo Ji calmly explained the problem to the Fork leader, and also told others to listen, hoping that they would know more about the Han tribe and be able to choose to join the Han tribe as soon as possible. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that this animal is really good. There is still such a use. Then I am fine. I am willing to take the clan to live in the new city. The Fork leader said happily. Our Ao tribe is also willing. Our Mushroom tribe is also willing. Our Flying Stone tribe is also willing. Chief Han, you just said that the white salt production of the Han tribe is not enough. Then we are now joining the Han tribe. Will the white salt not be enough to eat? Just when several other tribal leaders also decided to join the Han tribe, the leader of the Sickle tribe raised a new question. Haha, Of course enough to eat, you can rest assured. Luo laughed and said. The leaders were puzzled at this time. Just now you said that in order to build a new city, white salt is not enough, so you stopped trading in the market. Now you suddenly say enough to eat. Isn't this a contradiction? Luo Chong looked at their suspicion and laughed and explained. Actually, this is a good understanding. How do you usually use it to change white salt? You all change a lot, save it slowly, and change it when you finish eating, right? These leaders nodded, and they did. So it's easy to understand, you joined the Han tribe, and the white salt was distributed by the Han tribe itself, so you don't have to save it, take out the weight you saved before, and ensure that the people all eat it. White salt is still okay. Also, you just said that there are many people with great power. Before, I said that the Han tribe has less white salt production. That is because the tribe has not enough population. Now there are more people, so I can allocate more people to make white salt. Isn't the output bigger? That's why I said, the more the population, the more things we can do, the more people, and the better the days will only pass. As long as you obey my arrangements and work hard to accomplish what I explained, you don't have to worry about it. The situation of insufficient supplies. Luo Chong explained that those leaders understood it at once, and they all admired Luo Chong's leadership skills. This really does not work. The largest tribe of them is less than 600 people. In this way, it takes a long time to assign work tasks to the clan every day. Sometimes it is not clear, but then look back and forth. Thousands of tribes are managed by him. Everyone has their own tasks and jobs, and the tribe is getting better and better. Now so many tribes have been added, and so many people have been added to them. It feels like Luo Chong feels that it is not enough. The Han tribe seems to have endless work, but this is not bad. They think about it themselves. As long as they honestly complete the task of the leader's account, the leader will definitely bring the Han tribe more and more powerful. The questions that should be asked are basically asked. After Luo Chong's detailed answers, they also almost understood the situation. Then, some people chose to join the Han tribe again. In the end, there were only 2 or 3 leaders left. Under the trend of, they are not insisting, and they all choose to join the Han tribe with the big slip. This made Luo Chong very happy. In this absorption, the large tribes with more than 300 people absorbed 17, and the total population reached about 5,780, which is terrifying. With less than 100 small tribes, the population has reached 6,000, more than the Han tribe's current population. With the addition of the Han tribe's own population of more than 4,000, the Han tribe became a huge tribe with a population of over 10,000. This is not yet the slaves of those captives. Now it is just the slaves caught by the Han tribe. 100 people. I caught 200 in the northern valley and I caught more than 430 in ambush a few days ago. Today, the decisive battle has caught 478, which has been over 1,000, and the number is large. In other words, the ratio of legal citizens to slaves is 10 to 1. It is not too difficult to manage. These slaves cannot turn up. The Han tribe has enough strength to suppress them. Get all these leaders done. Luo Chong was also in a good mood, and haha laughed and led them to a celebration feast. In the square in the center of the city, all the people in the city gathered, and all the households also sent cooking vegetables. The staple food is rice, and the roast whole sheep is not there. It is too extravagant, but the lamb cabbage there are some vegetables, lamb cabbage stewed in the big pot, even the soup with meat and vegetables, fat but not greasy. It's just a pity there are no powders. Luo Chong was sitting at this table close to the banner platform. Several tables were set together at a long table full of high-level Han tribes, and the leaders who had just joined. The dishes at this table are very rich: lamb cabbage soup, lamb fried cabbage, chili scrambled eggs, tomato scrambled eggs, and pork horns, fried peanut rice, all made in one basin. Many dishes are made by butterfly. The skill of scrambled vegetables was also taught by Luo Chong. The leaders ate this food that they had never eaten. They were very fortunate to have made the decision on the city wall just now. They rushed at these delicious foods and joined the Han tribe without losing money. I really hope they can eat these every day. During the dinner, the leaders also actively asked about the relocation, and there was still time. Luo Chong also made arrangements for them. In another 7 or 8 days, the rice in Seoul is about to mature. At that time, it will be a busy season for farmers. It is estimated that it will take another month to plant the food for the second season. You also planted a lot of rice, only half a month later than this side of Hanyang City, so by the end of this month, that is, the day of the circle month, your rice will also be harvested. Those are food and planted for a few months. It's time to start moving after harvesting food, don't waste it. I'm on the side of Hanyang City, and I'll prepare you in advance to make some houses for you, stay if you want, and move to the new city if you don't want to. Oh, yes, the Tsimkok tribe waiting to move back can start moving. You don't grow food, you are specializing in raising antelopes. When I go back this time, I will send a flag of troops to follow you to ensure that those high-nose antelopes can be successfully rushed over. Luo rushed towards them. Yes, leader, I understand, and I will start preparing to move when I go back this time. The leader of the Point Noir tribe answered seriously. Well, this is very good. You other tribes can also take advantage of the time when the rice is not cooked to start packing things and prepare for moving to the Han tribe next month. Luo Holang said to them. After the sumptuous dinner, all the tribal leaders and their fighters stayed in the city to rest that night. Fortunately, many large warehouses were built in the past few months, and it was possible to get together for one night. Early the next morning, Luo Chong sent a rat to lead a small-scale cavalry, a small flagged bow soldier, a small flag gunman, and a total of 1 general flagged soldier. He followed the soldiers of the Point Noir tribe back and was responsible for helping them relocate. 1,000 Hynastilopes got back. This matter is too important for the Han tribe. Take the 100 previously traded. In just a few months, it has multiplied to more than 300 heads. The fertility is too scary. After the rapid growth of the tribal population, an important source of food must not be sloppy. All other tribes have also returned to their places of residence, and they will wait until next month to finish the grain harvest this season before moving to the Han tribe. With the remaining 3 flags of troops, Luo Chong was led by the blood slaughter, rushed to the temporary camp under Torgan Ridge, escorted the hundreds of women, and more than 400 captives back, and then transferred these slaves to the new city. The area is responsible for the construction of the new city. After a day, Luo Kongfei Eagle passed the book to the new city, asking about the progress of the construction of the city walls of the new city, and the area near the river, how much clean land was cleared, can it be reclaimed next month? In addition, was ordered to prepare a large corral in the new city, enough to accommodate thousands of sheep. No house, for the time being, there are just a few sheds. If the new city wants to move over the population, the first thing to do is to solve the food problem of a large number of people. You can't always expect to provide food on the side of Hanyang City. Then Hanyang City can't stand it. Now there are not many people in the new city. It won't work if there are more people, so there must be food output there this year. Ono also soon sent a reply, saying that the city wall of Fangcheng could be completed in 2 days, but there is currently no city gate. They just made a few simple rejections as a gate, and they have been sent to guard them. There are more than 300 workers in the new city, and it is still increasing. It is actually very fast to build a city wall like this. After all, it is only the street wall of the inner city. The specifications of the city are high, and it is a purely rammed structure. It is not the same as the difficulty of building the walls of the city of Hanyang. After another 3 days, just as Huo was preparing to harvest the first season of this year's rice in Hanyang City, a flying eagle legend finally brought the news of the looming expedition. Wandering in the letter to report Luo Chong, they reached 7 targets for this transaction, and a total of 280 cattle and 450 horses were acquired. Because this time Luo Kong deliberately explained that she didn't need to buy sheep, so she didn't change it. But the wool was acquired a lot. Except for a car of animal skin, all the remaining cars were filled with wool and stuffed up. Each bag is compressed and strong, not much lighter than a car of food. The nomadic tribe said in the letter that those nomadic tribes looked at the wool samples he took, and they all liked it. Coupled with the iron scissors traded by the Han tribe, while the weather is warm now, they simply cut the wool clean. If not for shearing wool, it will not be delayed for so long. The transaction price of those wools is very cheap. They are all exchanged for white salt. About 1 pound of white salt can be replaced with 5 sheep's wool, and they are all cut by themselves. This was expected before Luo Chong. The nomads used wool. The 2 most useful uses were making felt and wool ropes. However, Neither of these two things was needed in large quantities. The felt was used to set up tents. It's not for wearing so thickness. They basically don't wear any clothes in summer, and they wear animal skins in winter. The number of tents is determined by the population, and it is impossible to set up tents all the time, so their wool demand is not large. Now they say that the Han tribe can turn wool into practical wool cloth. How could they not give it? The letter finally explained that they were already on their way back and asked Luo Chong if there was anything else to arrange. Luo Chong thought about it carefully. The livestock on the other side of Shenyang City are almost enough, but the new city needs a lot of livestock to pull the car to transport building materials, and a lot of animals are set aside for reclaiming fields. The place on the side of Seoul is limited, and so many animals cannot be fed, so it can be sent directly to the new city. So Luo Chong immediately returned a letter telling you to go directly to the original residence of the Li tribe when he returned, and then to Fei Ying's biography one day in advance to inform Luo Chong, and then Luo Chong sent people to receive those animals. People are sent to the new city. As for the wool and animal skin, they are directly pulled back to Hanyang City. Now only Hanyang City can process these raw materials. After finishing these things, it was mid-April in early summer at a time. The first season of rice in Sanyang City was also harvested. The green rice field was covered with a golden rice ear, which looked very happy. The people of the clan also fought up in full swing, and the moment of harvest was always happy. The output of new food meant that the huge structure of the Han tribe could continue, and that the pace of development would not be stopped because of starvation. In addition to the more than 2,000 acres of rice planted by various tribes, in another month, they will also come with a lot of food, so that even if the expenditure of the new city in the past 6 months has fallen, feeding tens of thousands of people, the food needed is not funny, and you can eat a few tons of rice in a day. Fortunately, there have been many more livestock in the lush, which can continue to reclaim more land for the Han tribe. Luo Chong plans to complete the migration scheduling of all ethnic groups within a month and a half, and reclaim 3,000 acres of rice in the new city within 3 months. The field guarantees that the winter food in the new city will be self-sufficient, and it can also store a large amount of livestock for winter feed. The rice harvest of the Han tribe was in full swing. In just a day or two, several streets and squares in the city were covered with food. After all these rice were dried, they could be stored in the warehouse. It took a total of 8 days to harvest, and then it was cultivated land to fertilize and sow the seeds of the second season. Just as the Han tribe began to cultivate the land, the rat has also brought back the people of the Pointed Corner tribe. More than 580 people, more than 3,100 high-nosed antelopes, this time finally reassured Luo Chong. As long as there are 30,000 antelopes, it is no exagger, the total number of winters this year will be over 10,000. By then, the Han tribe will not be short of meat. After the Sharp Angle tribes joined, Luo Chong asked them to stay in Shenyang City for a while, and at the same time called all the aborigines of Shenyang City at night to ask them who would move to live in the new city. There is only one rammed earth wall on the side of the new city. There is nothing else, there is no place to live, and there is no field. When you get there, you must not only build a house, but also reclaim new farmland. The task is quite heavy, but it is not without benefits. In the civilian settlements of Sinatown Square, each house covers an area of 16.6 times 16.6 meters. It can build 5 formal rooms, independent kitchens, and even southern and east-west compartments. It is almost twice as large, so there are still many people who are willing to move in. After all, who doesn't want the house at home to be bigger, especially those with many people? In this way, more than 70 families agreed to move to live in the new city. The people of the Point Noir tribe were divided into 130 households. 80 households were willing to move to the new city, and the remaining 50 households lived in the empty house vacated by Seoul. These people who are about to move to the new city have served in various workshops. After arriving in the new city, they can quickly organize the construction of the new people to start construction, so that the new city can quickly get on track. Luo Chong took advantage of this time, and also allowed the carpentry to quickly create a set of parts for the windmill automatic sawmill, and let them take them to the new town to build a new workshop. At that time, there is no need to deal with wood from the other side of the new city. Transported, can do it by yourself, and at the same time bring a lot of food seeds and agricultural tools in the past, so that they can reclaim farmland there. After these people set off with a lot of things, Luo Chong let the beast teeth, rats, and blood slaughter 3 people take people to the tribes to send sickles to help them harvest food quickly. After all, they couldn't afford many sickles before. They harvested themselves and will definitely slow down Luo Chong's immigration plan. A command was explained, and the growing machine of the Han tribe was operating in an orderly manner under the command of Luo Chong. With the increase in the population of the new town and the increasingly heavy various labor tasks, it is also appropriate to send a big manager over there. Luo Chong thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to send the big tree that is mining in Baobao Mountain. The tree followed Luo Chong's time early. Luo Xin could pass, and Dashu also had the ability to lead thousands of people. He has always been his temporary director. Do it when you think about it. With this idea, Luo Chong directly flew the eagle biography to call the big tree back, let the feathers still in the tribe go to Baobao Mountain to take over the position of the big tree, and the big tree will go directly to Hanyang City and wait for him to explain. Then let him go to the new city as the director, and then change the guy from to have other uses. This guy likes to run around like his elder brother. At first, Luo Chong asked him to form a new market. He was still very happy, but after so long, he gradually wanted to understand that this market and his brother that's different. His brother can run around, but his market is fixed, and it feels more and more boring. Every day I watch those people work, and then pay them wages. Since this guy wants to run around, he will be satisfied. After several successive attacks by the cannibals, this time they hit the door directly. Although the final result is not bad, Luo Chong still has a great sense of crisis, so Luo Chong wants to send an elite squad, go to the north to scout and find the location of their old den to see if they can engage them. It is best to be able to annihilate them. If you want to kill them completely, this one is still more difficult. Now the biggest goal is as long as you can detect the enemy. At the same time, this elite team is not only responsible for reconnaissance, but also for drawing maps, which will allow Luo to see clearly. Almost 2 years later, Luo Chong has never seen a sketch map in his wandering hands, and has never made people draw a map because the Han tribe has never had such conditions, but now it is okay. Don't think that drawing a map is a very simple thing. The map you want to draw can be used. I don't know how difficult it is. The drafter not only needs to understand mathematical knowledge, geography, but also rules and drawings. Otherwise, what do you draw? Is that called a map? Before the Japanese invaded China that year, they had been prepared for the map for not knowing how many years. They were all spies posing as members of the Chamber of Commerce and came out step by step on the earth of the motherland. If you want to draw a map, the most important tool is the compass, that is, the compass or the north compass. Without this thing, how to distinguish the exact direction, by looking at the direction of the sun's discrimination can only be an approximate azimuth. I don't know how far it is from the actual terrain. Fortunately, the Han tribe now has materials for making compasses, bronze, magnets, and now they are all there. The diamond-shaped pointer made of pure steel is then directly rubbed with a natural magnet ore to make it magnetic, and then poured a round copper disc with a bronze ratio of 1:1. Using the copper disc as the base is the most suitable at this stage. The material, because copper does not produce magnetic, so that the magnetic needle is placed on top so that it will not be affected, and the displating position can be more accurate. The copper plate has a slab size and a diameter of 9 centimeters. It is covered with 8 directions in the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, and a 360-degree scale. The center position has a small hole that can be used to fix the magnetic needle. A small iron bar can be inserted to judge the direction by observing the shadow of the small iron stick in the sun. This function is actually very useful. For example, when you encounter the magnet mine in the Salt Lake in the north, the powerful magnetic field will cause the magnetic needle to fail. By then, the function of the magnetic needle will be finished, but the sunlight will not be affected by the magnetic field, so it is the safest to see the shadow. After making the compass, Luo Chong asked people to specially make a beautiful wooden box containing the compass, and found Zhennan and Zhenbei with a standing stick to see the shadow, which is the shortest direction in the day. By confirming Zhennan Zhenbei, Luo Chong also found the magnetic antagon of his planet with this, so that the compass is really usable. In spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as the planet revolves around the sun, time may change, and the shadow may lengthen, but the direction of the shadow is the same in any season. This is the safest. The compass is now available, so the next step is other preparations for drawing maps, especially the benchmark, which is essential for drawing maps. Finally, it is necessary to select personnel for training and learn some simple geographic and mathematical knowledge. In fact, drawing a map is the simplest and most practical. The method that can be quickly realized under the current conditions is to measure it according to the scale and grid method. This is actually very simple. There are many maps in modern times that are done in this way. It is very common. Especially in the map of the game, you can often see the thin lines of the square on the map. That is the legal position with the grid. Luo Chong also intends to do so. For example, the ratio of the map is 10,000:1, so that the conversion to the map is that 10 centimeters on the map is equal to the actual 1 kilometer. Then the map is first placed with a grid of 10 centimeters in the vertical. Then when the actual surveying and mapping, the surveyor first insert a flag on the ground, which is used to locate the coordinate point. After positioning a point, others use long-distance rope rulers and compasses to determine the other 3 coordinate points with a horizontal-vertical edge of 1 kilometer, so that the area between the 4 benchmarks is equivalent to the area of a grid on the map. After that, just type the terrain in this grid to the blank map. After drawing a map of a grid, then expanding in all directions, gradually filling the grid on the map. This method is very simple, but there are also some shortcomings. That is, there is no way to measure the altitude. If you encounter high mountains and hills, you can basically not measure it. However, the place where there is a mountain can be vacated. Remarks, and then just draw it according to the actual landform characteristics. After all, the current technological level is there, and it cannot be too high. The map drawn in this way will be very large. If drawn with animal skin, a piece of animal skin will not be able to be drawn in a large area, but it does not matter. The more careful the first line surveyor is, the better. After they finish drawing, Luo Chong can then, according to their maps, draw a map with a larger scale, so that you can see the full picture of the land. Now that the plan is in place, just wait for the tribe to relocate and the tribe gets on track. You can send the guy from to survey and map, and save him from panic in the tribe. 2 days later, when the big tree returned to Hanyang City, Luo Chong explained to him briefly and let him take charge of the size of the new city. If he didn't know what to do, he would pass the book to Luo Chong. Give away, and Dashu agreed to it, and had no opinion on this appointment, just saying that he wanted to bring his women and children over. Luo Chong also agreed. After another 3 days, the big tree reached the new city, and finally changed the goods back. This guy ran fast on horseback and returned to Hanyang City. He began to complain when he met Luo Chong. "Chief, you finally brought me back. The new city is too boring, there is nothing, I can't go out, I still have to watch the laborers work every day, I'm almost stupid, it's better to stay in Seoul. There is everything you can do here. Isn't there a lot of work over there? You will do it with them if you are idle?" Luo glanced at him and said lightly, "Of course I worked." Luo Chong glanced at him again, without answering. "Chief, I'm really not lazy. You have to believe me, it's not that I don't work. Those from the tribes around me always have something to do with me. You let me take charge of the task of recruiting the market. I can't just do the work." Yu defended. "There are many people doing this to find work?" Luo Chong took him around the city wall and asked. "Hey, when talking about this," Yunya laughed frivolously. "At the beginning, there were not many, and a tribe had 10 or 8 men. They were not particularly at ease with us. They were afraid that we would deceive people and rely on their remuneration. I paid once, as the leader said, and they gave them all. They slept with that little white salt every day, just like they were gone. As a result, after waiting for them for a few days, they were addicted to the food we provided. They said that our rice and dishes are particularly delicious. I am all based on the big pots taught by the leader. We planted there. There is a small piece of vegetable land, which is long and good. Sometimes they bring some wild vegetables themselves. Chief, you don't know. Now those guys are very happy to eat vegetables. They say that we make it delicious. I think it's not normal. Our tribe's cooking is full of peanut oil. Can it not be good?" Then after about 10 days, some people are going back. I also saw some people who didn't eat the meal of the day and put it in a big bowl and took it directly. I guess it should be brought back to them. The woman's child ate. Almost 2 days later, there was really another group of people, and there were several women in it. I asked those women to help us cook, but they don't want white salt. As long as our rice, I agree. Then the women took turns to the tribe to send rice, save a few days and go back, each time give 10 pounds. I asked them why they did it. They said that after our Han tribe moved in, there were fewer beasts nearby. The soldiers of their tribe could not catch their prey. This season also happened to be when they were green and yellow. Some wild vegetables, even if they can fill the hungry fruit, the children in the tribe are hungry every day, and the poor eat the leaves. I listened to them and thought it was an opportunity to pull people. I told them to bring all the children in the tribe. I will find some easy work for the children, but there is no pay. Just 3 meals a day. Those who are too young to work also care about meals, and other things are not given, and they want to change things, only let adults work. As a result, they really brought all the children over. Now older children are grazing sheep, and their mothers who follow them when they are young are also convenient to take care of. Adults, women, and children come almost. Those people see us talking and counting. Some tribes simply move in. They work every day and have food. They can save something, and they don't have to worry about hunting. The injured thing is tiring, but it is stable, much better than their hunger. Now several tribes have moved in. Told Luo Chang quite proudly. Well, you did a good job. I think you are very happy when you talk about this. Why don't you want to stay there? Or should I send you over? Luo Chang listened to what he said, and he was also very happy to be able to absorb the population in this way. There is no war, and the population is peacefully absorbed. Although those tribes are not counted as Han tribes now, wait for them to get used to Han tribes' life has built a strong house. Luo Chang does not believe they are willing to go back. No leader, I just can't stay in one place, or wait for my elder brother to come back. Next time you go to the grassland, let me go too? As soon as heard Luo Chang let him go back, he stopped doing it. It's enough for your brother to lead the team on the grassland. Isn't it a waste to let you two go together? Luo Chang looked at and said, does the leader mean that there are other tasks for me? Won't you stay in one place and can't move? Yuya said in doubt. Haha, you just want to stay in one place this time, but the conditions are a bit bitter and a bit dangerous, so I'm afraid you won't dare to go. Luo Chang confronted Yano. Really, Chief, I'm not afraid of suffering or danger. You let me go. Are you going to sell things elsewhere? Asked excitedly. No, I want you to investigate the situation of the northern cannibal tribe, and draw a map. By the way, would you like to go? Luo Chang asked for temptation. Reconnaissance cannibal tribe? I'm fine with this, I dare to go, but what does it mean to draw a map? Yui scratched the back of his head and asked. The map, that thing you should have seen before. I remember you and your brother had a topographic map of the mountain river drawn on the animal skin before they joined the Han tribe. The location of each tribe is that kind of picture. Luo Chang explained. Oh, it turned out to be that one, but I don't know how to draw it. That picture was passed down by the old leader. My brother will read it, but it's not easy to draw. Yui suddenly realized. It's okay not to draw, I will. I will prepare a team these days. The number of people is not too large. At that time, you will lead it. I will study in the tribe for a while and wait for you to learn. Luo Chang said to Well, that's no problem. I promise to complete the task explained by the leader. Immediately stood upright to ensure that. Well, I hope you will not let me down. Luo Chang patted his shoulder and said. In the next time, Luo Chang quickly selected 11 people from the clan, plus exactly 12 in which is a small flag, and began to train drawing skills in a unified manner. The members of this team are carefully selected elites for this mission. There are also elite hunters who are good at communicating with strange tribes like Yui, and those who are good at survival in the wild. The survival experience is very rich. Good marksman, strong warrior, a cultural person who can write a lot of Chinese characters, from a tattoo tribe, a clan who is good at painting. In the end, there were 2 soldiers from the eagle tribe, and by the way, they took their Ashika eagle. These people have to practice running, exercise physical fitness every morning, and practice horse riding in the evening. The rest of the time is to make up for the drawing knowledge of Luoquo. The first is to learn to use the compass to distinguish the direction, and then to learn simple mathematics, how to convert the scale, what is called coordinates, and how to draw a floor map. In order to give them a more intuitive understanding, Luo Chang took them directly to take practical lessons. First, He took Hanyang City as the center and mapped a map on the spot. In a few days, the area around 9 square kilometers was mapped. Once, and when surveying and mapping on the ground, explained to them the various problems and solutions encountered. Later, in order to simulate more terrain to give them classes, Luo Chang directly made a simple sand tray with mud to simulate the methods of drawing various terrains for them. These people learn quickly, and they are becoming more and more proficient in the drawing business. When they touch a simple landform like flat land, they can draw an area of more than a dozen square kilometers a day. During this teaching time, all tribes also collected the food for the first season of this year, and moved their people to Seoul, or over the new city. The rice in the second season of Seoul has also been completed. Sowing, waiting for the seedlings to grow. The summer cultivation has just been completed here, and the task of cultivating land has been completed this year. Luo Chang will immediately send these agricultural tools that have not been used this year to the new city. There are still many cattle brought together, and they have also been transported. A lot of food is the batch harvested by each tribe. The new people are slowly resettled, and they are gradually familiar with the lifestyle of the Han tribe. They adapt quickly. After all, they are all changing to benefits. Who cannot work hard to adapt when they live a good life? It's faster than starving and freezing. Luo Chang also took advantage of this time to prepare equipment for the surveying and mapping team in Yui. The benchmark was easily made. Luo Chang mainly gave them weapons and survival supplies. The outdoor survival knife is actually a single-edged military dagger, as well as a long knife or weapon shovel for killing enemies or opening roads. There is also one of the most important weapons, namely the crossbow. The Han tribe currently has 100 or 200 archers, but they still use huge longbows. Although they are not powerful, they are really inconvenient to carry them, and they cannot be used for riding. The disadvantages are not small. In order to make up for these shortcomings, Luo Chang had already asked the carpentry team to develop a new bow, and now he finally has an eyebrow. There are two types of new bows. One is a curved bow made of boxer composite materials. The bow is 1 meter long and 1 meter long. It is also a larger piece smaller than the long bow. It is also inferior in performance and long bow. The reverse composite bow uses cedar to make a bow tire, and a layer of horns is glued to the outside. The inner layer is a thick bovine tendon. This material is born as a raw one. After drying and processing, it becomes the shape of the wire is very elastic and sticks to the inside of the bow body, mainly to increase the elasticity. There is a good place for this kind of bow, that is, how much can be used to adjust the pulling force of the bow. If you want to make the pulling force of the bow stronger, then stick more tendons and want to make it smaller. Put a little bit of silk. In addition to this newly out anti-composite compound bow, there is another crossbow made of composite straight bow, which is also made of fur, but there is no glued horn outside, but a thick layer of glue sticks to the inside side. The tendons have multiplied its pulling force. This composite straight bow without sticky horns is an important part for making crossbows. The other bow arm is made of oaks, and a composite straight bow is installed at the top of the bow arm. There is also an iron D-ring in front. It is used to pedal the foot. You can save some effort when you are on the string. There is nothing worth noting in front of the bow arm. The important thing is the back, because the end of these newly made crossbow arms is a modern rifle-shaped butt shape. The purpose of this is mainly to facilitate the regulation of bow holding posture and ensure shooting accuracy. At the same time, Luo Chang is also familiar with such crossbows. After all, he has used them. In addition to these, the trigger part of the crossbow is full of uncovered bronze pieces using the wax loss method, which is now easier to make than iron parts, and it is easier to mass-produce parts with the same specifications. The trigger highlights that there is also a ruler in the upper half of the bow arm, also called Wangshan, which is used for mechanical aiming. The ruler can be knocked down during close-range shooting, and the long-range sniper can stand up, and the 3 or 8 rifle. The movable ruler is very similar. 5 curved bows, 4 crossbows, all trial products. The production period of the compound bow is too long. The shortest time is 1 year. The winter tire, the spring is broken, the summer is copied, and it is only possible to go to a piece of sticky in autumn. This is not the last time to correct. Fortunately, there are many materials for the Chinese tribe to make compound bows. View, white wax, and white oak are all suitable for making bow tires. The most important croissants also have a lot of grassland trade reserves, not to mention the swim bladder. It can be used up, so as long as it can be tested and finalized, it can be manufactured in batches immediately. Luo Chong equipped the drawing team with experimental materials this time, which also has the purpose of allowing them to test in actual combat. If they use their hands, Luo Chong can directly shape the new weapon. Time has passed in a hurry. For more than half a month, the map mapping team has been trained. With Luo Chong's nodding, this guy can't wait to lead the person to run. 12 people, 2 horses per person, one used to ride, another packs some daily necessities, which can be used as a spear, a compound bow and a crossbow, 100 arrows per person. Anyway, they are carried with horses, and they are not afraid that they will not be able to move. I waited another day or two until the transplantation began on the side of Seoul, and Luo rushed to see that there was nothing wrong here, so he took someone to the side of the new city to see if the newly joined people were settled and the work was carried out. How is it? Riding an elephant all the way, the speed of the journey was very fast, and it took a day to reach the new town on the east side. When Luo rushed to the destination, it was already in the evening, and many people who were busy for a day began to close. Work, next is their favorite dinner time. On the vast plains, a small, non-high-rammed city stands by the river. Hundreds and a half of the children hold branches in their hands, beat the antelope's ass to drive them into the small city, and some children still hold the newly born. The lamb chased more than 3,000 sheep. When they saw Luo ruling passing by on an elephant, they all looked at each other. They hadn't seen such a huge long-toothed monster, but looking at the dress of the man on the back of the elephant, they could also guess that Luo Chong was a Han tribe people, and they should have a high identity. After all, they sit tall. Wow, the horse was so big. Oh, a naked child said in surprise. Rightward arrow _ rightward arrow, that is not a horse. Haven't you seen its nose so long? What is that? Oh, is it a cow? Cows have long horns, and this one has no horns. Ask my mother at that time, she must know. Oh, ***. Oh, yes, yes, go back quickly. Today I am going to eat a big bowl of rice. I want to eat too. I will be a soldier and wear that armor when I grow up in the future. The little children chased the sheep back. Luo Chong was also getting closer and closer to the town, and many people who had seen Luo Chong also greeted him, and the news that the leader came to flew away. The big tree sitting here and supervising also quickly came to meet Luo Chong. Chief, how did you come? And did not say in advance, I sent someone to pick you up. The big tree met Luo Chong's follow-up. What do you do with me? There is no danger in this section of the road. Let the clan do more business. How much have I let the water fields you reclaimed come out? Are you sure about growing another season of food this year? Luo rushed over and jumped off the elephant and asked. It has been opened a lot now. You have transferred to the 900 slaves here. I have all let them dig the river. This time, in order to finish the work earlier, the dig is not very deep. According to you, only 2 meters wide, 2 meters deep, you can draw water. The dug soil is now piled up. Those who originally planned to build kilns and burn bricks have not been able to get it in order to plant food earlier. Now most of the people are cultivating the fields. All the cattle and horses that can be used are used. It is not enough to pull the plow. At present, 600 acres have been opened, and the goal of 3,000 acres can be completed within a month. As the big tree led Luo to the farmland, he introduced the progress of his work. Well, it's well done, and the sowing time doesn't have to wait for the full cultivation to be completed before it can be planted first. How many species can be cultivated first? Divided into 500 acres in batches, completed in 6 batches, early planting rest assured. Luo Chong looked at the empty talk that had been till. Yes, leader, I know. Tomorrow I will arrange for people to plant a batch first. Big Tree nodded in a hurry. Well, by the way, why didn't I see where the vegetable land is? Now there are more people, and the cultivation of vegetables can't be delayed. So many people consume a lot every day. Luo Chong looked around for a week and found no place for vegetables. Oh, the vegetable land is on the north side of the city, and some cabbage is developed, but now it is a bit insufficient. I am making people continue to reclaim, but now the most planted are beans and wigs, which are all climbing frames. It can be planted by digging a pit, saving time, and it is estimated that the supply will be replenished soon. The big tree said to the north of the small town. Well, that's fine. What about the new people now? Is there any adaptation? You sent someone to supervise what they said privately? And what happened to the tribes who came to work for dinner? They saw so many people came over, did you say anything? Luo Chong looked at the crowd waiting to eat in the small town and asked. Well, the newly joined people are okay, that is, some people complain that they don't have a house to live in, but they can only live in a grass shed, but the hot seats they brought last time like them. It's okay to sleep directly outside. There is our city wall again. They are still very happy. After all, they joined the Han tribe just to fear that there will be enemies attacking. Now they can hit the ground in the city wall. They are still very happy. Anyway, the house will be built afterwards. There is no need to be so anxious. In addition, it is now the matter of reclaiming the fields. Everyone works hard. They have grown food before and know that food is life. No one is lazy in this regard, and now all the work is used for our metal agricultural tools. There are many more help than they used to use bone tools and stone tools. Everyone is happy now. After all, the more food they grow, the better they will be in the future. There must be a hope on this day. The big tree looked at the large farmland with emotion, and then continued to introduce the situation of those laborers. Well, the laborers who came to work with us have recently had more. When the Sharp-Corned tribe first moved in, they were scared with thousands of sheep, but they were also particularly envious. After all, it was all meat and animal skin. Seeing that our tribe is so rich, there is a shortage of people to let go of sheep now. Some tribes have moved all over, and now the children who let go of sheep, many are just a few days away. Luo Chong listened to the report of the big tree and nodded his head from time to time. The two unknowingly walked to the river. Luo rushed to grab a small stone and hit a water float on the river. Did the Fork tribe start fishing after coming? This river is so wide, should there be a lot of fish in it? They have been arrested a few times after they came, but the gains are not great. I let them stop temporarily. Now I follow the cultivated land every day. The Fork leader said that the river is too deep. They can't stand in the water. Fork fish. I can't catch our people with fish baskets or small nets. The river is too wide, and the fish basically don't come to the shore. We can't get to the middle of the river again. I wonder if we can build a few more ships this year, so fishing is more convenient. Big Tree reported. Well, this is a problem, you said. Not only the ship's business, but our net will not work. Don't worry about this matter. Come back and arrange it. There is a wood processing plant in Hanyang City. Sawing board is still very easy. Next time I will send the parts over and then assemble the wooden boat directly here. Now I can only do this first. The rest will wait until the wood factory here is built. By the way, how about the wood reserves here? Have you let people go logging? Luo clashed and remembered the wood saying. Yes, I have arranged the logging, but there are not many people. I have let them saw down the wood suitable for building things. The branches are transported back to dry as firewood, and the logs are left on the mountain to find a place to avoid rain. Dry, our cows and horses are cultivating the land now, and there is no time to transport the logs back. Well, let's do this first. Wait for the cultivated land to transport the logs back early. The mountains are tidal, and there is more rain in summer. Don't put it in the mountains. There are many places, so don't divide the fire first. Just eat big pots and meals. Save a little first, and it will be fine after a while. Luo Chong thought about it and told Dashu. I know this. I now let the clan cut a lot of bushes and small trees within the city site. Now they are all stored. These are enough for us to use for a long time. The big tree explained. Okay, so let's do it first. I also went to the city to rob a meal to see how you eat now. Haha. Chief, do you want me to cook 2 dishes for you? No need, save some firewood. My meal will be chilly. The two returned to the city after talking. The northwest corner of the city was a large sheepfold. Thousands of full-bodied antelopes rested inside. The southwest side was a large shed of grass. The straw shed was covered with a cold seat. Some people were sitting there for dinner, and there was a large grass shed in the center of the city. There is a long line in front of waiting for a meal. Luo wasn't in a hurry to arrange a big tree to prepare for his food. He turned around in the grass shed and looked at the people who were eating. Under a low grass shed, a few children were sitting on a cold mat and grilled dinner in their mouths. They didn't use chopsticks much. They couldn't hold anything with chopsticks, so they could only lie on their bowls and grilled their mouths. The face with a mushy face is covered with rice grains. Luo rushed in front of them, and several children guarded their bowls when they were in a hurry, fearing that they would be robbed by Luo. Ha ha, what are you hiding? I won't grab your meal. Why, there are people who usually grab you to eat? Luo Chang squatted beside him, smiling and watching them say. Several children were stuffed with rice in their mouths, and all shook their heads. Luo Chang froze and asked them, do you understand what I said? Will you speak Chinese? Several children nodded again, and one of the children looked rushed for a while and swallowed the food in his mouth. I have seen you. You are the one who just rode the big monster. What is the one you ride? Is it a cow? I asked my mother. She didn't know. Haha, that is not a cow. It is called an elephant, but also an animal that eats grass. Luo Chang watched these ignorant children laugh. Why only you ride an elephant? Are you the leader of this tribe? Yeah, how do you know? My mother told me that she said that she was riding a big monster just now, and it was the leader of this tribe who was wearing clothes? Asterisk. Oh, so you are not from our tribe? Luo laughed and asked them. Well, my mother said that there is nothing to eat in the mountains. You can only come and give you sheep to eat. Why do you have so many sheep? More than the people in our tribe. I can't count them. Haha, do you like our tribe? Do you want to become a person of our tribe? Omega, think, your tribe's cooking is delicious. I want to eat every day, but I want to follow my mother and cannot join your tribe. Oh, is your mother willing to join our tribe? Luo rushed to watch a few children. I'm not my mother. Ask yourself, mother, their leader is here. The child held his bowl and shouted loudly to a woman who was walking here not far away. The woman was in her early 20s, wrapped in important parts with animal skins, and walked here with a big bowl. She heard her child shouting there, and saw a strange boy wearing a gold crown and wearing sackcloth. At that time, he stunned, and then hurriedly ran over and looked at Luo Chang's helpless look. Chief, me, do you have anything to do with me? The woman stuttered. Oh, I'm not here to find you, I'm here to just turn around and see these children. How can we eat in our Han tribe? Are you tired of work? Luo Chang stood up and asked. Yes, I can eat enough, and I can leave some left after finishing the meal for them every day. I can't finish it all by myself, and I can leave some for the children. The woman said nervously. Well, that's fine. I just asked your child if he wanted to join our Han tribe. He said he wanted to follow you. What do you think of our Han tribe? Do you want to stay with our Han tribe? Luo Chang asked the woman. Think, of course, there are many Han tribes, and there is no shortage of food, and there are so many good things. These days, my men and they are turning over the river and saying they want to bury rice so that they can grow more rice. Rice is delicious, and it can block it, but unfortunately our mountains can't grow. I heard from our leader that we are going to work here until autumn, and if the earth can really grow rice, he will take us here. The women immediately stated their tribe's plan, but let Luo Chang understand the inside story. These people are willing to join the Han tribe, but they haven't grown food, they don't know what kind of land they are, and they hope to see it with their own eyes. Determined. This Luo Chang can also understand, or don't care at all, when they are slowly familiar with the life of the Han tribe. Let them go back to the hard times. I am afraid they are not willing to. Knowing the ideas of these laborers, Luo Chang also let go of his heart, so he went to eat with Dashu. People who were busy for a day also started to eat and rest, enjoying hard-won food. The next day, Luo Chang remained on the side of the new city, and took a look at the various labors of the people. When he encountered a bad job, he would personally guide him until he watched the first batch of rice seeds sowed. A flying eagle script that suddenly came to the city was sent to Luo Chang's hand and wanted to call him back. The letter was sent by the wizard. It said that the load-led merchant team was back and is now stationed in the residence of the Haraka tribe, waiting for Luo Chang's instructions. Luo Chang immediately returned a letter asking the wizards to receive the car of the caravan, send those animal skins and wool back to Hanyang City, and began mass production of wool, and sent a team of people with wandering and merchants, and the cattle and horses they exchanged were sent to the new city together. Only there were enough pastures here to feed so many animals. Moreover, a lot of animal power is also used for construction in the new city. This is what I said before and in the letter. When I believed in the hands of the witch, I knew that Luo Chang refused to come back. He could only let people execute these orders. The materials of several large cars were pulled back to Hanyang City. The soldiers who had been to the new town also rode with them. Go east. A team of people had no weight. They all walked lightly on horses. In just one day, they reached the side of the new city. 280 cows and 450 horses. A total of more than 700 animals suddenly came to the new city. The people who had not joined the Han tribe for a long time, as well as the laborers who came to work, were all shocked, but more shocked and excited. Not to mention how much work these animals can do for people, but to say that they are also visible meat, and there are a lot of animal skins. People throughout the new city have been excited for a while. My God, where did they get so many horses, and the Han tribe is too powerful. With these horses, how much food can we eat? We no longer worry about not eating. A man who was rushing to cattle and farmland said, "Are you stupid? We are also tribes of the Han tribe now. The more cattle and horses of the Han tribe, the better our lives will be. Isn't this a good thing?" Another person who helped the plow in the back took the conversation. "Yes, we are now also members of the Han tribe." Oops, the leader decided to join Hanbei before. It's too right, otherwise we may still use stone plows to plow the ground. Where did you say the leader got so many horses? The man before said emotion. How do I know this? But the leading man wearing a tin crown looks familiar and seems to have seen it somewhere. Familiar? It seems really, I think about it. Isn't that the leader of the Tur tribe who used to sell news to our tribe? It turned out that he had joined the Han tribe for a long time, and it is so good now. Many people saw the arrival of so many cattle and horses, and they all talked about it. Some people saw so many horses. They were discussing the possibility of the Han tribe expanding its cavalry. They all joined the Han tribe. The army, watching the former brother mighty riding a horse, said in his heart that it is impossible not to envy it. Any man who feels very powerful wants to try it. Yufu also soon saw Luo Chong. This guy was blowing sunbathing in the grassland wind every day. His face, which was not so white, is now a little dark. He took his business team to see Luo Chong and laughed at Luo Chong. Say hello to Luo Chong to introduce several strange faces that appeared in the caravan. Luo Chong noticed that he had returned from the grassland. Haha, the leader, after so long, he finally came back. I didn't expect so many things to happen in a few months of going out. Our second city is all decent. Now these are new. Join the people of our tribe. Yufu saw Luo Chong walking for a gift first, and then said happily, "Yeah, I encountered an enemy attack. Fortunately, the result is still good. Not to mention this, let me tell me how this grassland trip was going, not going well." Luo Chong also took them to the city and found a grass shed to sit down and drink boiled water. The transaction is still relatively smooth. There is a local person with Ling Fang, which saves us a lot of trouble. It is not as blind as the previous purpose. The tribes we traded with us this time are Ling Fang. Take us there. By the way, the leader, these dozen people also joined our Han tribe. They are all friends of Ling Fang, and they are similar to his life experience. This time I met to know that Ling Fang joined our Han tribe, and it was very good, so I also followed. I plan to join our tribe. Yufu reported on the situation and remembered the new people, so he hurriedly introduced Luo Chong. More than a dozen people have men and women. They heard that the young man with a golden crown in front of him was the leader. He also hurried up to salute. He said that the Chinese language with the wrong tone is called the leader. He should have learned on the road. Not much Chinese. Luo Chong also hurriedly greeted them, said something welcome, and then let them sit aside and continue to listen to the looming report. Is there anything else in this transaction? Have the nomadic tribes said about our goods, or have they said what they want? We are not close to the grassland, and it is not easy to go there. It is also possible to bring more things next time. To expand the variety of our goods, we can also change to more benefits. Luo Chong drank the word and asked. The leader guessed well, and there really is something they want, but I dare not agree easily, and I can only come back and wait for the leader to rule. As soon as my eyes were bright, this thing suddenly sounded, so I hurriedly said, "Oh, what do you dare to agree to? Tell me." Luo Chong questioned. Well, they still have a lot of needs, so let me talk about what those tribes want. The most important thing is our harness, especially the pedals and saddles. They especially want to have our cattle car. Their nomadic tribes often need to move. If there are a few large cars, it is convenient to move things. There are also our long knives. Although they have not used them, the scissors we sold to them are also iron. They especially like these iron weapons. Yes, and the iron pots they took this time. They also I like it very much. Although the asking price is not cheap, but it is all sold out. I think I can bring more next time. Yu Fu broke his finger and told Luo Chang. Well, what you said is really a problem: harness, vehicles, and iron. These three are very important things, and they really cannot be given to them. Luo Chang heard this and couldn't help thinking deeply. Oh, by the leader, we also encountered a bad thing during this transaction. Well, I am worried that our future grassland transaction may not be easy. Yu Fu suddenly remembered something, and the expression on his face was frowning at once. What a bad thing! When Luo Chang saw him like this, he immediately frowned. The development and construction of the Han tribe is in full swing. A large part depends on the resources obtained from the grassland. You say it's not easy to do it in the future. Is it a joke? This time we traded a total of 7 tribes. When dealing with a tribe closest to the southeast, something happened. We took out our white salt. As a result, they didn't want it. As a result, they didn't want the iron pot scissors. In the end, they changed some animal skins and wool, and the horses changed a few heads. Less pitiful. Do you want white salt and pottery bowls? Why? How can it be? Shouldn't it? Hearing Yu Fu saying this, Luo Chang asked several questions in a row, and his head was full of hello, watching, wondering and waiting for him to explain to himself. Hearing Luo Chang's question, you don't want to wonder, and now you take a few things out of your animal skin pocket in front of Luo Chang, and you almost shout out Luo Qin's voice. Lying trough? Lying trough? God, what did I see? I saw a few things looming on the table case in front of me. The first one was a thick yellow bamboo tube with bright surfaces. It was a height of more than a dozen centimeters. It was opened directly to Luo Chang to see. There was something in it. Luo Chang stared at his eyes, took a bamboo tube and looked at the white particles in half of the tube, so he smelled in front of his nose, and rushed into the sea when the bamboo tube stunned. I tasted it a little in my mouth, and then spit out a bite of foam. This is not what the sea salt can be? He hasn't waited for Luo Chang to make 2 remarks here, and he took out one thing again, and almost didn't surprise Luo Chang's chin because he took it out, which is a shiny white metal bowl. The bowl is so big that it can be buckled on the head as a hat, and it is so round. It is hemispherical in it. The inner wall of the bowl is very smooth, and it can even be used as a mirror. There is a picture outside, and some Luo Chang read the ununderstood pictogram. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the text, but Luo Chang can understand the painting. There are several people in the painting, one of whom holds a big bowl. The mouth of the bowl is facing the sun in the sky, one holds the torch in front of the bowl, and the others are kneeling on the ground, watching this scene piously. Luo Chang has the knowledge of modern learning, and naturally he understands it. The clear picture of this painting is a scene of using the dead light reflected by the sun to catch fire. This is a physical light reflection phenomenon. I learned it in junior high school textbooks. With a mirror on the inside of the earth, the reflected light will converge to a point. The high temperature can ignite objects. Even in modern times, this dead light fires the principle is still widely used, such as the solar dead light stove used by herders in snow areas, which can be used for cooking. There is also a fire source for each Olympic Games, which is the sky fire obtained by the sun's dead light on the holy mountain of Olympus in Greece, the so-called Olympic flame. The picture of sky fire is not mentioned for a while, so the bowl itself is high-intensity reflection, and it is very important to start. Luo rushed up to bite the edge of the bowl, with tooth marks, and it is quite soft. This is a silver bowl. It is definitely not something produced by the Han tribe. So by now, Luo Chang can draw a conclusion from these 2 things. There is a tribe near the sea, they will produce sea salts, and the local area is rich in bamboo. They use bamboo as a container, and there is a rich silver near them. Mine, knowing the metal smelting casting technology, look at the color and style of this silver bowl, the casting level is still very high. This rush is not surprising, because the chemical properties of the metal of silver are very stable, and there is an element in nature, that is to say, natural silver nuggets or silver sand can be found directly, but this is a minority after all. Most of the silver is still stored in silver mines in the form of minerals. Furthermore, the melting point of silver is very low, and it only takes more than 960 degrees to melt into liquid. As long as the other party knows how to burn charcoal, it is completely okay to reach this temperature, or they may have coal mines themselves. It is normal to know that the copper mines smelted by the Han tribe require a high temperature of at least 1500 degrees, and the melting point below 1000 degrees. it is obvious that the silver is more easily discovered by the primitive people and learned to use it. Then the question came, a tribe that believes in skyfire, this is Luo Chang guessing, after all, they painted the process of firing the skyfire on the bowl. Wouldn't it be painted on it if it's not important? Just like the Chinese characters of the Han tribe, it is also very important. Well, a tribe that believes in skyfire, they will make sea salt themselves, then put it on a bamboo tube, and run to the grassland to grab business with themselves. What kind of stuff to sell? The primitive society actually met business competitors. It is not difficult to analyze by relying solely on the information already available in front of you. This is definitely a powerful tribe that has developed for many, many years. But the leader of the other party is certainly not a crosser like himself, because the text that Luo Chang saw on this silver bowl is not any kind of text on the earth, it is very much like the oracle evolved naturally. Assuming that the leader of the other party is also a crosser, won't he spread his own words? Certainly impossible, so this assumption does not hold. So it should take a long time to develop to this level of civilization, but it has not spread to the area where the Han tribe is located. In fact, it is also normal. If the primitive people do not have a special purpose, who will be fine run thousands of miles so far, even if there is really any purpose to go, how can he reach his destination safely? To put it another way, even if he wants to go to that place and is lucky to arrive safely, what if he is killed by the local indigenous people? Or look at people's good and stay there directly, which may cause cultural occlusion, making it a paradise-like existence, and other tribes are not at a civilized level. This is actually very well understood. For example, the current Han tribe, the civilization of the Han tribe can now be said to be very developed, but farther away, those primitive tribes who have no access to the Han tribe, maybe they have not learned to breed, and have not learned farming, even drinking blood in Ru Mao, may have caused a difference in the level of civilization, because the distance is too far to achieve cultural transmission. It is actually a normal phenomenon. Luo Chang held the bowl in one hand and the sea salt in the bamboo tube in one hand. He thought a little, and asked the wandering, is there anything else besides these? Yes, these are all I exchanged with the nomadic tribe with our goods, I just want to take them back and show them to the leader. While wandering, while the opponent beckoned, someone immediately went to their horses to pick things up, and a lot of things from Ding Xiuoqi came back directly and piled up in front of Luo Chang. There are not many things, but there are all kinds of short bamboo cylinders as big as bowls. In fact, they are used as bowls, and bamboo tube cups, which are kettle, and they have drilled holes on them. It is not difficult to see from this point that they already know how to make hemp, or to produce hemp products. There are also other big things, such as the cool mat prepared by the bamboo strips, and the bamboo arrows, which are thin and straight, and are naturally grown. It seems that there are quite a lot of bamboo varieties there, and there is also one that makes Luo Chang very surprised that the bamboo tablets compiled by bamboo and thin linen ropes are engraved with text and pictures, but Luo Chang couldn't understand. Chief, leader, do you know what these things are? This tribe is also very powerful. It can make so many good things, and the painting on the metal bowl. I don't understand it. What kind of sacrifice seems to be their god? Wandering and puzzlingly asked. I hope the almighty Luo Chang can tell him the answer. Well, I know that these things are not magical. I all know that the salt in this area is sea salt. In fact, you should have seen this thing. It is the salt lake on the side of the Eagle tribe. After being dried by the sun, you will get salt, and this sea salt is the same. It's just that the sea is much larger than the salt lake, so big that they can't see the side at a glance, so they found a way to dry salt, which is different from our mineral salt. You should smell this sea salt. The smell there is the smell of sea water, Luo Chang said with the tube sea salt. After Luo Chang's explanation, those who lurked in the Eagle tribe realized that it was not magical in an instant, and Luo Chang continued to explain to them with other things. These things are left, and this salt container is actually a naturally growing hollow plant called bamboo, which is very thin, very strong, and has many uses. From these things, you can actually see that bamboo can basically do anything. In fact, there are more uses, but the other party will not, or has not taken it, which is possible. Luo pointed at those things and said to them. Wandering them also nodded in a sudden enlightenment, which was originally thought to be a good thing, and now it is common to listen to Luo Chang's words. It is just a plant, and the Han tribe also has magical plants, such as piercing human trees, can produce sugar and make weapons. What surprised and worshipped them is that Luo Chang seems to know everything, just look at these things and know what to do, and there is something that no one has ever seen, but they have seen it strange about this. Not strange. Chief, is this plant called bamboo so useful? What else can it be used for? Can it be eaten? Can it not food? Yufu couldn't help but ask. There are a lot of things that can be done, but they can't bear food. This plant is like a wood, it's all sliced, very dense, and it's very fast. They don't get a sprout from the roots. It's called bamboo shoots. It can only be eaten as vegetables, not as staple food. In addition, if you say something, there is a lot of usage, so big that you can make a house and make a bamboo raft, that is, a boat, as small as a bamboo gun, bamboo arrows, and even bamboo shields and bamboo armor. You also use it as a container. In short, you can do a lot of things and use it as a universal material. Luo Chang continued to introduce the usage of those bamboo. A group of people are dumbfounded by listening. I didn't expect this plant called bamboo to be so useful. It can create so many things. Luo Chang himself also had a feeling. Why didn't he cross this tribe when he crossed? There is bamboo in the sea, is it just a start in heaven? No matter how hard you are, you have to find a way for yourself. Well, there are still many resources nearby. Allow him to develop in a short time. Oh, it turned out that this leader, what did that metal bowl do? Our tribe seems to have no such metal, which is more powerful than our bronze and steel. Yufu pointed to the last silver bowl and asked. This metal is called silver, and it can also be called silver. It is easier to smelt than our copper and iron, and it is more difficult to refine than tin. The temperature of melting silver is much lower than copper and iron. They can actually refine silver themselves. It's no surprise. In addition, if you compare with our bronze and steel, it depends on how it is compared. This thing is actually very soft. You can see that it can bite out the tooth marks with your teeth, so this thing can only be used to make a bowl. It is very hard to make a pot, and it is very heavy. It is impossible to make weapons and make daily necessities. For us, this thing is useless. However, this thing has a special use. It can be tested for poison. Silver will change color when it encounters toxic things. Of course, it is not absolute. It is not obvious, and some poison is not detectable. If this thing encounters sulfuric acid, nitric acid is also the end of instantaneous water. After Luo Chang said this, a group of people suddenly realized their expressions, and even had a pity on their faces. Maybe it would be impossible if it was useful, they could trade with each other, or they would not be able to snatch them directly. However, Luo Chang can't manage these now. After asking these questions, it is Luo Chang's turn to ask. He is now very interested in this bamboo tribe, hoping to learn more about each other's information. In addition to these things brought back, you have heard any useful news, such as whether the other party has a vehicle, will it grow food, will it weave cloth, and is there any other metal products? Luo Zhou asked what he cared about most. Luo rushed down without asking about breeding. This tribe has already dealt with the nomadic tribes of the grassland. Even if they would not have farmed, it is time to learn now. There must be no shortage of cattle and sheep. As for whether to breed other animals, then it is unknown. Oh, I also asked some of them. They don't have a vehicle. When they go to the transaction, they are all horses. One horse carries 2 big baskets, and there are other things. Anyway, there is no car in the grassland. As for whether their tribe is there, they don't know. Weaving cloth should not be possible. Those of nomadic tribes say they are wearing animal skins or felt, and making felt should also be learned from nomadic tribes. There should be no other metals. They only brought this bowl to the nomadic tribe, and I heard that it was not used to eat, and I didn't know what it was for. Is there any food? I heard from the nomadic tribes. They have seen those people eat a round thing, which is very dry and hard, but the storage capacity can be put for a long time, and there is a yellow seeds, not our rice or wheat. I have never seen it, just listen to them. Yufu also recalled what he knew and answered Luo Chang's question. Hearing that the other party had food, Luo Kongtan was bright in front of him and hurriedly asked the nomadic tribes, are those nomadic tribes absent? Did you change some with them? The wandering shook his head directly, and his face was full of regrets. He knew the importance of food, otherwise it would not be possible to bring back the wild wheat last time. However, at this time, some of the grassland savages brought back this time quietly stretched out their hands, as if they were going to speak but they were not too daring. When Luo Chang saw him reaching out, he directly signaled that he should not be afraid. Anything can be told to himself. The newly joined savage saw Luo Chang with a smile, and he let go of his courage. He took out a felt cloth bag from his arms, directly handed to Luo Chang. "Chief, is this the food you said?" The man who was not very old pointed to Luo Chang and asked about the contents of the cloth bag. When Luo Chang heard him say this, he was originally in a mood of being lost because he didn't get new grain varieties. Suddenly, a flame of hope ignited. "Is there any accident?" Luo Chang could not wait to open the cloth bag, but saw that there were indeed a few plant seeds in it. Seeing these seeds, Luo Kongtan couldn't help but tremble the whole person. That was exciting. The two elliptical yellow balls are very dry and have not been artificially processed. They should have been sunburned for a while, and they are well preserved. The appearance is light yellow, which is clearly two soybeans, that is, soybeans. In addition to the two soybeans, there are three golden and yellow seeds, triangle, one tip is whitened, and the entire seed looks a bit flat, which is not what corn can be. I drop a god, and I get two important crops at once. Luo Chang is excited and indescribable. Although there are only 2 or 3 seeds, this is a seed. As long as each can grow a strain, there will be expanded breeding. Hope. These 2 crops are too important for the current Han tribe. The current staple food of the Han tribe is rice, which means that it can only be planted in places with rich water sources, and the 3 crops of wheat, corn, and soybeans. There is no rice high in water, which means that as long as these crops can be grown, the Han tribe can develop to those places where there is no water. After all, having food in this era means having everything. Rice, corn, and wheat can be promoted as staple food, and even rotation patterns can be achieved. After all, as far as Luo Chang knows, many modern farmland is made of wheat and corn wheels. It can be harvested in the summer. After harvesting the wheat in the summer, it will be harvested in the fall, and then planting wheat again and again. And that soybean is also a very good crop, rich in protein and grease. No need to say grease. Modern people who have not eaten soybean oil, and soybeans are high-protein crops, they are very nutritious, and they can also make a lot of beans. Products, tofu skin, and bamboo light are thinking about these, rushing out. In the ancient Song dynasty, there was less meat, and the people could not eat much meat. In that era, the Song dynasty was supported by tofu, otherwise the people would not eat much high protein at all. In addition, soybeans have a benefit when they are planted, that is, they can grow in fertile land. Soybeans, through photosynthesis, they can absorb a lot of nitrogen in the air, and finally converge on the rhizomes. Soybeans grow on the rhizomes. Many root tumors are equivalent to the fertilizer of nitrogen. Nitrogen fertilizer is not missing. Phosphorus is found in animal excreta, and potassium is also available in vegetable ash. Now with soybeans, it is perfect. After stabilizing the excitement, Luo Chang asked the new tribe with these 5 seeds, "This thing is indeed the seed of food. Where did you get it?" "This, I have also seen those people on the grassland before, and I have done some transactions with them. I used sheep to change white salt and arrow poles with them, and their big baskets. These seeds were from the big basket in exchange was found, they should have fallen inside. I haven't seen this thing, but since they brought it, it should be a good thing, so I picked it out of the basket and put it up, thinking about asking other tribes what this is in the future. If it's useful, maybe something else can be changed." When the man heard Luo Chang's question, he wouldn't have much Chinese. Now he hurriedly said a bunch of their dirt words. Luo Chang didn't understand a few words. Fortunately, Ling Feng could understand it and took the initiative to translate it for both. "Haha, you're doing well. This thing is really useful. It's not impossible for you to change something. Say what you want. If I can give it to you, I will satisfy your wish." Luo Chang said very happily. "Really, leader, then I want a steel knife, like the wandering captain, not so long, or a short knife. Can this be given to me?" The man asked excitedly, but was afraid that Luo Chang would be unhappy, so he was very careful when he spoke, and he dared not mention too many conditions. "Yes, this is of course no problem, just a knife, even if you are rewarded for this food donation, but you may not be able to do bad things with this knife. Since you have joined the Han tribe, you should live a good life in the future. It's enough to contribute to the tribe. Come and hold it. This was just done a few days ago and is now rewarded to you. Luo Chong was very happy to just unload a single-edged military knife from his waist and throw it to him, less than 20 centimeters in length, pointed. The knife line on the back is very thick, and there are 2 deep blood tanks. The antlers are very beautiful and comfortable to hold, and there are matching cowhide sheaths. Luo Chong did not care about a short knife. This was also equipped for the surveying and reconnaissance team in a few days ago. There are not many Han tribes now. The man was very happy to pick up the dagger, and he pulled it out and looked out. Even he gave Luo a greeting. Other people were also envious of it. I wish I could get some food out, and a few grains changed. With such a beautiful knife, this kid is almost out of shit luck. Why is he not so good at life? He was very happy to accidentally obtain 2 very valuable crops. Now it is summer and it is also suitable for planting, so he thought to bring these seeds back to Hanyang City as soon as possible, cultivated by himself, and expanded the planting area as soon as possible. However, at this time, the wandering also raised new questions. Chief, will our transaction continue? Also, if we go, we will meet those tribes in the future, that is, those who bought bamboo tribe things. What should we do, and how to get along with the bamboo tribe? What should we do if we meet with their caravan? This is indeed a problem. After all, it involves foreign strategy. Can't make a hasty decision. Is it to get along with each other and develop trade with them? Still hostile? What the previous life often heard was called close-up attack, which meant to be close to the forces at long distances, to guard against neighbors close to them, but it was not appropriate to put it here. According to the current situation, the grassland is a big cake, and the Han tribe and the bamboo tribe are divided into the cake. Obviously, the 2 Hanboku are the hostile forces, then the result is obvious. Anything that blocks the Han tribe from moving forward is the enemy. To suppress, to target, to clear all obstacles. Thinking of this, Luo Chong looked at the people present. There were too many new people here. There was no sense of belonging to the Han tribe. Luo Chong was not at ease, and the people were mixed, so the important things were not suitable for these little soldiers. No, so he said. This matter will wait to come back and say, you have been out for so long, let's go home and rest for a while, and even if we go out, we will have to spend time preparing the next product. Let's go back with me first. It is only necessary to plant these seeds as soon as possible. But we wandering and voltage don't know Luo Chong's mind. He just thought about whether there was a chance to go to the grassland again. If Luo Chong didn't plan to let him go, then he would be sad, and he didn't understand Luo Chong. There is nothing good, but yes, the question you want to ask is not only our problem, but also the question of the bamboo tribe. Do you think you can buy their things and they won't get our goods? Don't forget that the nomadic tribes are constantly moving. Maybe the bamboo tribe has already obtained our things from our customers. Now maybe their business team is also discussing with their leaders to study how to face us. Luo Chong said his guest directly, and stunned the lobbying. This speculation is very likely. Why can you get their stuff? They can't get you. Obviously, the scope of activities of both parties has now coincided, and the encounter is only a matter of time. Hey, yes, then I'll go back with the leader first. This hasn't been home for a few months, and I don't know if the child still knows me. By the leader, why don't we see you yet? Didn't you let him manage the market here? Wandering for a while, he said with a smile. That kid, I can't stay in one place. Your brothers did the same thing. I'm arranging something else for him. Now I'm performing tasks outside. I'll tell you when I go back. Luo rushed to the lobby and said. Oh, it turned out to be a task again, but also, Ono followed me from an early age and was used to it. He couldn't stay. Hey, talked about his brother, and he was embarrassed to smirk. In this way, Luo Chong stayed in the new town for another day and guided their next direction of work. The next day, he went back to Seoul with a parade, preparing to plant the new food seeds as soon as possible. In the distant southwest direction, as Luo Chong guessed, the bamboo tribe's caravan has obtained the goods of the Han tribe and is on its way home. They moved all the way southwest from the grassland, crossed the mountains, cut the thorns, took more than a month, and finally reached the end of the southwestern end of the mainland, but it cannot be said that it is really the end, because just in front of them, a place a dozen kilometers away is their hometown, an island full of bamboo. On the last day of April, in the evening, under the afterglow of the sunset, 50 men wearing guli and bare-handed sturdy men were gathering on the coast. There are reefs all over here, and there is no beach. The horses they bought were eating grass on the soil slope not far away. The sea breeze in the evening was very gentle. In the front bay, a layer of fine waves was rolled up. The night glow was shown on the sea. It seems to dye the sea water red. Countless seagulls hovered at low altitudes on the sea, performing their proud flight stunts, plunged into the sea from time to time, swallowed in the belly with a sea fish, and waited to fly home and spit it out to feed the cubs. In the seawater on the shore, several men hung bamboo baskets in their waists and were touching oysters in shallow water. Others stood on the relatively high reef, holding their own bamboo arrows in their hands, and shooting a seabird from time to time. Whenever one is shot, there is a big dog around the sea, and then the seabird shot back. Needless, this dog was also introduced from nomadic tribes. A little further, several men are holding a large iron pot on the reef, burning wood grass below, the seafood stewed in the pot, and a circle of corn cake on the side of the pot. Head, what do you say this pot is made of? We don't have this kind of metal over there. We look harder than our platinum, gold, and red gold. And this scissor, you see how sharp it is. If we make weapons, we must be very powerful. We are afraid we can't beat it. A man who is putting cookies in the iron pot said to the leading man who played scissors, who said they must fight them. This is not something we can make a decision. Come back and give these things to the commander, then let them think about it. Anyway, I don't want to fight much. The leading man cut his nails with big scissors and said, also, I think it's right to make good friends with them. If only they can learn their skills. Look at the wool cloth they made. I can't figure out how they did it. They took it from the grassland. So much wool, made it into a wool cloth and sold it to them. How many horses can it change? The man who posted the cake said emotionally. The leading man cut his nails, collected the scissors carefully, and pulled out a handkerchief-sized wool cloth, which he exchanged from a nomadic tribe with 2 jars of sea salt. The leader of the nomadic tribe is not much. Only 2 meters. The sample given by the Han tribe finally cut him a small piece. After watching the cloth for a while, the man didn't know what he was thinking, looked up at the sunset, and turned his head to ask an older man behind him. What day is it today? Is it around the moon? Why hasn't this tide fallen yet? The older man took out a roll of bamboo simplicity that he carried with him, calculated it, then looked at the direction of the rise of the moon in the sky, confirmed it several times, and finally nodded and said, yes, today is the day of the ring moon. It will definitely be low at night. Well, that's fine. Call everyone back, eat and rest early, and we will rush home as soon as tomorrow morning. The leading man put away the cloth and took out a bamboo bowl to start eating. The other team members summoned each other and quickly gathered to eat. After eating, they rested in 2 bamboo buildings not far away. They were built here a long time ago and used as a landing base. Some supplies are stored. The sky soon became darker, and the sea breeze was bigger than it was during the day. The waves of the Tao in the bay rolled up and blew away the clouds in the sky. 2 rounds of Haoyu became empty, gradually converging from different directions to one place, forming a beautiful jade ring in Zhongtian. At this time, the sea water in the bay also surged, and a spectacular tide was formed by the gravity of the moon. The sea water receded frantically, and the sea level was declining rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just less than an hour, a road suddenly appeared in a vast ocean bay, connecting the continent and the bamboo island a dozen kilometers away. The island that was originally independent of the outside world has also become a peninsula connected to the mainland because of the emergence of this dark road. This road is dominated by reefs. In fact, it is a land hidden in water. The road is 3 or 4 kilometers wide. It is 18 kilometers long and the whole is still flat. The passage of cattle and horses is not a problem, but it is unrealistic if you walk. This road is a transportation link connecting Bamboo Island and the mainland, but it takes less than a month to pass in a year. Every time at the end of the month at the beginning of the month, the 2 moons on the day meet to form a ring, and the sea water will flow back, revealing the dark road hidden under the water. This situation will last for 2 days, and the dark road will be again submerged by sea water. In the middle of each month, the water level in the bay will rise to the highest, and then start to fall again. Until the beginning of next month, the secret road will be exposed for another 2 days. In 28 days, the islanders of Bamboo Island were able to go to the grassland to trade through this road. Of course, they can also build bamboo rafts, and the narrowest part of the bay is more than a dozen kilometers. It is not a problem to float over, but the large number of livestock they exchanged from the grassland cannot be transported back with bamboo rafts, so they can only go the dark road that appears once a month. The next morning, the sky was just shining, and the dark road had been exposed more than 1 meter from the water. The business team on Bamboo Island began to embark on this way home. They also came out for a few months. At this time, they also returned home. Cut. However, the road is not easy to walk. The ground is full of potholes and it is also covered with secretions left by crustaceans and seaweed. It is very slippery. They can only rush those cows and horses to advance carefully. If they hurt the horses, it would be useless. They also counted on these horses to go back to cultivated land. A group of people walked from dawn until noon to land on the other side, and walked for about 2 hours before returning to their tribe, Xian tribe. The Xian tribe, that is, the Sanjin tribe, is in the name of producing 3 gold, that is, their platinum, gold, and red gold, but this is their name. If according to Luo Chong, it is silver, gold, and purple copper. The area of Bamboo Island is not small, and it is about the size of a long bread. The length direction is from southeast to northwest. The northwest is the place where the dark road is connected to the mainland, and it is also the sphere of influence of the Xian tribe. The island is not just a tribe of the Xian tribe, but is jointly ruled by 6 large tribes. The island has nearly 80,000 inhabitants, and the population of the Xian tribe has 30,000 up and down. It firmly occupies the position of the first place in Bamboo Island. The 5 tribes have the largest population of 10,000, and the few have only 67,000,000. The 5 tribes are all affiliated tribes of the Xian tribe, and they can also be regarded as family tribe. It means a bit of a sovereign system. All of them are headed by the Xian tribe. Of course, this is also for a reason. The Xian tribe already occupies the northwest head of Bamboo Island, which is not only connected to the mainland and able to trade abroad, but the important resources of the entire Bamboo Island are all at the northwest end of Bamboo Island: gold mines, silver mines, and copper mines. Needless to say, the most important thing is that the freshwater source of this Bamboo Island is also in the northwest, so who controls the water source is equal to control the entire Bamboo Island. The Xian tribe has a large population, the territory dominates the end of Bamboo Island, and it controls the source of the only freshwater river on the island. It can also smelt its own metals, and it can also obtain bamboo islands from the mainland through trade. The 5 tribes, who want to obtain metal agricultural tools or cultivated livestock, can only be exchanged from the Xian tribe, plus the Xian tribe. Basically, no one dares to offend what the Xian tribe says. These islanders make a living by growing corn and soybeans. Most of the places they live in are bamboo buildings built with bamboo. They live above and raise pigs below. Pigs are self-produced creatures of Bamboo Island and have been domesticated into livestock by islanders. The remaining cattle and horses can only be obtained from the mainland. There are also sheep produced on Bamboo Island, but they are black-haired goats. There are also some sheep, also from the grassland. However, there are very few sheep changed now, and the sheep are breeding fast, and they have a lot of corn straw as feed every year, so sheep on Bamboo Island are already the largest breed of livestock in addition to local earth pigs, has even multiplied with local goats. It is also necessary to mention that the Xian tribe only sells cattle and sheep to 5 other tribes, and all animals like horses are controlled in the hands of the Xian tribe. They also learn to ride with the Grasslanders and have their own cavalry troops. This is also the basis for them to maintain their dominant position. In the second month of summer, on the afternoon of May 1st, the Xian tribe's traded business team finally returned to the tribal center, which is a small town where they live. The town is located in a valley, also called Qingquan Valley. It is the source of the freshwater river in the entire Bamboo Island. The valley looks all bamboo buildings, and the population reaches more than 4,000 people. As soon as the caravan entered the valley, a large group of people came out to meet each other. Every time the caravan came back, that is, the day of the Xian tribe's carnival, after all, they could get good things every time. But this time, because of the Han tribe, the captain of the caravan could not enjoy it. He still has important things to report to the commander. Where is the commander-in-chief? I have something important to tell, and take me to see the commander. The people who had greeted the return of the caravan happily heard the captain of the caravan say this, and they also avoided Jean. Some people immediately took him to the commander. The captain of the caravan was very high in the tribe, and the clan people were also easily afraid to provoke. But also with respect, after all, the caravan risked to run so far away from the tribe before they exchanged so many good things. The leadership structure of the Xian tribe is similar to that of other tribes. The commander is the leader and the leader of the 6 tribes of Bamboo Island. Under the command, there are elders and 10 elders. They are the 3 elders of gold, silver, and copper who are in charge of 3 metal smelting. There are also 2 elders of rice beans in charge of corn and soybean cultivation, the elders in charge of livestock breeding, the elders in charge of construction, and the elders of the scientific and technological research and development departments, commanding all soldiers' elders who manage foreign trade. The division of work of the Xian tribe is clear, the class is clear, and there is indeed a style of a large tribe, otherwise it is still very difficult to manage a population of nearly 30,000. The captain status of the caravan is only under the elders, and it is directly under the leadership of the business elders, but it is also common practice to report the situation with the leader every time the transaction comes back. After all, the leader is also very concerned about the work of the business department. How many resources can the tribe obtain? On a hillside in the highest part of the valley, a huge 2-story bamboo building, which is the dwelling of the leader. At this time, the leader of the Xian tribe was sitting on the terrace of the attic. In front of him there was a small table made of bamboo. The leader of Xian was holding a baker milled mussel and was seriously lying on the table to engrave bamboo. At this moment, the guard's warrior gimmick next to the building climbed upstairs and came to the terrace to kneel on one knee and punch, and said, "Leader, the outgoing caravan returned from the grassland. Their captain said there is something important to report, and the leader is now being asked outside." "Oh, came back? Quickly let him come up and take him to the lobby on the 1st floor, where I will see him." Chief Xian was very happy to hear that the caravan was back. Every time he heard how many good things the caravan brought back, just listening to those numbers, he could make him happy for half a month. Of course, this time is no exception. Bamboo Jane, Chief Xian got busy and walked to the 1st floor. In the lobby on the 1st floor, at the long bamboo table in the center, the captain of the caravan has been waiting there to see the leader come downstairs and get up and salute. "Chief, we brought a lot of cattle and horses back from the grassland this time, but we also encountered some special situations. There is a tribe that may be stronger than us. I also sell things on the grassland for cattle and sheep. I have found a way to get them. Here comes some goods they sell." "Oh, a tribe stronger than us, is there such a thing? What products do they have? Show it to me." Chief Xian heard this, and the first reaction was curiosity. He was not the first leader of Xian, but he had never heard that other tribes were stronger than the Xian tribe, so such a reaction is normal. "Chief, there are many things, do you need to take them all? Much more? Quickly, take it all up, I want to see what is there." "Yes, you guys move everything in quickly." The captain of the caravan got up and shouted out of the door. Several members of the caravan who had been waiting for a long time outside also moved things into the bamboo building in a large package. Soon, the long table in the hall was set up. Dang dang, and then quickly retreated. Lin Lang's Han tribe commodities are piled up, making Xian's chief dazzled, as small as a teapot tea bowl, as big as a bucket iron pot, with very complete types, and without exception, they are branded with big men. The leader of Xian picked up a white porcelain tea bowl with a lid, and observed it in his hands. The tea bowl is very thin, with a delicate glaze on the surface. There is a red seal on the bottom. The letter makes 4 red characters. The outer wall of the bowl is also painted with a red double fish drama picture. On the other side, there are more than 4 script Chinese characters, which look very beautiful. This material should be a pottery, but how do they do it so beautifully, so thin, and so round, so positive? These bowls can actually be exactly the same, and the above, how does the white color come to you? Why our pottery is all earth red, and the picture above is really a artifact? And they actually have text. Chief Xian said in surprise with a tea bowl. "Chief, more than that, they will also make white salt, and it is better and more pure than ours." When the captain of the merchants spoke, he picked a red jar from the table and opened the animal skin seal above, which was the white salt produced by the Han tribe. Chief Xin was shocked again. He even took over the small jar and grabbed a white salt from it. He smelled it. It didn't taste at all, and the particles were even and white and delicate. It was indeed better than their sea salt. Several grades, the seal salt of the Xin tribe, sometimes, can pick out small crabs with large nails. Chief, here is the gold weapon they made. I heard from the nomadic tribes that they call this iron device. This is iron scissors, very sharp, and this iron pot iron spoon, which they cooking utensils, and this iron is more hard than our 3 gold. I heard that they still have iron weapons, but they don't sell them, so I haven't never seen it. The captain picked up the scissors again and shook them in his hand to demonstrate the method of use for Xin leader. The scissors were sorted easily, and he easily cut off his own hair. The Xin leader was surprised. Scissors? This thing is really amazing, but what is this thing for? Cutting hair? Do those sheep-playing tribes need this scissor? Chief Xin asked in doubt. This thing can be cut in anything, but the most important thing is for wool cutting. Cut hair for sheep. Yes, they sell scissors to nomadic tribes, and then let them cut all the wool, and then buy all their wool back, used to make something called wool cloth. This is the wool made of wool. For clothes, please say the leader. The captain introduced and picked up the cloth to show the leader. My God, wool can still make such things, thin and light, so soft, and it looks dense and airtight, but in fact there are many small holes, which must be very comfortable to make clothes. Is this really made of wool? Chief Xin continued to be shocked. Chief, not only the woolen cloth, but also this sack, the bag used to hold things. It seems to be the same method of making with the woolen cloth, but it is more rough. This should not be made of wool. The captain continued to show things. Chief Xin received a yellow sack and continued to be shocked after comparing with the cloth. Chief, I think it's time to call the elders of the tribe to discuss. These are all good things, if we can learn to make them. The captain looked at the shock that the leader was so shocked that he even asked for advice. Yes, you are right, come on, pass me the order, and immediately call the ministers to come to me to discuss. The commander-in-chief summoned the old deliberations of the ministers, and the heralds did not dare to delay. Immediately, some elders had already lived in the Qingquan Valley, and some went out to work. However, I heard the news that the heralds brought the past, and the elders who went out also attached great importance to it. They even hurriedly explained their work and returned to Qingquan Valley with the heralds. They couldn't take care of the rest and ran to the leader to gather. At noon the next day, 10 elders had appeared in the leader's bamboo building. Elders, this is what the caravan brought back from the grassland. It was made by a tribe called the Han tribe. Look, you are all elites in all aspects. See if we can make these things come? Chief Xin sat on the main position of the desk and said to the 10 elders on both sides of the long table. Yesterday, the captain of the caravan also sat at the end, ready to answer the questions of the elders at any time. The elders also observed the table. Things, find their respective fields to study. Chief, this white salt is indeed better than ours, but we cannot make it. If we wash our sea salt with clean water and dry it again, we should be able to make odorless white salt. As for this delicate particle, it can be done as long as it is polished a few times, but it is time-consuming and wasteful of water. It is not necessary, and our people also like sea salt. The elders responsible for commodity trade and also in charge of white salt production spoke for the first time. Well, the business elder means that the white salt made by the Han tribe is also sea salt, so they are also tribes relying on the sea? Chief Xin asked. This? I don't know, maybe. The business elder said uncertainly. No, leader, I heard those nomadic tribes say that the Han tribe lives in the mountains north of the grassland, and they may not rely on the sea. The captain at the end of the long table took over. Oh, tribes living in the mountains, do they also have salt? A group of big guys are ignorant. They have eaten sea salt for generations. They have never heard of mineral salt on land, so they don't understand. However, there are too many things that I don't understand, and there is no need to struggle with this point. So Chief Xin turned his head to the golden elder on the side and asked, how do the 3 elders think this iron device is better than our gold? You have the ability to make this iron? This, the leader of the end, this is called iron gold, but it is similar to the ash we have been trying to smelt, but it is difficult to smelt for ash, and it is difficult to make tools, and we have not found anything decent. Ash, if you want to make this iron, I am afraid it is difficult. The golden elder took the lead in speaking. This iron device, I think it is better than the grey gold we made. Maybe it is not a kind of gold, but this iron device is indeed much better than our 3 gold, not only harder, but also very sharp, and more importantly, this iron gold is lighter than our 3 gold, and it must be more convenient to make tools. Elder Bucking also expressed his pertinent views. I don't understand what is called iron gold, but the gold hoop on this wooden bucket looks like our melt gold after the financial union of Huangbai, but it is lighter and harder than that. It's very likely that it's impossible to add something else to it. In short, if we want to imitate, I don't think it's a play unless I learn from them. Elder Red Gold concluded. So you can't get it out? Chief Xian asked with some disappointment that several elders in charge of metallurgy opened their mouths and finally said nothing. This really can't be achieved. They can't argue. Chief Xian once again looked at the elder and waited to listen to his opinion. The elder has more to say, and the department he manages is in charge of technology research and development, especially various tools, so there are studies on many things. Chief, the essence of the barrels made by this Han tribe is all made of smooth wooden boards. We don't have the right tools to do such things at the current level. We just say that the board is a tool. It's not impossible to make such a board with our bonus, but I'm afraid it will take a long time, so I guess the tool of this Han tribe is also an iron. There are also these white pottery, which should not be pottery, but the soil used must be different. This should be the unique white soil on the mainland. I haven't seen it here. In addition, this tarpaulin and sack, the tarpaulin is used to make clothes for people. This sack is so rough and made into a bag. It is obviously used to hold things. It is also so densely compiled. I think it should be used. For some small things, such as corn and soybeans, I think it is better to use food, which is much more convenient than for us to use bamboo baskets. It can definitely store more food. As for how to make it, I just took a wire on a wool and took a look. This thing should be twisted into thin wires first, and then woven it by hand. We will also make this bamboo mat with us. The bamboo basket is almost the same, but this line is too thin. I want to make a piece of cloth. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time, so I think they should have a faster compilation method. The same is true for that sack, but it is not made of wool. It seems to be the turf of ephedrine, and our sack rope should be a thing, and it is also compiled. If we want to do it, it is still possible to sacks, that is, it takes too much time, and there is no way to do it with woolen cloth. We don't have scissors, so we can't collect materials. You can always poke directly from the sheep. Try to make a more thin sack, or sack, but it is still very time-consuming to make it into thin lines. The elder said slowly. So after saying so much, we still can't do the same? Chief Xian said a little depressedly, looking at so many good things, but they couldn't make it themselves, who would not be depressed? Chief, in fact, the Han tribe has something important, but they never sell it, so I haven't seen it, but it just sounds very useful. Those nomadic tribes also want it very much, that is, no chance. Just when Chief Xian was depressed, the captain sitting at the end said something that made him more depressed. What is so important? Let's listen to it. Yes, leader, I listen to people from nomadic tribes. The Han tribe manages the tool and calls the car. There are 4 round wheels below. The above is a big box made of wooden boards. It can be said to be a house. It is very huge. It can hold people and can hold a lot of things. It needs 2 cows to pull in front. It is a tool for transporting things. It is all made of wood and golden iron. Every time the Han tribe's merchants dispatch, there are many such bulldozers, filled with various goods, which is very convenient for transporting materials. It is much more than we use horses to carry. It should be something like this. After the captain finished speaking, he took out a model of the car from under the table. That was made by him with nothing last night. The 4 wheels were made of thin bamboo strips. The axis was a mud, with a bamboo stick inserted on it. With a bamboo circle, these 4 wheels were worn into 2 pairs with bamboo sticks, and a bamboo board was put on it. It looks like a cricket. There is also a forward T-shaped bamboo stick in front of the car, which can put a cow on one side. A group of big guys looked at this model, and suddenly it was bright in front of them. Is there such a thing in the world? As soon as these 4-wheeled models were taken out, they immediately aroused great interest from the big guys. To know that this kind of thing alone, as long as it can be made, is equivalent to a major revolution in the transportation industry. Because there are no sharp iron tools, they simply cannot process fine wood products. The Xin tribe is now the most suitable metal for making tools, only purple copper. They have not even invented bronze alloys because they have no tin ore here. The only material they can easily obtain is bamboo, but bamboo can't be used as wheels, so they haven't invented the car. The islanders of Bamboo Island are still in the current mode of transportation. Back bamboo baskets, pick bamboo baskets, and horses carry them. The four-wheeled bull cartoon that is in front of them at this time undoubtedly directly subverts their cognition. It is also two cows, one for pulling cars, one for direct pack transportation, and which one is more transported, all you know with your toes. You said that the Han tribe's business team has several such cars every time? Have you seen that car? How many things can be installed at a time? Is it fast? The new leader stood up directly and excitedly, asking a few questions in a row. It's not to blame him for being so excited. If such a car can really be built, whether it is to transport food or mine quarrying in the future, it can greatly improve production efficiency. It is simply an artifact. I haven't seen it. I also listened to those nomadic tribes. The model made according to the conjecture looks doesn't know me, probably similar to this one, but my model is just like this. Their wheels can really go around. The captain explained helplessly. Alas, if you can get a car back, how good it is. Elder Ji, are you sure to make a cow car like this? This thing called a car is definitely a magic weapon. If it can be made, it will be too helpful to us. Chief Xin looked at the elders with extremely urgent eyes. Chief, since this car is made of wood and golden iron, I think it must not be easy for us to do it. We don't have such a good tool to deal with wood materials at all. The key is that sharp iron. And there is no specific look, it is too difficult to imitate. The elder is also very helpless to say that in fact he is right, restricting human development has always been a better tool. I don't care about this, even if we can't do anything else, we have our own things to replace, but this car, you have to make it, it's hard to do it, and some of your elders have to do their best assist, and the captain of the car. You have heard what the captain is, and you have left the elder to help. Even if it is difficult, you must get me out. Chief Xin said with a firm face that the expression was like the Chinese vowed to make his own atomic bomb, so that the atmosphere of several elders was also scared to dare not breathe. It was easy to say, without diamonds, I still want to control porcelain. Isn't it difficult to be human? However, a group of elders did not dare to object, but the leader had the power to directly remove the position of elder. It really dissatisfied the leader. They were going to be unlucky themselves, but at this time, the captain of the caravan rose weakly, hand, indicating that he has something to say. What do you want to say? Come on quickly. Chief, I'm just a squad leader, I won't do anything about making a car, and if I stay, we won't go to continue trading next month. I think we are behind closed doors. It's not easy to find a way to find the Han tribe's business team the next time to trade, and find a way to buy one from them and get it back as a sample. Chief Xin heard that what he said also made sense. In this way, he built a car behind closed doors. A group of people didn't even know what the captain was. It was really difficult for them, so he asked the captain, what you think makes sense, but it should not be so easy. You said to change cars with that Han tribe. So what should you use to change? Their things are no worse than ours, some of them don't even have ourselves, they go to the grassland trade, they are just looking at the cattle and horses there, we have something they can see, they have to take the car change with you, don't forget that they don't even give nomadic tribes, what do you change with them? Chief Xin asked. The captain of the was asked dumb for a while, and he didn't know anything to make the Han tribe fancy. Well, leader, we can use grains to change cars with them. There must be a lot of people in their tribe, and they will definitely need a lot of food to feed the population. Of course, since they have sacks for food, they must also have their own food, but their food is not necessarily the same as ours. Our corn only needs 3 months to mature. They can produce at least 2 seasons when they are planted alternately with soybeans for a year. They are definitely in need. I think they will agree to exchange seeds. Maybe you can exchange the method of car construction with them directly. Leader, what do you think? The captain couldn't answer it. As the elder in charge of foreign trade, he even got up and suggested that the car construction would have nothing to do with him, but if his department could get a car as a sample for the tribe, it would be a great job. He is absolutely good or bad, so he is also extremely concerned about this matter. Well, the elders of the merchants made sense, so let the captains of your men leave the helper elders to build the car, go to the grassland deal early next month, and the elders will bring some seeds in person. It is necessary to find the business team of the Han tribe and change them back in a car. No, not only to change cars, but also to change them. Chief Xian thought about it and immediately ordered. The captain and business elder Chi were shocked that they didn't want to stay in the car, but they just came up with an idea, but didn't expect to put themselves in the end. How? Do you have any questions? Chief Xian's sharp eyes swept towards the two, and his eyes were shining. It seemed that as long as the two dared to say nothing, they would be pulled out to feed the pig immediately. No problem, let's prepare for it. When the two saw the terrible eyes of the leader, they instantly took their hearts and couldn't afford to provoke them. They didn't want to turn into pig feed because of this broken thing. Well, all the elders have to work hard to contribute to the tribe. Now that we have such a good opportunity, we will learn more from that Han tribe, and strive to make our people live better and better. More and more powerful. Okay, you all go down. Chief Xian arranged the task and waved his hand to start catching people. Yes, everything is for the tribe. An elder also got up and retreated. At the beginning of the second month of summer, on May 3rd, a group of elders of the Xian tribe began to work hard to build a car under the threat of the leader. On the side of the Han tribe, Luo Chong also just took people from the new city to Hanyang City. The 5 precious seeds were planted into their yard. Yes, it's the yard. Luo Chong is not at ease when he is planted elsewhere. In total, there are only 5 seeds. It's really hurt. In case of being destroyed outside, it's completely finished. People, butterflies will not be fine with destruction. This is the safest place. After planting these seeds, Luo Chong began to study the next grassland transaction. Now the Han tribe has met with business opponents, and the white salt and pottery business originally monopolized by the Han tribe is not easy to do. Fortunately, the Han tribe also has advantages. Both the cloth and the iron are monopolized by the Han tribe, which is unmatched by the Xian tribe. After figuring out the key, Luo Chong also began to urge the people to continue to produce these goods. After 5 months of construction this year, the warehouse area and breeding area in the city have all been completed, and Luo Chong has let the 200 slaves begin to build more difficult buildings. A 3-story school. The slaves have started to dig the foundations of the teaching building under the leadership of a special person. Luo Chong also drew 2 more from the newly built warehouse to use it as a textile factory workshop to weave all the loom of each household. All are managed together to facilitate scale production. 2 warehouses, one used as a spinning workshop, are mainly responsible for combing yarn strips, spinning yarn, and the other is used as a weaving workshop, where all shuttle looms are placed. A 2-meter-long 2-meter-wide shuttle loom, leaving a gap between walking and transporting raw materials, can place 60 units in a warehouse. Each machine can operate by 1 person, and can produce 10-meter cloth in a day. The workshop adds up to 600 meters, and the production speed is still very impressive. The textile industry has always been a labor-intensive light industry, with the most people used, but the most important thing for the Han tribe is women, especially this time when thousands of people joined. There is no problem of drawing 100 or 200 people to do this. After arranging the weaving, Luo Chong began to let the big mouth continue to refine iron. The last iron smelting or winter thing. This time, after half a year of preparation, the Han tribe has once again stored the materials of the 3 stoves of iron water. The iron ore is basically exhausted. Luo Chong intends to spend another month waiting for the farmland on the side of the new city to be cultivated. 300 slaves were drawn from the new town to mine over the salt lake to supplement the wear and tear of the Han tribe iron ore. With the extremely increasing population and the construction of the new city, the amount of iron required by the Han tribe has also increased a lot. The iron pot, more iron tools, iron weapons, and iron weapons required by each family of their own tribe have to be set aside. Sufficient stock is used for trading. After all, the iron pot and scissors sold to the grassland are also very large in iron. Because they already have experience in iron smelting, this time the smelting process was not managed in person, but ran to the carpentry group to let them build more 2-wheeled carriages. These two-wheeled carriages are produced for sale to nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes need this kind of transportation equipment very much, and Luo Chong naturally does not mind slaughtering them hard. Moreover, the two-wheeled carriage production is relatively simple. It only requires a pair of wheels, a frame, and a wood flat plate. For the Han tribe who already has a wind sawing machine, the production is very convenient. In addition, compared with the four-wheeled vehicle, the two-wheeled flatbed car not only saves materials, but also saves a lot of metal parts used in the steering axis. The cost is also relatively cheap and the cost is higher. In addition, such vehicles have fewer loads. Can sell a few more. Although it's a bit suspected of profiteers, it's nothing for the development of tribes. The profiteers will rape the merchants. As the saying goes, there is no real friendship between countries, only eternal interests, so Luo Chong pitted the nomadic tribes of those grasslands. There is no guilt at all. There is nothing to say about a wish to be beaten. These three major events were arranged, and Luo Chong asked the grassland savages brought back by the Volts to form a new cavalry unit. This time, 2 more cavalry flags were formed, a total of 76 people, each with 2 horses. This cavalry unit will be specifically responsible for protecting the merchants in the future. It is also to snatch more trade space. How to snatch it? Of course, to drive away the Xian tribe's merchants, or to get the Han tribe even white salt and pottery. It can't be sold. How much profit and loss have blocked the pace of development of the Han tribe? There is nothing to say. The formation of the new force is led by the cavalry chief, Chai Duo, assisted by several authentic Grosslanders. Luo Chong is very at ease, so he has been busy with other things. The teaching building of the Han tribe has started construction. This is the first time such a high the people of the tribe have no experience, and Luo Chong has to supervise the work in person. Although Luo Chong had never learned to build a building in his previous life, he had learned to blow up a building, Anyway, it was almost the same thing. Although the purpose was the opposite, he also had to understand the building structure and the building's commitment structure. The problem is solved, and it is not difficult to build a 3-story building. Ancient ancestors can build several high-rise temples, forta. It makes no sense that Luo rushing to a modern university will be worse than them. If you want to build a brick building, you must first know how big the building is. Therefore, for the safety of the building, the foundation is the top priority. This must not be sloppy. There is not enough solid foundation. How can you withstand such great pressure? The foundation of the teaching building is very deep, with a depth of 4 meters. This is just the base tank of the wall, and those key load-bearing nodes. Luo Zhou simply made people dig a 6-meter deep shaft, pouring limestone in the well. The scum of charcoal and iron smelting, and sturdy smashing for a few days, although there is no steel ting, but this primitive concrete is also strong enough. Limestone is heavy alkali, which can kill plant roots and seeds in the soil. When the time comes, a tree root will grow to destroy the foundation. In addition, charcoal and limestone can also play a role in preventing tide and preventing the foundation from being affected by the tide. The next slag, gravel, and clay play a role in dispersing the weight and bond of the building, casting the entire foundation into a hole. All the undertaking focuses on drilling wells, the wall mattress digs deep trenches, and finally uses this hybrid material to bottom all the way to a depth of 3 meters from the ground, which is equivalent to filling a 3-meter bottom in the shaft, and filling the base of the wall with 1 meter. The foundation of the wall at this level. The thickness of the foundation of the wall is 1 meter, all built with large bricks of the city, and the 2 sides of the wall base are poured with lime, slag, and gravel until the base tank is filled and finally sealed, and then the thick wall the base will continue to go up to the base, and the foundation of the entire building will not be built until 1 meter above the ground. Under construction in this way, the foundation alone is 4 meters high and 1 meter thick. There is also a concrete layer with waterproof and shock relief below, which is enough to bear the weight of the above building. Luo Chong is very satisfied with such a foundation, and because of the large number of people, there are enough building materials, and useful ramming tools, the construction speed is also very impressive. The foundation of a building for 200 people took only 10 days. It's fast. The overall structure of the teaching building is a mixed brick structure, that is, a building with bricks, wood, tiles, and main materials. The walls and heavier pillars are composed of strong and pressure-resistant bricks, and then the main beams and beams are used to build the beams. Lead with wooden floor. The floor is laid with thick wood, and a layer of 10 cm thick wooden board is laid on the bridge in the net format. Its main bearing structure is actually the beam. This kind of construction is actually very much like shipbuilding. There are also many multi-story buildings in the ancient wooden ship. The structure of Zheng and Baio, plus the multi-story chamber and the 4-story stern building, is not to mention that there are 7 or 8-story buildings. It is also a pure wooden structure. A secondary battleship in the west is bigger than this teaching building. A teaching building in Shenyang City is 16 meters wide and 35 meters long. Compared with the ships and battleships in those buildings, it is actually just a small point. If it is a first-class battleship, it is not the bottom compartment of the living area. There are 3 layers of artillery deck with a single weight of several tons, and dozens can be laid off on one floor. This does not count the shells and gunpowder and the weight of the crew, and the teaching building in Hanyang City is just a dozens of wooden tables. It is no exaggeration to say that such a structured floor is no problem for a group of adults to jump in the classroom. Of course, this is impossible. The classroom is only used as a place to teach cultural lessons in daily life. Only outside the teaching building. On the construction site of the teaching building, many people are working, and the 200 slaves are now very cooperative, so they can do whatever they want, and they have built so many warehouses. Now they have experience in building houses and walls. Under the command of the people, the construction of the project is also in order. Moving bricks with bricks, building walls with walls, and muddy ones are constantly chasing the mud piles on the ground, but there are also special cases where there are many children on the construction site. The little boys rescued from the fire tribe are 700 or 800, and they are all 5 or 6 years old. They don't have to work every day, and there is nothing to play with. The older children start to work for adults, and these half as small as possible. They run around the city all day, where there are many people, where there are new things. They can see these children. Like children who are playing mud next to mud piles, there are bare children chasing around the construction site. It's not a matter to go on like this. Not to mention that they hindered the construction work, it's a problem in terms of safety alone. The construction site is full of tool vehicles and bricks. After a little thought, Luo Chong understood the root of the problem. He said that there is still nothing to play. Although he has not had so many electronic products in his own hours, there are still many toys that can be played. There are also many games, and the primitive children in these tribes really have nothing to play. In fact, this problem is also easy to solve. Luo Chong can find out some group games suitable for children to play, but I didn't think of this problem before. I made up my mind that Luo Zhang recruited a kid who was stealing mud on the construction site. The child quickly threw the mud in his hand and walked over with his small hand. Good leader, Carrot. Well, you are fine, but you can't make trouble when adults are working. Luo rushed with a smile and said. But the brothers and sisters didn't take me to the sheep, and I wanted to go outside to graze the sheep, but they thought I was small and stayed at home with nothing but could only come out to play. The child who stole the mud was wronged. Well, you're right, and I know you have nothing to do. So, if you call all your friends to the square, you say the leader said, I want to teach you a few fun things. Luo rushed his head and said. Really leader, what is fun, Omega? You go to ask someone to gather in the square first, and I will tell you when the person arrives. Go ahead and remember to wash your hands. Luo Chong urged the children. Okay, let me go now, thank you leader //. The child immediately ran away and began to call his companions to promote what Luo Chong said just now. The bear children heard something to play, and they cheered for a while, and immediately called their friends to pull their companions to the square. Run. Luo Chong looked at it for a while, and these children were really pitiful. They hadn't even seen the most common toys in their hours. They didn't have any childhood fun. They shook their heads. Luo Chong also turned to prepare toys for these children. Go. In fact, toys don't need to be too expensive and exquisite for these simple children. Sometimes they are just a sandbag, a skipping rope, a rubber band, and a chicken shuttlecock. Will you be happy when you were a kid? When you think about it, it's not something difficult. The rubber band must be gone now. The shuttlecock has chicken feathers but no copper money, but the sandbag is still very good. Luo Chong found a bunch of small plots for salt. The bag is stuffed with rice bran, which is a sawdust, and finally mixed with some sand, tightening the mouth. and a simple sandbag. It's even simpler to jump on the big rope. Just find a hemp rope to use it as a toy. These are not golden things. On the contrary, they are very cheap. But these simple toys bring endless to a generation. Happy. Hundreds of children gathered in the square soon, twittering waiting for Luo to rush over. Luo Chong did not talk nonsense, came with a basket of sandbags, and followed by several women who moved the rope. When I saw the leader coming over, a group of children also came around in a hurry, and they looked at Luo Chong and A's things. Come here, don't grab it. This sandbag is a toy. There are many of them. You will have it for a while. I will tell you how to play. Will you team up to play for a while? Good. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _ mathematical intersection symbol. Oh. Luo Chong immediately called 3 children. The 2 opened their distances and stood opposite. There was another one in the middle. 3 people and 1 sandbag. The people on both sides smashed the middle with sandbags. The children in the middle came to dodge. If they are hit, they will change positions with the smashed person. This is the simplest way to play, and it can be carried out by many people at the same time. In short, it is right to use sandbags to smash people. This game is not dangerous. Those who run and jump can exercise their bodies and practice the quasi-head of throwing things. They will grow up in the future. Throwing stones on the battlefield is a top player. After several demonstrations by the children, great interest broke out in this kind of game. They called their friends to collect sandbags, and found a place in the square to start. It was only a moment. The laughter of the children sounded on the square. There are many children who have lost sandbags in the square, but there are still many children who have not been divided. Luo Chong also continued to divide the rope and teach them to play with the skipping rope. The 2 jumped in line, or 2 or 3 people stood in the middle and kept jumping. The children who were in contact with these games for the first time were not happy. A laughter on the square attracted the adults who transported building materials on the street to look at the children, and they were very happy. This situation lasted less than half an hour, and more children were seduced by the lively square, but Nai Luo was not prepared enough. Even if these toys are simple, they are still not enough for children. There are many girls. It is not suitable to play this kind of game, or do not like this kind of game. Luo Chong really couldn't help it. Since he opened this head and simply taught them a few kinds, he also called in women who looked at children and joined the children's games. Toys are not easy to handle, and games without toys are not without. Games like eagles catching chicks and throwing handkerchiefs are large in number, but do not require any props, and have been spread by Luo Chong. Of course, the effect is also very good. The laughter on the square lasted for a whole day. Luo Chong dared to say that this was the happiest day for the children of the Han tribe. The working adults can't help but want to try. Adults also need entertainment. There are naturally many things that can be played, and there are many things that are suitable for adults to play. They are cheap and suitable for popularization. They can also be strong and healthy. The sport of playing football, which was certified by the FIFA, was invented by China after 800. Although modern football originated in the UK, China already had Kujia sport as early as spring and autumn, that is, playing football. At that time, most of the balls were made of animal skin sewing, filled with hair or rice bran, and also filled with hay. The cost is not expensive. A group of people chasing and kicking can exercise their bodies while entertaining. Can also practice platooning. According to wild history records, the Han Dynasty General Huo went to practice Kujia in the army and used the kick to practice soldiers. Kujia sports have a long history in China. By the time of Tang Dynasty, hollow and inflatable football had appeared. The outside was still made of cowhide. The inside of the football was made of animal bladder, also called blisters. It is very flexible, and it is very suitable for making ball guts. The most prosperous era of Kujia sports was in the Song Dynasty. At the peak, several star players appeared, such as Gao Ji Gao Taiwei. This guy was because the ball was well played by the big brother. Who can believe it now, but it really happened that time for all people Kujia. Even there have been paragraphs on the internet, saying that the Song Dynasty's Haikoi is gone, so Kuavio has not fallen for more than 1,000 years. The topic is a bit far away, but the charm of football is indeed very large, and there are so many advantages. The cost is very cheap. Luo Chong makes no sense not to promote it in the Han tribe. But football alone is not enough. This sport can be promoted in the army before developing to children's groups, but those adults in the tribe, they have heavy work every day to complete, and maybe they will also like to play football. But there is not much physical participation, so it is also necessary to develop some entertainment methods without physical strength. However, it should also be noted in this regard that gambling games like rocks are not intended to be promoted. This thing is easy to become addicted, harming people, and obviously there are more entertainment activities to play, so this kind of gambling the game Luo Chong is not intended to be taken out. Other games like chess are fine. Military chess, checkers, flying chess, 5 chess, and the most difficult to play chess. Such entertainment activities are also very interesting. Even modern, they can still see a group of old uncles gathered on the side of the road to watch the scene of chess. Entertainment activities such as playing chess can not only relax after a day of work, but also promote the people to think and use their brains. It is also very beneficial to the development of tribes. Why can human beings develop? Not because they are good at thinking, good at invention. With these plans, Luo Chong was not a grind person. Immediately, some pregnant women or women who watched children at home began to let them start making these toys, sewing special sandbags for square objects, and take some clothes before making clothes. The remaining cloth head can be made. The shuttlecock is counted first. The time is not yet mature. The cost of making metal products is too high. Feathers are also important materials for making bows and arrows. It is not very cost-effective to promote them. Football is much simpler. It is sewn directly with animal skin. It is temporarily filled with rice bran and linen fibers. There are also many scraps that made manicure before. Rice bran and waste masses are all unnecessary garbage. Now they can be used again. It's right to return. In addition, the carpentry group also called up 2 apprentices and started to make various chess pieces. Although the Go was originally made on the Go board, it can also be used to play Wiza chess. The difference is not large. Start with a simple start, and after these societies are learned, gradually promote more difficult chess games. And these pieces can be used to teach people how to play. After they learn, they will naturally use their brains to find alternatives to chess pieces. When the time comes, they can just draw a board on the ground and play for half a day. When Luo rushed to junior high school, he drew a chessboard on his homework book. One person painted a triangle, and one person drew a circle. He could fight with his classmates for 300 rounds. When he really wanted to play, he was afraid he could not find something to replace. However, the production of this thing is actually very simple. As long as you find a round wooden stick with a similar size, you can saw down a small piece of wood from it, polish it a little bit, and then color it with different colors. You can make a chess piece. Chess is a little more troublesome and requires lettering on wooden pieces, but if it is not too particular, it is also possible to write directly with paint on it. Anyway, as long as you can play, there is no need to make it so delicate and want to look good. Then wait for the free time to make it yourself. These simple tasks were quickly arranged, and the production speed of the people was also very fast. Due to the adequacy of various materials, only one night passed, and more than 40 football appeared in the Han tribe. In the foreseeable future, great football will definitely rise in the Han tribe. After getting football, Luo Chong first divided those children into 30, and one ball was enough for a group of people to play. These 30 football feet can make hundreds of children happy. The remaining more than a dozen football was rushed to the cavalry and business team that was training in Hanyang City. With ropes, a modern football field was measured on the pasture outside the Simon, and they were asked to take the wood out of the gate, and then cover the gate with a large net made by the tribe. Flags are inserted in the 4 corners of the stadium, and all the side lines are drawn with white lime. Even if such a modern stadium is finished. Luo Chong's previous life also often played football in the army. There are rules for these stadium data. Although it is not a standard fan, it should be understood. As for the ancient Kuzhou, when it developed to have a goal, it was still necessary to erect a frame with 2 bamboo poles, and then get a small goal in a place with many people, and there was an iron pot size. Both teams went to adore kicks. Not only the venue is small, but also the difficulty is relatively large, far less fun than the current football rules. It is not as good as modern football to exercise the ability of players to play football, but it is more like a group of people playing basketball. After finishing the stadium, Luo Chong immediately began to teach them to play football. The soldiers took off their black armor and only wore red short robes. The merchant team was a dark blue short robe. It was easy to distinguish between the two teams. Each team was 11 people. 1 goalkeeper, 10 players. Luo Chong personally served as referee. The rules also told them not to fight, not to pull, not to touch the ball with your hands, then kick the ball into the opponent's goal even if you get a point, and finally look at the scores to judge the wins of both parties. Soldiers and members of the business team feel that this game is very new. To be precise, they have never played any games since they were born. They have been fighting against nature to fill their stomachs. Now with this opportunity, nature is actively participate. After the two sides of the red and blue knocked on the gong, the game began. You chased me and competed for control of the ball. The scene was once very intense, and it also attracted the children who were grazing sheep not far away. For a moment, sheep, shepherd, all poured on the court. The sheep chased the ball and ran, the dog chased the sheep behind, the man chased the dog behind, and a chicken and dog jumped while the stadium was on. Luo Chong was helpless and had to be forced to suspend the game and then start to clean up the stadium, and let the soldiers and caravans who did not play stand on the sideline to guard, allowing only those children to watch outside. After playing a game, the children in the city didn't know where to hear the wind, and they ran out to watch some of them. They stood outside the scene and watched the soldiers and the caravans rotate, and they yelled and cheered there. However, although playing football to exercise, serious military training is also to be carried out. In the afternoon, those adults are busy with their own affairs, and the stadium is occupied by children. Dozens of children are running to play football on the court, and one goal stands for 4 or 5 people. Although there are no rules, they also know to play in the goal, but they don't know if they are their own goal. Whether it's a udon ball or not, in short, the pleasure of playing is right. Luo Chong was also very happy to watch the children play football, giving him a feeling of going back again, but before waiting for him to say a few words of emotion, a flying eagle legend was sent to his hand. The letter was sent by Yuno's surveying and reconnaissance team. Although they led the task of surveying and mapping, the main purpose of this trip was to investigate the movements of cannibals and to find their old nests. The letter said that they each had 2 horses and acted quickly. This time the new weapons equipped were also very useful, especially the crossbow. The same person could shoot more arrows by using the crossbow than using the bow and arrow. This is of course certain. How many arrows a person can shoot depends entirely on how many bows he can pull. After all, the arm strength is limited. Pulling the bow directly also consumes the arm strength very much, but pulling the crossbow is use the full body strength. It's more important to aim, pull the bow directly, and maintain the bow status during the aiming process, and the crossbow, as long as the string is hung, can be completely relaxed. Next, just aim at the crossbow. It can be said that it saves more than half of the physical strength. Reported on the experience and feelings of the new weapons, followed by the results of reconnaissance. They set off from the back mountain in the north of Sanyangchange, crossed the valley that originally captured the zebra, crossed the hilly grassland, and finally followed the traces of the cannibal army, chased to the river close to the iron ore in the east, which is the upstream of the river on the side of Hanyang City. It seems that those cannibals are also looking for directions along the river. Maybe the tribes along the river upstream have been poisoned by them. Sure enough, the letter next said about their reconnaissance in Yui. Near the banks of the river, no tribes were found to survive, but they found some abandoned tribes, but they were all destroyed. They continued to go north all the way, and the terrain was getting higher, and many mountains appeared, but this is also normal, and the water flows to the lower places. Now they are upstream along the river, of course, the higher and higher. The mountains cannot be measured, so they rushed directly and ran for almost 3 days on horseback in the mountains, and finally saw the plains again. There are piles of rare forests, as well as weeds and bushes of grasslands, and they still saw them there. Groups of alpacas, giant deer, hairy cows, and a long horse like a horse, but a smaller animal than a horse. The ears are longer than the horse, and the cry is hard to hear. Luo Chong directly concluded that it may be a highland wild donkey. When they got there, they had lost the traces left by the cannibals, but there were still no tribes around them. The Yuno sent flying eagles to scout and did not see signs of cannibal activity, so he decided to continue along the river search upstream. The entire reconnaissance team walked for almost another day. They actually discovered the source of this river. It turns out that this small river outside Shenyang City is just a branch of a big river, and the width of the big river upstream is at least 50 meters. However, the water is not deep, and there are many stones in the river that show up, and they can cross the river on horseback. And at the interface of the branch of the big river, they finally met the humans who lived around, and they were not cannibals, but those humans knew what they called cannibal totem fighters, and they seemed to be familiar with them, know a lot about cannibals. Now their entire team is trimming in that tribe, and Yunyi has provided them with some white salt. The people in which tribe are also very enthusiastic about their hospitality. After all, it is not good to look at the face of white salt. The tribe is not small, and there are 2,000 or 3,000 people, but it cannot be regarded as a tribe. In other words, they are more like tribal alliances, composed of more than a dozen small tribes, living together in a gathering place, and they also have one thing in common, is that all of them were attacked by cannibals. Later, under the coincidence, they decided to gather together to resist. This tribal alliance has a large number of people. Although it does not yet grow crops, it has learned to domesticate the beasts. The bighorn deer, alpaca, and wild donkeys on the plains have been caught a lot, and they have been breeding under artificial breeding. For several generations, gradually moved closer to the direction of livestock. Moreover, the people of this tribal alliance, men, women, and children, all practice riding, whether it is an alpaca or a wild donkey big deer. They are all developing in the direction of riding. It is said that in order to obtain rapid mobility, they are encountering cannibal attacks are easy to escape. There are also many elders in this tribal alliance, similar to the witches or elders of other tribes. They also inherit the knowledge of their respective tribes and a common mythological legend in their area. This myth legend is widely circulated in the form of pictures. It is said that not only one of their tribal alliances knew that there were other alliances like them nearby, but also this legendary myth. Several elders showed them the engraved on the slate. The picture also told them the story in the picture, and at that time shocked the group of Yuno. After reading the painting, this guy Yuno also asked the 2 team members who were good at drawing pictures to copy the painting on the animal skin and send it back with the letter. By the way, a textual story introduction was attached. This is a prophecy story. The beginning of the story was in a valley, where an ape monkey was born, and then the ape grew bigger, and finally grew twice as high as its own kind. This is the content of the first picture, which should introduce the origin of the great ape. However, regarding the mutation of the great ape, it is twice as long as the same kind. In fact, Luo Chang does not believe it very much. Even if it comes to giant disease, it will not be more than double the normal size. Other animals are not clear, but this is almost impossible in humans. Normal humans are about 1.7 meters or so tall, but Luo Chang has never heard of people on the planet who are more than 3 meters, even with giant disease. In fact, Luo Chang didn't care about these. This may be the primitive people's conjecture about the origin of the great ape. The credibility is very low, but the valley painted in this first picture attracts Luo Chang's attention because the valley looks very round and very high, making Luo Chang, this modern man, think of a volcanic pit in an instant. In fact, there is a volcano here, which was already speculated by Luo Chang, especially when he first saw the strip vein of Baobao Mountain. At that time he said that the ribbon vein is a volcanic eruption, and the magma flows. Most of the minerals accumulated by abnormal geological changes are stored in layers. The second picture is to continue the first plot. The mutant giant ape started to eat food because of its large size, so he cut to his own kind. Part of it left the valley. And these people also engaged in large-scale sacrifices before they left, and then the mountain collapsed. Countless stones fell to the bottom of the mountain, and then turned into a lot of water, which eventually flowed into rivers and flowed far away, and those migrating apes followed the direction of the river, went far away together. This painting is very weird, because according to the introduction in the story they circulated, the plot is too mysterious, but if Luo Chang translates, it should be that the apes in the valley have split and some have migrated out. A sacrifice was held before leaving. As for landslides, stones have turned into water. According to Luo Chang's understanding, it may be a snow mountain. Snow mountains melt, and ice cubes turn into water, which is more acceptable. Then the snow and ice melted into a river and flowed far away. This is probably to say that the water source of this land is the melted ice water of the snow mountain. The next step is that the migrating part of the people migrate along the river, which is well understood. After all, human survival requires water, and there is no problem in survival along the river. The third painting is still the plot in front of it. The part of the migration has multiplied along the river, and many tribes have emerged. The giant apes in the valley have more giant apes. They are also multiplying. Then the great ape walked out of the valley, followed the river to the small tribes to catch people, eat part, grab part of them and continue to live with them, then hunt together and eat people. The meaning of this painting is not very easy to understand, and it has always been a problem that has plagued Luo Chang. At that time, he had seen similar murals in the Black Rat tribe, saying that the great ape had captured people for breeding. This is not very realistic. However, it is not difficult to analyze the reasons now when combining the two paintings in front. It should be that the great apes also regard these humans as their former people, just like they lived together in the valley before. Although some people went out, it is passed down in one after another, so the great apes think they are still the same kind. If it is analyzed according to this line of thought, it is easier to accept and explain another phenomenon. The great apes living on the snow mountain still have golden long hair, and the human beings who migrated out because they followed the river. The lower it gets, the warmer it gets, so in the end the long hair on the body has deteriorated, gradually becoming the human being that Luo Chuan sees now. The fourth painting is still the giant ape going down the mountain to catch people, but this time there are some human beings who are reunited with them. This should be the current cannibal. The latter thing is to continue the content of the third picture, eat people, catch people, merge, the cannibal grows, and then return to Snow Mountain. The fifth painting is about the migratory human beings who can't stand the successive blows of cannibals and gradually begin to converge to live together, forming a tribal alliance. This is very interesting, because whether it is the tribal alliance they met in Yuno or the current Han tribe, if you don't follow this plot, it's really the case. How did the tribal alliance get together? Luo Chang didn't know. However, on the side of the Han tribe, whether it was the tree tribe that joined first, or the Black Rat tribe that joined later, and the recent group of newly joined people, throwing Luo Chang in the deliberately disrupting factors inside, they really resisted the cannibalism together. Whether it is a tribal alliance or a single Han tribe, according to the explanation in this painting, it can be said. If the four paintings in front are the associations produced by the primitive people based on what they see, then the fifth painting is a bit mysterious, because it does predict what has not happened yet. Those more ancient ancestors, how do they know that the tribes will come together in the future? Of course, this may also be the idea that smart people think of. After they are persecuted by cannibals, they are unable to resist themselves, so they feel that they should be brought together with other tribes. The more powerful people are, this maybe it is one of their expectations, but it cannot be realized in their time. Luo Chang tried to find a reason for the appearance of these paintings, refuting the unexplained mysterious ingredients. But when he continued to look at the next painting, the worldview he had cultivated for more than 2 decades finally collapsed. The sixth painting is so mysterious that Luo Chang is unacceptable. He knows how serious the ism of the primitive era is. Because of human ignorance, many things cannot be explained scientifically. For these things that are not understood, they naturally it is classified as a theology. The content of the sixth painting describes a god's totem. This god's image is not a common beast, but a person, a man riding a one-toothed elephant, and the god's head is still wearing a crown and a hairpin. This is so weird, isn't it Luo Chang himself? And what makes Luo Chang feel incredible is the image of this totem. The original people's drawing skills are very low. They don't draw any multifaceted bodies with multiple perspectives. They are generally outlined with flat lines, so this head is worn with a crown. The male totem of the hairpin is much like the Han with the Han Tig one. The word Han split it to see, isn't it the top crown and then the hairpin in it? The following squares are separated from the middle, is it very much like the human pectoral muscle? The 2 sides below are divided into 6 pieces, which can obviously be regarded as abdominal muscles, and there are 2 legs at the bottom. So in combination, this is a totem with a male image wearing a crown on the head and a well-developed pectoral muscle. Hiss! Luo rushed down to take a breath of coolness. How to solve this? Of course he knew that Chinese characters evolved from pictures. The primitive people saw something, and then painted what they saw with lines, and finally became text, but there was a condition inside, that is what they saw. It's not impossible for them to draw abstract things, but that they haven't seen them. Only a lot of imaginative people can create things themselves. Then the problem comes. If this totem is only understandable to the two legs of the pectoral muscle, where did the crown and hairpin on the totem head come from? They haven't seen it again. Began to promote it, and it seems that the first person in the world with hair insertion should be Luo Chang himself. If this male totem idol can still be explained by text evolution, then the most unsolvable thing is the one-tooth elephant. This is to say that it is not a grey mountain, even the grey mountain itself does not believe, and even more strange is that the grey mountain is followed Luo Chang then became one-tooth. Luo Chang even assumes that the person who painted once saw a one-tooth elephant and imagined a man with a hair crown. Then if these two images are taken out alone and painted separately, Luo Chang can understand, but if the two are combined together, it must be Luo Chang and Ash Mountain. Otherwise, where can I find such a coincidental combination? It's certain that the painting is painted by himself. Luo Chang's complex mood continues to look down. He can't help it because these paintings are really a prophecy, or the already fulfilled prophecy. Luo Chang and Ash Mountain appear in the painting. The totem is still printed on the ethnic flag of the Han tribe, not the Han. The seventh painting, how to say, is the man riding a one-tooth elephant, uniting many tribes, or tribal alliances, in short, more and more people. Why do you say that? Because the content of the painting is that Luo Chang is standing in a place on the Ash Mountain, and then there are many people behind him, all of whom are different, and there are some beasts around him, or strange things. This is actually very well understood. Luo Chang and Ash Mountain represent the Han tribe, and those who follow the beasts can be regarded as a person and a totem, one person and one totem, which does not represent a tribe. Moreover, in addition to this small group led by Luo Chang, there are many other people with totems who are walking in the direction of Luo Chang. Doesn't that mean there are other tribes gradually joining Luo Chang's command? After accepting the previous content, the content of the eighth painting is better understood. The above is painted by Luo Chang with many tribes. Of course, it can also be regarded as the Han tribe people after many tribes joined. These people are very strong. Like the totem idol, everyone is muscular and strong. Together, these people came to the snow mountain where the great apes lived, and then the battlefield where the two sides fought. The Luozo riding the elephant carried the head of a giant ape, and the two front legs of the grey mountain stepped on a headless giant the ape body. It seems that this war should have been won, and then there is no more. The painting is over here, and Luo Chang affirmed one thing. This painting is really a prophecy, and it is slowly being realized. Except that he has not taken anyone to the Snow Mountain decisive battle, everything else has been realized. Or it is being realized. Then the problem comes again. The tribes with these paintings can easily see the meaning in the paintings. When these paintings are combined, they actually express an idea. Together, they are more powerful and unite to defeat any enemy. Now that they know this, why not unite more tribes by themselves? They have to wait for Luo Chang to unite all people. Think carefully, in addition to Luo Chang, others really can't do it. Why do you say that? Because the primitive people's way of survival is there. They need to hunt and collect fruits in order to obtain the food on which they depend, but this also limits their impossibility to come together. Because the prey and fruit of a place are limited and can only feed so many people, within the territory of a tribe, the second tribe cannot be tolerated at all, because there are not enough food for the two tribes to survive together. Starved to death, how can it be put together? And Luo Chang can do it. He promoted farming crops and farming of livestock, which solved the problem of many tribes gathering together to eat enough food, so he can become the leader of all tribes. If that is the case, it is indeed the case. Luo Chang can understand the reason why all the tribes will join his own command. That is because he can solve the survival needs of everyone, but the guy in can't understand it. He is still wondering why there are so many the tribes will follow Luo Chang, but the more they don't understand, the more superstitious he is to this myth. Yui is very ignorant. The leader who follows him is actually God, and he has to unify all the tribes. This makes him more awe of Luo Chang, and he is also secretly excited. This is the god of the gods. He is so close. Now he is doing things under his direct leadership, and he will be unified with all the tribes in the future. At the same time, he is also very confused. He doesn't know what to do now, whether to continue to complete Luo Chang's order, to detect the old den of the cannibals, or to do something else, so he sent Luo Chang this letter and asked Luo Chang's opinion. what should they do next? Luo Chang is also thinking about this problem. It should be a good thing for them to meet this tribal alliance. If these people believe in this prediction, then as long as they prove that Luo Chang is the leader in the prediction, then these people will probably directly under Luo Chang's command. The Han tribe's strength will be strengthened. The population of Baipai naturally has no reason, and there seems to be a place where this prediction myth can be used. Doesn't the prophecy say that Luo Chang is the god who leads all the tribes? Then Luo Chang simply admits it, so that for those who believe in the prophecy for tribes, resistance will be much smaller and more natural. And Luo Chang can also propagate the content of this prophecy, play with public opinion and build momentum, and earnestly as the son of destiny, come to the top of the trend, build the empire of the Han Empire, call the emperor the throne, and honor the destiny as the son of heaven. According to public opinion, Genda Bright, reasonably conquer more tribes. In this way, perhaps even if you don't have to fight, you don't have to use any conspiracy to quickly gather a group of nationals. Leaving aside this, with the current rapid development of the Han tribe, the population is now over 10,000, and 2 cities have been established. Those labor tribes in the new city will follow this trend for too long. Become a tribe of Han tribe. The number of people is increasing, and the Han tribe is still a tribe. After developing in this form of a tribe, there will be many problems. It is troublesome to manage alone, because there is no reasonable management system. Thousands of people's big things, then he has to live and die. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a country now. Establishing a systematic management system early is beneficial to the expansion of future territories and the increase in population. This matter didn't take advantage of the night, and now there is a chance. If you don't do it, you can't pass it. You made up your mind. Luo Chang then returned a letter to Yuno. The letter Luo Chang directly ordered him to transfer 2 people from the team, invited all the leadership of the tribal alliance, and brought the original slate paintings of the prophecy by the way. If they could contact other tribal alliances nearby who believed in the prophecy, then bring the leaders of those alliances over. It is said that the Destiny Son in the prophecy summoned them. Of course, the initial purpose of this trip cannot be abandoned halfway. 2 team members will be called back. Yuno will continue to scout the ogre's nest with the remaining 10 people. Just check it out to see if it is really like the prophecy. As stated, is the cannibal's nest in a crater? Is there really a lot of snow mountains in that place? The source of this big river, whether it is there, this time it just confirmed. The letter has been sent away by the giant eagle. It is expected that after a day or 2, they will receive Luo Chang's reply, and then wait for them to gather at the top level and bring the slate together. It should be the fastest thing after more than a month. At this time, Luo Chang also happened to poke the ideas for the next development and the preparations for nation building. The teaching building in Hanyang City is still under construction. The children are also playing their own games. The adults are also busy with the tasks they receive, and Luo Chang began to spare time to study the future development policy of the Great Han Empire. Regarding the administrative division after the founding of the People's Republic of China, this is a big problem. The earliest Zhou dynasty has made a ceiling system and made hundreds of princes and let them govern each other. Of course, this is not feasible. Only a centralized state can develop quickly. Only by making the whole country twisted into a rope to increase the cohesion of the people. Luo Chang naturally is no exception. The earliest to play centralization is that Qin Shi Huang is the first county system created by Qin dynasty before he caught all the rights of the country in the hands of the emperor. Modern, county and county systems have long been changed, and they have formed a model that is more in line with the development of modern society. That is, provinces, cities, districts, towns, and rural areas. However, Han tribes do not have that much population at all, so there is no need to divide. It is so thin, with a little less administrative level, and it is easier to manage. The smallest unit of the Han tribe is now the city. A city of 4,000 to 8,000 people can be set up as a master of the city. Such a population is placed in modern times, which is the size of a village. At most, it is the township level. For the Chinese tribe, it is already very big. Under the city, it is the village, and the next development of the Han tribe can choose the places suitable for large-scale cultivation of crops to build the city, that is, the township, with the city as the point and the points connected. Then establish villages between these towns. These villages will exist in the form of post stations. Through the villages, they will communicate with various towns and become supply areas on traffic. At the same time, they can also promote the development of the villages. However, there is a pioneering condition that is to protect the safety of the village. It is necessary to know that the village is not like a town, with tall city walls and the protection of the city's army, which can stop the attacks of enemies and beasts. There is no way to protect itself, so the security of the village depends on the town to maintain it. Luo Chang's vision is this. First of all, find a suitable place to build towns. This is equivalent to setting up points. After constructing at least 3 towns, these 3 points will be surrounded into one area, and the 3 towns will jointly clean up this area. Dangerous factors, such as possible hostile tribes, or powerful fierce beasts, clean up the range of carpet styles in this area, and then build a village in this area, so that at least the harm of the beast is eliminated. In fact, there are many benefits to doing this. It is very much like a strategic expansion of militarization. Taking the construction of the city as an example, it can actually be regarded as a bastion of the garrison. First, a fortress of this kind is built on a critical position. At the center of the enemy group, the fortress can still survive firmly. Then, from the point and the face, when there are more fortresses, there are 3 or more fortresses connected, so that a sphere of influence that can actually be controlled by the other party can be circled. To put it bluntly, the town can be used to draw points, connections, and enclosures on the map. After the enclosure, the line formed by the most peripheral town is equivalent to the border, also called the border line, the defense line. After circling a piece of land, several towns began to sweep into the territory, killing all the fierce beasts, tribes not under their jurisdiction, or collecting or degrading into slaves. After the territory within the line of defense is cleared, it is possible to send more people to the territory, build villages, expand the area of crops, and develop natural resources. At this time, the soldiers stationed in the inner towns are useless. They can leave some security police arms in these inland towns, or a small number of urban defense forces, and then most of the remaining troops are transferred away from the border line to form the border. The main responsibility of the army is to patrol the border, prevent all enemies from invading, and keep the danger that may occur outside the national gate. In addition to the deployment of border troops from the interior, it is also necessary to mobilize field and combat troops to continue to build cities outside the border, push the defense line all the way out, and gradually expand the land occupation area. After the site is large, it is not appropriate to use the town as the largest administrative unit. At this time, integration can begin. For example, 3 or 4 towns form a county, and 3 or 4 counties form a county, which is equivalent to the current city, and 3 or 4 counties form a state, which is equivalent to the current province, but this is all the latter. In the current state of the Han tribe, it is good to say that all the counties and counties are in vain. There are at most a few towns and mayors. At present, there are only 2 cities. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality has to go step by step. Summarized are 4 sentences. Do things down to earth, steadily and steadily develop, work hard to get rid of poverty and get rich, and trade in the country. The idea of nation building is sorted out. The next step is a long wait. Luo Chang is waiting for the construction of the new city, waiting for the manufacture of commodities in Hanyang City, waiting for Yunyi to bring those who are willing to go to their own alliance leaders, and those used to build the prophetic slate of the throne, which is the proof that he became the son of destiny. It's just a gimmick called himself emperor. The Han tribe is preparing for the upcoming empire in an orderly development, and on the distant southwestern island, the Xian tribe is also working hard for the cause of car construction. On the one hand, it prepares seeds and Han tribe in exchange for vehicle samples. On the one hand, strive to develop your own vehicle. It is worth mentioning that the internal structure of the Xian tribe has entered a semi-private model. Under the clear spring valley of the tribal headquarters, there are many small villages of 1,200 people, which are under the jurisdiction of the headquarters. It is a semi-private system because the food and vegetables they grow and the livestock they breed do not have to be turned in, and they are all distributed by themselves, but they do not have private farms and properties. The Xian tribe has not yet developed a model of private land. Although these people did not allocate fixed fields and real estate, whenever someone started a family, they would also build a new bamboo building on the periphery of the village, and the private occupation of land was not restricted. The reason is that there are still few people in vain. Although they already have nearly 30,000 people, compared with the area they occupy, there are still wasteland that wants to build new houses. Then find a place to build by themselves. Tribes will not build houses in unity. When ordinary people want to build a house, they will ask their neighbors in the same village to help, but the owner of the house must also pay some food as a reward, not a lot, but it is for sure to eat by the helpers during the building. It is to reclaim the livestock and metal farm tools that need to be cultivated in the vicinity of the existing farmland. In other words, the Xian tribe does not collect agricultural taxes, but the government monopolizes the livestock trade and metal smelting. People want to get meat, animal skin, and metal products, which can only be exchanged with food and government, but how much land do you occupy and how much food do you grow? No matter how many kinds of people can grow, the more food, the better the life, you can change more things. In addition, with regard to livestock, cattle and horses are controlled by the government. There are only cows and no horses in the folk. If you want cattle, you can exchange food, and if the people have their own calves, they must also hand them over to the government. Of course, the government will also give the corresponding compensation. In short, is right not to give you so many animals. Pigs and sheep can breed on their own, but animal skin should be turned in. This should be considered as a breeding tax. Then people have no clothes to wear, want animal skin, and exchange lambs or food with the government. People can allow the exchange of meat and food. For example, food is used for meat, but it is not allowed to exchange live animals. These systems can be said to be very problematic, but they are not yet a country. The huge tribes of the primitive era, the leadership can think of these ideas to control the people below, but it can also be seen from these systems that Xian tribe is a tribe that attaches great importance to business. Basically, the government's fiscal revenue is all obtained by foreign trade cattle and horses, and the metal they smelted themselves. At the northwestern end of Bamboo Island, in a village near the southwest coast, several elders of the Xian tribe are developing vehicles here. Not far away, there are women and children sitting on the open ground to work. There is a bamboo roll in front of them. There is a split bamboo tube in it. The woman holds a bamboo tube in one hand. Holding dry corn in one hand, rubs it on the bamboo festival inside the bamboo tube, and every time it is rubbed, it can rub a lot of corn kernels. The children next to them are also doing the same thing. It seems that this is their usual game, but today there is an exception. Many children have gone to see the elders developing wheels. If you want to make a car, the most critical part is the wheel. In this era, the production materials of the wheels are naturally made of wood. The metal is too heavy, the ceramic wheels are too hard, impatient to wear, and it is fragile. The wood is naturally the upper choice, but there is no bronze, no iron tools, and what to deal with wood is unrealistic. However, it is inevitable that a group of elders of the Xian tribe, as well as the captain of the car that had heard of the bull car, had developed two wheels in just a few days. One is a solid wood wheel made with the elders headed by a knife and axe. It is white. It is directly cut a wood chip on the log with a copper axe. A hole is drilled in the middle to insert the axis. It is simple, but there are also shortcomings. That is too heavy, and it is difficult to achieve the same size. In addition, such wheels also encountered the problem of luochong making wheels at the time. This large wood chip cut thickened and was too heavy, but it turned to be more stable. After all, the contact surface of the grabbed ground was larger, just like the running tires. If the cutting is thinner, the self-respect problem is solved, and the wheels become lighter, but the stability of the wheels becomes worse, and the walk is the same as the one luochong did at the time. And there is one of the biggest weaknesses of such solid wood wheels, that is, it cannot be done too much, because its biggest diameter is the diameter of the log, and the big tree with more than 1 meter has no way to dry it, even if it is spent with a copper axe for a few days. The time was cut, and it was impossible to transport or cut out a wood chipper wheel. Besides, even if they can really cut out a wood chip wheel with a diameter of 1 meter, the radius is only half a meter, which means that the height of the axis is half a meter, and the frame must be installed on the axis. It is conceivable how low the chassis of this car will be. It is simply not suitable for cattle and horses. However, this cannot stop their inventions and creations. Solid wood wheels cannot make big cars, but it is still okay to make small cars. Several elders have fully used their imagination, and finally used bamboo as a stent. The wood chips made the Xian tribe. The first unicycle. The unicycle was pushed away by two people. One person held two handles in front and pulled by the rope. The other person pushed forward in the back. Although this consumes 2 manpower, it saves a lot of effort compared to picking a flat burden. Why use 2 people is because they find it difficult to control the balance of the car if it puts a certain weight of cargo on the unicycle. What? Someone said to get 2 wheels? It's not that they don't understand the more stable truth of the 2 wheels, but they can't make 2 wooden wheels as large in diameter. The other is the wheels made with the captain of the merchant team. It looks very similar to the wheels of the Han tribe. In fact, it is just a look. The captain of the caravan has heard the specific details of the cows and naturally knows the structure of the wheels. The wheels are mainly composed of 3 parts. One is the core of the wheel, which is the place of the axis, and the other is the clock used to support it. 3 are the outer circle of the wheel. The squad leader first cut some thin bamboo, picked out the same thick spare, cut these thin bamboo poles into the same length, used as a clockwork to support the wheel, and then encountered trouble when making the wheel core. He cannot accurately make the wheel core of wood, and there is no suitable tool, but this is difficult for him. The team leader quickly came up with an idea to use mud to make the wheel core, which is the most complicated part of the wheel. It has to connect the clockwork and the axis at the same time, not only to open a hole in the axis at the horizontal direction, but also on the outer diameter. A lot of holes with hair insertion are added, so a complicated part. The captain simply pinched one with mud and then burned it into pottery parts. With the core of the ceramic system, it will be easier to handle next. The clockworks are ready-made. Just plug the thin bamboo pole in. In the last outer circle, the squad leader chooses a bamboo with thick outer walls. Pick the thick and suitable thick bamboo, and then don't split it. Bend it directly with fire, gradually bend it into a circle, then divide the position of the clot evenly, then drill holes in the bamboo pole with a copper cone, and finally connect the outer circle. Just fine. The wheels made in this way are exquisite, and you can do as much as you want, and you have a light self-respect. After all, except for a core made of clay, the remaining materials are all made of bamboo. However, although such a bamboo wheel meets the needs of making a large car, it also has shortcomings. First, it is not strong enough, that is, not strong enough. The big car made of bamboo wheels is okay to load some light things, but if the loading is too heavy, the wheels will deform and even crack. Even the pottery core can't help but vomit. The pottery parts are too crispy and the hardness is so high. If the car is loaded with heavy objects, it will be slightly bumped when traveling. The core made of clay is in danger of breaking, because pottery has no room for buffer. One more point is that the wheels are sliding, and the way is so good. Imagine that his bamboo wheel was made of whole bamboo, and the outer circle was just roasted with fire. But how smooth is the appearance of the bamboo, don't you know? The surface of the wheel is too smooth, which directly leads to poor grip, very little friction, and it is strange to walk without slipping. Although there are a lot of problems with these 2 wheels, it also solves the bachelor situation of the Xian tribe from scratch. It is a good start. At least they have accumulated experience in making wheels, and it will be easier to improve in the future. A group of people happily took the newly invented car to Qingquan Valley and wanted to invite credit in front of the leader to see if they could get any rewards. In the north of Hanyang City, a huge flying eagle with letters sent by Luo Chong to the field, and a small package of things, flying all the way to the preparation disease. It has a good direction, excellent vision, and the ground as a guide. It is impossible to lose by itself unless the tower is shot down. Soaring north all the way, it took 2 days for the giant eagle to finally see the tribal alliance that lived near the river branch. Just when the giant eagle arrived, the other giant eagle they carried also came back from a distance, and Kata the deer happened to meet his companions, and the 2 eagles immediately shouted and made trouble, turning several times in the air. This is the reluctant to bring things back to the ground. When the guy in Yuno saw Luo Chong's reply, he also told the contents of the letter to the leaders of the tribal alliance, and also surprised the old man. You said that your leader is the god-man of the unified clan on the slate? Is there any evidence? The old man of a tribe asked. There is a clan flag sent by our leader. Please see if the Chinese characters above are very similar to the totem idol on your slate. In addition, there is a crown and hairpin set worn by our leader. You see, this thing was invented by our leader, but he was the first person I have ever seen to wear this thing. There is also the most critical point. The mount of our leader is the same as the mural. It is a one-toothed elephant, and the battle between us and cannibals just ended. The surrounding tribes also joined our Han tribe. The content of these paintings is realized in our tribe. Yui is still digging for those people the same thing. This is brought by Luo Kong deliberately to the giant eagle. Otherwise, there is no real evidence. He is really afraid that if you don't move those people, it's impossible to tie nature. Not only because there are so many people, they can't do it. The most important thing is to get along with each other, but it's better not to conflict. In this way, the tribal alliance will be peacefully included. More than a dozen coalition leaders are surrounded. Most of them are elderly wise men or strong young and middle-aged people, but at this time all these people make an expression, that is shock. The bright red fabric flag, a box in the center is dyed yellow, and then a large Han word is written in black paint. The fitted words of this book look indeed the same as they painted. The totem idol is similar. And there is also a set of golden hairpins and hairpins, which are engraved with relatively complicated cut-off patterns, and there is also an identical Han on the front, all made of pure copper. To see the old and new degree, it was obviously done a long time ago, and it was never just 2 days ago to fool them. This is what the god wears? And this totem, what is this totem called? Is it the totem that God brought? Among the onlookers, an age looks very large. In fact, it should be said that the old man in his 40 years old, tremblingly stroking the flag and the copper crown. You said that dozens of tribes have joined your tribe recently. Do they live together? There must be a lot of people, so many people live together. What do they eat? The old man again asked. Although these people say they believe in the content of the prophecy, it is better to say that it is a beautiful wish, because they themselves also think that it is difficult to achieve the content of the rock painting, but now when someone really makes it, they have more in their hearts. Unbelief, there is shock and a hint of excitement. Is a good day coming? Has the tribe that can lead the tribes to live together? Ladies and gentlemen, what I told you just now is true. This hair crown and hairpin were invented by our leader, and the totem you said. Our leader taught us the name is called Chinese characters. The Chinese characters are not the only ones. The chief has taught us many Chinese characters. The Chinese characters are a symbol that can represent anything. It is very magical, and it is also created by our leader. In addition, what you said about the people who joined our tribe, how they gathered together to survive is more complicated, because everyone has a lot of food sources, not only to raise livestock, but also to grow food, or to go fishing. All are sources of food. Our leader means inviting everyone to take a look. Let everyone confirm that the Han tribe has the ability to lead the tribes, the ability to make everyone live a safe life, eat their stomachs, and will become more and more powerful. In addition, he also said that if you want to bring those slabs, you will be able to confirm his identity, and if you have the opportunity, you can also contact the surrounding tribal alliances and invite their leaders and elders to visit the Han tribe together. Yuno heard these questions and said in Luo Chang's reply that he hopes to take them back successfully, and the more people he takes back, the better. If they can reach the nearby tribal alliance, that is definitely a great job. This little brother, what you just said, is it really your leader who told you to say that? How did he tell you? I think you always hold that animal skin. Can't the animal skin be heard? Your leader is really a god? A middle-aged male leader who looked quite burly in the crowd questioned. Ha 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 ha, of course, our leader is not fake. Although this animal skin cannot transmit sound, it is full of Chinese characters created by the leader. I told you just now that the Chinese characters created by the leader can represent anything. Naturally, it can be used to convey the news. If the leader does not believe, he will take this animal skin to see. When Yano said it, he handed over the animal skin that Luo Chang wrote back. A group of old and young people gathered around when they looked at the animal skin from left to right. The square of Chinese characters in a row was all surprising. At first glance, these words are all one look, but when you look closely, you will find that they are all different, but there are many of the same parts. Such a sophisticated and complicated set of language symbols looks like it can be created by mortals. After a letter of Chinese characters, these people finally believe in Luo Chang's extraordinary, whether he is the legendary man who can lead the tribes. At least I don't suffer at first sight, so a group of high-level officials have agreed to go to Hanyang City immediately to meet the world. A strong man headed by him paid great attention to this visit and urged the clan to prepare things when he was busy. However, When he saw that only arranged for 2 soldiers to lead them, he was not prepared to go together. He was confused immediately, so he went to to ask why. Oh, this matter was specifically explained by our leaders. The main task of more than a dozen of us this time is to find the old nest of the cannibals. Although I have heard from you that it is on a snowy mountain, I still don't know where the specific location is. Although our Han tribe is not afraid of the harassment of cannibals, they are always in trouble. The leader wants to solve the problem of cannibals completely, so we must find an accurate way out this time to prepare for future large counterattacks. Yui explained to the strong man. Oh, are your leaders really sure to win those cannibals? The number of them is very small. Haha, what's the matter? They are more and more of us. Under the leadership of the leader, there will definitely be more and more people in our Han tribe. Besides, although we are not as good as them, but our weapons are not comparable to them. I believe in our leader and our Han tribe, we must be able to win. Said very confidently. The little brothers are timid. Since you still have to go north to find the place of residence of the cannibals, I can provide you with some help. There are people in our tribe who have been captured by them, but after trying to escape halfway, I know some way. If you need it, I can find some people to lead you. The strong man admired the courage of Yui, but he took the initiative to come up with ideas that can help lead the way. Oh, really, that's really great. If you can help you can really let us go a little less wrong and complete the task of the leader's account as soon as possible. I'll thank you here first. Said with great surprise. What's the matter? You all have the courage to go to the cannibals to fight, don't we dare to take away, ha 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 ha, the heroic laughter. On the next day, the 12-member team in was also divided into groups. 2 people led the delegation of this tribal alliance back to the tribe. One of them was a tribe of the former eagle tribe who was responsible for keeping in touch with the Azuka eagle they raise. The other is people who are good at using the compass, so that they can lead the way. However, I heard that they have to go around other places to find another tribal alliance living in the highland plains. Although the people of that alliance are not good at breeding, group hunting is very skilled, and it is also believed in stone tablets. One of the tribal alliances of prophecy, which is also a relatively close alliance, it is inconvenient to contact others too far away. Ono's 10-member squad also received 3 indigenous guides. Now it's more than one more person than it was when he found the enemy's old nest. Another few days have passed, and the second season of rice on the side of Hanyang City has also reached the time of transplanting. The seedlings have been 1 foot tall, and the progress of building the teaching building has slowed down. Only a few workers watch the slaves every day. Other people have gone to the farm to transplant. The children in the square also found their favorite games. The boys played football, threw sandbags, the girls jumped the rope, and played 5 chess. The simplest game of chess has spread. After starting work every day, every household has finished eating early. Luo Chong will also play a few games of chess on the roadside, and small butterfly at the door of the house can attract a lot of children and adults to watch. Luo Chong was still using wooden board at the beginning, but because of the trouble of making, it was not conducive to promotion. Luo Chong quickly came up with a simpler game method. He directly used the chalk that teaches students to practice words to draw a simple board on the ground. Then he played Wuzi chess in the most low way with a small broken branch with a small stone. After the clan saw it for a few days, they also began to follow suit. Looking at the children gathered around the roadside, Luo Chong is very pleased to allow the children to eat, wear, and live happily. This should be what all adults are willing to see, but Luo Chong naturally cannot play with these children every day. He will continue to work hard for the development of the tribe. Of course, as long as you work hard, there will be gains. Luo Chong's efforts during this time will naturally have results. The 5 seeds he planted in his home have sprouted. This is definitely great news. The 2 soybeans have exposed the tender green seedlings, and the 3 corns have also grown small seedlings in the shape of the trumpet. The next step is to quickly pull up. It takes only 3 months to grow corn in summer. It will mature, about 10 days shorter than the existing rice of the Han tribe, and it is definitely one of the very promising staple foods. There is also a crop that is longer than the growth cycle of corn and rice, that is wheat. Luo Chong is a wheat grown from spring and rice this year. At this time, 5 months have passed, and the second season of rice has begun to transplant. And those wheat are just mature. During the spring cultivation this year, Luo Chang selected the wheat field in the newly reclaimed planting area on the east bank. A total of 5 acres of land were planted, and the 5 acres of land were not close to each other. The line spacing and density of the planting were also different. For comparison, it is easy to find the most appropriate planting density. In addition, Luo Chang was surprised that there was not only one variety in the wheat of these 5 acres, but 3 appeared. I don't know whether the seeds were more complicated, or whether there was a genetic mutation because of the change of place. One of them looks similar to the original seed brought by the lurk. The golden earthen has a long wheat manhole. Each one has the length of a half finger. If the whole wheat ear is counted as a wheat mango, the diameter it must be around 8 centimeters. In short, the wheat man is particularly long. In the other 2 types, the length of the wheat mang is relatively short. One type of wheat maneuver is less than 2 centimeters long, and the other is not long. It only has bare ears. However, since different varieties have emerged, of course, mixed cultivation cannot continue in the future, so Luo Chang began to choose the next batch of wheat alone. If you want high yield, you can't cut the sickle silly, but use scissors to cut it. This is a fine job. You have to choose the single strain with the most ears. The strongest wheat growing is the mother. The offspring can be as good as their mother-in-law, unless the father and mother are all plastic surgery. Select the best longest wheat for retention, and the rest can be harvested quickly, but it is still necessary to separate the 3 species, because Luo Chang also has to do a small experiment to see these 3 there is wheat or barley in the wheat, which is the green barley. Luo Chang in the previous life has seen wheat fields, but it has only been seen. If you want him to distinguish between large and small wheat, he really can't recognize it. He used to only know from textbooks that barley is not easy to ferment, so it is generally used to make dead food. Or, it is used by herdsmen in the snow area to make crispy tea, and wheat is easy to ferment, so it is often used for fermented food. It's also easy to distinguish between barley and wheat. It's easy to grind all 3 varieties into flour and ferment them separately. Then put them together to compare and know that I don't know. I'm stupid. After Luo Chang personally selected the excellent seeds, the rest let the clan directly reduce the wheat ears with scissors, and then put the 3 kinds of wheat apart, and after all the harvest, then use the remaining straw with a sickle cut it down, and then Luo Chang told them to renovate the 5 acres of land as vegetable land. He is picking the ground from the vegetable field to grow the next batch of wheat. It is best not to connect crops on a piece of land. This common sense Luo Chang still knows that rice fields have been planted in the past, and that is no way, because the Han tribe currently has only one food seed, which can only be compensated by adding more fertilizer. Loss of land fertility. The newly harvested wheat was flattened into the square to dry it, and then the wheat ears were crushed with a trolley to remove them. After all the threshing was taken off, the shovel was used to lift it up, and the wheat was thrown into the air. The wheat skin that has been detached will be blown away by the wind because it is lighter, and the heavier strain will fall to the ground. This most primitive method was used to complete the threshing of wheat, and then it was drying. It's best to repeatedly dry the wheat for a few days to make the seeds completely dry. One is to reduce the water content and facilitate storage. The province is moldy in the warehouse. It is also to familiarize the seeds that are not ripe and dry the wheat. There is an important thing to think about, that is, to find some children to look at the wheat. Don't let the bird come over and steal. In this way, after 3 days of repeated exposure, the 3 wheat particles were also dry. Now in the summer season, the weather is very hot. There has been no rain these days, so the food is dry very fast. All preparations have been completed, and it is time to start experimenting to distinguish between barley and wheat. Luo Chang asked people to take 3 pounds of each wheat and mark it specifically, and then sent it to the mill in turn to mill flour. Although the Han tribe currently does not have a mill dedicated to wheat grinding, it has previously built an oil mill with windmills. When the oil mill squeezes oil, it is also necessary to grind the raw materials into powder and then put them in a large pot. It can be used to squeeze oil, but it is naturally no problem to grind the wheat for a while. The 3 kinds of wheat were handed over to the oil mill for flour, and Luo Chang was prepared to ferment flour. The yeast powder is naturally not available, but the world's first hair fabric cannot be made of yeast powder. There are 2 ways to say the origin of the fabric. The first legend was that around 2600 BC, there was an Egyptian slave who made scones for the owner with honey water and powder. One night, He fell asleep before the cake was baked, and the stove went out. At night, the noodles began to ferment and became swollen. When the slave woke up, the noodles were twice as big as last night. He thought that no one would know that he was lazy, and he fell asleep before he finished his work. In this way, the world's first facial pie was baked. The slave thought that there would be something unexpected about this broken pastry. The result was indeed abnormal. This facial pie was roasted loose and soft, and it was actually very delicious. It is much looser than the usual scones made with dead noodles, and it is relatively large. With the same flour weight, the food made into the hair surface can increase the volume of the noodle group several times, so slowly, the food made of this toast dough has also become popular, and finally someone has taken a name called bread. As for why the dough is fermented, maybe the flour, water, or honey in the noodles are exposed to wild yeast or bacteria in the air. When they pass a period of warmth, the yeast grows and spreads throughout the noodles. Of course, this natural fermentation is also a prerequisite. It is impossible to be fermented by bacteria if you put a dough there. There is a very important factor in it, that is to add honey, and of course it can be something else, as long as it is sweet, because flour fermentation requires sugar. If the dough is not sugar added, it will only grow hair and become rancid in a warm place, and will not produce gas expansion at all. The origin of the second kind of hair is in China. The Three Kingdoms acting records that Zhuge captured Meng. After calming the Nanban, he was blocked by war and death. Zhuge's bright face was so anxious about this scene that he had to worship the river god, ask God to bless and punish the demon, bless the creatures. Zhuge Liang could not bear to sacrifice with human heads, and invent buns as substitutes. The true and false nature of this story is unknown, and the three-nation acting was originally a novel. In addition, there was no mention of the hair-making process in the text, only Zhuge Liang made buns. Oh, yes, the buns at that time were actually buns, which are stuffed with meat. Two sources, two stories, but Luo Chong needs only a spoonful of sugar. At the market last fall, Luo Chong once acquired wild honey from other tribes, but that thing was already divided. Clean. When I first got it, I was rewarded by Luo Chong to those who had merit in the Han tribe, or someone who works harder. But it doesn't matter. There is another source of natural sugar. That's the pierced cannibal tree in the back valley of the north of Sanyang City. There is natural syrup in the root tumor of the cannibal tree. It is the bait for the prey to cast its own net, but in Luo Chong's view, it is just a sugar jar in its backyard. When Luo Chong specially sent someone to Hushan to pick up the syrup root tumor, the flour milled by the oil workshop was also made. The person who sent the flour back was Zayadai, and she was directly taken to Luo Chong's house. Husband, why should this wheat be ground into powder? Can't it be cooked like rice? And it must be ground into powder. It feels so troublesome, and it is very slow, 1.5 months slower than rice. Why do we want to plant this kind of food? The little butterfly put the 3 pots of flour on the table in the main house, and asked Luo Qin in a puzzle. You don't understand this. The biggest advantage of wheat is that it uses less water and cannot be planted in water fields. Although it is longer, it can be planted in places with less water. This alone is worth our effort. Promote. Luo Chong started to work hard while talking, and set up 3 pots with different Chinese characters in sequence, and then began to add water and noodles. The little butterfly was on the side to help, nodding from time to time, and listening carefully. Luo Chong said those truths. In addition to being able to grow on dry land, it is relatively slow, but it is particularly delicious, especially when it is ground into flour. It can become countless kinds of food, unlike rice, which can only be cooked or used. Steamed rice. Luo rushed to the dough to continue. Really, you always say that wheat is very delicious and can do so many good things. After that, you have to teach me to do it, and I will cook it for you every day. Zayadai helped Luo finish the water, and also picked up another pot and Luo Chong to learn and face next to it. Rest assured, as long as this time is successful, we will start planting large areas of wheat, so that by this winter, we can eat what we make every day. Luo Chong rubbed the dough while mixing the syrup of the cannibal tree, and then slowly rubbed the syrup to make it fully penetrate to every position of the dough, and waited for all 3 dough to be mixed with syrup. Then we will prepare a warm place to ferment. It is now midsummer, and the natural temperature on the outside world is more than 30 degrees, and the temperature is balanced. The dough fermentation takes only a few hours, and it can be delivered in at most half a day, so it is no problem to rely on natural temperature. However, for the sake of insurance, Luo Chang also deliberately covered all 3 pots with animal skins, which can avoid direct sun exposure, cause the dough to dry and harden, and add some additional temperature to the 3 pots. Waiting is boring and long. Luo Chang can't be sure whether there is really wheat in it. If it's all barley, I'm afraid it's not possible to eat dead noodles in the future, and I don't know if the barley can make noodles. If you can make noodles, it's a good choice. Thinking of the countless noodles invented by the big cannibal people, Luo Chang couldn't help drooling. Haha, even without wheat, this wave is not a loss. It is good to eat the above strips every day in the future. The syrup dough was put from morning to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chang finally walked over and opened the animal skin to observe the fermentation of the dough inside. This is similar to the scene of buying a scratching lottery, which really makes Luo Chang nervous. The barley? Or wheat? No matter, scratch, open it and see. The first pot was opened, but I saw that there was less than 3 pounds of flour in it. Now it has expanded to 2 or 3 times the size, and on the surface of the circular dough, it is not difficult to find a layer for exhausting. The small hole, which is the gas channel generated when the carbon dioxide produced by the fermentation of the drain is discharged outward. This dough was fermented very successfully. Luo Chang looked at the mark made on the pot below very excitedly and found that this is the one in the 3 wheat that is not long or short. The original one is wheat? Luo Chang is finally figured out now. There is a second one. When the first one was identified as wheat, Luo Congredon had a bottom. The next 2, whether it is wheat or not, have no impact on the overall situation. Now the Han tribe it only needs to start large-scale promotion of wheat cultivation. After the second pot was opened, the dough inside was not the hair surface, and it didn't increase the volume at all, or it might really expand a bit, but it was very obvious. Luo Kong deliberately looked at the mark on the basin. It is the longest wheat that Maimang grows. It seems that this kind is definitely the green barley. 3 kinds of wheat, a barley, a wheat. What would the remaining bald man without wheat be? Luo Chang's curiosity suddenly skyrocketed. Wow! The animal skin on the 3rd basin was opened, and a fermented dough like wheat appeared immediately in front of me. This dough is also fermented very well. At the same time, it has at least twice as much expansion, but it is not the same as the first. Many differences, but after all, these 2 varieties, although they are all wheat, can be fermented, but in the end there will be different places. This difference, when Luo Chang rubbed the dough for the second time, he discovered the problem. Although both wheat can be fermented, one is loose and the other is relatively tight. If according to the jargon of the flour industry, it is one with high gluten flour and one with low gluten flour. As the name implies, the gluten flour is that the dough produced is elastic, ribs, and chewy. It is best used to make dumplings, ravioli, or noodles and other foods, while the low spot flour is just the opposite. The food made with this flour is generally relatively soft and very suitable for making soft pastries, such as cakes or bread. Of course, it's not only foreigners who use low spot flour, and our super cannibals are also very good at making pastries with low spot flour, such as Luo Chang's favorite chicken cake and date cake. That is Luo Chang's 2 favorite pastry points. However, as far as the matter is concerned, if it is necessary to say which flour is more suitable for large-scale cultivation, Luo Chang still feels that the tendon flour is more worth promoting, because the food that the tendon flour can make is more extensive, whether it is dumplings or steamed bun pancakes. High spot flour can adapt, and low spot flour is prone to break when making noodles and dumpling skins, or problems that cannot be bonded. After a little analysis, Luo Chang made a decision immediately. This year, we must plant another season of wheat, and we must focus on crock wheat to expand the scale of wheat cultivation as soon as possible. This is also very important for the food cultivation problem on the side of the new city. Important. The land on the side of the new city is vast, with hundreds of thousands of acres of flat land, not closer to the big river, and you can find a way to open the water field near the river. Then you have to grow wheat farther away from the river. As long as there is sufficient rain guarantee, wheat can get a bumper harvest. After all, wheat doesn't need much water. 3 varieties of wheat were identified, and a planting plan for the second half of this year was also drawn up. Luo Chang started to deal with the hair dough in front of him. Although it was used for experiments, it was always impossible to complete the experiment. Throw it directly. Luo Chang directly mixed the 2 hair squares of high and low tendons together and rubbed a lot of small doses, and directly flattened the burrito with his hands. The rolling pin is not available, and steamed buns are also impossible. There is no preparation at all. There is no cage drawer in the entire Seoul, steamed a woolen bun. And even if it is a pancake, there is no suitable tool. Luo Chang can only replace it with an iron pot for the time being. The following is burning, and there is nothing in the iron pan. Just put a little vegetable oil on it, and then put the flattened hair cake. It can't be eaten until both sides are fully cooked. The method of making cakes is very similar to that of tortillas, but there is no way. He can only cook with iron pots now, but these are not important. No matter what method, as long as the food can be cooked. For the barley dough where the fermentation failed, Luo Chang ravaged it, and finally went to the carpentry group to find a short stick left by the weapon rod as a rolling pin, and came back to get it on his own table. Hand rolling noodles. This thing is actually very simple, that is, after rubbing the dough into a very thin large noodle, and then folding the noodles, and cutting it into thin strips with a knife. Now it is a temporary deal. If the future large-scale wheat harvest is over, Luo Chang can even think about pulling the noodles. It's actually very good to make ramen. It's easy and convenient. As long as you prepare ramen in advance, making noodles is only a minute. The ramen is actually very good, but these are not important. It's important whether people like it. Xiaodai went with Luo Chang's method of burritos. After she was branded, Luo Chang worried that the two would not finish eating because of too many flourists, so he let the little butterfly move these pancakes to the street outside. If you meet the neighbors around you, or the children who run around after eating, send them a pancake for them to taste, and ask them how they felt about eating pasta for the first time. The result was only a moment of effort, and the news spread throughout the city like a long foot. Go away, I heard that the leader is making food with the kind of food called wheat. It seems that the hair pancakes are not large in number, and they are super delicious. If you go late, you will be gone. When the clan yelled to Luo Chang's door, they wanted to get a food made of wheat, but the number was very limited. There were more than 500 households in Hanyang City, and the total number of faces was 6 pounds. Even Luo Chang made a small cake, but it was not enough for so many people. Fortunately, there is also a noodle made by the barley dough. In order to facilitate the distribution to everyone, and to make the noodles taste more, Luo Chang did not make simple boiled noodles, but made a large pot of egg scrambled noodles. Those who do not have pancakes have a chance to taste it. Wow, is this food made of wheat? How does that wheat grain like rice make it like this? It looks delicious. A clan said with surprise that chopsticks provoked several noodles. Hey, you don't know about it, but I heard that this wheat must be grinded into powder before it can be eaten. After grinding flour and water, it can be made like a brick with a mud. Various shapes. The other tribe standing next to him said, No, not what you said. I just heard the leader say that this wheat can also be cooked directly, and can be mixed with rice to cook porridge, but it cannot be used for wheat cooking, so milling flouring is to get more food. The other half-boy explained to them. I said whether you eat it or not, there are so many people waiting behind it. The noodles are cold for a while, and our children have not eaten it yet. Just as the previous few people talked about the noodles, a woman who pulled the children in the queue stopped. The children listened to the noodles that the adults said so delicious, and they couldn't help but start making trouble. The first few people were quarreled by the fierce woman, and then ran aside, and then continued to study the benefits of pasta, and the woman behind was even busy holding the child to receive the share of her own home. Luo Chang was very happy to stand at the door of his house and watch all this. The promotion of facelifting pancakes and noodles is undoubtedly very successful. People are very interested in new foods such as flour, or they are interested in any food. But wheat is different. This is the second food crop suitable for staple food since the Han tribe planted its own rice, and it is not as water-consuming as rice. Although the growth period is 1 month longer than rice, it is still a very potential food species. It is no exaggeration to say that with wheat, the Han tribe's food will become more, and if it can be done with rice wheels, the output of these two types of food will also be greatly increased. If there is more food, life will naturally get better and better. Who will not like it if they are no longer hungry, and people of all ethnic groups can look forward to a better life in the future from wheat, but what they don't know is that they are fighting for wheat flour. At the time of the report, Luo Cheng had already begun to breed for 2 other new foods. But there is another unpredictable thing, that is, someone has sent the corn and soybeans he wants to the door, and also sent some other good things. This is to make Luo Cheng unexpectedly. Otherwise, he will not grow corn and soybeans in his yard. The nature of the grain delivery is the Xian tribe at the northwestern end of Bamboo Island. Although they have now made a 2-person minivan and a tall animal car with bamboo as the raw material, it is only a large toy model at best. Because their cows are made of bamboo, whether they are wheels or axes, hehe, it's a joke. Just an empty bamboo tube wants to support the load of the entire vehicle. I'm afraid it's not a little 2 or 3. People can crush the car. However, it is precisely because of these problems that the Xian tribe attaches more importance to the proposal made by the captain of the caravan, that is, the plan to exchange food seeds and Han tribes for vehicle samples, or directly for vehicle manufacturing technology. The elder businessman knew that this was a good opportunity to make great achievements, and naturally he didn't dare to neglect it. He deliberately retrieved the new food he had just harvested from the official warehouse of the Xian tribe, and then let people choose the better quality as a seed for the Han tribe. Trading. As for whether the Xian tribe will lose, this is not at all within the consideration of business elders. His purpose is to exchange a bull cart with the Han tribe. As for how much it will cost, does this have anything to do with himself? Anyway, it is a tribal public thing, and he has no half-a-dime relationship. On the contrary, if he does this, he can get a large number of rewards from the leader. Don't dare to say, but there must be no shortage of cattle and sheep. With cattle and sheep, his own family can live better, able to grow more fields and raise more livestock. People began to have selfish desires, and began to think for themselves. This is the drawback that occurred after a period of time when private ownership was implemented. This is simply inevitable. No matter which dynasty, human development always has to happen. In fact, Luo Cheng still sees this kind of selfish desires very well, whether it is desire or laziness. In fact, changing a way of thinking is also an incentive for human progress. Of course, it depends on the desire and laziness. For example, because human beings are lazy, they have invented various tools for laziness, which has increased the level of human technology in disguise. And desire is simpler, and there is no motivation for desire. For example, when a high school monk has the desire to go to Tsinghua Baida, then he will work hard for this goal, and he will progress because of this desire. In general, people have their own desires and are not afraid, but they must be directed in the right direction so that people can be motivated to accomplish their goals. To return to the truth, the time soon came to a new month, and the merchants of the Xian tribe took advantage of the moon landing tide of the circle and once again came to the grassland continent from the dark road in the sea. There are a lot of people coming here, there are 120 people, and there are 300 cattle and horses. Generally, there will not be so many people. But this time, the leader of Xian deliberately sent a business elder to lead the team. The order of the leader, the elders naturally dare not disobey, but within his own scope of authority, he still arranged a lot of people to protect himself, and the additional horses, in addition to the goods used to carry the usual transactions with the prairie. In addition, the materials prepared for the Han tribe to change cars also have life supplies during the entire team's outing. The sum of these things together makes the entire team look huge. This is the first time that the Xian tribe has dispatched so many people's business teams. At the same time, their goal is to go further and go to the areas where the Han tribe often operates. Find. The captain who had been here last time said that it was because the Han tribe acquired wool from the nomads, so they will definitely go to those tribes to sell them wool cloth next time. After writing for so long, I also learned a book for those big guys, Nightmare Erosion, the native fantasy novel. Unlike my historical text in a fantasy coat, this book has better results than I have more. 30,000 plus collections. The protagonist's golden finger can eat all extraordinary power. 233. Invincible. Well written. The following is an introduction to this book. With a semi-finished game, Ron crossed. With golden fingers that can turn all extraordinary power into food, walking in this world full of evil spirits, when ancient nightmares are coming, endless darkness once again envelops the earth, where should he go? This world should always be a bit hopeful, maybe those gods, maybe me? The Xian tribe has already set off towards the grassland. It will take more than a month for them to go to the target location, and they will sell things while walking. The speed will definitely not be so fast. On the side of the Han tribe, the looming business team also embarked on a journey in Luo Chang's will. This time the Han tribe's business team and the Xian tribe are more exaggerated than they are. Under Luo Chang's order, the grassland savages who joined the Han tribe this time were the main leaders, and the 2 general cavalry flags just formed totaled 76 people. These people can be said to be the absolute elite power of the Han tribe. Each of them is a 3-horse battle, and there is a set of armor that can cover 98% of the body, including the war horse. Although the armor is a cowhide, but the main weapon used by the enemy is still a good defense, such as the imaginary bamboo bow and arrow in the enemy's hand. The new generation of cavalry armor is designed in the direction of heavy cavalry. Because the Han tribe does not have enough time to mass-produce anti-composing bows for riding, there is no way to engage in the combat style of cavalry hunting, but it does not matter. Light cavalry can't do it. Let's focus on cavalry directly. The 2 newly formed cavalry flags are the real heavy cavalry. Whether it is the weapons they equip or the mode of training, they have only one way to fight, that is, to kill. There are many heavy cavalry weapons. Each person is equipped with a socket bayonet. In fact, it is a thinner and longer gun head. The blade length and the casing behind it can reach 50 centimeters, but they are not equipped with a gun. Most of the weapons are one-off. When you really hit the enemy, it is difficult to have the opportunity to take the gun back. So Luo Chang simply only gave them a gun head, and the gun was found by themselves, either seized or a sapling they found. In addition to this one-time riding gun, there is also a powerful main weapon that was previously intended to be equipped, but there is no time for mass production of royal knives. The blades of these modes of the Yulin army are 1.25 m, and the handle is 40 centimeters long. There is also an iron ring at the end, which is almost as tall as one person. Although the blade as a whole is straight, there is also an obvious upper arc in the first half, which is convenient for the knife holder to exert force. This is the main weapon that Luo rushed to the heavy cavalry. During the battle, all the people were ragged. After a wave of rifle was sprinted, after the enemy's formation was disbanded, the horsehead was turned, and the systemic machete was rushed into the enemy line again. As long as you run a few times like this, basically no living person will exist, because the knife is long enough and the speed is fast again, so there is no need to swing at all, just hold the long knife and rush over to close the head like a harvester. The armor of the heavy cavalry is still the armor made of black paint, but unlike before, this time they were given a longer arm. The cowhide cylinder of the small arm can be covered from the back of the hand to the elbow, while the upper body also adds shoulder protection, and the large armor of the light Asian type can cover from the shoulder position to the elbow. This covers all parts of the entire upper body except the palm. The same is true for the lower body. The short boots of the cowhide could have been regarded as nails, and the legs from the ankle to the knee have been added to the calf. The armor skirt pendulum connected to the upper body also hangs directly to the ankle. When the cavalry is sitting on the horse, the lenient skirt pendulum can definitely protect the 2 legs. In addition to these, the new heavy cavalry helmet has also been changed, from the original cowhide sewing and bronze protection, to the current way of using gold thin vines to prepare the helmet skeleton, and then covering the cowhide. 1 + 1 = 2. There is also a major innovation, that is, the original bronze protection has become a hook, which is used to hook the bronze mask. Every mistake, Luo Chang equipped these heavy cavalry with metal masks, armed the most dangerous faces, and in addition to the masks, the lower edge of the helmet also added a circle of cowhide armor, like a skirt swing, and the neck, throat, shoulders are all covered. Although it is not metal armor, it is enough to use it now. The most common weapon of nomadic people on the grassland is bows and arrows. As for knives, it is impossible. Is it possible to have 1 or 2 stone axes, spears? Not even more. Even if there is, they can't use it. To be precise, they can only ride a horse to shoot arrows before obtaining the equipment of the stirrup. If you stab someone with a gun, you can imagine the scene. The 2 quickly sprinted each other, and the average sprint speed was at a speed of more than 70 km per hour. Then the speed of the hedge may reach 150 km per hour, faster than the speed limit of the highway. At such an extreme high speed, a fighter without stirrups hits the enemy with a long rifle, so what will he end? He would be pushed together by the power of hedging because he had no stirrup and could not control his body, and then died tragically under the hoofs of the battlefield. So before the invention of the stirrup, what rides and hacks are just jokes. Even the riding shoots they often play, because there is no such thing as a stirrup, the size of the power is limited, and the stirrup is definitely better than the absence of stirrup. Can pull a heavier bow. The Han tribe now does not have a short bow and arrow suitable for cavalry, so the heavy cavalry that develops must rush into the enemy's arrow and kill it. This is also the correct use of heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry of these two flags can be counted as the trump card killer for this time, but there are not many people who have taken it with me. The 40 veterans who followed him out this time will still follow. In terms of cargo, there are 8 four-wheeled high-ranking trucks pulled by Shuang Niu to continue to purchase wool. It is estimated that it was the last time this year. In addition to these 8 large cars, there are 40 single-horse double-wheeled minivans, each of which is moved by a horse, and also equipped with a driver. This is a carriage that is going to be sold to those grassland nomadic tribes. They are not themselves the proposed carriage. That happens, Luo Chang directly made a batch of abbreviated versions to sell to them, and also sold a high price. A 2-wheeled big cricket must be replaced with 2 cows and 4 horses. The cow needs 1 male and 1 female, and the horse needs a young horse. Don't think that the Han tribe over 4 years old is just like this. The 2-wheeled carriage is really just a car, a horse pulling a car, and a car driver. The Han tribe is absolutely not for sale. Of course, although these carriages were pulled out for sale, they were not easy to empty the carriage directly. A lot of goods were also pulled on the 40 carriages. The newly woven 2-meter wide woolen cloth, a roll of 50 meters, just the cloth is full of more than 400 volumes, and the inventory produced on these days is directly emptied. These more than 400 volumes of original woolen cloth are all produced by the Han tribe in the coming month. They are all tightened and not dyed. Not only because of labor costs, but also in time, it is not allowed. It is not necessary to make it so delicate, and it is keen to exchange the most benefits in the shortest time. However, as a source of first-hand goods, the Han tribe also made a lot of profits from the middle. The Han tribe acquired the wool of an adult sheep. On average, each sheep had almost 8 kilograms of wool. After processing, it could produce a width of 2 meters. A piece of cloth 10 meters long. In other words, 16 pounds of wool produces 20 square meters of wool. This kind of wool is very thin. The weight of 1 square meter is less than 500 grams. It is very suitable for the clothes of the 3 seasons of spring, summer, and autumn. The main product, after all, those nomadic tribes still have to wear animal skins in winter. Even the thick cloth can't be sold. There is a saying that the market determines the product, and it is appropriate to put it here. And this kind of wool and cloth, the price of the Han tribe are outrageously different. The price given by Luo Chang is a cloth 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. It must be exchanged with 2 sheep's wool, or a wool. The parchment is replaced by a 4-meter woolen cloth. It can also be a lamb, a male and a large and small. This price is very high. From the perspective of wool and wool, it is 10 times worse. After 1/5 of the wool of a sheep is processed by the Han tribe, the wool of 2 sheep can be changed. Can produce 20 meters of wool, then change back the wool of 10 sheep, and produce 100 meters of wool. This is the advantage brought by technology. Commercial forms of wealth plunder. According to this price difference, in the long run, everyone in the Han tribe can cover the wool quilt. Luo Chang's plan to replace cotton with wool will not be an empty talk. It is very possible to achieve it. In terms of the more than 400 cubes produced now, only 1/5 of the raw materials are used. 4/5 of the remaining are earned by the Han tribe. As long as the Han tribe is given some time, these wools can become the clothes of the clan, the bed is covered with a list, and the quilts covered by the body can gradually say goodbye to the difficulty of relying on animal skin for winter in winter. And these are just the benefits of changing wool. What if they are used to change sheepskin and live sheep? If you change a sheep according to 6-meter cloth, an ordinary female weaver of the Han tribe can weave 10-meter cloth per day using a shuttle loom, which is equivalent to earning a half-live sheep in a day. This is more than hunting. The key is safety and stability. Where to find such a good thing? In the past, the Han tribe expanded its influence through bazaars, and now it recruits labor through bazaars to expand its population. Today's foreign trade is to make the Han tribe rich. This is the biggest advancement for the people to improve their living standards. That is, Luo Chong said, the national policy of trade and prosperity. Nearly 300 horses, more than a dozen pulling cows, 48 vehicles, 76 elite heavy cavalry, members of the 80-person business team, full of iron pots and iron spoons, iron scissors, various ceramic containers, wooden buckets, the original wool cloth, pure and flawless white salt. This is the merchant team that the Han tribe carried the goods and personnel. They will go south all the way from the east bank of the river, first trade a wave with the tribes in the mountains along the way, then go out of the canyon and enter the vast grassland to reach the terminal of this transaction. However, Luo Chong made a request to the Lush this time: let them explore the south as much as possible, find the tribal business team with bamboo, try to contact the other party, and then drive them out of a certain range through negotiations. The Han tribe has enough space for activities, otherwise I will see it once and dare to grab business with the Han tribe. That's nothing to say. Wandering and keeping Luo Chong's words in mind, being able to go out and live a day of bohemianism and freedom, can also bring a lot of benefits to the tribe and make the people live better. This work is too much for wandering. He loves this kind of wandering lifestyle, and also wants to have a stable and safe rear base as a resting harbor. These two requirements are actually very contradictory, but Luo Chong undoubtedly solved all of his problems, so it is also loyal to Luo Fu, this guy, to Luo Chong, and he worked hard to complete one order after another. At the same time as the caravan set off, thousands of acres of farmland in the new city have been cultivated, and the ditches used to divert water have also been dug up by the slaves. The big tree is in charge of all affairs in the new city. As required, let the vigorous team lead the 200 people with 300 slaves, some bull and horse vehicles, various tools for production and life. Together, they went to the Salt Lake area to dig magnet ore. The iron ore of the Han tribe has been exhausted. This year, a large amount of reserves will be required. In the north of Hanyang City, the Tribal Alliance observation team led by 2 reconnaissance teams has also reached the plateau grass, they said, and found another tribal alliance to live in cooperation in hunting. The two sides are negotiating on visiting the Han tribe. The previous gang of people who learned to breed are obviously persuading them to go to the Han tribe together. The current communication between the two sides is relatively smooth. Most of the heads of this coalition that lives on hunting are interested in the Han tribe. It is estimated that it will take less than a few days for them to go south to Hanyang City together. However, some people rejoice and some people worry. The two tribal alliances in the north are happy to visit the Han tribe, and in the mountains and forests south of Hanyang City, the leader of the Guru tribe is about to cry. He now regrets very much, especially regretting that he told Yufa that there was a Great Lakes in the south. As a result, he did not expect that they had accidentally found the grassland in order to explore the Great Lakes, and they also met the nomadic tribes there. After doing a big business, every time I pass by, I can bring back countless cattle and sheep. Chief Grunt was very depressed. Before he became a big customer of the Han tribe, the pigs raised by his tribe could sell a good price, especially when he first traded with the Han tribe. At that time, he had not joined the Han tribe, so there is no pity for those goods, which gives him great convenience, and the price of selling goods is very low. However, since the Han tribe has a new source of livestock, the pigs of their Grunt tribe have begun to depreciate, and now even the white salt is so degraded that they cannot afford it. The Torch was very irritable. In the past, the Han tribe could only buy live pigs from him, but now, he took the initiative to find the Han tribe to sell pigs. Why? Because the Grunt tribe still has to eat salt, but the Han tribe can get a lot of cattle and sheep from the grassland. Watching the herds brought back by the wandering band are all in groups. He dare not open high prices to sell pigs. You want it? Well, I don't buy it. Anyway, there is no pork and lamb. I'm not alive from pork. Why do I have to buy you? It's not good to have more supplies for cattle and horses, and it can also be used to help people work. But sell it. At least you can exchange some white salt and materials with the Han tribe, but there are too many good things for the Han tribe. He looks at which one he wants, but the pigs raised by the Grunt tribe are limited. Only a few hundred. These pigs may not be much for the Han tribe, but for their gang tribe, this is all the property they depend on for survival. He cannot sell all the pigs to the Han tribe, but the white salt cannot be eaten. So the Torch thought of an idea, that is, to use the pig to change from other tribes. The Han tribe's business team went all the way from north to south, and it must have passed through the site of one of their tribes. It's even more impossible for the Guru tribe and the Han tribe's business team to do the deal. Then the other tribes nearby must have got some white salt from the Han tribe. So, since you can't sell a good price in the hands of you, buy it from your neighbors. This idea is good, but reality is like a joke made by God's Father with you. There are always so many accidents. This day, the leader of the Lun tribe led a few of his own people and drove a few pigs to the site of the neighbor tribe, hoping to use the pigs to change some white salt from them. But when their group rushed to the place, they saw that their neighbors were packing up, and it seemed to be moving or migrating, and suddenly he was greatly puzzled. To know that the primitive people have poor production capacity, they need to rebuild their homes every time they move or migrate, and they also need to find a way to get daily food. It can be said that moving a home will hurt the energy, and it may even take a year or two to recover. In a relatively smooth situation, if you move to a completely strange place, the entire tribe may be destroyed. So they generally choose a place where water and food are sufficient, and then build a safe haven, which is a generation. If there is no crisis that cannot be resolved, they may not move for hundreds of thousands of years, but in front of this tribe, they are actually packing up and moving. The torch of the leader of the Guru tribe was very puzzled. Looking at the neighbors who were busy packing things back and forth, he hurried forward and pulled a man to ask, "This little brother, are you going to move? Why move away? Where to move? The leader of your tribe?" The man was already working, and was suddenly pulled down, and he was a little unhappy, but he saw a few pigs arching on the ground, and then looked at the torch, and immediately recognized it as a neighbor. The leader of the Lun tribe immediately smiled and explained a few words patiently. It turned out to be the leader of the Guru tribe. "You are looking for our leader. He is not here now. If there is something, you can also talk to our elders." "No, it's over there now. You ask the elders." The young neighbors said so. "Oh, okay." The torch sees that this guy is at most an ordinary people, and he does not necessarily know the exact situation, so he simply came to the other party's elders according to the guidelines. "Elder, why do you want to move? Where to move? This time it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to move. How do you say you move?" The elders of the other party were obviously stunned, but he immediately recognized that the person in front of him was the leader of his neighbor's tribe, so he was also busy entertaining. "We are indeed moving. For the reason, it is a bit complicated. In short, it is to make the tribe better, so we have to move away, otherwise we will be very inconvenient." The elder answered yes. Otherwise you still have trouble. Why should you move away? Can you make the tribe live better? What is the truth?" Although the torch is the leader of a large tribe of hundreds of people, he still respects these wise men like elders. Although these people are older, they are also superior in their age. This represents countless survival experiences and life experiences. This is exactly what young people do not have. "Well, if you're not in a hurry, I'll be nagging with you." Last year, a team of people from the north who drove the cart, all of their men had their hair, claiming to be from the Han tribe. They came here to exchange things with other tribes. "You know, I remember they also changed a lot of pigs from your tribe." The elder began to talk about the cause of the matter. "Yeah, I also know that your move is related to the Han tribe." The torch nodded positively, indicating that he knew, and let the elders continue to tell stories. "That's right, that Han tribe. They have a white salt, which is salty. After eating it can make people feel strong, and work will not be so tired. We also bought some of the white salts from the Han tribe, but they sell too expensive, and we can't afford it after buying it a few times." Speaking of which, the elders sighed deeply, as if expressing their deep helplessness, and then he continued. "We originally planned to stop eating white salt in the future, but at the beginning of this year, a tribe in our north came with a message saying that the Han tribe in the north was looking for someone to work, that is to help them build a house, digging soil, or other work, and then the Han tribe provides these people with 3 salt-laden meals a day, waiting until they want to leave. You can also use the number of working days to change some daily necessities with them, such as the white salt they sell, and pottery." "What? Is there such a thing? Real or fake? That Han tribe is the Han tribe who came to sell things here? Just work for them and give 3 meals a day? Still salted? Can you get some more when you leave? This is great." The leader of the Guru tribe said in surprise that he could not help but interrupt the elder's narrative. Who said no, if that's the case, Then what else do we hunt? Just go to work for the Han tribe. But that's what our neighbor to the north said. When we heard the news at the time, they all went for the third time. The previous 2 times did bring a lot of things back from the Han tribe. I think those things are indeed right, indeed the Han tribe. So I discussed with the leader. I kept a housekeeper in the tribe and asked him to take a few people with our neighbors to the Han tribe. As a result, when you look at it, guess what? Speaking of which, the elders also intentionally sold a pass. Yeah, then, what happened? Chief Guru asked curiously. Then when our leader took the people, he found on the road that not only they, but also many tribes around here were heading in the direction of the Han tribe. They talked to each other before they knew they were all going to the Han tribe, working. And they also found some places of residence left by the small tribes on the road, which have been evacuated and abandoned. I heard that the entire tribe has gone to work in the Han tribe, and those abandoned places of residence are regarded as places for halfway rest. The elder continued to speak to the torch of Chief Gun. Moved out? The whole tribe went to work in the Han tribe? How much work does the Han tribe have to do? So many people have been found, they can actually provide so much food. What do they eat 3 meals a day? Can't they always eat fruit? Also, those entire tribes have moved in. What are their women and children doing in the past? Can children work and change things? And those who are breastfeeding, what do they do in the past? The leader of the grunt asked, very puzzled. Hey, this is about the place where the Han tribe is powerful. You haven't been to the Han tribe. I don't know how powerful the Han tribe is. You just ask the Han tribe how much work they do. Do you know how many of them are? Our leader said that there is a place of residence for the Han tribe in the north, with a population of more than 7,000 people. And this is not owned by the Han tribe. Listen to the leader, there is a place of residence like that. The Han tribe also has one place of residence. They call it city. The elder continued to show off the news obtained from the leader. In fact, he had never seen it himself. The insights were all told by his leader after working. Well, so many people, the Han tribe is too strong. It seems wrong. Since they have so many people, why do they still recruit people to work? The torch was stunned by shock first, and then created new doubts. Well, you are right. They are a lot of people, but they also have to find a way to get food. I heard the leader said that the one in the north is a new residence of the Han tribe, which is still empty. I heard that they want to build a house for all the people. It is a particularly strong house where fire can be burned in winter, not cold. But their own people still have to reserve food, so the house can only be found to be built, so many people will be recruited. There is also the question of the children you just asked. The Han tribe does also need children to work. The Han tribe has many sheep, that is, the 4-legged beasts with horns are grazing. Our leader said that the Han tribe's the new city is not a bull horse. There are more than 4,000 heads of sheep alone, more than the population of the 7 of your tribes. Although those little children can't move heavy things, they don't have much effort, but they can give the Han tribe sheep, that is, they rush out to eat grass every day, and then come back in the evening. Similar to your tribe putting pigs. Children who go to the sheep can also get 3 meals a day, but they can't work to change things back, just the food of the day. But as long as they graze sheep, the Han tribe will also provide food for those particularly small children, and those adult women can also cook for the Han tribe. And then look at the children, by the way. The men are doing heavy work to change white salt, so some small tribes whose own hunting is difficult simply move to work for the Han tribe. The elder explained to the leader of Gun. The torch is getting more and more shocked to listen, but he was relieved at the same time. The Han tribe has so many sheep, and their flower pigs are naturally not rare. This is understandable, but he still has more questions to ask. I didn't understand the Han tribe before, and now I heard so many elders from the neighbor's house say, but he is even more curious. Then they have so many people themselves, and now they have so many people. What do they eat? And 3 meals a day. Even if they have thousands of sheep, they can't kill all the meat. It's not enough to eat for a few days? The torch continues to ask what he is most interested in. Ha ha ha, you are really right this time. I happen to have a bit of food brought back by the leader before. It is being made by people. I will let you taste it after I get acquainted. The elder laughed and said. Oh, what is it? Lamb? A younger brother followed by Chief Gun asked. No, it's a white grass seed, which is the seed of grass. They call it rice, and they can put it in the pot and cook it into rice porridge with rice and water. If there is less water, it can be stuffed. Rice is their staple food. Those who go to work also eat rice every day. In addition to rice, every meal will have boiled meat with salt, or broth, and wild vegetables fired with something called oil. Oh, yes, they will occasionally eat fish, which is the kind that lives in water. Animals with long hair and legs eat better than our tribes usually. Do you think this is okay? Come on, come and try the rice brought by our leader from the Han tribe, and the woman who cooks this before. Look at how white the soup cooked with venison, but it is added with white salt. You can also try it. The elders of the neighbor's family are talking, and a woman who had cooked in the Han tribe has also sent the food back. A pot of white rice, a small pot of fresh venison, a sweet fragrance unique to white rice, although the broth is pure stewed, but also put white salt, smashed the bones and cooked the soup. It looks very tempting. The woman brought 2 more bowls of chopsticks and served rice for the 2 before she retreated to get food for others. Come on, eat it. This should be the last meal. There are not many rice brought back by the leader. After this meal, it will be gone, but we will soon continue to eat this delicious rice. The elder picked up a bowl of rice and said. The leader torch of the Guru tribe also held a bowl to try rice, but he would not use chopsticks, but the elders would not use it. The 2 wooden sticks could not be opened in their hands at all, and could only be used to pick up the mouth. The torch had to learn to eat with the elders awkwardly. Elder, what did you just mean to continue eating this rice? Do you still have to work for the Han tribe? By the way, when I came to see you were packing things, where was this going? The torch side greeted. Alas, what can we do? Of course, all moved to the Han tribe. There is one thing you don't know. Although there are thousands of people in the new city of the Han tribe, our leader heard that these people also came from dozens of tribes. There is not much time to join the Han tribe. And not only these, our leader said that those who had worked for the Han tribe in the past by the entire tribe also decided to join the Han tribe. After they joined the Han tribe, the original tribe would become a clan. People can also find the original people by name. Our leader watched that those people joined the Han tribe really had a good life, and they were not treated differently. They also got what the old people should have, and they wanted to take us to join the Han tribe. He came back this time. I was asked to discuss this matter, and I agreed. I now understand that if I can live such a worry-free day, what does the tribe's name matter, and it's important that the clan live well. Besides, this is not a surname, and the previous tribe is not gone, so I promised him. Chief Lun, next time we may be a tribe of the Han tribe. After eating this meal, we will also be on the way. I saw you and let people catch a few pigs. If I guess right, this is to change things with us. If I change the white salt, I advise you to forget it, and we don't have much white salt. This time the leader came back and didn't bring it at all. He said that he joined the Han tribe in the future. The white salt is all divided by the tribe. Save it, so he didn't bring it back. On the elder side, he was eating very seriously, while looking at the appearance of his place of residence. He seemed to keep this place where he lived for most of his life in mind. Who knows if he can come back alive during his lifetime. The torch of the leader who was sitting opposite him has completely forgotten to eat. A neighbor tribe close to his tribe actually wants to bring all the people to the Han tribe. This news is simply a heavy bomb. The face of the torch was fried. Then there are more than 300 people in your tribe. Just join the Han tribe directly? Is it too fast to decide? If you feel that there are few people, you must join other tribes. Then our Snore tribe is also possible, so we have more than 1,000 people together. Chief Guru suddenly said with some excitement that he didn't know why, and he always felt that he should leave this neighbor, perhaps because he knew that the neighbor next to him had moved away, and he felt a little insecure. After all, social animals, the most favorite thing to do is get together. As soon as this passage was spoken, the elder suddenly looked at him with surprise. The elder did not directly refuse, but asked the leader Guo a few words. If you join the Pu tribe, will the Pu leader feed us up and not go out to hunt? Join the Guru tribe. Can we eat white salt every day in the future? Sure enough, when these rhetorical questions were spoken, the leader of the grunt became speechless. He was also excited to say this. He also rushed the pigs to find them to change the white salt. Where to give them a meal of white salt. This. Chief Grunt, don't think so. If you listen to my advice from the old man, you might as well send some people to follow us to the Han tribe to see, even if you don't plan to join, but send some people to work in the past. It's okay to come back and bring some white salt to the tribe. The elder directly interrupted the torch's justification and then took the initiative to give him advice. When the leader of the grunt heard the torch, he immediately became interested. Isn't he here to change some white salt? Although it was not replaced, he got an important message from the elder's mouth that the Han tribe used white salt and materials as remuneration is recruiting a large number of laborers. Everyone needs it, both men and women. This undoubtedly gave him a new source of materials. Although it was still the goods of the Han tribe, the channels were different. This time they did not sell pigs, but they had to rely on physical strength to make money. Well, I will consider the idea of elders, but even if I find someone to work in the Han tribe, it's too late now, and we can't find where their city is. How do we get there? Chief Grunt's torch asked. This matter is easy to handle. As long as you walk north all the way, it won't take long to find a dirt road in the mountain. The dirt road is very flat, and there are deep wheel marks on it. Those vehicles of the Han tribe passed by. There is very little grass on that road now. If you want to go north all the time, find the dirt road, and then follow along. The elder continued to give him an idea. The leader of the grunt also nodded and agreed, saying that he remembered the elders, and then the two parted ways after eating. The elders led the people of their tribe on a journey to the north, and heard that their leader had already led them in front of them. They were waiting for them at a halfway rest, so this time, the torch did not see the leader of the neighbor tribe. The neighbors left, and the torch brought people back to their tribe, and several pigs who had planned to change salt also rushed back again. The torch mood returned to the territory of the Guru tribe and saw the road that the Han tribe caravan often walked not far away. The 2 deep rut seems to tell the merchants every harvest. The Han tribe is strong, and it is still growing fast. More and more of them have more people. Now even their neighbors have to take the initiative to surrender. What about their tribe? What should they do in the future? Either listen to their elders, and look at them in the past. Even if they don't join them, they can grow up to see if they don't. I made up my mind that Chief Lang immediately decided to go to the Han tribe. Although he always dealt with the Han tribe's business team, they really didn't know enough about the Han tribe. For example, the neighbors told him these things today. It was the first time I heard about it. The Han tribe has so many good things, and so many planting and breeding techniques. It has thousands of livestock. There must be many places worth learning. It is not bad when the Han tribe can learn a little useful technology. In such curious thoughts and longing for excellent production technology, Chief Guru personally took 50 people to the Han tribe. Of these 50 people, 40 adult men and 10 adult women, for the total population of more than 700. The human tribe is nothing. After replying to several people who have been to their neighbors just now, they also have more understanding of the Han tribe. They look forward to learning some technology in the past, or working hard to get back some things with their own physical strength. In short, more get some good things back to improve the living standards of the tribe. But what makes them unthinkable is that the key technologies Luo Chong are not open to them at all, such as building a house. The excavated work is used for labor, and collecting firewood is also a labor, but pinching the bricks is the one who uses it. It is still the labor used to build the house. As for the most critical brick-burning technology, it is still firmly in the hands of its tribe. In fact, it doesn't make much sense to do this, even if Luo Chong let them participate, let them learn to burn bricks, and after they go back, they are underrepresented and do not have the right tools, and don't think about making bricks by themselves. Can exhaust them. In the third summer of summer, the reconnaissance and mapping team led by Yui was getting closer and closer to the territory of the cannibals. At the same time, the 2 people separated from their team had also reached the highland grassland. They succeeded and the alliance of hunting tribes there. Take the lead and persuade them to join the southern delegation to visit the Han tribe. On the south side of the Han tribe, the large-scale lodging business team is also on the way to the south lower grassland. From time to time, it encounters some labor teams that walk with them. Farther southwest, the Xian tribe's business team is also under the leadership of the business elder, coming in the direction of the grassland. In fact, whether it is from the Han tribe to the grassland, or from Bamboo Island to the grassland, it takes more than a month to go, so it is a great chance that the 2 teams will meet at the same time, not to mention that both parties are still intentionally looking for each other, so it is sooner or later that they meet in the grassland. However, Luo Chong was not very worried about this matter. He had already equipped them with the most elite cavalry, and all of them were equipped with long-formed knives. Even if they were in trouble, they would definitely kill a bloody road and escape. So Luo Chang was very at ease with them, and his mind was not always on it. The Han tribe still has to develop, and there are still many things to do. He still can't idle. In June, rice cultivation in the new city has ended, and there will be at least one season of output this year, which reassures everyone, meaning that they can live well this winter. At least they will not go hungry, and the food problem is solved. Then the next step is the winter house and firewood reserve. Fortunately, there are a lot of manpower in the new city, 2,000 or 3,000 more people than in the city of Hanyang. This does not include those foreign workers. If the number of them is increased, so many people will come to build. It is still confident to build enough houses before winter. The construction of the new city is in full swing, and the construction progress on this side of Hanyang City is not slow. The people of the ethnic group are carrying slaves to do the final capping work for the newly built teaching building. The construction speed of the teaching building is still very fast. Although it is a building, there are only 6 classrooms on the first floor. Coupled with corridors and stairs, there are 6 large empty houses left. In fact, the amount of engineering is not large. The large amount of wood needed is also doubled in efficiency due to the windwood processing plant, and the supply construction needs are still no problem. After the foundation is laid, the walls are all built with bricks. The corridor is a north-south corridor that facilitates lighting inside. Each classroom is close to the side of the outer wall of the teaching building, and there are 3 large windows left. The classroom is close to the inside of the corridor. Open a door in front and back, and a row of high flat windows also opened on the inside wall of the corridor. I am afraid that the corridor is too long to affect the lighting in the building. After all, there are no electric lights now, that is, there is an oil lamp, but it is best not to enter the teaching building. Here are all wood, and it will be troublesome at all. The teaching building as a whole is a rectangular tube. The classroom is arranged vertically, with 3 on one side and a corridor in the middle, and 1 staircase on each side. Such a building is symmetrical, stable, and more stable. After each floor runs the wall, the floor of the thick wood is covered. The degree of solidity and load are absolutely okay, but the maintenance of the wood is very problematic. The wood is afraid of tide, but the waxing is too extravagant. After the painting time is long, it will also wear out, and so many people step on it every day, and it is easy to wipe out the paint. Moreover, these wooden floors did not do deck filling and waterproof treatment like warships, which led to a gap between each wooden side. It can be said that they are neither waterproof nor soil-proof. If they are really used directly, it is very likely drinking water upstairs and sprinkling some water, it will rain downstairs. If there is a lot of soil on the soles of the children upstairs, it may be leaking downstairs. So Luo Chang asked people to install ceramic floors on the wooden floor. Ceramic floors are no different from modern ceramic tiles. They are crushed into clay cakes with ceramic soil, then cut into a square, hung with a glaze layer after drying, and then burned into the kiln. This thing is actually the same as making tableware. It can also be used directly as a large porcelain plate. The difference between size and shape. The glaze used for ceramic tiles is light gray, which is tuned from latte powder and other stone powders. This color is dirtier than white, but the color is not very deep, which can guarantee the bright light in the room. After the ceramic tiles are ready, you must first paint a layer of tar on the wooden floor, then moisturize it a few times, then lay a layer of mud mixed with straw, and then lay the floor. After the final is done, it is the floor. The top of the floor is covered with porcelain tiles, which is the ceiling of the next floor, which is painted in white with paint, which is convenient for improving the lighting in the room. When it comes to lighting, you have to talk about the window. Thanks to the surge in animal skin last year, the windows currently used by the Han tribe are actually the previous plaid-shaped frame made of wooden strips, and then the pattern of paste skin above. This kind of window is airtight, and not light transmitting, but it is summer now. This sultry and hot window has long been replaced by the clan themselves, some of which are directly removed from the animal skin, leaving only bare wooden lattice on it, and some are hanging on a luminous straw mat. However, these are not long-term plans, and it is even more impossible to put them in the teaching building. Luo Chang's ideal window raw material is actually paper. Use paper to paste the windows. This matter has been a secret for a long time. Although white paper is not strong and afraid of rain, it can be painted with tong oil on it, just like an oil parachute, and after the oil is painted, the fluorescence of the paper will increase, and some people may have seen it. After dropping oil on the white paper, it will become semi-transparent, and not afraid of water. It is this truth. In addition, if you think that white paper is not strong enough, you can make it a little thicker when making paper. This is all alive. No one stipulates how thick the paper must be. What kind of quality paper is needed depends entirely on your needs. Paper windows. This is a new goal set by Luozhou, not only to solve the lighting and waterproof problems of the windows, but this school has been built, and you can't invent paper and pen. What should the students do in school? Learning. This is a problem. Now there is nothing else that needs Luo Chong to manage. Just use this free time to get the paper out. Well, toilet paper is also a problem. He no longer wants to wipe his ass with soil and leaves. Luo Chong is a person who does what he thinks and is very popular. Since he has set a new goal, he will immediately proceed. Arranged 4 teaching buildings to continue construction, and the weaving plant continued to weave wool. Now the remaining 4/5 of the raw materials are all earned by the Han tribe. It is more appropriate to process some fabrics used by their own tribe. However, women also have time to spend more thoughts on it, such as dyeing, and knitting out some patterns or something. These don't need Luo Chang's attention, and it's appropriate for the people to invent and create themselves. This is conducive to the progress of the Han tribe, rather than all relying on Luo Chang to teach alone. The most important thing is in Luo Chang's yard. The 3 corns and 2 soybeans are very good and have the possibility of breeding new seeds. Luo Kong deliberately told the little butterfly to be careful to take care of it. This is the future cloud of the tribe. It is something as important as rice. After the little butterfly repeatedly confirms that he understands, Luo Chong took people to the new city to engage in paper research and development. No way, although the various facilities in Hanyang City are relatively complete and the site is ready, and the new city is still under construction, the raw materials for paper making are there. If they are transported to Hanyang City to make paper, then it is too laborious, and the materials are not easy to transport, even if the cost is too high. Luo rushed on the Grey Mountain, and several skilled carpenters who were drawn out followed Luo rushing behind them. They also drove a bull caravan with all kinds of carpenter tools. Luo Chong started with these carpenters. Go to the new city to make paper. It was safe all the way, and several people spent a whole day to come to the new city. It was already in the evening when they arrived. It happened that a dinner was rubbed here. The big tree arranged a new house for Luo Chong. As a place to sleep and work, there are 5 large tiles in a row, and 1 east cabin is used as a kitchen, but there is nothing in the room, even no window door. It is a newly built roof. But Luo Chong doesn't care. Isn't this at least a Kong? The Kong is still covered with a cold seat, much stronger than the pile of grass that lived in the cave in the previous 2 years. Although there are no doors and windows, it's summer. It's cool to open the window. Paper making is not a matter of a day or 2. Several people were placed in this newly built residential house. Now the raw materials have not been collected, but people cannot be idle. Luo Chong let several carpenters start to build some simple furniture and work equipment, such as large tables, wooden boards used to press paper, etc. Arrange tasks for a few carpenters who followed, and then Luo Chong went to find the big tree and the rat big, let them deploy the carriage and manpower, and collect the pulp of the pulp trees on the south mountain from tomorrow, and from the north. Find some more sword grass in the mountains to compile more thin mats, use it when copying paper. Both of them also agreed to mobilize resources immediately to cooperate with the leader's task. Although they did not know what Luo Chong wanted to do with those things, they were used to following orders and Luo Chong was unwilling to answer such questions. Both of them are very clear. Whenever this time, it must be the leader who wants to do something new, so it is also a question to ask now. Even if Luo Chong said that they can't understand it, it is better to wait for Luo Chong to get things out. Needless to say, you will understand at a glance. Early the next morning, the 2 teams set off to collect raw materials. It was better to go to the north to collect sword grass, and in the mountains in the south, those who collected pulp were more difficult. When they go up and down the mountain, they have to bring a lot of buckets. When they get to the place, they shovel at the bottom of the trunk with engineers to cut a gap, then use the pulp inside the bucket to connect, and then concentrate on the large bucket. There are many such materials. Just a plasma of a burst plasma can fill several large barrels of 100 liters, and the pulp is still very sticky. It can only be used after diluting the water to get the paper back. It is still very sufficient, as long as the material of a tree is sufficient for a long time to make a lot of white paper. However, after looking at the pulp raw materials, Luo felt that this natural pulp was always soft. It seemed that the fiber strength was not enough, and it was easy to pull and break like this. But Luo Chong was not discouraged. There are a lot of paper-making materials. If there is no one, add something else to it. Although monopoly paper is not without it, it is like bamboo making paper, straw making paper. In short, these don't need to be thought. Bamboo is not available here, straw is not available here for the time being, and the steps of straw paper making are also very troublesome. Pollution treatment is also very serious. If it is not done, it will be very harmful to the water source, although these are not available, but there are many other things that can make paper. The bark from wood processing and the relatively short linen fibers left by sackcloth spinning can also be used for paper making, and the demand is not very large. Just a little mixing, just add some to the ready-made pulp. These natural pulp do not need to be treated. At present, the main treatment is bark and hemp fiber. These things are still very hard and the color is not white, so you have to cook them first. Luo Chong let those carpenters build a simple stove in the yard and set up a large pot to boil bark and ephedra. Of course, if you go through the normal process, you can't cook these things, just put them in the pool and use the microorganisms in the water to decompose them, and then soak them to fade, but Luo Chong doesn't have this time. If you use bubbles, you may have to soak for a few months. How to wait? So he used it directly, and it was not impossible to cook materials directly. But if he wanted to boil the bark in a short time and cook it to fade, he also needed to add some chemicals. This thing is of course alkali, that is soda. The role of alkali in this area is to promote the decomposition speed of fibers, but this is paper making, so Luo Chong does not directly use pure alkali, because there is another thing better than pure alkali, that is lime. As we all know, lime is also a high alkali substance, which is no different from pure alkali, but if cooked with this white powder and bark sorcery, it will be easier to turn them white, and these lime powders will also be attached to the fiber, so that the paper will also be more white and flat. In ancient paper, adding lime is an essential part. Finally, it was cooked, mixed with those natural pulp and thumped together. After fully mixing the fibers, it was equipped with clear water and tuned, dumped in a large pool, and then it was the key step in finally copying paper with a thin mat. With a square yard with a length of 16.6 meters, all but 5 squares have been converted into temporary paper workshops. A boiled stove and cauldron, a pedal, which was originally used to shell the rice, is now used to pound the pulp. In addition to these, there is a large straw shed. A large sink made of wood is placed on the wooden shelf. It is used to hold slurry paper, and there is a table case dedicated to placing paper. The people in the yard are boiling bark and sack. In fact, the sack can also be used for paper making. Although the main part of the plant like mime is stem skin, in fact the stems inside can also be used for paper making. There is no waste. This thing has to be brewed for a long time, at least 1 or 2 consecutive days. Time is waiting. Luo Chong will start to prepare a thin straw mat for paper copying. First split the grass leaves of the sword grass with a knife, cut into a narrow and thin slat, and then soak in the pot for an hour to make it soft and more flexible. Then it can be used to compile the mat by drying it out. This job is also a fine job. I have to wait another 2 days. Luo Chong is really idle. He also found someone to build a lane for paper cultivation in the yard with bricks. This thing is actually a device used to dry paper. Most of the paper is wet paper, that is, the plant fiber and water are mixed together into pulp, and then the paper is copied from the water, but such paper is very wet. It is unusable, so it needs to be dry. There are 2 ways to dry the wet paper. One is to stick each piece of paper on a flat wooden board, and then put it on the sunny field to dry it naturally, but this method takes too long and takes up too much space. Large, and affected by the weather, there are many uncontrollable factors. In case of sudden wind and rain, isn't the sunburned paper finished? So Luo Chong chose another one, drying. Stand up the bricks to build the wall, so that the wall can be made very thin. Of course, it is easy to fall, but it's okay, you can build a stack on the back, so that you can have more support points and the wall can stand firm. In this way, a 5-6 cm thick low wall was built, and then at a parallel position on its back, at a distance of 40 centimeters, and then a thin wall was built to make the two walls form a parallel street. The outside side is mixed with plaster and high mountain soil, and the brick cracks and all the uneven places are smashed. The road is finished. When using, as long as the firewood is in the middle of the street, the two walls can be heated, and then the paper after dehydration is posted on the flat wall, and the heat of the wall is used to dry the paper. This speed is very fast. It can be completely dry as long as it is posted for a few seconds. When working, one can post 2 pieces of paper, divide the wall out of about 2 stickers, first post the first one on the left, then post the second one on the right, and wait for the second post to be posted. It has already been dried, and then the left side is exposed and continued to be posted. The left and right rotations alternate, and the work efficiency is very high. Moreover, this method of baking saves time and effort, and also saves a lot of wooden boards, and saves a large area of tanning field. It is not limited by weather factors. The production efficiency is high and the output is considerable. This is why Luo Chong should get this street. The reason: while cooking, while compiling paper mats, the other side also needs to build walls, level, and burn hard. The 3 tasks are carried out at the same time, and finally there are results 2 days later. The mat was first compiled, with a total of 4 pieces, each of which is 90 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide. This is to enlarge a woolen edge according to the size of 2 open paper. After the paper is ready, you can use a paper cutter to cut off the edge of the wool. The specification of 2 open paper is the same size, and it is more convenient to use. Putting the 2 pair fold is 4 open, and the 4 open folds is 8 open, that is, the size of the ordinary test paper, and then the fold 16 open is the big workbook. What kind of specification paper you want is just discounted. In addition, because considering that this is the first time to copy paper, it is definitely not easy to master when it is too big to operate, so Luo Chong did not let out too many mats, and wanted to do big to wait for the workers to become skilled in the future. It's not too late. Luo Chong's primary purpose now is to experiment with the feasibility of paper. The size of 2 is said to be large or small, even if it is not small, even for experiments. It will not be wasted. After the 4 mats were made, Luo Chong asked the carpenter to make 4 wooden boxes, which were used exclusively for mats and were easy to hold when copying paper. In the afternoon when these are finished, the alleyway fire wall used for paper cultivation is also ready. Luo Chong makes people Polish again and can be put into use at any time. And the materials cooked in the pot were not just cease fire until the next morning. After these bark sacks were fished out, you can see that they have been boiled to whitening and rotten, but this is still unusable. These things are mixed with natural pulp and beaten until they are completely mixed into a cotton foil to make it a spare for rare pulp. Although there are also tamping processes, manual work is not a problem for the Han tribe. They are very hard-working, not afraid to work hard at all, and they are afraid to do nothing. Several people took turns to step on the lever wooden hammer, and one person left the material in the tearful. It took half a day to pound the material, but this is mainly because there is not much material. After all, it is still in the experimental stage. Large-scale production. All preparations were completed, and in the afternoon, a group of people began to copy paper in this small workshop. The copying paper came first. Although he hadn't done it, he knew how much to pay attention to it. For example, he used a stick to stir in the pulp tank before copying the paper, so that the pulp density inside was even and would not precipitate to the bottom of the water. Then it is to copy the paper paddle, copy a certain amount of whispering pulp and water into the wooden frame, and then tilt it around the wooden frame twice, using the copied water to smooth the whispering pulp in the wooden frame and lay it evenly. After this step is completed, the mat can be removed from the wooden box, and then the mat is dragged to spread the paper on the table that has poured water. Next is the boring repetitive steps: copying paper, spreading paper, copying paper, spreading paper. This is Luo Chong's first paper making in 2 lifetimes, and he has no experience, but if he knows a little, he copied dozens of pieces by himself. After feeling a little skill, he taught it to others, and then gradually improved work efficiency. There is really no way to copy paper. It is impossible to improve speed and quality only through long-term practice. It is impossible to rely on speculation. This thing can only be done by people for the time being. It is very unrealistic to use machinery instead. The wooden trough containing pulp is large enough to allow 2 people to work at the same time. Luo Chang copied dozens of pieces in person, and after telling them the skills, he stopped doing it himself, and then he was only responsible for guiding on the side. Luo Chang looked next to him for a while. The 2 paper collectors were very serious. They just taught them how to use water to smooth the pulp. Now they have learned that each one is very full. In the case of a whole, the speed is as fast as possible. However, the overall purpose is still to focus on quality, and it is not possible to blindly pursue the speed of copying paper, otherwise the speed is raised, and a bunch of unusable defective products will come out at that time. Who can bear it? The 3 people have copied almost 200 pieces of paper, all of which are stacked together layer by layer. These papers are generally good. First, the pulp is broken enough, but the fibers are not broken. The paper is very even, and there will be no phenomenon that is particularly thick and thin. However, although the whole piece of paper is relatively uniform, it is not so much to put more than 100 pieces of paper together. Luo Chang can easily feel some thickness and some thinness, although the single piece of paper is still very even. Look. This is how the total amount of pulp they copy is different. Although it is spread evenly, your total amount is different, and evenly it is not as thick. When this problem was discovered, Luo Chang immediately reminded the 2 people to pay attention to the total amount of pulp copied up each time, try to be the same every time, and the 2 nodded. After doing this for 4 hours, add some water when there is less water, and the pulp will be matched when there is less pulp. The 2 and Luo rushed to get those. They have copied out 600 pieces of paper, which is much faster than the beginning. 1 for 2 minutes, 2 for 3 minutes, and 1 for 2 minutes, 3 for 2 minutes. The efficiency is also getting higher and higher, and due to skill, the quality has also improved significantly, at least it looks thin and thick. The 600 wet papers were stacked together on the table, and the height was also wide in the palm, which contained a lot of water, and the paper was not flat. Because it is used to copy paper from the straw mat, there are also many dark lines on the paper, but this is not important, as long as it is flattened and dehydrated. Paper dehydration is also very simple, just press it directly, stack wet paper on the table, press a wooden board on the wet paper, and then crush it with heavy objects, or use 2 thick wooden sticks to hold the board and table, and then the stick tied the twine with 2 heads, and then used a short stick to wind the rope, so that the wet paper can be dehydrated by the rotating winch. Some people will doubt that if so much wet paper is stacked together, and it will be like a piece of pressure, won't the paper stick together? Or was it directly pressed into a big piece of paper? Actually not. In fact, these plant fibers are in the process of copying paper. The tiny fibers have been rippling back and forth in the water, entangled with each other, and connected to each other. In other words, these fibers are very reliable in the horizontal direction, but the vertical direction is different. Because after the brush of the controlled water, the upper and lower sides of the paper are very flat, and it is impossible to stick together. The lower the board pressure, the less and less water in the paper. Until it is pressed inside, there is no more water. The original 10 cm thick stack of wet paper is now only 4 centimeters thick. And the imprints of the uneven straw mats on the paper have also disappeared, all of which are very flat, and look like a little yellowed white thick cardboard. So many steps have finally come to the end, and it is the last step to post the dehydrated paper on the fire wall to dry it, but this also requires certain tools, otherwise it will not be easy to adjust. Luo Chang asked the carpenter to do 2 things similar to board wiping or scraping. There was also a handle on it, and then wrapped a layer of wooled nitrotine sheepskin on the outside to make a special sticker. Tool. This thing is a bit like a dog leg-shaped broom, but it is not a broom, just like a large plate wiped with animal skin. The old rule is that Luo Chang came first, there was a fire in the alleyway, and the 2 thin walls were burned very hot. Luo Chang lifted a wet paper from the table case, carrying the tip of the paper in one hand, and the dog with the other hand. The leg-shaped brush holds the paper, and the other hand brushes flatten the paper, putting it flat on the wall. The movement looks like carrying a paste bucket and stealing slogans on the street. It is a kind of sight of the students of the Republic who stick slogans in the middle of the night. Although these papers are not brushed, they are wet papers. Even if they have been pressed and cannot be squeezed out of the water, it also contains a lot of moisture, so it is effortless to stick to the wall. However, there are 2 points that need to be paid attention to, that is, be careful not to break the paper, because the paper is still wet and easy to break, so the whole process of the paper should be lighter. The finished paper will be crumpled after drying, although it can also be called paper, but it is very influential to use, so that even if it is waste, it's okay to wipe the ass. If you want to write, you can't do it as previously envisaged, post one and post another. Luozo's movements are very careful and the speed is not fast. This is the first piece of paper in the world. To be calm, you must ensure quality. In the spirit of slow work and hard work, Luo Chang tried to post a few. The effect is naturally very good, but this is without considering the speed of work and production efficiency. After spending a few days and using so much manpower and material resources, Luo rushing to the world's first artificial paper finally came out. Knowing that today is the day to produce the finished product, the 2 big trees and the rat came over early to wait and wanted to see Luo Chang's new invention, but in the end when they saw Luo Chang coming out of a piece of paper, not only some disappointment. Rats is a dwarf, and he likes weapons and equipment the most. When he found out that Luo Chang was not a weapon, he was not very interested. The big tree is relatively stable and good at management. He is interested in everything that is conducive to tribal construction, but it is clear that he is more interested in tools, because only the various tools made by Luo Chang can be developed today, but the white paper that is now available is obviously not a tool. Chief, what is this thing called? What is it for? It's so troublesome and time-consuming. If it's useless, don't do it in the future. The rat took the lead in asking. Haha, of course, continue to do it. This thing is called paper. White is white paper. Don't underestimate this thing. Although it looks inconspicuous, it is more useful. It is a lot of things. It cannot be replaced. This is related to the future development of our Han tribe. Luo Chang sent a blank sheet to both of them and said, "Is this paper so important? Will it affect our future development? Chief, what exactly is this paper used for?" The big tree was originally not interested in paper, but actually heard Luo Chang say that paper will be related to the development of the tribe, and immediately paid attention to it. Even a rat who doesn't care about these trivial things is also interested in multiplying. Looking at the white paper in his hand over and over, "I want to see what is the use of this thing. Hey, it's very useful, not to mention, the purpose of making paper this time. In fact, I'm going to use this thing to paste the windows. Look at the sun, can it pass through a lot of light?" Luo Chang explained to the 2. When the 2 heard it, they also hurriedly raised the white paper in their hands to look at the sun. As Luo Chang said, although the paper is not transparent, it can indeed come through a lot of light. Chief, this paper is indeed light transmitting, and the windows must be stronger than the animal skin. The house with the animal skin paste windows is black and rumbling. Nothing can be seen, and the room is particularly boring, so the leader makes paper. Window, do you want to change the animal skin and make clothes with the animal skin? The rat looked at the sun, immediately guessed Luo Chang's purpose, and then confirmed with Luo Chang. Chief, this paper is indeed shiny, but the windows should not work. I don't think the paper is strong. It is easy to rot when it is stained with water. Maybe the wind is bigger and it can be blown directly. Although there are many problems with the animal skin, but the animal skin is strong and durable. Dashu also put forward his own point of view. Haha, you are all right. I really want to replace the animal skin with paper. This year we have so many more people. Wearing animal skin in winter is a big problem. There is not enough animal skin to spend the winter. But the time is going to go wrong. In addition, Dasha said that the paper is not strong enough, and is afraid of water. In fact, this is a good solution. Our tribe now has Tanjian. That thing is not afraid of water. We can let the paper be protected by water. Although it is okay to soak in the water, it is okay to block the general wind and rain, and the oil paper that has been painted will also be more fluent. You can even see the other side. If you don't believe it, you can find some Tongyan now. Luo Chang continued to give Coptic road to the 2. The 2 were dumbfounded, and they didn't expect to bring together 2 unrelated things, which could produce such an effect. Although they were curious how the leader knew it, they did not ask it out. Rats couldn't help the temptation first, and planned to do a test on the spot. He hurried to the door of the yard to call a guarded soldier to let him get a little tong oil. Dashu also continued to question Luo in his heart. Chief, if you can really make the kind of oil paper you said, it must be no problem to paste the windows, but if it is just used to paste the windows, it cannot be said to be related to the development of our tribe. What use is this paper? Hey, another use is also the most important use, that is to use it for writing. Luo Chang's mysterious laughter. Writing? Can this thing draw a line? Oh, by the way, write on this paper, right? The rat suddenly realized that. Yes, that's right, it's just writing on paper. You have all joined the Han tribe for so long. You should also be able to see the importance of Chinese characters. Chinese characters can be used not only to record important things, but also to passing information, just like we write Chinese characters on animal skins and use flying eagles to convey information. And if you find it, the paper is much lighter than the animal skin, and it can be made by itself, and it will not be limited by the quantity like the animal skin. We can do as much as we want. In addition, because it is lighter and thinner, we can write a lot of words at a time, and also send a lot of news at a time, which is more convenient than the animal skin. Luo Chang explained to them one by one. Can it only be used for writing? But what's the use of writing so many words? That is, you can't eat or drink, it's better to use it to paste windows. The rat heard that this thing was actually used for writing, and he was disgusted with paper at once. He was very reluctant to be forced to do his homework by Luo Chang. It was a kind of torment for him to take classes in the military camp. Either Luo Chang told him that he must read the words, or he could not understand his order. Maybe the rat ran directly at that time, learning Chinese characters? Impossible. The big tree frowned on the side, thinking about the impact of writing on paper on the Han tribe, so that Luo Chang would say that paper would be related to the development of the Han tribe, and the positioning of the paper was so heavy. I have to say that the big tree is a smart man. He soon came up with the deeper role of Chinese characters and paper, and the long-term future. First of all, what he thought of was a mural painted by elders on the rock walls of the cave. Those are all inherits of various skills, but what if you put those murals on paper and add detailed textual descriptions? Can these skills be better passed on? This answer is of course yes. The Han tribe is so powerful now because of Luo Chang and the various good things brought by Luo Chang's technology, but if these good things are not passed on, the Han tribe will go backwards. This is definitely will happen. It's just that he didn't think that Luo Chang was not only to pass on knowledge with words and paper, but to use these things to teach people, cultivate the culture of the next generation, let them think for themselves, create themselves, and only know to eat. Luo Chang's old books are not good. The long-term civilization wants to go must also be energetic and creative, rather than always eat the ancestors' inheritance. Only in this way can we survive better. That is, when the big tree fell into contemplation, the soldier who was sent by the rat to find Tong Yi also came back. He really didn't take much. He came with a porcelain bowl. It is estimated that it was from the carpenter. The rat was bored in the yard, and when he saw the soldiers find the oil, he could not wait to start the experiment of oil paper. Chief, how do you want this Tongjian to get it? Do you want to get a rag and wipe it on the paper? Rats were also afraid that they had made a mistake and even asked Luo. The rags are not used. Anyway, it is just an experiment, just pour some directly, not too much. Luo Chang instructed. The rats were even busy doing so, laying white paper on an empty table, pouring a little bit of tar oil directly on it, and the tar oil fell on the paper and was immediately soaked in oil, and then turned into a translucent look. After a while, all the oil above fainted, and the rat put the oil-stained piece in his hand, shouted directly in surprise. I dripped a day, and I can see the palm print on my hand from above. The success of the oil paper surprised both the rat and the big tree. It was originally thought that Luo Chang would be more light transmitting but only slightly better. Unexpectedly, if the prepared oil paper is placed on other objects at close range, you can clearly see the following thing. This semi-transparent thing is undoubtedly an artifact for primitive people who have never seen any transparent objects. If Luo Chang finds the right material to get the glass out in the future, he may be surprised. What kind of thing? The two marveled for a while, and listened to Luo Chang about the process of making white paper, and then went to each other, and Luo Chang stayed in this small workshop and continued to watch the workers produce white paper. The first batch of 600 pieces of paper was all dried up, and in the end only more than 570 pieces were left. Others were too hard to uncover the paper, or they were not flattened on the firewall, and finally became a defective product. The emergence of defective products cannot be avoided, although it is a pity, but this is the first time after all. Everyone has very little experience. It is actually very happy to be able to make usable finished products at once. The paper-making experiment was successful. In the next days, it was naturally overtime and overtime production. The small workshop had full horsepower. In one day, it was possible to produce more than 1,000 pieces. However, the doors and windows of the Han tribe are very large. There is not much paper. One needs dozens of oil papers. It takes a lot of things to meet all the door and window transformations in Hanyang City. For several days in a row, the paper workshop was constantly making paper, and Luo Chong did not have to work in person, so he was idle again, but so many things needed him to arrange, and it was impossible to do nothing. So he started to study other things. The paper has been made now, and the current output is okay. For a maximum of 1 week, the output of the paper workshop is enough to cover the doors and windows of Hanyang City, but there are still a lot of raw materials left in this collection. It can't be wasted, so it must be built on. In other words, when going back this time, Luo Chong will definitely be able to bring a batch of extra paper. And what is the use of these papers? Of course, writing. The paper has appeared. Will the pen be far away? But what kind of pen is to be promoted in the Han tribe? But it is difficult for a while. There is no need to think about pens, ballpoint pens, or something. That is too unrealistic. Let's talk about the current production level of the Han tribe, with raw materials, and pen that can be made by itself. There are as many as 3 kinds of pens. Which one is chosen? But it makes Luo Chong's crime difficult. European-style badminton pen, classical Chinese-style brush, pencil, and now Luo Chong are all conditional to make it, but we must first consider the problems that may be encountered in the future. First of all, paper making is a handicraft industry. In the entire manufacturing process, only the part where the raw meal is thumped can be done by wind or water automatic machinery. Other things, whether boiled or copied, must be done manually. In other words, at the current level of technology, no matter how to improve the production process, the output of paper will not increase much, so the paper price of production is very expensive. If the tribe becomes private, it may be generally consumable. Since ancient times, paper has been a luxury, and only those with rich families can go to school. People who live on farming alone cannot afford to go to school. Luo Chong is just the opposite. Because he wants to popularize education, he needs to use a lot of paper, but the output of paper is low and the cost of manufacturing is so high. What should he do? Luo Chong thought of the way to save. The same piece of paper can't write a few large words with a brush, but write a little smaller, so that a piece of paper can't write a lot of words. So Luo Chong's first article excludes the quill, so if it is suitable for writing small words, the quill and pencil are left. However, when it comes to badminton pen, Luo Chong doesn't like it at all. Let's not talk about whether the badminton pen is east or west. In terms of production methods and usage characteristics, there are not many materials for badminton pen. It is also rare in the Han tribe, even if it is used as a bow and arrow. Another thing to say is that a feather pen is a kind of consumable. After writing some words, it is necessary to use a knife to cut a pen tip again. This is a bit like a pencil. Then, if a pen is written a lot every day, it can't be scrapped in 2 days at all, and the cost performance is very cost-effective. Since the feather pen was rejected, only the pencil was left in the end. Although the pencil is also a consumable material, and it is the most troublesome of these 3 pens, it must be made by Luo Chong. Because Luo Chong intends to popularize education, he must teach. Although it is not as diverse as modern courses, the most basic language mathematics must be there. What is used in language writing is easy to say, but mathematical arithmetic drawings are not suitable for that kind of ink-dipping pen. If you want to learn mathematics well, you must have a hard pen, especially the picture. Without a pencil, it will be hard to draw a drawing in the future. As for the materials used to make pencils, although the Han tribe does not yet have them, Luo Chong knows where to get them. The production material of the pencil is nothing more than 3. It is also very simple to say. The first is the wood outside. There are trees on this mountain. Just cut them. The second is the core. When it comes to the core, it must be mentioned here. A special mouth is mentioned. Although the name of the pencil is called the pencil, it does not contain lead. The modern pencil was invented by the country of rice. The earliest was from Britain and France. When the local shepherds were grazing, they accidentally picked up a black stone, that is, graphite. The stone is very soft and easy to lose color. It can be used to draw things like graffiti patterns. At that time, they were used by local shepherds. They used graphite to mark their own sheep to distinguish sheep. Later, some people began to cut the graphite into a stick and used it as a pen, but usually made their hands dirty. But this is not the prototype of a modern pencil. The modern pencil core was during the Napoleon War. Since imported graphite was monopolized by the enemy, and France itself did not have much graphite reserves, Napoleon made it by its inventors. Because of the sparse graphite ore and the softer graphite, this guy came up with an idea to grind the graphite into powder, then mix it with the clay proportionally, add water and black graphite mud, and then use the mold to make the shape of the pen was still very thick at the time, and finally put these black mud bars in the kiln to burn hard, which became the pencil core. After developing backwards, this method was passed on to the United States, and the Americans added wooden shells to the pencil, which became the pencil we saw in modern times. In this, the ratio of graphite to clay is actually not fixed. In general, the more graphite content, the softer the core, and the darker the line drawn, and the ink content, modern all are expressed in B. The more clay content, the harder the core, and the shallower the line is drawn. The content of this clay is expressed in H. This is the origin of the HB, 2B, 2H, etc. we saw today. All in all, the main materials of the pencil are clay and graphite. Both wood and clay have that, although there is no mineral near the graphite. Luo Chong once acquired a piece at the spring meeting like Mengshui Valley. There is also a piece of boron sand ore, which is a commodity sold by cave tribes. Now that the cave tribe has been integrated into the Han tribe as a whole, it means that Luo Chong has mastered the origin of these two minerals, so it will be easier to do next, as long as the cave tribe people take the way to mine. When I thought about it, Luo Chong immediately found the former leader of the Rat University and cave tribe to explain the mining matters to them. Chief, is there anything? The two heard the summons and came together in front of Luo Chong. Well, there is something you need to do, Patriarch Shui. Do you remember the 2 stones I exchanged from you at the Dream Valley Spring meeting last year? Luo rushed to the point. Stone? Is the leader talking about that kind of black and gray? Patriarch Shui also recalled. Yes, those 2. I need these 2 stones now. Do you remember where those stones were found? There are not many stones in the area, so I need a lot. Luo Chong continued to ask. More, the black soft stone is more than a day away from our previous residence. It was discovered during our hunting. The digging is very easy to dig. The stone is not strong at all, but it is only necessary to drill a hole. The other gray stone was found on a stone mountain. The bareness on that mountain has no plants at all. The gray stone is also everywhere, but that is not a good thing. I tried it before. As long as the gray stone is placed in one place, all the surrounding grass will be killed. Patriarch Shui continues to explain the local situation. Boron sand can be used as a permanent herbicide. This rush is known, but he will not be so stupid as to use boron sand to weed the farmland. In that case, the grass is excluded, but the food must be finished. After all, the food is also a plant. Boron sand will not divide anything useful and useless. And Luo Chong asked that this thing was not for weeding, but for rust removers used as metal welding, so it didn't take a lot. The main purpose of this time was to collect more graphite back. Well, just remember the place. This time the task I want to hand over to you is to mine, that is, to collect those 2 stones. I will let the rats send people to protect your safety. You have to collect a little more. We don't have time to go often. It takes a while to pick it once. Rat Big, and you immediately summoned 2 small flag teams, let the bull flag Tanjian lead the team, and escorted 20 more Shui clan people. Brought 5 big cars and excavation tools, and food eaten on the road this time. The 4-car graphite ore and 1-car borak were shipped back early. Oh, yes, bring another flying eagle. There is a situation to pass it back directly to me. Luo Chong then ordered the 2. Yes, leader. The 2 said that they did not ask Luo Chong what to do with these stones, and went out to pick people to prepare people and vehicles. Now the pencil is stable, and the last raw material is already collected by people. The white paper and pencil are the same as the last. Let's have an official writing pen. Why do you say that? Because the pencil is really convenient for drawing and writing arithmetic, but there are also many shortcomings, that is, it is not easy to save. The handwriting written by the pencil is easily erased. Writing words, go to the workbook, you can print all the words on your arm in a while, and then the words on the book will become much shallower. In other words, what is written in pencils is not suitable for recording important documents, or books, as well as letters, orders, etc. So in the end, the Han tribe still needs a pen written in ink. Black words, keep the kind that will not break for hundreds of years. When it comes to ink, since the feather pen is too useless, it can only use the brush. Luo Chang will write furry, but the writing is generally the same, and there are even some bad things. People who are used to hard writing, and then suddenly learn this kind of soft furry pen with no effect, which is really difficult. A batch of. Fortunately, there is a new invention in the 21st century, which is a soft pen for tap water, which greatly solves the difficulty of writing papyrus. In fact, this is a product that combines a pen and a pen. The structure of the pen and the pen of the pen can be twisted in the second half. There is also an ink sac for ink, but the pen in front is a brush. The pen of this soft pen is very thin and small, with a diameter not exceeding 3 mm and a length of up to 1 cm. It is still used for harder materials, or it is a natural fiber, or it is a natural wool, and the pen is short and thin. It's hard, it's no problem to write as a pen. And because of this small pen, it can only be used to write small script. Although it is not as exaggerated as the fly head, it is still okay to control the size of a nail cover, which is exactly in line with Luo Chang's intention to save paper. This kind of pen is actually similar to the ancient small pen, but it is only one smaller than the small pen, and the pen is added with the ink storage function, which is very easy to carry. If you go out to work or something, you need to take out the pen when you need to write. Can be used. But Luo Chang didn't expect to meet this requirement at all. He just had to make a normal brush according to this size. He usually dipped it directly in ink. As for the black technology that can store ink, it's not that it can't be done. It's very laborious. The cost of making such a pen is definitely not low, but it cannot be consumed by ordinary people. As for the other models of big pens, of course, they have to be made out, but they are only used as children's word practice and are not promoted among adults. Adults use small pens. It's good to save ink and paper. It's really money. This is not because Luo Chang was so stingy that he couldn't bear that thing, but he didn't know it. He was shocked and numb. The paper is too expensive. The Han tribe is still making paper by itself. After several people have been busy for several days, they have made more than 500 pieces of paper. After so much manpower and material resources, they have put out so many things. Of course, this is because for the first time, many tools have to be made by themselves, but now there are tools. 2 people copy paper at the same time. If they are busy all day long, they will get 800 pieces. If they want to supply a school, students use it every day, and the books are written and written. I'm afraid not an entire paper mill can't supply it. This special price is too expensive. Ugh, sure enough, no matter which dynasty is from ancient times to the present, education is an expensive expenditure. Even in modern times, a child's education expenditure from small to large is afraid that it will take hundreds of thousands. Although expensive, although difficult, no more suffering children, no more poverty, no poor education. The method is conceived by people. As long as they are willing to use their brains, the method is always more difficult than difficult. Education is definitely going to be carried out. Luo Chang estimates that a large part of the main fiscal expenditure after the founding of the country will be used for education. Although it is very expensive, it is a long-term investment, as long as it can be cultivated. A group of Chinese talents can be passed on forever by the Han tribe. No matter the country changes in the future, civilization will never disappear. This is what Luo Chang left for this world, or it may be the purpose of the unknown existence that let him cross here. This is currently the plan. The Shui clan has collected pencil-making materials. The materials for making brushes are not lacking. On the contrary, there are many Han tribes. The pen strokes generally use wood or bamboo, and of course there are extravagant use of metal stencils, but after all, it is a minority. Luo Zhou thought about it. It is impossible for bamboo to have bamboo. At present, the Han tribe has the most suitable resources to make pen stabs. These spikes are very long, each one has a length of more than 1 meter, and the arrow is usually produced after collection. Each time, a paragraph is cut off, and the intercepted paragraph is basically thrown directly in the past. It is too wasteful, and now it is finally found the correct method of use. With the pen-making pen, the next step is the pen. Although the earliest brush seems to be made of rabbit hair, it has basically developed to be wolf, sheep, and millimeters in the future. The sheep need not say more, in fact, it is the hair on the sheep. It is more interesting to make the wolf. Now the wolf generally uses the hair of the weasel. Other wolves have become protected animals in the zoo. Only the weasel can barely hang a wolf word, and at the same time, as the name suggests, this is to put the two kinds of hair together, usually a wool pen core with a lot of water, wrap another wolf-haired outer layer outside. Luo Chong wanted to make the same fur, but he had real wolf hair. In the winter of the previous year, when he first came to the world a few months ago, the Han tribe killed a large number of wolves, so he also got a lot of primitive gray wolf skin. These wolf skin hairs can't be found to be better, and this is still winter wolf skin. It was at the most plump time of a year, just the amount of hair in a piece of skin, which was enough to make a lot of brushes. I envisioned going back to Hanyang City to do brush things, but also to deal with the various affairs of the tribe. I just had lunch this day. Several paper copy workers were resting. Luo Chong also lay in the house for a morning break. It is the hot summer day, and the temperature at noon is too high, but it still cannot block the good news one after another to reach Luo Chong's ear. At noon in the hot summer, the earth was steaming with heat, and all the work outside the new city was suspended. The people who built the city temporarily ran under the grass shed to take a cool rest. Several soldiers guarding the gate did not even wear their armor. The robe also took off to the side, hiding under the city gate with their bare arms, but at this time, an eye-catching soldier discovered movement from the southern horizon. Chaijian, look quickly. Is there a lot of people in the south, as if there are still girls and children? Should this be the laborers who come to work with us? Inside the city gate hole, a soldier with a waist knife on his waist shouted his companion. Really? This hot day is still in a hurry. You are staring here, I will look at the top of the wall. The soldier named Chaijian hurried into the city wall, kicked a temporary long ladder and climbed up the city wall, and took a cold shed to the south to see it. Isn't it? There are men and women in the distance, and there are always 3,000 people, all walking here. It's really human, so many people. You go to the brothers first, and stop them from entering the city first. I'll report it to the owner of the city. Hey, okay, go ahead. The brothers are all assembled and there is work to do. At first, the soldier also shouted out his comrades and explained the situation to them. A soldier with a small flag is here. Those who know are laborers. Although they don't let them enter the city, they are not very strong to stop. Someone immediately came out of the idea. A few large barrels of water came to allow those workers to drink bowls of water to relieve their thirst when they came here. It must have been hot. Sure enough, without a while, a group of people under black pressure came to the south gate of the new city. Some people who had been there a few times before had already been familiar with these soldiers. It was not polite to see water and drink. They even scooped the water. Inside the city, the big tree also received a notice from the soldiers who guarded the city, and learned that so many people came to work here, and even hurried to the city gate to check the situation. As a result, when he arrived at the city gate, something unexpected happened. Several tribes have all migrated here, and even their own hometowns have been evacuated. The big package is brought here. Seeing the emergence of the big tree management, some people who seem to be leaders or elders have stood up, expressing the need to lead the whole family to join the Han tribe, hoping that Dasha can agree. They will also work hard like the people of the Han tribe, and they will continue to say similar guarantees. Dashu Eli is broken. When Luo Chong started to create this labor market, didn't he just follow this idea? Now a few months have passed and finally saw the results, which is a good thing. So the two sides reached a consensus very happily. More than 1,800 people from this time have joined the Han tribe, and the remaining more than 1,000 people still work here as laborers. They did not say they would join. It is that many of these people are new tribes, and they do not yet understand the situation of the Han tribe. They also need a gradual transformation process. Among them, there was the first time that the leader of the Guru tribe and others came into the city. Under the leadership of the soldiers, they went to the designated rest area and first built a grass shed to rest. As they walked all the way, the leader of the grunt was constantly looking at the observations, watching the novel things in the city, and sighing while walking. The Han tribe is too rich, the Han tribe is too strong, and the cows and carriages used to pull things have seen hundreds of cars along the way, and the thousands of yellow-skinned antelopes, which are not what he has ever seen. Those white sheep. The big tree also stood at the door of the South City gate, and was still looking at if anyone came from the south. It would be nice if some more people joined the Han tribe, but at this time, no one came at the horizon on the south side. However, several strange figures appeared on the big river to the east. It was 4 or 5 adult men and women, holding a large bamboo raft floating on the river, and kept looking at the new town of the Han tribe, but they never dared to dock here. What seemed to hesitate? This scene was seen by a soldier who just pulled the water back, and he was busy reporting to the big tree. It was also quite surprising that other tribes would build the boat. It is not others who hold bamboo rafts on the river. It is the diamond tribe that Luo Chang encountered when he went to the swamp to find wild rice, that is, the group of people who soaked in the water to collect diamond corners. At first, Luo Chang went to a homemade fish skin boat, and later stepped on the flippers in front of their eyes to collect rice in the quagmire. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Chang left them with a deep impression. Being able to make transportation floating on the water can also enter the forbidden land in their mouths, and has not been swallowed. This is almost a godly existence in their hearts. Of course, they also tried to contact Luo Chang, and learned to use wood as a raft. A few floating trees tied together can hold people to float on the water. This brain hole is really magical. Very, and the people of the Ling tribe have since been keen on making rafts and making various rafts. Because they live in swamps, although there are also dry land all year round, the surrounding environment is still dominated by water networks. Without such transportation that can float on the water, they can't go far when they swim. They began to try to make various rafts with many different materials until they found bamboo in the swamp one day. It's a pity to say that there is a bamboo forest in the swamp, but Luo Chang was only looking for rice at the time. There was no other thought, and there was no time and opportunity to find anything else. At that time, there was a group of blue horse. The antelopes are tied to the shore. It's hard to say if they go back late, so Luo rushes to find the rice and then go back. It is precisely because of this that he missed such a universal material as bamboo. However, Luo Chang's bad luck does not mean that the Ling tribe has poor luck. They live in a swamp every day. Naturally, they have a higher probability of encountering those bamboos. It is also based on the discovery and use of bamboo that the Ling tribe's standard of living is quickly improved. Get up. Once they could only soak in the water to pick those wild diamond corners, or occasionally hit a small beast to beat the tooth sacrifice, but after they had bamboo, they could hold the bamboo raft to collect the diamond horns farther away. The reason for the expansion of the field is several times that of the past, so that the Ling tribe will not be hungry. And this is only one aspect. Since the bamboo, the ability of the Ling tribe to make weapons has also improved a large area. Bamboo, 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 and bamboo arrows, as well as harpoons and bamboo baskets made of bamboo. The birth of these bamboo weapons gives them the ability to eat meat. They can hold bamboo rafts to go fishing, and they can use bamboo spears to hunt some small beasts like otters and beavers. They can also conquer other tribes. However, the tribes in the swamp are very limited, far less than the tribes on land. After all, not everyone can get enough food in the swamp. In this way, the Diamond tribe relied on a large number of bamboo rafts, natural bamboo weapons, or conquered by force, or threatened to annex. After annexing 4 or 5 small tribes in a row, they finally had no opponents, and the number of people surged to more than 1,000. Became a hegemon in the swamp. The Diamond tribe can rise so quickly, if it is seriously said that it is all Luo Chang's credit. It is he who taught the Diamond tribe to build rafts before they can go further, otherwise they cannot find bamboo, and then rely on bamboo. Rise, although all this has nothing to do with Luo Chang, but it is also the butterfly effect he brought. However, the butterfly effect brought by Luo Chang is still not over, and it still has an impact on the Diamond tribe. The Ling tribe also knows that they can become so powerful and improve so many living standards. Everything comes from Professor Luo Chang's skills. They think Luo Chang is a god and came to inspire them specifically, otherwise why suddenly airborne to them near their tribe? Under this theory that Luo Chang was the god of heaven, the Ling tribe began to dig deep into the original memories, hoping to get some more inspiration from it. When they first met Luo Chang, what did Luo Chang do besides teaching them to build rafts? As a result, they soon discovered a very important thing. God came in that boat at the time and took a plant from the forbidden area. God was deliberately looking for that plant. Things that even God cares so much about must be a very useful thing. This major discovery made them very excited, so the Ling tribe immediately organized people to return to the forbidden area, looking for the unique plants that Luo Chang took away at the time. They learned how to rush and used bamboo chops as a board. One step was paved into the mud, and then it was logical to find the rice that Luo Chang picked at the time. After they collected some rice, they didn't know the role of this plant at first, but what can the plant use in addition to treating the disease and eating it? Perhaps God is looking for this kind of thing just to eat. This thing must be edible. After all, those water birds especially like to eat this kind of thing, and they are still alive and well, which means that people should also be able to eat. So they started to try the rice flour style eating method and roast the rice ears. In the end, they were either unfamiliar or directly roasted, and there were special circumstances that turned into popcorn. In short, there was no way to get to rice correctly. Until one day, a tribe of the Ling tribe put peeled rice in a bamboo tube and cooked it with fish, and then they got a bamboo tube fish porridge. This sudden discovery made the top executives of the Ling tribe very happy. The cooked rice is no longer so hard, but it becomes soft and delicious. It also exudes the unique fragrance of rice. It is indeed a rare food in nature. No wonder God will love this thing. In order to verify the correctness of this method of eating, they specially made several bamboo tubes of rice and water to cook together. However, because they did not know the correct addition ratio of water and rice, the cooked rice either became rare rice soup, either it became porridge, and some actually burned bamboo tube rice. Finally, through one-on-one verification, the Ling tribe concluded that no matter what the rice was finally cooked, it was edible, especially the dry rice without water, which is simply the best in the world. Sweet and soft glutinous natural harmless rice, mixed with the unique fragrance of rice and fresh bamboo. The soft taste is not only very delicious, but also suitable for the young and the young, even if the toothless children and the elderly can eat, and it is also very full. Half a bamboo tube rice can feed an adult, and this rice is served with roast goose and roast fish or broth. The taste is even better. This new food soon became popular in the Diamond tribe. They began to search for rice in the vicinity. Sure enough, Kung Fu did not have a sweetheart. The Diamond tribe successively found more wild rice gathering places in the swamp and became the Diamond tribe. The first goal of the collection team, rice, this kind of thing, gradually began to surpass their diamond horns and became the main grain that people generally like. Although they have not yet learned to grow rice, they still rely on collecting rice grown from wild rice, but this is undoubtedly a farming road for the Ling tribe. As long as they continue to eat rice, they will develop to grow themselves. It's only a matter of time. But no one ever thought that this conclusion would come true so fast. But to talk about this, it also starts when the Ling tribe suddenly discovered that the new Han tribe city was planting rice by the river. The big river in the east of the new city of the Han tribe is actually connected to the swamp water system in the northeast direction. To be precise, the water source of this river comes from the swamp wetland in the northeast. Since the river is connected, the Diamond tribes that have just mastered the technology of making bamboo rafts naturally have no reason not to explore. In fact, they sent people to watch this as early as this year when the snow and ice melted. At that time, they had already found signs of someone's life here, such as the smoke raised by the early caravans and soldiers of the Han tribe. At that time, the population gathered here was less than 200 people. From a distance, it really looked like a half-large tribe. The Diamond tribe, which had just been annexed by force and grew rapidly, naturally did not let go of this small tribe. However, at that time they did not bring so many people, only one raft, only a few people. They are not in a hurry. It is said that the monk can't run the temple. Since they already know the location of their place of residence, are they afraid of the duck flying? But when they gathered people and came again, thousands of people had gathered here in the new city. Not many people in the Chinese tribe were dominated by the labor of the nearby tribe, but the Ling tribe did not know this. situation. When they saw that the number of people on the shore suddenly increased to be similar to the total population of the Ling tribe, they began to worry about it. Fighting with these people is completely unsure. So they retreated again, and then sent people from time to time to peep at Xiaozuzu. This observation is almost 3 or 4 months, and during this observation, they also let them discover the Han tribe. Different. The Han tribe not only has a large population, but also a large number of convoys, as well as various strange tools. Their observers once hid in the reeds on the other side, witnessing that the Han tribe built it in less than half a month. A tall rammed earth wall. This is a very powerful tribe, and we should learn like this tribe. When the top management of the Ling tribe heard the report from their men, they decided so that more frequent reconnaissance began. Those who came to investigate discovered in day-to-day surveillance that since the city wall was in place, there have been more people coming, almost several times the number before, and it continues to increase. What surprised them was that the tribe actually domesticated a large number of beasts, almost equal to the population. It is even several times more than the population of the Ling tribe. Other cattle and horses don't say it first. The more than 3,000 saiga antelopes are very conspicuous. Although far away, the number is very large. When I enter and leave the city gate every morning and evening, I can't see it. These situations were fed back to the Ling tribe one by one, and the Ling tribe had a deeper understanding of the tribe living on land. However, their top management also had doubts. So many people gathered in one place, these people eat what? What does it rely on to provide food? However, this question did not wait for them to think about it. The Han tribe immediately had a new action. The large number of people who had just moved in the near future began to dig deep trenches by the river, and then led the river. This move actually shocked the people of the Ling tribe, and puzzled. Can people actually change their natural landforms? Change the direction of the water flow for your own use? Although they did not know the purpose of doing this at the time, they still gave them a lot of inspiration. It turned out that there were more people to do so, even if it was a problem to move the mountain and fill the sea, right? Continue to observe. The next move of the Han tribe is even more puzzling. They used a lot of labor and cattle and horses to turn the soil by the river. Far from the other side, the entire turned ground is present. With a deep brown neat pulse, the next move of the Han tribe puzzled them even more. Those people actually flooded all the overturned land with the water just quoted, and then sprinkled something in some places. Far from the other side, those transformed fields will form large pieces of reflection in the sun. Very obvious. This news was naturally passed back to the Ling tribe, but for the Han tribe's transformation of the water field, they never understood what the purpose of the Han tribe was, but they knew that the Han tribe had abandoned so much manpower and material resources. It is useless to do that, land will change. Sure enough, just a dozen days later, the small piece of land that was sprinkled with things before actually grew a plant. Far across the river, on a large reflective water surface, there was such a place, a large area of green oil and oil appeared, but it was impossible to pay attention. In the next few days, thousands of people came out of the city walls in droves. They pulled out the green oil plant from the ground, and then inserted it into a large area. In the flooded ground, it is very neat and sparse. These plants became inconspicuous after transplantation, but they grew fast. After a short period of return to puberty, they immediately entered the installment period. The seedlings that originally had only a few leaves quickly split, just a week. The water field was covered and turned into a row of green. This change in the water field surprised the Ling tribe. Judging from the changes they have learned so far, this tribe on the shore has spent so much time and energy, it seems to be just to get these plants. What kind of plants are so important? This information was fed back to the diamond tribes one by one, and then a comprehensive analysis was made by their top management. As a result, they quickly found an amazing message. The characteristics of this plant are very similar to the rice they guard every day. It all grows in a muddy field covered with water, and the tribe that grows these plants seems to have shampoo. They can't confirm this, because it's too far away, across the 780-meter river, and hidden in the reeds. It's really hard to see the hairstyles of the people on the other side, but it can also be seen that those people don't have long hair. Floating look. A series of characteristics combined, they quickly discovered that the tribe on the shore was very similar to the god they had encountered, tied their hair, and planted rice. Will this be god? The ears of rice taken from the swamp grow out. This conclusion makes them very excited. They seem to have met the tribe of God. If they can meet God again, they may learn more. The Ling tribe is excited. They are very much looking forward to seeing Luo Chong again, but not many people have seen Luo Chong, and not many of the entire Ling tribe have seen Luo Chong before, and because they have learned Luo Kongjiao's rafting technology, and jumped into the top of the Ling tribe. So this time, the top management decided to send a few people who have seen Luo Chong to observe in person to see if it is possible to see Luo Chong's figure. However, this is such a coincidence. When the top management of the Ling tribe came to observe the other side again, Luo Chong came the next day. At that time, it was exactly the time when Luo Chong brought people to experiment with paper making. As the leader of the clan, Luo Chong naturally wanted to visit the newly reclaimed rice fields of the tribe. On that day, Luo rushed to ride the tall ash mountain, and looked at the strength of the rice along the border with the rice field by the river. At that time, he also looked at the other side, but no one was found in the reeds on the other side, but Luo Chong did not see them. Doesn't mean they didn't see Luo Chong. The top of the Diamond tribe is very excited, because the man riding the elephant is really like the god that I once saw, wearing a collar dress, a hairpin on his head, and shoes on his feet. And they are about the same age. They almost cried out in surprise. However, without confirming Luo Chong's identity, they did not dare to recognize each other rashly, because Luo Chong followed many people around him at the time, and there were more people in their native city. What if they admit it wrong? The opposite tribe, they cannot provoke them at all, they are too powerful, so they want to find opportunities, try to contact when Luo Chong appears on the river. However, Luo Chong came here not blindly. Once the paper-making thing had eyebrows, he stayed in that small workshop so that he never appeared by the river for several days, but it was not a matter of waiting blindly. Finally, after several days of waiting and no results, they made a decision to take a risk ashore to see if the tribe is related to G1. The people who made this decision were very brave. They had made plans to go back. Even if they were caught, they would never say where the tribe lived. Anyway, they came by the water and could not find any trace. So there was the scene that just happened. At noon, the 5 people of the Ling tribe started to hold the bamboo raft towards the other side while all the people of the Han tribe were resting, and there was no one on the river. After landing and going ashore to find out, the result was still found by the soldiers at the gate of the city, and the tree was just beside. This is something that the 5 people of the Ling tribe did not expect. Who is that? In the past, a soldier with a small flag looked at it. Don't kill them first. It's better to catch them. If they didn't resist, bring them here. Dasha looked at the 5 people who wanted to go ashore over there and said to the soldiers around him, "Yes, sir." The soldiers should be busy, and then a team of gunmen was assembled and ran towards the river, and several archers followed. And several diamond tribes in the middle of the river are also very scared at this time. After all, it is one thing to dare to come ashore. It is really one thing to see if a soldier comes with a weapon. What to do? Are we going? They have already reached the shore, and if we go up, they will be caught. Me, I am not afraid of death. The key is to die directly, and our task will not be completed. A man on the bamboo raft said to his companion. In the past, of course, it's going to pass, but you're right, we can't just die like that, so I'll swim by myself. You are waiting here. If they don't kill me, you will come again. One of the adult women who had direct communication with Luo Chong said, "Linko, let me go. You are the first person in the tribe to make rafts. You stay, I go." Another teenager who looks thin but very strong patted his breast and said, "No, I went, precisely because I was the first to learn to build a raft, so God will only know me. If I go, the chance of survival is greater than yours. Now the tribe is not short of rafts. It doesn't matter if I die," the vernacle said firmly. "Still let me make lingering grass, you be careful, and run quickly if you can't." Just now the teenager wanted to argue again, and as a result, only half of it was said that the diamond grass had jumped into the water from a raft, and then quickly swam to the shore. The teenager also changed from arguing to a few words of concern. On the bank of the river, a dozen soldiers who had just put on the black armor have come to the river. As long as those people dare to go ashore, they can catch it at the first time. In the bamboo raft in the middle of the river, the remaining 4 people have inserted their long bamboo poles into the underwater river sand, controlling the bamboo raft to stop at the origin, and the Verngas also quickly swam towards the shore in the water in front of the bamboo raft. The distance of 30 or 40 meters, for the very watery Ling tribe, that is, for dozens of seconds, the Lingweed quickly swam to the shore, and as a result, she just stood up from the water and was surrounded by more than a dozen big guns stretched out. I am not malicious, I want to see your leader, please give him this. The diamond grass standing in the water did not move, but set out to communicate with the soldiers. Although she didn't understand it, she still had a secret weapon. While talking, she took out a large diamond horn that was carried with her. It's so dark and oily, like a bull, with the size of an egg. It looks exactly like the one that was given to Luo Chong. This is the confidence that the diamond grass believes that it can survive. As long as these soldiers do not kill her immediately, as long as the leader of this tribe is really Luo Chong, then Luo Chong will recognize this diamond horn, and know that she is from the diamond tribe. Maybe Luo Chong will still miss her life for the sake of the two. The soldiers didn't understand the words of the diamond grass, but they understood what she meant. She wanted to give them the black thing and give it to the leader, because the diamond grass handed it out of the diamond corner and pointed it in the direction of the Earth City behind them, and put a hairpin on the head. Well, if there is no understanding error, it should be the meaning of giving this thing to the leader. The soldiers nodded at the diamond grass, then took a few steps back so that she could stand on the shore, and then two people received the gun, grabbed her two arms in the past, and the others received the gun. Then the team's small flag officer also took the diamond corner from her and gave her a comparison, signifying the diamond grass with them and going to the city. The diamond grass did not resist. Looking at the soldiers' willingness to take her to that city, it didn't mean to kill her directly, so she followed along. The small flag chief led two people back to the direction of the Earth City with the diamond grass, while the remaining dozen soldiers were still on the shore, always guarding against the remaining 4 people on the bamboo raft in the middle of the river. A group of 4 people quickly came to the gate of the city, and the big tree was still waiting here. Seeing the soldiers lead the people over one, they also secretly nodded. Lord, this woman seems to want us to give this thing to the leader. We don't know what this is. Do you want to get it to the leader? The small banner handed the diamond corner to Dasho and asked. The big tree did not answer immediately, but picked up the diamond corner and looked carefully. The more it looked, the more it felt like a bullhead. But look carefully. This is indeed a plant. So strange plants may really have any special effect. Does this woman know the leader? Or did the leader entrust her to help find this plant? Or did she want to use this thing to trade with the Han tribe? The big tree guessed so. But although I don't know the specific purpose of this woman, Dasha decided to show Luo Chong to see if it's really useful. Don't judge what plan the mistake broke the leader. You are waiting here. I'll show it to the leader. Don't embarrass this person first, don't hold her, find some water for her to drink, just watch not run around. The big tree explained a sentence to several soldiers, and turned into the city to find Luo Chong. At the city gate, the diamond grass was also loosened with arms, and the soldiers moved to the stool to sit for her, and gave her a bowl of clean water with a white porcelain bowl. Seeing the attitudes of these soldiers towards themselves, the diamond grass also let go of its heart and began to look at everything around it curiously. A stool that appeared to be made of wood, this is specifically for sitting? There is also a white clean container used to hold water, and there are strange symbols and beautiful patterns outside this container, which is really exquisite. They actually used such beautiful containers to entertain themselves? After reading these two things, the diamond grass began to observe the surrounding soldiers, the tall walls next to it, and the appearance of the inner city seen in the door hole, and from time to time sighs, and at this time, the big tree also took the diamond horn come to Luo Chong's paper yard. Chief, a few people just came across the river. They have a flat board that can float on the water, but now only one woman came, and the woman took a strange plant fruit. Let me give it to you. The big tree came to Luo Chong's sleeping house and said. Luo Chong was sitting on the cold mat, looking at the black diamond corner, almost blurting out. Ling Kok? You said those people were sitting on a board floating on the water, coming from the river? Bring this thing and let you give it to me? Luo Chong looked at Ling Kok, and suddenly there was no sleepiness, and he said somewhat surprised. Yeah leader, do you know this thing? Why does this fruit look so like a cow head? Does it have any special effect? Is it important to us? Deshu also questioned in doubt. There is wood today, continue tomorrow.